Google headline, if you missed it, there's the move from Google after the close yesterday, lifting the NASDAQ and basically everything else along with it. They're going to avoid, anyways, it looks like they're going to avoid having to get rid of Chrome or break up in any way, shape, or form going forward, which is great for them. Apple obviously benefiting from that as well. Google paying or will continue to pay Apple to be the main browser on all things Apple related. So a nice pop after the close yesterday for Apple to start things off here this morning out of nowhere. I don't think we were expecting this ruling to come, just out of nowhere at 4 o'clock yesterday. But anyways, gives us something to look at here this morning. That's
absolutely. I mean, this is huge, Brendo. We got all-time highs on Google and by a lot. We're not at all-time highs on Apple. We'll keep an eye on that. Obviously, with their event coming up September 9th, AI will be in focus there. There's a whole bunch to talk about today, guys. Zscaler reporting, good report from the cybersecurity firm, the last of the bunch to report. Amazon with several headlines, one to do with a class action lawsuit, the other to do with the ending of the Prime membership sharing for delivery. So we'll talk about that. And then Dollar Tree also reporting, Brendo, better than expected as, consumers still looking for discounts as prices remain elevated.
Yeah, Macy's too with a nice look as well. M up decently here so far this morning. Potentially bad news for Boeing. Once again, they're going to get another 737 MAX ruling. Potentially today. It could come today. It could come tomorrow. So not doing anything here so far this morning, but worth keeping an eye out for headlines related to Boeing this morning as well. Overall, the market kind of quiet here, trying to bounce back after. I mean, it was a bit of a rough ride yesterday. We did get a couple signs of positivity at one point throughout the afternoon, obviously into the close, but it didn't look good after about 10 o'clock yesterday morning.
No, it didn't. It looked like we were going to lose 6,400 on the ES, but gold, Brendo, not giving back a lot. Gold continues to hang out at near all-time highs, still up 0.5% this morning. This is the gold December contract up into that $3,600 area as a result of obviously the tariff concerns that we had with the district court, the Federal Appeals District Court saying that Donald Trump's tariffs, most of them anyway, were illegal. And they'll hold off removing them until the middle of October, Brendo, give them an opportunity to appeal that.
Yeah, I mean, he said yesterday in one of many interviews, they were going to push for an expedited decision, and go right to the Supreme Court with this. I was reading this morning that if they're not successful in getting some sort of expedited decision from that court, this could be 2026 before any of this even gets resolved, which would mean that these would obviously stay in effect until we get some sort of ruling. So unless that comes through, then it might be a while before we hear about it. It might be a while,
absolutely. I mean, he wants an expedited ruling from the Supreme Court. Doesn't mean he's going to get one, especially if the legal issues are a little bit more detailed and require more consideration.
Yeah. Bonds, worth noting, bonds back to the upside here this morning a little bit. We came within a basis point of 5% on the 30-year this morning. It's pulling back a little bit here this morning, but the long end of the curve, especially the 30-year and the 10-year, a little bit higher to start here, guys, but calm possibly after what we saw yesterday. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. And, well, there's another mystery that got solved. We now know what that mysterious buy program at 12 o'clock on Alphabet was. I'm not saying it's mysterious. It was just sort of very linear. At about noon, someone turned it on, and obviously it ended up being good.
Meta turned on.
Oh, his proxies. Probably not.
He may have let the decision slip.
Well, either way, the end result here is obviously great for Alphabet. Not mentioned was another crazy move yesterday where we get some news coming now for NewScale, right? Like NewScale went absolutely nuts. And looks like they've got a pretty decent power deal going with Tennessee, and they're up 5.5 points. So it's one of these like all systems go type of moments. And the Nasdaq recovering from yesterday's, we'll call it a bit of a nothing burger. It's going to take a while to resolve this tariff story, anyways. But at the end of the day, rising tide lifts all ships. But this is Google and Apple are the big beneficiaries by far, and I guess it just goes to show that. Sometimes we write off these antitrust concerns because typically it's like, slap a fine and it's not going to be a big deal. But this is a big win for Alphabet because they get to at least secure search for a while now while they figure out AI. And then Apple, just a week before their iPhone event, here getting a good bump because they get all that free profit money for putting Google as Chrome is the default browser. So yeah, good win for both of them. Going to be looking like, actually like the long, from level-wise, better on Apple, so that's what I'll be looking at. But I'm not going to sleep on Palantir, because Palantir did that pattern again. And hopefully a rising tide lifts all ships, because it held that 50 period again, right at the close. Every single time it gets underneath 156, they're just buying it right back up. And today, it has a chance to actually break out that next level. So that's going to be on the brain, despite the fact it doesn't have a particular catalyst. But yeah, great start so far with just leading the way with Google and Alphabet. Great news.
158 for Palantir. Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, just real quickly here. I mean, there's a 50-period moving average again on the. Here's a 50-period moving average here on the Qs. Comes right into the 50-period right there, and now we're starting to bounce back to the upside. So that 50-period was 562. We basically nailed it yesterday and down to 560. Now you're trying to bounce back up. So whether or not, all things are gravy now, I don't know, but it seems like it's getting a lot better. And that's the thing about trading stock is you never know when that next story is going to come through. Zscaler came out with what I thought was a great report. We had it live on the after show, on the recap show. And all of a sudden it just faded right back out. Zscaler on risk of going red on really great reports. Can't find anything wrong with it. About 2 weeks ago, I said Apple 250, probably on some AI news. Looks like Apple 250 might be coming up a little bit quicker than that. There it goes, huge move. And again, all I did was buy Apple down here near this 50-period moving average, and now it's starting to bump up. And I said to Sharif and Joe, it's like the only decision that I ever regret doing in my long-term account is selling anything. It's every single time I sell something, a month or so later, it's higher. So I don't want to do that anymore. Let's just let Apple go, see if it wants to continue to move a little bit higher. I could understand pairing something off, but I really like the way this is all looking right now, and the market seems to be wanting to go. Remember, we have Broadcom coming up. We've got some more big reports coming.
CRM tonight?
Yeah, Salesforce
Whatever
tonight.
C3AI does, we get to find out tonight.
Yeah, I don't think that we're going to worry too much about that. We've got crypto going again a little bit here. Solana, for some reason, I bought that at $2 bills. That's still moving around 210 right now, up 5%. Goes Solana today, as we talked about some of the downflow here in crypto over the last little while. But now we're starting to get 2, 1, 2, starting to get bumped up a little bit here as the market feels just a little bit better about everything. So yeah, it's pretty good. Gold all-time highs. That's huge for the gold bugs out there. Gold, like I was saying, outperforming the S&P 500, outperforming Bitcoin, all of that. And who would have thought that? So gold is supposed to be
one of the fears,
safe haven.
You have fears in Japan. Yields are getting out of control for a lot of major governments.
Global uncertainty.
And so a lot of uncertainty. But in Japan, it's not just the U.S., but you're seeing those yields start to rise. You have to keep an eye on yields, obviously, but let's be real. At the end of the day, we're kind of led by tech so far until we see some real breadth in terms of this rotation, which seems to start and then stop very quickly. Then I think we're still led by the big tech names. Ooh, we already got a super chat here. On the Rail TV, what do you think of SMCI? You just built a 3,000 share position at a 42.90 average. So want to thank you for that. First of all, thank you for the super chat. Let's just throw up SMCI. Oh, yeah. Well, the good news is if you like a stock, you buy it in front of the 200-period moving average, and also grab yourself a healthy banana for a source of potassium. That's important. You can't make decisions if you don't have a good diet and brain health. And actually, I have no idea if bananas are good for brain health, but let's just say they are because they're tasty. No, if you like the 200-period moving average, this is exactly where it's bounced from. I mean, personally, I would rather see it. For myself, I wouldn't be buying this particular chip name. Don't own it. Not exactly one that I'm a huge fan of. But I did believe that after we got that 50 pull, that you were looking for a bounce area here. I just really would be worried after the quarter if they were to lose 39, this prior support here going back into May. Because if you lose the 200 period, I'm not sure where the bottom is going to be. And this has been a name that did not participate when we were getting the big rally in the chip space. This sat it out. When everything was running higher, this was sort of sitting it out to a certain extent in terms of how much juice it would have. So I'm a little bit I'm a little bit skeptical here, but the 200 period moving average is where to go, and you have 39 as a bit of support level, so it's about 10% worth of risk, or actually less than that from your current position, if that's what you like for an out, and it's certainly got some room to play a little bit of catch up. But it's not the one that I'm a huge fan of personally. I don't actually own it.
Look, on the rail, I would, if you're asking for my advice, I would take 60,000 of that position, half of it, and I would be rolling it right into here. I think Nvidia pulling back down in just to diversify that position. It's not diversifying it in the way of you're in the same sector, but you're just giving yourself a little bit of room in case SMCI continues to fall down. I don't think Nvidia falls as dramatically, and you get some nice support levels, and you're at the 50-period moving average, and you can also use this 168 or 165, something like this, in and around here, even just 160 as you're out. So you're just risking $10 right there on Nvidia, where I think you can get back $10 by tomorrow. Like, I think we could beat a 180 today. Like, so anyways, I like Nvidia in that play as well, but I like your SMCI great. I think to take a line from Kramer, I think you have horse sense. I think that was a good level there to pick up some SMCI. So if you're in it, obviously you are. I like that trade. So yeah, I got, and this is, again, I was just sort of lecturing Joe and Sharif, and I did the same thing yesterday, actually. So here we go, man. Do as I say, not as I do. I got out of some JP Morgan yesterday, and I was just telling these guys, like, the worst thing ever to do is to sell something. But we did it around 299 yesterday on JP Morgan. We got filled on this move through the upside there. And I talked about it on our recap show when I got filled. I was just not going to wait for that 303 anymore. Want to get out something ahead of. So I think it was in and around, yeah, probably 298.75, 290. I'm just putting even prices now, really. It doesn't really matter to me. So in and around there, 299 or so, out some JP Morgan for I think it was the second time. Some outs around 270 now, again, I had 3 bills. So just getting some cash. I don't really know why, in case there's some better opportunities. I mean, you know, Google just top to bottom there. Just talking about a big stock, obviously, right, with Google with the news today. Like, you didn't have to get this name 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 8 months ago. You just had to get this name 4 months ago. And if you waited for this thing to drop back in here and you picked up a huge name on huge discount, this was an 18 PE. We talked about this over and over and over again. Boom, right there to the upside. So all you had to do was 140. It's tough to make this trade because you can't always pick the bottoms of everything. You never know. But 150 to 225, you know, that move alone right there, 40% in 3-4 months, that's good enough return. You could have never traded Google your whole life and just bought it there, and now you're just chilling out. So we'll wait. I mean, I think investing, as we say, isn't the hardest thing to do. It's picking the right stocks at the right time.
And then just hold on for dear life.
Yeah, and then hold on to the right names, right? Names like Open Door and things like that tend to be fluctuating, obviously much different stories. But Open Door, I really like them today. Again, Open Door up another 5%.
Closed over
like
5
that. Yeah, so
closed over 5.
There it is, 535 right now. So here we go, up 4% off of a 17% move yesterday, Open Door. So I think that the door has been open for a while on this one, and it seems like it's opening even wider now as it's starting to finally breathe and hopefully get some breakout out of this area right now through 5 up to 550, 580. I wrote down on the sticky note, watch out for 580. That's all that you have to worry about. I think we're going to get there today, so we'll hit that up. But that's Open Door. So yeah. Anyways. All right, let's go back over to the desk. I don't think we have anybody today, but maybe we do. We'll go back over to the desk.
As per usual, Raheem is stuck in traffic. So Raheem is on his way, but I have no idea when he's going to get here. So we'll hope that he makes it and see when he does. He is going to talk a little bit about mining this morning and some of the sectors that have performed the best in Canada. Speaking of Canada, it's actually a little bit surprising when you actually zoom out and see what has done the best so far this year, but we'll leave that for him. We were just talking about, Sharif and I were just talking about this. Tesla, nice move early on this morning here with the overall market to the upside. We're holding above 335. There's not a lot in the way of anything headline driven here this morning for Tesla, but potentially a little bit of a bounce here.
Yeah, and I don't know, you got to speculate, obviously, Brendo, but Mark Benioff, Salesforce CEO, interesting character, was at the Tesla Gigafactory, it looks like, and he posted here on X saying, at 12:53 a.m., kind of a random time, Wednesday morning, amazing, what Tesla CEO Elon Musk is doing to create the future. Just inspiring. He's talking basically about the robots and Optimus. And so that's what this article is kind of just theorizing here, Brendo, that we're bumping up here on the upcoming potential of robotics.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking to Randy here as well about this morning, and some of the stuff coming out of China, the alternatives and the affordability of those are just off the charts at this point as well. So work to do. This was yesterday, but work to do. Elon Musk predicting 80% of Tesla's value going to come from said Optimus and robots in the near future, guys.
Well,
I think he's going to be right on that one.
I think it's all about time frame. Like if there is a robot in everybody's home doing all the stuff that we don't want to do, then of course that makes a heck of a lot of sense. Like you're not actually, like I'm not seeing anybody. There's a bunch of different EVs out there, but I'm not actually seeing anybody that has any kind of a model out there like Optimus, at least not in North America. And certainly, it does provide that sort of that thing to look at that's not tied to full self-drive, automation, robotaxi, or a new cheaper model, or just simply revamping what may be a stale line, right? Like it gives you something to look forward to. What we should be paying attention to as traders is just the very gentle path to the upside that Tesla's been on. It dips for a few days, it catches a higher low on the daily chart, and then resumes back into the high. So it dips for a few days, catches a higher low, and then pushes back into these local tops. It's not breaking out in any big sense. So you get a few days worth of rally. It's typically moving like 10, 12% off the low, and then hitting a new high, just slightly higher, and then pulling back. So in that pattern, we just bounced day one here on Tesla. I do believe we have some upgrades and downgrades to get to, though, from Joe.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Wednesday. All right, let's take a look at what we have on the upgrades and downgrades list. At the top of it, we have Chipotle getting that price target raised to $55. And second, we have Alibaba Group by Arthur getting that price target raised to $152. And then Heinz Kraft, surprisingly, on the upgrade side, price target raised to $29 by Morgan Stanley. And then we have Wynn Resorts also getting the nod to $145. Now, on the downside, we have Candle Therapeutics by B of A with that price target lowered to $7, and then Zencor also getting it lowered by B of A to $12. Now, Six Flags getting it downgraded to $27, and then Constellation Brands, yes, getting that price target lowered to $123, guys.
All right, thanks, Joe, for that one. Look, I think the one that interests me the most out of all of that is going to be Chipotle. What happened to the chart? There it is right here. Like, talk about getting beat up and now finally catching an upgrade. So, again, without reading the report, I just think, you're down here at $41. You go long today. Remember, I mean, if you're trying to make a swing trade, like 5 or 10%, isn't that bad. You drop in 10 grand, you make 10%, it's $1,000. Even if you make 5%, take 500. I mean, from here, 42 and change, I think there's a chance to get back up here. Now we're gonna have to figure out what that story is all about. Look at other stocks like Kava, Sweet Greens, or whoever, some of these, sort of do it yourself. Like once you go back to work, Starbucks, things like that. I mean, I think more and more people starting to head back to work now, and potentially, trying to breathe some life back into some of these lunch spots again. But yeah, for Chipotle to be upgraded when it's down here, I think that you never want to catch a falling knife. I don't know if you're catching one anymore. You're kind of just hovering near these bottoms, and we've seen stocks take off from some of these lows. So interesting there, might be worth reading the report just to see what's going on there with Chipotle. So I don't know, it's out of summertime now, people are heading back to work, back to school, things like that. I think some of these more fasty food places could start to pick up a bit as parents become busier and people are more at home and more activities happening, people catching food, back to work. I don't know, to me it makes a little bit of sense.
It'll double bottom there, Chipotle.
Yeah, I think it's worth a shot there.
At some point, they're not going anywhere. At some point, you're going to catch a little bit of a bid. I've never really been, I don't know, I owned restaurant rents for a bit, I guess. But one of the names on the list, Alibaba. It's weird because Alibaba was so absurd on Friday, and then we didn't really, and then that was kind of it. Like it did the ridiculous move. They're competing chip with Nvidia, and that was sort of all the rage for a day. And to be honest, it had a really good day yesterday, and that also flew under the radar, and now it catches a bit of an upgrade. It's meandering in the middle here, doing a heck of a lot of nothing because the Chinese market was relatively weak overnight. But this one looks pretty spicy in Alibaba. I think it's in the consolidation phase after that Friday news, especially with this pullback. But 134, you closed on Friday just above that 134. They got bought up huge at the open through the 134. That seems like it could be something that gets tested here on Alibaba. So, and it wasn't just about the new, making their own chip or anything. Like they had strong growth in their cloud in the mid to high 20% range. Year-over-year growth. So that was fantastic for them. So Baba was hitting all cylinders, relatively cheap valuation compared to some other tech companies that we have here. So I do still like them. That 34 looks like a good spot here today for Alibaba. Weird that it's so strong Friday and then again on Monday without that much of a peep. I don't mind it when a stock can make moves like that and it's kind of quiet to everybody. It's a good thing. Definitely a good thing. But still lots to cover, of course, and let's get back onto the desk. I guess Raheem is stuck in this horrible Toronto traffic, which is...
Wah. The guy can walk from here. It's a 10-minute walk.
Yeah, he's not very far. And
10-minute walk.
The traffic also not that bad this time.
Yeah.
The pellet depends on where you are.
Funny, like whenever I'm late, I just blame traffic. That's what happens around here. So shout out to Raheem. Hopefully he'll come through. And if he doesn't, we can hit him up a little bit.
Who am I going to trash talk about Sunday night's game? If he's not here,
I know it's too bad that game's happening on Sunday. We talked about that already.
Oh.
Like it'd be nicer if it was like week 3 or 4.
Yeah,
but
some of the best things in the NFL schedule, the best games, like opening weekend. I don't know that that's when I want that big matchup. It's kind of how I felt about.
There he is.
Oh, there he is.
I was just saying you could have walked here, man.
Yes.
Look at that suit.
Wow. Okay, you're looking way too sharp.
Look at this guy. Got a court appearance or something? That looks really nice, man. Oh, my God. This guy's here defending Lisa Cook or something over here. All right.
He needs the help.
Looks great. Raheem is here, so we're happy with that. We heard mining names going to be discussed a little bit today. So the sharp-dressed man has arrived in the building. Handsome, sharp-dressed, looking great. It's Raheem Alani from OCI. So he's going to get all mic'd up here. He's going to kick Sharif out of his spot. And then we're going to get ready to rock and roll here in just a matter of time. Okay, well, if I can get more super chats like this, then I can buy Raheem Alani's suit potentially. I only need a couple more hundred of these super chats. Okay. Good morning, gentlemen. The super chat is in gratitude for the work that you do. Hats off to you. This is from Jorge Bados. What's up, Jorge or George? You do. Yesterday before the market closed, I took a long position in the money on Google just by put attention to what are you guys saying? Well, wait a minute. I took a long position in the money on Google just by put attention to what you guys are saying. Oh, paying attention. I think you were saying there. So yeah, I mean, that was a random thing that we talked about. I've been saying now for, how long has the show been going on? For 6-7 years, that the market is a very, very rigged machine. And yesterday you saw that happen right there, right in the forefront here, when somebody got wind of something. And Google, we talked about it. We said tomorrow's trade today is going to be Google, and that was before the news. So what's up to Jorge? And thanks for watching and for paying attention. And look, I mean, I wish any of us knew that this move was going to happen, because I mean, a lot of us, the amount of money that you could make playing options on a name like Google is crazy, because there's no way any options implied a 7% move even to week end, and then you get it in one day. So I can't even imagine the thousands and thousands of percentage points that some of these options would have been up if you would have played something like this just to hope that, a continuation into today. So there it is, man, 7%. Thank you, Jorge, for all that. I mean, that's what we're trying to do. They're at 1,000%. I don't know if people are saying that, but that's the kind of stuff that we're talking about. And yesterday we got messages about like, I made 100% on this trade or that trade or this trade. This is like, when you hit the home runs, it's always really nice to do that. So, today some of you might have hit that home run. It doesn't look like it wants to pull back at all here into the pre-market. So I would say hold tight on Google. I'm just going to get the sticky note out here. And I definitely liking the long here. So I don't think there's any problems there today. Hey, maybe that's a trend. Let's see if we can find stocks that are misbehaving, basically.
That's what I'm saying.
In the afternoon.
When you find that kind of, and it's not, we joke around saying it's algo buying, but it's so absurdly distinct. And the other thing that's been ridiculous on Google is all those mini flash crashes in the last couple of weeks have been bought up like gangbusters. And what happened, it was one on Apple yesterday as well. Like there was a mini flash crash, which usually when you lose the bid like that, it's the sign of weakness. But it was like insta-bought up. Like there was only a couple of seconds before they bought it right back up. And it's been on both of those two stocks. And lo and behold, what are the two stocks that get some positive news? So like an algo out there was definitely tasked with accumulating on those. And when we can find things like that, we try to take advantage of it. And when we can find guests like Raheem, we make sure we bring him on air so you guys can learn.
When he arrives. All right.
There he is.
There he is.
He found his way through the, we were just talking about the simple fact that the calendar flips over to September and people just appear again in traffic.
They were all somewhere. They're all hibernating.
I don't know where they go, but
summer hibernation, and they all just showed up.
It's crazy how much traffic there is. Anyways, good to see you.
Yeah.
I was reading an interesting article yesterday about the Canadian market that caught my attention simply because you and I were sitting here going back to probably March, April, around the bottom, whenever that was, April, talking about all of the sectors that were going to be affected or potentially could be affected by these tariffs when they get put into place, which we are obviously still not clear on. But it actually ended up being, it was mining, materials, and industrials were among the top 10 sectors performance-wise on the TSX to date.
Yeah.
Consumer discretionary, I think, was the first one. It was about 30% on the year. The others, 8, 10, 11% year to date. More or less a normal year, given the headlines that we anticipated to play out, yet to. A bit of a surprise.
No, and it is a big surprise because A, we didn't really know what was going to happen. That was the first piece. It could be, was it going to be 10? Was it going to be 50? Was it going to be 300? We had no idea.
Yeah.
A. B, we kind of knew with respect to oil and gas, energy, like that was kind of going to be a safe place because you can't just hike up the price of gas on innocent Americans.
Yeah.
That would be unfortunate, right? And the other sectors that we talked about, the ones that you just talked about that have gone up incrementally more, are those ones that have had to sort of do the right management tools to facilitate in case this happens. The consumer products, the industrials, mining materials, those have just gone parabolic, and we should just have a separate session like we normally do on mining because that's what's happened. But I think that's kind of what everyone's figured out how things are going to work, or what might happen.
Well, you made a good point when you sat down here this morning, simply saying that if you look at all of these charts, we'll run through a few charts here, they more or less look the same. There was April, and then there's now. And there's a huge difference between where we're trading, April to now. So let's talk about a few here. We'll start in the industrial sector. MG, that's not MG, but MG was the first one that you.
Magna's a name. Everyone knows about it. We've talked about it, not to death, but we've talked about it a fair number of times. Auto parts, tariffs, like those just are going to happen, given that they supply all over Canada, all over Mexico, all over US. Products that are coming into the country are all over there. So, but you look at that April 8th, everyone thought end of the world because Magna supplies all to the US. What's going to happen? April 8th, you saw that bottom hit, and now it's gone right back up.
That's 45%.
On a very, very large, I don't know if it's a, it's a very large cap stock in Canada, in Canadian terms. Americans are probably like ho-hum.
But like you said, one of the top of the top when it comes to what's going to be affected.
And a stalwart Canadian name, been around forever, and you don't get a 45% lift on Magna. It just doesn't happen.
Ever.
All
right, let's get through a few here. CAE, the next one.
Civil aviation, they have a normal course issuer bid in. I've always said, if you love yourself, you buy yourself. So they've been doing that, and they reinstalled that. Look at that stock, April 8th, you saw that stock go down to $21. It's back up to 25. It hit a high of 29. Exact same thing, up 40%. You could have picked up a 40% if you had the wherewithal to go and do something like that on April 8th. But we've seen that move right back up to where it was and 20% above that.
42 at the top, 28 where we are today. LNR, the next one here, Linamar.
Again, just bringing that into context, just looking at that chart. I'm looking at it right now in front of us. You look at that lift, and it's actually gone even above where it was prior to that April 8th drop-off. So we're seeing these with these industrial names just kind of keep performing. And again, it's just everyone's figured out if good management knows how to do things, knows how to cut costs, knows how to find new markets. That's going to be the big thing for all these companies because we don't know what's going to happen with the U.S.
Linamar is in which end of the world, manufacturing?
They provide technology services to manufacturing companies.
Okay, so LNR, 70% to the upside, April to today, essentially. Everybody knows Shopify. We'll stop in tech land here very quickly. This is the TSX version of Shop.
Just a quick little hi hello to Shopify there, and it is our largest Canadian name. But I think what we are seeing, it did get up. It did hit November 21, December 21 was around their kind of all-time highs.
Yeah.
I think we started creeping up right back towards that around that 150 US mark. Got up into 154.
Yeah.
And then I think there's a lot of profit taking. Still weren't sure where the world was going to go. So we've seen it trail back a bit. So it just depends on how bullish you think you want to be on Shopify, but it's getting near that all-time high again.
Yeah, nice reversal candle there yesterday, up better part of 70%.
That's what I should have said, reversal candle.
There you go.
There you
Come
go.
on, Raheem.
I'll learn trading one day, guys.
Yeah, get your technical jargon out here. ALA, tell us about that one.
This is just a nice midstream AltaGas, a nice midstream energy name. They only do 12% of their business in Asia, which means they have not diversified enough. Now, if everything is right with the US, this is going to be a fantastic play. Are they going to be able to get that figured out? That is one of those names that, let's just see what happens on the US side.
So
what will they be able to figure out?
I mean, 20%. Sorry, it's only 20% for an ALA. But when you zoom out, again, the point here is simply, if you zoom out and go back to when Raheem and I were sitting here having this conversation earlier in the year, essentially saying these are the areas of the world that we have to be most concerned about.
Right.
To see 50%, 60%, 70%, 115% returns April to now, it's just remarkable.
Yeah, no, it's been incredible to see. And again, the energy names haven't had that as much of a delta because generally they are ensconced in their businesses.
Takeover offer here for MEG, M-E-G.
Yeah, this is a name we've talked about many, many times. Strathcona put in an unsolicited. MEG said no to it. Cenovus, which is a very large energy company, put in a takeover on it. They are at $27.25 on the takeover. That was announced about 10 days ago. And it's trading at $28.50. So somebody knows something. Is Strathcona Waterous going to come back with another bid to move this up? Potentially. This one is very backed with debt, but it's a very good opportunity on the Canadian side. But look at what that might be, because again, if it's trading 4% above a premium takeout offer, something might be going on.
Yeah, nearly 52-week highs for MEG, not near all-time highs, but pretty much close. You had an interesting note on India here, conference coming up.
Yeah, no, India's, with everything that's happening and wherever Prime Minister Modi goes, we don't know exactly what's going to happen, but the Indian economy has been gangbusters. It's been rolling. And as we've chatted about here, I've had the privilege to be appointed as the chief representative in Canada for India's Chamber of Commerce. And for the first time ever, there's going to be a conference happening in India, September 18th and 19th. So if you happen to be in India, please drop us a note, and we'd be happy to see if we can get you in there. But there's going to be about 400 people, 20 countries, so each country is going to bring 10 delegates to this conference. You're going to have 20 countries, 10 people from each country, 200 people from India, all meeting on a business platform for India's Chamber of Commerce 100th anniversary. So I think it'll be a really interesting mix, because you might meet somebody from Germany who's looking at India, and you happen to be sitting in Saudi Arabia, and then all of a sudden there's a business combination that happens over there.
I mean, it's still absolutely exploding. We were trying to figure out how to make the timing work to maybe
We'll try and get some content for you guys while we're over there. I mean, it is a small time difference, but we'll see what we can do. But there is going to be a fantastic business opportunity. So drop Brendan a line if you want to come and attend the conference, and we'll see if Raheem can work it out for you.
Raheem will pay for it. Glad you made it.
Yes.
Good to see you as always.
And happy back to school to all the kids.
Yeah.
My little guy, my nephews, all starting brand new schools. So good luck to everybody starting school. And me and Neil are gonna have to have a side bet real quick on Sunday night. So drop in the comments what the wager should be on Ravens Bills.
No comment, apparently.
They can drop it in the comments. We're giving it to the audience. Whatever you want me and Neil to bet, Ravens Bills, we will make that wager, and then one of us will fulfill that wager right here on the show next time I'm back in studio. We're going to fulfill that wager. Maybe it's the death chip thing.
I don't know if Neil wants to go down that road, but
I just threw him on the spot. So
No, but hold on a second. First of all, I've painted my face on the show. I've done for all kinds of bets. It's
didn't know all
you
of
don't
this.
want a humiliation bet from the
He's done a few
crowd.
things.
That's what you don't want.
They bet. I think it was a World Cup, or maybe it was a Euro Cup.
No, it was a Euro.
And-
It was Euro Cup.
Yeah, and Italy won, and Neil had to put a time.
all right, well, I'm willing to make that wager, but we have to leave it to the audience, Neil. We have to let them drop it in the comments. Best comment. That's the wager. I'm in.
Done. Thanks, Raheem.
Here.
I mean, I don't know how Raheem's allowing our chat to determine.
That's a horrible decision.
He's going to get.
It's a terrible decision.
All Neil wants is a little sticker on the face. I mean, this could get nasty out here.
Shave your head. Someone just said.
Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying. You can't
The
get too
death
kid.
chip, which would be the Packy chip.
Yeah.
We're not doing the Packy. We're not.
This is
doing
what
the
I'm saying.
Packy
Now
chip
it's
challenge.
getting out of hand
That's
here.
absolutely not happening. No, we could ghost pepper, pineapple pizza. We've done pineapple pizza before, so
None
that's
of
kind
these,
of like
none of these are good.
like that's old news. You guys can come up with something
need
better
other
than
things
that.
in
But there's a lot of Ravens fans apparently in this chat, and I don't think the game matters that much. Outside of the fact that these are the two best teams, I forget about the Kansas City Chiefs. I think the two best teams in
In the AFC.
In the AFC, and that's one of these two teams is going to the Super Bowl, in my opinion. So,
Yeah.
it'll be a big battle. And
say that's probably
I
right.
wish Baltimore all the best, except for on Sunday. But Shopify, the reversal candle, those are good, right? That's what that looks like.
I love Shopify.
Been pulling back, and a nice little reversal here on Shopify. So if you like these types of setups, we were just talking about Palantir pulling back and then maybe catching a bit at the 50. Tesla pulls back for a few days and then follows trend. And sometimes you see something like this and you have a little bit of a trend now that you've made a temporary bottom at a prior high there on Shop. HIMS is moving around.
Yeah, we just
now.
heard some more.
Yeah, and we just
there. Google taking out highs as well. Google now up 7%.
Google's an absolute beast, but HIM's bouncing off of the 200-period moving average as well and catching a bit of a bit. Didn't see any news on it, or hear any news, I should say, but that's a decent enough spike that you would think there might be something going on. So relief rallies everywhere, apparently, and HIMS is getting some love as well, up 4%. But Alphabet 7, Apple 3.8% to the upside. Palantir just took the high of the day. It's up a point as well. So so far so good. It is looking like a pretty bullish morning. There's not a heck of a lot that's weak. Even Dollar Tree gained back some of the losses from aftermarket.
Sure, what is weak there?
There's not much.
Amazon was going
Not
down
much.
A little bit. It's now flat. Amazon's flat. Yeah, thanks, Raheem. All right, it's 9:08. That was some good talk there. Some takeout candidates, buyouts, this and that. It was a good one. Thanks, Raheem, for coming through one more time. And there's lots of different spaces. I know we always talk about pretty much primarily the tech space as far as the trade is concerned, but obviously to diversify, there's some love for that too. And I'm very diversified, but it's just now the tech names have really started to fly. And Shopify, we always mention that. And the Canadian banks have
they've been great.
Oh boy. I just looked up my largest Canadian holding, even including the CDRs, which I'm all loaded up in tech names, is actually now Bank of Nova Scotia and BNS. Look at this chart here.
I think I still have
this has just been, this is in Toronto, but you can grab it in New York as well. It's BNS, same type of ways. But this is one that just gets dripped in all the time into the account. And I mean, this has just been Canadian banks, what? Like this was $63.85 and change, and it's not alone. I mean, if we go over here in the U.S. side of things, I mean, you guys may be more familiar with a TD Bank. It's very, very similar there. TD Bank went from last year's this quarter, they lost $181 million. This year they made $2 billion, something like that. So look at this move, 78 up to 103, 104. It's not going to be as much as Bank of Nova Scotia, but all the banks are making these kind of moves. Straight fire, very similarly to what's been happening on the U.S. side of things as well. So Canada, much more than just energy and timber. Timber!
Timber?
I think something falling around here
Lumber.
pretty soon. The studio is getting ready, man. We were sitting at some of these desks behind us yesterday.
Testing
getting ready
lighting.
for a whole new move happening here. We'll be flipped around eventually, and it should be a lot of fun with what we're putting together right here. And the big boss is in town today, so everyone's scrambling to work hard, make it look like everybody's busy. Around here. When he's not here, I don't hear anybody. No, I'm just joking. Yeah, it's really busy today, so that should be fun.
Networking cables coming in.
The networking cables are coming in. We should just go all Wi-Fi, right? And then, yeah.
Oh,
no risk to that.
No, that's not
at all. But
wired connection to trade.
yes, that's
same.
very important. I remember when I was opening up offices, it was always like
Gotta
people
have
always used to
wired.
ask about Wi-Fi. I think it's a little bit more accepted now.
It's
because
better now than it was years
with
ago.
all the
but-
mesh and all that stuff, you guys
Still.
can get great Wi-Fi connections. But
Well, this is a good one. So, no, that's not bad.
people trade on the beach, man. People like, what do you think? What life I'm trying to?
We've seen plenty of.
I mean, this is the life I'm trying to get to, man. I'm trying to be here a couple more years and just chilling out on the beach.
Swing trading is a bit different, though.
Me and Randy gonna go ice fishing. I'm gonna be trading Google ice fishing. Yeah,
Oh,
man.
hell.
And this is what I'm saying. Because I'm gonna get a place up north.
Ice fishing.
But when it's summer, when it's winter, what am I gonna do, Neil? What are you gonna do? Just sit around and
You don't
drink
have to
coffee all
ice.
day?
You don't have to ice fish, though.
Yeah, you do.
I've
Ice
turned
fishing
down
was fun.
every single ice fishing invitation that I've gotten. My
I've never been ice fishing, so.
My wife's youngest sister, her husband he's big into it, and they live like 5 hours up north.
Yeah, well, I would never go that far, but
And I'm like, no, that's good. You guys have fun. You're not going to catch me out there with you.
no, I would
I'll do it
definitely.
once, maybe, but no, maybe once. I'll try anything once, really, when it comes down to it. But
Yeah, good. I mean, you should try ice fishing. I've never tried it.
I can guarantee I'm not going to like. Just not going to.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna come right to Brazil. What's up, Lyndon Meyer?
Now,
Is that where
Brazil,
you're
I
at
can
there? You're in Brazil over
That's
there? You
better.
can't do any ice fishing in Brazil, though, my guy. All right, 9/11. Let's go something called the watch list. Let's go discuss it.
True.
64.25, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract. So we definitely defended that area we spoke about yesterday, 63.75, the area low back from the 20th of August to the 22nd. So we held that area. We were also below 20 on the RSI. So we bounced right back up. We're showing 50 here, Brendo. So we're going to look at 64.75 as our initial resistance level if we continue trending up, with the overnight high being 64.60. If we sell off for whatever reason, we're going to look at yesterday's low, 64.25 as support.
All right, let's go. Lots to understand this morning. If you haven't done so yet, grab the watch list. It's free. Why not? Go down to the description of this video right now. Top link will take you to the sign up page. You need your email address, and that is all. It comes right to your inbox then. Every single morning. Google, I mean, we can maybe even combine these top two. Google and Apple to the upside in a big way here. If you missed it after the close yesterday, we get this favorable ruling for Alphabet on the antitrust case. So remember, everybody wanted to buy Chrome. Probably not going to happen.
No, probably not, Brendo, unless they win on appeal somehow and it all changes. But this is really interesting for both companies. So they're not going to have to divest either Android or Chrome. So they're going to be able to continue to collect information on that and, develop Gen AI. They're going to also be able to enter into these agreements with companies like Apple, paying Apple about $50 billion a year. However, they're not going to be exclusive agreements, meaning that Apple can actually go and, contract somebody else, perhaps like an OpenAI. Just give you an idea, Google spent about $26 billion in 2021 on default search engine agreements with partners like Apple, Samsung, Mozilla, etc. And the lawsuit goes back to Trump 1.0, actually, back in 2020, arguing default search deals entrenched its search monopoly. So this judge basically saying, look, AI is super nascent. I don't want to make a decision that's going to affect the course of, the future for AI. So here's what I'm giving. Very, very basic decision, Brendan.
Interesting angle on this as well as the Tesla question mark. Remember, Elon was bringing up the simple fact that if OpenAI becomes the Chrome of AI apps on platforms like Apple or Android, is that going to be legal or an antitrust issue as well?
Very interesting.
He was essentially saying that they should all, Perplexity and obviously Grok and everything he's doing, XAI, should have the same capability to be able to be on these platforms as well. Apple, on the other hand, to the upside on that win as well, because that's a lot of revenue coming into their pocket. So 2 here to deal with, guys. Google or Apple today?
Both?
Best part about it.
You can
We're getting
pick one.
All right, see you, Raheem. We're getting some survivor pool picks. All right,
I don't know who we're
are we
picking.
still talking about stocks? All right, see you, man. See you.
We want to be long both of them? That's the best way to think about it. Like, I don't think you have to.
Google's like Green Bay and like Apple's like the Bills, maybe.
I don't think you have to. Yeah, I don't think you have to pick today. I think both of them look really good. Alphabet, this is a continuation of something that was already happening on Google. So, this had not only been trending up, but had broken out above trend line and then was trending into what, in theory, was setting up for a pretty clean 215 break. what are you going to do? Like, it was really set up for a 215 break that just happened overnight. So at this point, when you're up this high, it's a blue sky setup, and I don't have levels for blue sky setups. I just look at things like VWAP and the pre-market low. Like, that's it. This is a big win for them, and we've sort of gone over all the reasons why they didn't necessarily get enough credit for the other segments of the business, and everyone was sort of focused on the search and this aspect. So this is going to be great for them. And then when we come down to Apple here, it's a little bit weaker. So I think I have to start looking at Apple first because it's under VWAP of that 3.5%. And it is potentially pulling back into prior high. Like on the daily, it's 235 is that prior high, so that's the level that I'm looking for the dip here in Apple. I think we have a decent chance of that one coming back in, just given the way that it's selling off. Google's only been going up so far, so I think Apple's the one that has a better chance to get the first dip. But for Alphabet, I think as long as it trends up, you're looking at VWAP right now for a pullback, and Apple seems a little more likely to come into 35 before that happens.
Yeah, what's up, Chef Joe? Yeah, that Tesla's been amazing, and let me know if you want to sell me one of your Model Ys. Yeah, so right into here, I have written down here for Google, I should edit this because I have to push enter and get all these going here. But I have Google 223 as well, VWAP, pre-market entries, basically. I don't know if we're going to do Apple as well with this story or not, but for me, you can go find it all over there on the sticky note. And I just think that's 223 right there. I don't think we're going to drip into that, but you never know. You never know what's going to happen right off the open. I could see some profit taking. Like I said, anybody that has Google that's trying to swing it or has an option or anything like that, I could obviously see some exercising here right off the open, which could force a sale. So I would think anything into this 223 seems to be pretty gold for me. And then I said use VWAP. Well, VWAP is not the greatest on this chart because I don't have it 24 hours. But right into here, that's where it would be 224 or so. So I feel like dip buying into that area for Google is something. I mean, I like the stock. I'm not going to sit here and talk about the reasons why I like it. I mean, Sharif and Neil just sort of pounded the table on the story. So let's just trade it long. I don't want to be short the name. I don't think it's a bull trap. I don't think any of that stuff. Google continues to win. Thing is, there's more ETFs now than stocks. Well, let that sink in, right? So this is the thing. When you have this kind of instant buying happening every month in everybody's account, it just creates euphoria when names start to go. Like people may be underinvested in Google and now want to get a piece of it, and even up 7%, people get this FOMO. People make decisions like this all the time. So I would just say be careful with the long breaking early, but definitely dip buying anything like this. I really like Google, and I can't see myself pushing the long straight off the open, but that's probably going to be right. I guess you got to wait for 230. Like I don't know. It's off to the races right now, waiting for pullbacks in Google. But wow, what a day! And this is a good day. Sometimes I say don't look at your long-term account. I would say yeah, you're getting close. You're bouncing off the 50 period for the Nasdaq, which is really good. Look, my largest holding is still the S&P 500, right, followed by the Nasdaq. But some of these individual names are getting spicy one more time. So, okay, yeah, I really, really like Tesla. Actually, it's not even on the list. But let's go back over and find out. I don't know if we're just going to skip Apple. We only have 12 minutes. But Apple strength, Google strength, and then Dollar Tree.
Touch on it quickly there. It's basically the same story for Google and Apple today. Here's DLTR earnings coming in a little bit worse than expected. Initial move was higher. The call, I did see a couple of comments coming through, but we're back to basically lows here right now, 102 for DLTR. I mean, it's not a huge move. It could be worse.
Yeah, it's 7 2/3, Brendo. And when I was looking at it, it was initially positive. So let's talk about how they did. Their adjusted EPS came in at 77 pennies. That beat the street's expectations of 42 pennies. Not bad. Their total revenue came in at 4.57 billion, topping the consensus estimate of 4.48 billion. So an easy beat on the top and bottom line. And their net sales grew 6.5% year over year, supported by a 3% traffic increase. And that's not comps. So that's just basically all their new stores, as well as the ones that were open a year and more. Now they're guiding fiscal year net sales between $19.3 to $19.5 billion. That's up from the prior guide of $18.5 to $19.1. So not a bad guide there. Their comparable store net sales, though, expected to grow 4 to 6%. They guided earlier 3 to 5. So another beat there. Adjusted EPS outlook, they also lifted that $5.32 down to $5.72. The prior guide was $5.15 to $5.65. So I need to do a bit more of a deep dive, Brendo, because it was a beat on the top and bottom line. They guided higher, but they're down 7 3/4.
If you zoom out here, 100 is actually a decent level going all the way back to July, summer, I should say, of last year. So maybe just a pullback here. From that standpoint, actually a decent opportunity, possibly, guys.
Yeah, I think it was just the quarter outlook that was not that great here for Dollar Tree, but it doesn't really matter. Like, at the end of the day, that's a huge trend reverse for the stock. It kind of is what it is, man. And the 100 level's already bounced once. Maybe you look for the bounce there again, but it's done 1 million shares in volume. That's not huge. I joked to Sean, like, DLTR, they mean PLTR, because that's the stock that we actually look at every single day. No, maybe you can bounce off 100, but in the actual, I think you definitely need to give this the 3-day rule, because that's a trend break. It's lost the 50 period in here. Even if it gets a relief rally, like, I'd be thinking 06 and 08 are areas to maybe look for a fade trade. But speaking of PLTR, because as I said, the pattern continues off the 50 period. It's on my list today just because of this, or these bottoming tails and the riding of the 50 period moving average. And now it's trying to break away from that 158 level. So it's pretty simple. If it holds 158 at the open, like, it's already broken out this top, that 58 from yesterday, so it has to hold this at the open and then go from there. If it dips under 156, it is a mean revert at some point in the late morning if we get under 156, because it's closed above the 50 period every single day that it's tested. So on Palantir in particular, if it gets underneath that price, I'm biding my time and looking for that moment for the mean reversion. Consecutive closes, it's like 7 or 8 in a row, testing that 50 and then closing above. So that makes me bullish on Palantir today.
Yeah, I really like some Palantir every day, but today for me, what about Tesla right here? 336 long breakout news on robotics, positive mentions, Optimus cruising around right here. So I think for me, 336 right here on Tesla, a break long. You're trying to sort of base out here on TSLA, looking to break through. I mean, it's not really a breakout until you break through this 365 area, but trying to bounce and trying to get going here. Positive mentions all morning for Tesla, up 1.7%, much outpacing the market here. Look at the shiny thing in the store with Google and Apple, but Tesla right now could be something that also works out. And then we're not going to get to it, but I do like Open Door as well, breaking out again off that $5 mark. So, it's at the bottom. Okay, so we'll talk about Open Door when it gets there. But again, another idea that we're working with. So let's go Tesla, as people are saying there in the chat. And I guess Donald Trump is driving that red thing around the White House, I guess now, because now they're friends again. So I don't know, was that a Model S?
Friends, or are they just like not?
Oh, they're best friends, man. These guys are best friends. All right, let's go back over the desk.
Well, just for play.
Yeah.
A red Model S plaid. Here's Macy's. Huge move here. Better part of 15%. There is this level. If you go all the way back to February, March, which is 1580, 16-ish. We're not there yet, but decent report here for Macy's.
Quite good, Brendo, and the tariffs were not as much of an impact as they were guiding the previous quarter. So here's how they did, guys. Adjusted EPS came in at 41 pennies, destroying the 18 pennies expected by the street and more than double the consensus there. Revenue of $4.81 billion beat the 4.76 expected by the street, but it is down year over year. They actually printed $4.94 billion this time last year. Net income, their take-home money, $87 million, or about 31 pennies per share. Again, that's down year over year. They took $150 million home as profit last year. They raised their full-year EPS outlook to $1.70 to $2.05. That's up from the prior guide of $1.60 to $2. The revenue guidance as well lifted, Brendo, $21.5 billion to $21.45 billion for the full year, up from the 21 to 21.4 previously guided. It includes, though, the guidance that is, includes expected tariff impacts, which now Macy's says is baked into the forecast. CEO Tony Spring said revamped stores stores and refreshed assortments are what's driving the increased customer engagement and some of the growth categories that his company is experiencing. Denim, women's contemporary apparel, and watches. And he emphasized, Brendo, a leaner inventory to kind of keep costs down as the tariff impact continues to kind of manifest.
We were just talking about also on the retail side of things, we were just talking about Ford, 3.9% increase in August sales. Didn't do anything on that number, but worth noting here, a decent level for Ford as well, guys.
Yeah, Macy's 11% short float and trades at like 7 times. Yikes. Usually that's not a good, sometimes it's not a good sign when you're single digits in the PE because it just means that no one is expecting any growth out of you, but a squeeze can certainly be the case. The only thing I don't love about it is already at what the double top from the beginning of the year was at $16, and it already, not reversed is the wrong word, already bounced away from that $16 level. So I think a pullback proved that you can hold VWAP at the open because the move has gone from step A to step B here to that $16 level already. So if it can't break through 16, I think you got to be patient for Macy's for some dip buys. But it's not necessarily, it didn't make the list. It'll certainly be on a watch today for sure because of that short float. But it's already made the most of its move. Whereas the name next on the list is finally closed above that 5 and has, I believe, room to go.
I think you're looking to look at a name like Target again, that it's kind of like, it's not getting an upgrade or anything like that, but it kind of reminds me of, we looked at Chipotle before, and this actually has much more memory all the way back into April, where we hold this $90 or so mark. You know, we talked about this trying to break out here, and never really happened. We got one day, that was earnings day, so we don't really have the breakout in Target that we were sort of hoping. I thought, you know, we were talking about it basing, and then trying to break this, but again, the same memory that comes in for the bottom comes in for the top. So, you know, I think if you like retail, and I know Macy's is a different name than Target with it being clothing primarily, but I think this is a good area here for TGT. I don't know. I just like too many tech names to be running into Target, but I think that that's a decent area as well. So, all right, back over to the desk. 3 minutes left.
Nice day yesterday for Open Door. We're extending, I mean, it's coming back in a little bit here. We're extending that, though, once again this morning on decent volume. Not a heck of a lot as far as news, though.
No, as we get more interest rate talk, Brendo and Waller was just on TV saying we're going to have multiple cuts by the end of the year. Didn't describe what multiple was, but we're already pricing in a couple. There's this as well, Brendo. Open interest changes here for September 3rd. No pun intended. So apparently Tesla and Open saw the greatest growth in the open interest. Make of that what you will.
Yeah, and Lucid as well. The guys were talking about that a little bit yesterday, but more to come possibly here, guys, for Open today.
Well, just quickly on Lucid, like every single day on after the reverse split, going to be looking for the short. This time into like an 18.10 and then the 19 area. But Open Door, it closed above $5. It's been rejecting $5. We kept pointing it out that that $5 would break and then we would fail it within the same day. Well, it was able to get there and hold and now consolidate over. So it's, you know, it's pretty simple. As long as we can hold that on a dip in the 5, that's where we look for it. If it can't, if we don't get any bounce, as the imbalances have come on in here, if we don't get any bounce right away at the $5 level, then I can be patient for a reversion for it to reclaim that level. NEO is an early sell of 2 million shares. That's a pretty decent size for NEO. Macy's a buy of 550,000, Snap 250,000. That's not the smallest. And then Open 200,000 sell on Open. But NEO, that's actually a pretty decent size sell on NIO. Did it move? No. Barely even moved on a 2 million sell imbalance for NIO. That's weird.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Look out for those tickers on the imbalance locator. People asking about the sticky note. It's right here. It's also on Instagram. You can see, you just go like this, Google, Apple, Open Door, Tesla, TQs, and then there's the note right here. So on Instagram, I'll put this in the chat if you guys want it. We're on Instagram and we're on X, so you can go find both of those if you are interested to know what I'm going to be trading today. Just to start off with here, you might as well go to Google. I think the first trade we'll be into is Tesla, but we'll have to watch out for Google. So Tesla, again, I'm going to try to take out, join this move here at 336. We just got into it and then faded back out there. And again, we do have those imbalances, so something to look out for over on that side of things. Apple, I wrote down 237 possible low there, and that's what it's trying to bounce off right here. That's the 200 period moving average. I don't want to take anything right now at the levels that I wrote down, just too early. But, you know, if the market does fall, the other name obviously is the TQs, as they're all pulling down a little bit right now. So watch out to get a couple fills here around 88 for the TQQs. Google, Apple, Tesla, open door at 5, and that's about it for me. So here we go.
Oh, that's right. And the opening bell brought to you by VinFast VFS. You can find them, and let's ring it in. How about right about now? Oh, there was also news on SMR. Good story for SMR, but it's so far away from 37.5. I don't know if we're going to get it. Apple is. You probably just heard Sean mention that Apple off the open did bounce off that 37. Maybe we won't get 35 after
Tesla got
all.
washed too.
Tesla just hit lower.
Tesla hit 333. Right there. Tesla just dropped down $3 basically. Right there off the jump. So now Apple's going down. Everything's coming back in just a little bit now. Tesla's trying to find a base there at this 333 where we've got VWAP chilling out. But I don't know, man. It is starting to get a little bit nasty right there for Tesla. We'll wait for it. I said, and I sort of said, there goes Apple. Apple does go up to 238 and then now is fading around this 237 marker. So I still think it's a little early to be into all of this as people look like they're trying to sell the news.
Boeing gapped down.
Boeing, I just heard that story about Boeing. They're gapping a little bit there. So Adair's going to go over the story in a minute with us on Apple, Boeing if she gets it. But Apple's the move right now down. So is Google, man. I remember I said this, there should be some profit taking at some point here in these names, right? So no surprise here as Google looking a bit lower as well. We wrote down 223 for Google. I don't know, that seems a little bit low, but here it comes right now into 225.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Boeing down
take a little bit.
About $3 off of the open instantly. I did grab loose. I said I would short Lucid into that 18.10 area from yesterday. If that breaks, wait for the 19. But it is Apple holding up pretty decently here. It's not into 235. So if we end up liquidity grabbing the pre-market low, I'm still going to wait for 235. But if we liquidity grab this low, I can always get back in on a quick little trend break over 37. But for now, we're trending back in to the downside 100% here on this name. And then SMR was another one that was a little bit of a late addition to the list. That is a huge reversal on SMR. It just dropped $1 to get right back above VWAP, so 37.5. I already canceled my order down there. This might end up being a breakout trade instead on SMR. Got to be long.
All right, we have one trade on right now. It's Google. We're long right here at 225.60. So 30 cents in the money. We're going to see if it wants to continue to make higher moves here into Google, but we got to wait still. So quick in and out. Like, so we took it right here at 80. We got some more at 25, and we got some out at 85. So, you know, a nice little up and down here for Google, but it's still got to go if we're going to do anything with this name. Apple's still trying to dance as well. Tesla right here. Wow, Tesla, like this is getting killed.
What is happening?
Right now, Tesla, big move to the downside for Tesla, but it's all about Google for me, man. We're really crushing this right here on Google, but yeah, Tesla losing its way. I mean, Google's got to go. We're not really doing anything yet, but let's see if that wants to get to the upside here. I'm waiting for 226 break now on Google, and yeah, Tesla, congratulations, man. You're just getting absolutely kicked down to 231 and change. Let's go Google. Let's figure out what's going on with Tesla. What's up, Adara?
So here's the Boeing news, which is actually not necessarily negative. WestJet announcing that they're expanding their fleet here with an order for 67 Boeing jets. This is apparently their largest order in WestJet's history for Boeing. So now they're going to have, I guess, the total firm order is 123 aircrafts. Again, WestJet expanding here its orders with Boeing, 67 Boeing jets, including 60 737-10s. Back to you.
WestJet getting a lot of love with people hating on Air Canada around here, for sure. But yeah, Boeing really weak on that. But Lucid just broke that 1810, so we're out of that. SMR is continuing to rally as it just got through 40.5 or 240.5 after breaking out the top. Already a bit of a reversal candle coming in on SMR. I'm trying to get more at the volume weighted average price in here, see if we can't double up on the breakout trade. But it's the one thing that's crazy to me is Apple's not doing much of anything. Like, I thought that'd be the first thing we got into. I'm going to see if I can't get that 40.5 on SMR. But Apple is really starting to come back into that 230. Just hit 236. Could be heading into 235 as well as that continues to go down. But the breakout on SMR definitely continuing here as that name, Tennessee agreement, still has that good short float as well, up 7.5.
All right, good trade there on SMR. We're almost at our day goal right now, but it's pending because I don't want to get out of anything, and I'm not sure what this Tesla wants to do, man. Here it comes right back in. We got to watch out for 330. If
330?
Yeah, if we break 330, I mean, I'm long here right now. We're long at 331.48. We got some out just slightly above 332 and whatnot, but oh boy, here it is, man. We said that where the money would be flying in today, Neil, and it's in Google. So right there, $1.30 now in the money on Google as it just taken off right there, back up to pre-market highs one more time. So we have the low of the day here on Google and the high of the day on Google. So we got to be pretty happy with that one. Not so happy with this one. I'm going to take one more shot down here on Tesla, and then we're going to give it to a 330 break. So 329 like and change, breaking lower there on Tesla, and we gone on this name, but really happy getting some out there on the top of Google. The name is just doing what it's doing. I mean, there it is right back into the highs again. This is why you got to take some stuff out and never count those chickens before they hatch, because this is a wild ride here today. Neil mentioned Apple was dancing around a little bit there.
It's still falling.
So still falling. So yeah, so this news just slightly coming out of the stocks right now, because if you think about it, this was a surprise judgment. So, you know, that probably took the market, and we said that there could be some selling early in these names as traders wake up and say, oh my gosh, to these plays. And, you know, it's working out on Google right now, the dip buy opportunity. We'll see if at some point it wants to work out on Apple. But look at the market, man. The market is what's hitting lower now.
We didn't talk about chips. Nvidia just went red and tagged $170, right? So, you know, you do have AMD's down a half a point here, so it's not as if we covered absolutely everything. But let's look, before we go to Adara, Amazon breaking out and relatively strong. No questions asked. Let's go over to Adara, but Apple's at that 235, so I'm looking for my reversion now.
Keep an eye on Reddit. I'm not seeing any news on this, but RDDT really strong, roughly 700,000 shares traded on the day, so volume still isn't huge, and it's pulled back a bit, but good look for Reddit. Now, LYFT is also going to be on watch here. The company just announced the pricing of its $450 million convertible senior note offering. So here's LYFT, again, announcing the pricing of its $450 million convertible senior note offering. Now, at 10 a.m., we do have a notable piece of economic data. That'll be the JOLTS job opening, so stay tuned for that in about 23 minutes. We do not, though, have any data at 9:45. Back to you.
No.
Almost. Well, almost everything.
I mean, Google's ripping, but yeah, Apple. Like, I mean,
there's individual names that are going. Like Google's going, Tesla's going down. SMR is still looking relatively strong. I forgot to look at the other sympathy plays, but it almost doesn't matter. But Apple just tagged that 235. Thank you, Jorge, for the super chat in here. Okay, lunch is on you. Cash out your one bag. Appreciate the super chat, Jorge. That was the second one. I think we got one from you earlier as well. So appreciate that for sure. The other name that we were looking at for the open, pun intended, was Open Door. It just bounced not quite off $5. I was sitting at $5.05 to start along in front of $5, but it bounced off $5.10. So this is at least holding up and giving you a bounce as the market's coming back in here. It's more of a squeeze name, so if the market continues to drop, this could be a nice little safe haven play for Open. I just wanted to get back in and maybe retest that low. Thought we'd be looking at 5 even instead of 5.10. In a stock like that, usually if you're long in front of 5, like I want 2s, 3s, 4s, maybe some 5s. I just heard it was a swing trader buying Reddit. That's the story?
I heard something similar to that as well, so I don't really know. The only trade,
beast mode.
Yeah, the only trade that we're losing on, well, we've only taken 2 trades. I mean, obviously, this Google trade is just hot fire. But we've taken a couple shots here on Tesla, and it hasn't worked. I just tried a 230 break there again, and it didn't work. I thought maybe Tesla wanted to get going there through 230, but it doesn't look like, 330. It doesn't look like it, there it goes. It doesn't look like it wanted to do that, so we'll take another L there on Tesla. So just a couple defenses here, and see, and then it tries to bounce, and then I think like, okay, is there buying back into this again? But it, you know, the answer to that I think is no. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening here with Tesla. Maybe if we break 330 again, but look, just stick with the strong names. I mean, here's Alphabet. The story is what it is, and you're coming right back up in here. Let's take another piece. Huge move now. There it goes. Darn, only to have traded this one would have been fine. But yeah, it's Tesla right now that's downside, so we should have probably done something more with that name and either left it alone or not. Apple's trying to find a way as well, now trying to get back in. We said 230. support, and that was right off the open, so we didn't like it. But maybe now we're finally trying to find some kind of support here on Apple. But it kind of looks like Tesla a little bit, where it's just dropping in. We're now $2 in the money on Google, so that's working out. It looks like they're buying Google and selling a little bit of Apple on that news here. So yeah, man, we'll try a little bit more on Tesla because it's bouncing off 329, but that trade has not worked at all. So right now, Tesla and Apple and Google and all that, three big names for us. And then
by the way,
yeah, go ahead with SM.
Now a triple top at $40.50. I think it was the right decision to try to take that one out there. It's bouncing. It looks like it's going to try to bounce off VWAP again, but SMR 8%. It just can't get through 40.5. So trying to dip by. We got 39.7 before. We'll look for 39.8 this time if we can get that little bit of a dip. And Palantir is now underneath that 50 period again. So hunting for that trend to continue where it loses the 50 period on the daily and catches a bid. Adara at the desk. What do we have?
Keep an eye here on the market as we have comments from Fed's Muslim coming through. He's saying that he wants more data to determine the tariff impact on inflation. So that's here coming from Fed's Muslim, again, looking for more data to determine how tariffs might be impacting inflation. It's also worth noting here, Vladimir Putin of Russia speaking right now, just more on a geopolitical note, but be aware that's happening too. Back to you.
Ooh, that's good timing.
It's now $3. Yeah, what's up to timing there? It's now $3 right now, and it's Google, right? And so it's about trading it. It's the number one name on the list right here. Came into pre-market lows exactly as we wrote down, and there it goes. So it 223, like we got 224s right there. Good enough for us. It came to 224.89, bouncing off. Not even bouncing off VWAP, didn't really get to VWAP there at 228. But again, just trying to play strong names with strong stories, right? And I think we kind of lost our way with that whole idea with Tesla, because I thought Tesla there was a little bit of a better story than I guess it was there with the robotics. And it's just like this name just keeps on going down. We were able to get something out there at 330 on our 329.30, or what am I long at, 329.36 or so bid right there. But yeah, it looks like now we pay the piper one more time as the market getting low. I don't know. I mean, I don't think we're going to get red or anything today, but the news seems too good to be doing that. But hey, man, market be what the market is, and there it is now as Google just rocking topside again. I'm just going to keep getting out like 2 or 3% every time. Because I want to try to be able to hold something for the win. We've only got 25% left, but that's still a decent spot as we, again, picked it up, let it fall in, boom, to the dynamite upside. It's just that didn't work for us on Tesla, is working for us on Google. Open door, I'm bidding 05s. The low of the day is 08, so I still think that we can get into that. I still want to try this if it does come into 05, so that's a potential trade. We sold some JP Morgan yesterday.
It's dipping in again.
Google is?
No, open door.
Open door, yeah, I was just looking at it. Yeah, so 508. Low there could be something. We've also liked DraftKings as of late. Let's just have a quick check on that. I don't know if there's any IPOs coming through DraftKings. We had Mitch on here yesterday talking about potential shorting it because of NFL. I don't mind that talk either. But
college too. It's like it's just more buy the new rumor, sell the news, I guess.
Yep, exactly. Some sort of a thing like that there. And then Apple waiting to see if we can pick up a bottom here, but I don't know. I think we got to let it settle. Thought this would have been a little bit better there for Apple than what the market's giving it credit for. So still a nice little 2.5% upside play there for AAPL. Gotta like it, but it's now, wow, Neil, this Google, I know you've got SMR, or you're in Apple now, but this Google is really ripping.
And now it's 10%.
It's huge. So
I'm happy about SMR being up 10%, but it did not get back into the volume weighted average price. We like that one in the long term. I got to double check what the other energy names are doing and nuclear energy names are doing, but that one might have gotten away from us on that last dip. It did not get into VWAP. But Apple, it lost 35, but then right back, it broke trend to hold the 235 level. So I'm back into it after stopping out at the low of the day. If it's a trend break, then the prior bar is always going to be my out. 234.80 is the out there. Palantir is still falling, down 1.3%. So it's under that 50 period, but it's shown no signs of catching a bid or breaking this crazy trend to the downside. But this is a big volume candle on the 1 minute chart. I moved to a 1 minute to try and catch a trend break here. Big volume candle, putting in a higher low. If it can make the trend break on the 1 minute, then I would jump into it. After this pattern, I just want to be long underneath the 50 period moving average on every trend break that you can, because it's closed above the 50 every single day for like 7 days in a row here on Palantir. So looking for that bounce pretty much is paid off, and you just hold it the whole day.
Yeah, talk about holding something all day. I don't know the reason to ever get out of this, Google, but I'm still doing it every single time it goes up. We are now $1, $2, $3, $4 now in the money on Google. It's just not stopping right now. So as the buyers come in here, we've seen Google go like this before. We saw it go like this yesterday afternoon, where we just kept on ramping. I mean, just this was what it looked like yesterday. 206, didn't stop till 210, 211. So $5 move on no news. Let's see if we can get that here. And like I said, you never know where the bread's gonna be buttered, except for today we did. Today both Neil and I talked about how strong Google was, what kind of a play this Google was. And there it is, now it's up 9%, adding billions and billions of dollars here to Google. So yeah, huge move up. And we just keep on planting these red roses. Nothing but upside love for you, Google, today. Tesla just stopped again at 330. So we did get a piece out. This is just 1 minute charts, right? So we do have some more pieces out here. That was a good one. That was 330.20. So we actually wind up making $1 on its last little push higher, or close enough. We're at 329.26, but we like to see this one try to fly higher here to make up for all the losses that we had in this name earlier. So right now, Tesla just trying its best to get going one more time. But I haven't even looked at the chip names. The market's underneath now, which makes me think about the TQQs and where we are on this one. I had thought that for the TQQs that we were thinking about something in and around here, 87 and change. That's what I wrote down just in case it came in, 87.50. So yeah, I saw that in the chat about AMD, which is why I kind of went over to the Qs. But $4 in the money on Google, struggling today with Tesla, and apparently AMD now moving around.
Well, again, sometimes the chips just don't have a story, and that's pretty much the only reason that we're not really looking at them. Nvidia is down 0.5 point underneath the volume-weighted average price here, but if you look at AMD, it's catching all kinds of a bid here. Higher and higher. It actually just went green. Don't know why it's going to be particularly strong. It doesn't actually make any sense to me. I don't know of any story that's going on for them in particular. Yeah, it just could be one of those situations, we've seen it before, where AMD just has more momentum in it on some days than Nvidia. Palantir broke the trend. I want to see it get into VWAP. I want to reload 155. Opendoor didn't break $5. No, you did not.
No, because I didn't get long yet.
No, but it did break the local low. I was in at 11, and it broke the local bottom at 8. But $5 is the bigger level. It held right at the close with about 5 minutes to go. So I want to take shots in front of this. The same way I like that 50 period on the daily for Palantir to look for bounces, I want to look for the same thing at the $5 here on Opendoor. It is trending back in like pretty much everything else, but the market's catching a bit of a bid. I think that can get Palantir to VWAP here as, yeah, a little bit of a, I don't know if we'll get a complete V-shaped recovery, but that was a pretty big volume low that we just saw in a bunch of names. I mean, it wasn't just some of the chips. I mean, Palantir catching a bid in there. I think Tesla's catching a bit of a bid. Apple, which has been weak the entire time, I think it might be calming down here at that 35. Still feels like it's on the wrong side of the V, for lack of a better term. It's not a V, it's only down. So
yeah, all right. Let's get this going here right now. So this is where we'll just see the kind of names that you guys have been typing in so far. Shout out to the chat. Thank you for continuously supporting us, man. I mean, that's what it's all about. We only have 10% left now of Google, by the way. So I just see that coming in here. So I'm going to actually reset this because we talked about Palantir and Nvidia. We'll have to look at SoundHound today. I know they were flying around a little bit. This Tesla has been the bane of my existence today. Well, hopefully I can get a little bit higher as well. Nvidia, we just sort of looked at that. Apple, 235. We'll see if that can go there. Neil's taking a couple shots at Apple today. Google, HIMS, and IREN. So let me just go into here. Fresh start this. So now you guys, just simply by typing it into the chat, you'll be able to get your score in, and then we'll figure out which one is hot or not. That should be what the segment is called right there. But hold on a second for my
another show
friend, hot or not.
That?
There was something like that.
There was a
I don't know, but we'll have a look at that in a minute. But right now, we do have to remind everybody and thank Beta Pro and Global X for sponsoring our show here today. Beta Pro by Global X has just launched 6 new triple levered ETFs, so that's nice, for Canada and other trading opportunities. 3 times bear exposure to the S&P and the TSX 60, semiconductors and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, fee rebate time, 65 basis points until December 31st of 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek and neutralize neutralize US dollar exposure, which is what we talk about here all the time. Get this right now. If you're a tactical and sophisticated trader, go to betapro.ca/3timesdaily to learn more about their offerings. We want to thank them for continuously sponsoring our great show. So thank you to Global X and Beta Pro, the livestock visualizer. Okay, so now we're $1 and we're $4. I hope trading is going well for you over there. We're $4.50 in the money over here. Neil's got Palantir on. GameStop people want to talk about, so we'll look at that in a minute. SoundHound as well. What is going on now with GameStop? We'll call it up. I'll throw it back over to Neil.
Moving with crypto.
Yeah, okay, crypto.
The other day, GameStop was just breaking out because it was going all kinds of sideways in the daily, and when Bitcoin caught a bit of a bid, it looked like GameStop just continued to rally. So I think that could be the story over there. I mean, I don't necessarily know if that's true, but IBIT in particular, ETH is the one that broke out in a bigger way, but IBIT just cleared its high of the day by a couple of pennies and pulled back here. Of course, maybe I've just jinxed it because it was at the high before. ETH is making the bigger move than Bitcoin, as it's now up 4%. But remember, it's a 24-hour market, so that 4% doesn't necessarily mean anything to us. Come on, get to VWAP Palantir. It's right at the volume-weighted average price now. So the market's also at the volume-weighted average price. I know my rule: trend reversion. If we get to VWAP, take it out at the volume-weighted average price. I didn't even get the best price on that wick. Should have been something closer to 155 even. We got the 20s or the quarters. But so far, it's still pretty heavy to the downside. But I'm only looking long Palantir. It might continue to go down, but the whole thesis is every single day it's closed above the 50-period moving average. So I want to give it every opportunity on every single dip to be able to get that move. So Palantir so far so good. Open, we didn't get back into Open Door while we're in Palantir though. That was a bit of a miss because Open now heading back toward those highs. We got the bottoming tail thinking we'd get $5, but we never got that $5. Now we're just going to have to look for another. I don't want to be in the breakout on Open. I only want to be buying dips. I don't like the breakout trade. Prefer VWAP or the low.
All right. Yeah, thanks everybody for being here once again, man. I mean, Google's the trade of the day. Palantir was a good trade. We've had some great trades here, but if you're looking for trade ideas, I mean, you just go into here, the first trade right there, Google long. So pretty happy to have that one. And I do want to thank everybody for being here because if you look at our metrics here, I'm trying to find out how many people are watching. I got to always refresh. There's something wrong with my Google for sure. But here it is right here. So thank you to everybody for watching. 794 right now, 9,000 watching. If you guys just hit the like button, I mean, winners abound right now. I've only traded two names. I think Neil's traded 4 or 5. So, hit the like button and all that. There goes GME. We had a huge move yesterday. I don't really know what that was all about again there yesterday. We know that GME does have that Bitcoin trust. We're $5 in the money right now, total positions. So what's up, Joe, over there? I can't wait till we all have this show together. It should be a really fun time. But right into here, GameStop 2350. Looks like a decent holding spot. We've talked about GameStop over and over again because of this level, and maybe we don't talk about it enough, but you coming into here, no matter what you think about everything that's happened with this name, there's some sort of value to support and resistance in looking at technicals, right? I mean, and right there, this $22 mark for GameStop has really held. And so if it comes back into there, I think that's a good little area for concern to get long. But more outs up here, 229. Our best out is 229.30s. So we're dripping out. We only had 10% a minute ago. Now we got another piece out. Now we have 7.5%. So 2.5% every time, and then we're done. And that's a wrap over here on Google. We've had to wait a minute. We're still going to be red, unfortunately, it looks like, anyways, on Tesla for now, unless it really gets going, as we bought some dips. So we went long there. Took a shot at 330. That didn't hold, 330 twice. So that was the problem. Then we got stopped out at 329. And then we just went back in and were lucky enough not to get that out. But yeah, now Tesla's trying to go. I'm going to get one more piece out here just because I don't overly think this is super strong. But if we could take out VWAP, that's where my next spot is, 331.40. So we'll see if this can climb through VWAP and go over to Adara.
But I hear on Beam Therapeutics, BEAM. I'm not seeing any news on this, but we've really only had green 3-minute candles since the open on BEAM. I did look into the company. This ticker has rallied in the past. I do remember seeing this one before. $1.77 billion market cap. So it is on the Russell 2000, though it is not the smallest of market caps, and it has a 30% short float, more or less, 29.8% short float for BEAM. So keep an eye on the small cap mover today. Back to you.
There we go. That's a pretty sizable short float. Macy's had a smaller one. Open's got a 24% short float, I believe. Something along those lines. It's back above the volume weighted average price.
It's roughly 24.3, I believe, for Open.
There you go. See? Oh, it's kind of close.
Not close. You're basically dead on.
I was joking.
I mean, the percentages that we give are.
If I don't give 0.3, remember they're delayed by usually a month minimum, right? So a lot of times when you see a stock like Open Door like this, the reality is when it's been trending up, there's likely more shorts in it in the last month because it's been just going higher and higher, and that's what the hedgies do. Like they short pops, or sometimes they get stupid. And we were pointing this one out in the aftermarket show a couple of weeks ago that a lot of the increase in short in Open was happening underneath $1 back in July, which to me makes not a lot of sense. That almost seems a little bit like you got a bit of a death wish. But yeah, anyways, doesn't really matter. And at the end of the day, this one's trying to break to the highs. I'm long in front of VWAP because I don't want to take a breakout on the stock. Still a ways away from that $5 level for sure. Palantir seems to want to hold the volume weighted average price itself. We've got one close above on the 3-minute. Look for a little bit of continuation if it can close above that, above VWAP again, and then I'll try to get back into Palantir. And a similar thing with, I almost said NNE. SMR, New Scale. SMR got to 41.5. Last pullback into 40.5 where the sellers were this morning, right off the open. It went breakout into 40.5 with a triple top, but still going higher, up 10%. They got a deal with Tennessee. And really, it just seems like this is the early innings for some of these nuclear names. But they're actually starting to bring some money in and get some contracts, whereas before, these companies weren't exactly making a lot of coin. Another decent short float here. So it has squeeze potential here in SMR, up 10% already.
All right.
Ooh, Jolts.
Yeah, Jolt's coming at 10. So if you come over, we do have it all on our watch list. So right now, we are now a few minutes away from getting some of these numbers. Come on, Tesla. I just took another piece out right here at 330.90 on Tesla as it made a move back in. But let's just find out what is happening right here. So here it is, 10 o'clock. The Jolt's job openings number looking for 737. So we'll figure out that the 737 MAX coming through there on Jolt's. And then factory orders month over month, minus 1.3% right there. Then we have Fed at 1 and then Fed at 2. Beige book. Oh, beige book today. Who cares? That's coming at 2 o'clock. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening there with the book of beige. All right, so I'm going to wait for some Google now. I'm rating at 229.25 to see if we can get some of that. We'll go back over here and check on some Open Door real quick. Not much going on over there. Some quick stories for the day here as we go. We had Dollar Tree coming through with not the greatest of reports there. Beats on top and bottom, but then warns guides for Q3. So yeah, Dollar Tree right now, nice little downside move, and has really been bought up right there off the lows of $97, $98, but having a problem in there around 103. We've talked about Apple and Google. Apple is the one that I haven't traded. Neil's been on this name there today, and yeah, nice downside push into 234. Wow, for Apple. We wrote down 237, but when that was there at open, I was like, no, I don't want to buy a support that is current price. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening here with Apple at some point. It looks like it wants to go lower. So does Tesla right now getting into that. Zscaler, man, we really, really like the cyberspace. Zscaler battled back yesterday, and, it started with a huge move higher in the aftermarket. They reported strong Q2 earnings, 21% year-over-year growth, and then boom, just straight downside today. So here we go, Neil. This is an example that you and I talked about where we had CrowdStrike down and we missed the opportunity to pick it up on the cheap. So right here, if you look over
Fortinet
that.
too.
Yeah, Fortinet's another great example. So if you're looking over here at the space, you may want to look at some cyberscale.
And there was nothing you could point. You couldn't point to anything that I could find that was going to be bad in that report. But remember, Zscaler was the biggest of. For most of the year, Zscaler was the biggest mover in the cybersecurity space, and this is a flat bottom break. So you can't ignore what's going on. It's a big loss of support. But if this thing comes in at 250 today, that feels like it should be in all systems go. Again, with Fortinet, you couldn't point to anything in particular. And once it held low, It was a buy the next day, it was a buy the day after that, it was a buy the day after that. Eventually, it made a bit of a top after it went 10 to 15% higher. But it wouldn't surprise me after Zscaler settles today and they realize, hey, it wasn't all too bad if you don't get a bit of a bounce. But I'd give it the day. Definitely give it the day unless it does something extreme back into the downside. Macy's reported as well.
Let's go Tesla.
Macy's broke this 16, now up 19%. They raised their guidance, and this one is absolutely flying, 11% short float. It's at the volume-weighted average price as we speak, so another strong one. As we go to the desk, time for happening now. Ready.
It's also time for Jolt's job openings, which actually came out lower than expected here, 7.181 million versus 7.38 million forecast, and the previous print of 7.437 million. So again, that print of 7.181 million coming in below the forecast and the previous print. Factory orders month over month, exactly in line with estimates, negative 1.3% is the actual print versus the estimate of negative 1.3%. Core durable goods, 1%. Just below the forecast of 1.1%. But again, these Jolt's job openings lower than expected. That's going to be the key number to remember here. NASDAQ not reacting too much to this print, still holding on to support. Let's see, look at the S&P 500. Can't pull that one up. But either way, NASDAQ here, or the market trying to hold support. Apple on watch at AAPL, initially pushing higher with Google after that Google antitrust decision. Now, this is actually was viewed as positive for Apple because of the aspect of this decision that basically means that Google is not required to stop paying Apple for preloading Google products. So Apple stock right now giving up some of that move, but generally a positive catalyst for the company. Then we have Zscaler near making new intraday lows after, again, an initially strong response to earnings. They did beat on EPS and sales. And as Neil mentioned, their guidance was strong across the board, but right now not able to sustain that gap to the upside. And before we send you back to Sean and Neil, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at OGen. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Oragenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Yeah, people in the chat. Let's go, people in the chat right now. $9 right now, Neil. $8, my bad, with all of these trades as they just continue to climb, man. Climb through this. I don't know how far it's going to go, but these are nice moves, needless to say, here in the market. I don't think we expected this kind of a move. For Tesla, yes, Tesla's just back to VWAP, but it's this play right here, $6 now and getting higher for Google. I mean, like I said, you know, trader's dilemma, you always wish you had more shares, but there it goes right now for Google. And yes, mooning right now. We said that we just came off our best month ever, and part of that, almost all of that was due to, we changed up our style a little bit with how we're trading momentum names, and then we had bullish, which was a very bullish trade. But there goes Google right now. I mean, you know, 550. This is some of the plays that I think some of you guys are looking for. Those of you that have held that, we got that great super chat from Jorge here that made a nice play on Google yesterday. So thank you for lunch money there, putting $50 down. So thank you so much for that one. But look at the continuation now for Google. We talked about there could be some early selling, and that's exactly what we did. It's always awesome, Neil, when the plan works out pretty much exactly as you and I mentioned. So there's the nice little sell-off right there for Google. There's the dip buy, and there's the blast. I thought similarly moves for Apple. It doesn't look like they're trying to go yet. They've made their move down, but not really the move up. So there it is, man. I think, you know, $9 right now in total, but Google and Tesla are the only two names that I've traded. And again, just that was a great bottom down there, but took a couple of hits getting into this trade to begin with. But there it goes. Huge move now to the upside. And yeah, just celebrating what's been a pretty successful day here. I'm going to get another piece out on Google, 230.50, man, 550. We'll take it, still going higher. That's Tesla and that's Google. And there we go, man. Yeah, 550 on Google, 350 on Tesla. So far, so good. And the day's only half hour in.
We're only 30 minutes into the day, and shout out to, I see a lot, look, I see a lot in the chat that's, we try to get to UNH bleeding. I think some of that could be rotation, but someone mentioned you left something on the table. I always leave on the table in the opening rush.
Everybody does.
Everybody does, but I do it as part of the strategy. opening push to me, it's an opening push and then look for the reload. So for SMR, we got our 40.5. For Palantir, the plan was always into the volume weighted average price and then look for entry. I didn't end up getting anything clean as far as their entry goes because I wanted that bottoming tail candle, which is what we're able to get. But you have to sort of look at your own style. This is looking incredibly bullish for a reversal pattern so far, and you've got to keep in mind here, like we've only now come back to the overnight high in the NASDAQ. So as we're getting into this top, like I'd suspect you run into some resistance. And we spent most of the morning, basing out and not able to break out that high. So I think this is that spot where it's 10 o'clock. You could try to find some dip buys and some pullbacks in the names that you like to the long side. I mean, I'm looking at Palantir in particular because I just think that pattern that it's been doing the last few days, if it can hold true, should be absolutely fantastic. And yes, UNH and some of these, like it's been in that, it was part of that rotation play when tech was looking weak, this stock, it was doing pretty good. And unfortunately, when the NASDAQ rises and you've got Google and the Qs going well, UNH kind of taking it, not on the chin, 1% is, you can't say it's taking it on the chin, but certainly some of the aspect of strength here was some rotationary plays. So UNH still holding 300, I think that's pretty good for it, but overall, what do you expect? We've seen it before with tech. I'm willing to bet that things like Pepsi probably aren't doing too good either on a morning like today where the Qs are flying back to highs.
Yeah, here we go. I say, and I'm glad others are right now, traders are going to trade. Caught Tesla. Thank you, sir. What's up to Lunch 9? Lunch 911. I like that one. So shout out to you right there. Let's just see who's here right now. I mean, thank you for joining us all day. We came up with something here. They do it on the midday show. We do it on the after show. And we'll just do it now to see who's going on right now. We are now $10. We're $4.50 on each of these names, both with, look at Tesla. I mean, just an absolute monster of a move. Thank you, Jorge, for being here. What's up to Rivian Millionaire? You're always here, so a big shout out to you. Sean Hogg is here. What's up? What's up, Juan Padilla? I remember you. Where's my guy Ozan right now? Celebration time. Let's go, says Gwarev. There's your boy, Joe. Gwarev is here. What's up to Lane Carter? Darth Trader says what's up. Still here trading Pillsbury. Good. I'm glad that you are. Yo, what's up, Rivian Millionaire? He says, thanks, Sean, again. I am hearing, I don't know if it's Joe's microphone or somebody in my ear here. What's up to Chef Joe? Thanks for recommending the Tesla. That was a good one there too as well. What's up to Trade Dog and Herd Scrambler, Mr. Easy Street and everybody that's going on. But look at what Tesla's doing right now, guys. 450. We're at the 200 period moving average. That's a good enough spot to get out. So spin that one more time as we get more out there. Thank you to everybody. Thank you so much. That's the end of roll call. We'll just go like that. Thank you for supporting the show and keeping that going. But there it goes. It's Tesla, and what a day for that stock if you're able to pick up the bottom. And then you didn't need to do anything except for close your eyes and hit the bid key there with Google. And to Neil's point, everybody always leaves money on the table all the time. And we actually got a super chat from that yesterday.
Unless you buy, hold, and never get out.
Oh, yeah, no, but day trading wise.
Day trading.
Even if you buy, hold, and never get out, I mean, if you don't get out at the very top, you are.
Well, you have to get out at some point. You got to get out.
Yeah, exactly. And so for us here being, prop traders and things like that, and again, it's deceiving because we don't show the share size. So it's a little tough to know how much we're holding against each other and things like that. But the idea is that these trades will work no matter how comfortable you are with what share size you have. So whether or not you have 5 shares or 100 shares, a $7 move is a $7 move, right? And I think that's what we're all talking about, and that's why I try to do my best to tell you when I have a certain amount of units on these trades and how much we have left and all that. So right now, even just on this Tesla trade, 10% left on Tesla, 5% left on Google. So we're very, very light now. We've had that opening rush to the high side. So far so good here today. Let's just see if we can continue, trying to pick up some names with some value to them. I mean, Google up 9%. You got to sort of let it come back in before we, average into this price. The 50-period moving average is right there. We just broke the 21. So maybe we'll get a piece out now, that's just what we're doing. So we'll get another piece out right there and see if it can come back in. 226 isn't out of the question again, guys. We already got some out there at 231. So, I mean, to fall back in could see a little bit of weakness into the name just as people start to, again, capture more profit. But I want to stay in this name and I want to go long. So we'll figure this out here, and we'll still stay in Tesla. I think there's a big opportunity for that name to get higher as well, TSLA. So 450 now in the money on Tesla and 4 in the money on Google. Tesla back to 335. That's another good out. I'm going to go 334.40.
Just for Roger in the chat here, Dara did bring the JOLTS number. It was 7.18, slightly under expectation.
Yeah.
Expecting 7.38, it was 7.18. So just a slight miss on JOLTS, but it didn't seem to do anything to the markets. The market's got a jolt higher anyways there. So a good look for that. Open, I don't want to take a breakout in this. As long as it can hold VWAP, we'll just look for dip into the volume weighted average price, made potential breakout a little bit later. Still a decent short float on open door. There wasn't necessarily a particularly gigantic reason why this was up 6%. It's really just been, they received an award, the 25 R&D 100 award, but I don't think that's going to be the reason it's up 5%. This is a momentum story. This is a squeeze story. This is, retail and exuberance and all that kind of stuff. So I feel like you don't want to throw out the news in this particular case, but you want to respect the price action. Early on when it broke the low, it didn't feel like it was going to be on one, and now it's trending toward that high. So I want to hold into a break of the high of the day would be the plan of action. And Palantir,
Great idea.
Palantir it just gets right into 158. 158 has just been, like all yesterday, 4 times it held 158 and couldn't break out above that price. It goes here into 158 and again is having trouble breaking out that price. So this could be the spot where it dips into VWAP, but I'd love it so much more if it just consolidates and breaks out this local high at about 158.40. I'm taking that break because I'm just bullish on Palantir today based on that daily chart pattern that we saw. So like Palantir there for sure. And one name that we haven't really talked too much about the chips, everybody, and I get it, it's just one of those types of days. There were so many other catalysts out there, obviously. But Nvidia, I might have just jinxed it, just went back to green and into the pre-market highs. AMD was the stronger one, however, but Nvidia just caught up. Right back to the highs and now starting to pull back. So both these chip names looking strong again. That's going to help this market be able to continue the move. Because early on, it was Apple flushing, but it was also the chip names that were looking relatively weak and holding the NASDAQ back.
Yeah, so I'm into AMD, so we have a new position right now. Let's see what we want to do. Again, AMD's been a really strong name for me over the last little while. So let's just see, but it is falling back into VWAP. I want to sort of wait to see what it does in and around this area. 162 basically breaking. So no more, well, we just took a price right here at the 200 period, but I don't really want to average into this too much anymore. If it does break below this 162, then that'll be it. We'll put another bid around 162.40 or 35, something like that, and then we'll see what it wants to do. But yeah, we could, we could go red here if this does not work out for us. So we're going to go long on AMD, and just to see, the market's falling back in, so we got to try to catch some strong names here on dip opportunities, right? And so we'll wait. Like I said, it's only 10-12. I don't want to panic too much. The numbers are out there. Neil just reviewed some of those JOLTS numbers. So as Tesla went upside, we were able to get out another piece right there, 333, as we broke back down below now the 200 period moving average. So now that's in jeopardy as the whole market pulling back quite nicely into VWAP as well. We said that Google was a chance to come back in here. So we got another piece out as Neil was talking there as well, breaking through 229 to the downside. So we've done pretty good here, just waiting for some of these names to come through. But we just took a shot on AMD, and now we're reversed dollar club, out $1 now on, well, we're only out 40 cents, but it is starting to now get going here on AMD to the downside as the whole. Yeah, exactly. The whole market is turning around.
Maybe they changed their mind on JOLTS?
No, JOLTS doesn't really even matter.
No, it doesn't. I don't think it matters that much, to be honest with you. That JOLTS number, but sometimes it does move. Palantir does not seem to want to pull back with everything else. Like I'm looking up, we might get open back into the volume weighted average price, but if we're headed back down, I'm going back over to the 1 short. I was in Lucid early. I didn't give it a ton of room, but I'm not going to give Lucid 18s to 18.5. I think that's just a little bit crazy, giving up 3%. But it's back at that $18 level, and that's where VWAP is. So I want to try a continuation play. Give it right back into that 18.10 to 15, and try and pick up the 18 short on Lucid. Reverse split, there's no news on it, just reverse split. Right. Reverse split stocks, I mean, they tend to go down. It's not a hard and fast rule. They just have an overwhelming tendency to reverse split and catch a bit of a top. So we're going to try that one into the south side. But yeah, Palantir doesn't seem to want to pull back off 158. It's on the market dip, and this one barely dipped. So this might end up being, if it can hold that 158, it could end up being a bit of a breakout trade. But it's sliding down. I'm trying to be patient here as the market pulls back and tries to pick up some names on the way back in. SMR got a good deal with Tennessee. And wow, up 11%, but this just had a heck of a dip, just pulled back $1. This could come into VWAP pretty quickly. That one's really pulling back into the volume weighted average price. So this could actually come in before we get anything in open. Good story for them, but remember, the short float's part of the game. And somebody, look, yesterday we talked about this with Google, but come on. SMR went 33 to 38 in 1 hour yesterday. So congratulations to somebody that knew, had a strong inclination that the SMR, I guess, was going to gap up today. It must be nice. It must be nice. But you could see the program buying. Unfortunately, you don't always know that you're going to get the good news and gap up a day after.
No, I wish we did know that. We have that crystal ball. We do have some fun little gimmicky things here. We do have this 8-ball that we haven't used in a minute. All right, will the
No, we should be making our survivor pick with that.
Yeah, but then you have to ask a question. He's not going to tell you what team. I guess it.
I was going to ask about the Eagles.
Will the NASDAQ be up more than 1% at close?
More than 1%?
Yeah, man. That's what I'm asking you. Ask Perplexity. Come on. Okay. I don't know if Perplexity is going to have any opinions on this, though. All right. So here we go. AMD, nice little move now back up to the upside. Our average price is, while we were just 20 cents in the money, I don't want to jinx this and by getting out too early or not getting out at all or whatever, but it has not been a super hot fire trade, this AMD one. We've had to wait for something to develop, and I don't know if it's going to, but the market did make a nice little turnaround there and started heading southbound pretty quickly off of pre-market highs again. And like I said, man, very, very simple man over here. Simple trading, simple everything. That support and resistance, you're going to be able to see where we got out of a lot of our trades. And again, getting questions about like, how can you hold? How can you do that? I think it's very, very simply put, is when you start to get extension on a stock, you're like, wow, that's really starting to go. I think those are opportunities to say, hey, maybe it's time to get out of a little bit there. And will you always give some back? Yes, because you're never going to get the tops or the bottoms of anything. All you can do is make the best decisions with what's in front of you, right? And I mean, that's why we keep on talking like this and trying to, roll with stocks that have stop orders and try to average out and dollar cost average into some trades that we like. And then I think a good example here as well is Tesla. Like when this is falling down, this could be 322, not 332. I mean, we were $6 away.
222.
Yeah, hopefully not 222 anytime soon. But, that could have just kept on going. But then we have our stop orders to take hits, of course, because we're going long. But at the same time, able to, live another day and be like, hey, we can make better trades tomorrow or more efficient trades or whatever the case may be. And, just rolling with the punches here today and, trying to do the best with all the information that we have. Like here's another bump up on Tesla. So again, to answer the question, trader's going to trade. We talk about that. This is what you have to do. If you're going to be on a name and it comes right back into an area that you think could be, and again, it's just coulda, woulda, shoulda, could be an area for support, then act like it is, or resistance, and take some out. You never want to take out the full load. As you can see, that always happens to me, averaging in and out of these things. But at the end of the day, you just got to make the best decisions that you possibly can. And that's why we're here, man. We talk about that all of the time. And I just hope that you guys are enjoying the show and, made some successful, profitable trades here today. As here we go with AMD, straight fire rate now. Hopefully we can get 163 and then we'll climb back. As look what the NASDAQ's doing, man. We're really taking off. And just to show you, 450 in the money here, 350 in the money on Google, 50 cents in the money on AMD. So, just sticking with the guns and trying to trade names that I trust seems to have been working out there. The TQQs was a great trade as well, up and down. But the NASDAQ's been relatively flat. I mean, it's been a roller coaster. But flat action here on the NASDAQ, just up 0.73. But let's go AMD, man. Nice move to the high side on this name.
Yeah, Palantir just went again. It just broke that local high in here. I had a stop order to break, it's a random price. It was 158.38, but that happened to be the high. But it didn't cross very far, thinking it's not a round number. There should be plenty of liquidity there, no questions asked. But it just chewed right through it. Now you're through 159. Palantir is probably going to see, let's just go to the daily chart. Palantir has a lot of room to get to $162. So this is the gap fill, about 162. If the market breaks out, I don't see any reason Palantir can't get there. And there's another couple points. So I'm leaving my order in. We'll see if we can't get picked up in front of 158. Open door, just tag VWAP again, and then back trying to break these highs. So we're just going to go with the dip buy here and open. Every single time it bounces off VWAP, I think this is the next time it's going to break out that high of the day and then start squeezing. But you don't get a squeeze if you don't run the highs, because shorts don't get all that scared unless you're breaking out top. So I want to be into that top, and then the exit liquidity will be as others try to punch out. So it's 10:20 already. Let's go back over to the desk, Adara.
Small cap recap time. Let's take a look at the IWM, which made a nice pop at the open. Now, I guess a little bit consolidated, trying to find some support at some of these pre-market levels of interest. Here is the Russell 2000. We know this is a little bit rate sensitive, so always worth watching during these economic data events. Of course, we did have that lower than expected JOLTS job openings print at 10 a.m. Let's talk about AIHS, SenMiao Technology. We're noting none of these small caps have any catalysts that I could find. SenMiao has a market cap of just under 8 million, about $7.5 million, float of around 1 million shares. A small float there for AIHS. Then we've got Shattuck Labs, STTK. This is a one that is called a repeat offender, as we'll say sometimes. It has moved in the past, like this has rallied previously. And STTK does have a market cap around $66 million. CCG, Shay Group, this is one that's rallied in the past as well. About a $100 million market cap. Again, no news on any of these tickers, guys. Back to you.
Shay, all right, so again, Tesla, let's go banging that one out as we get some more out there, as we get into some of those highs. So not so bad here so far for these plays. It doesn't look like AMD wants to go too much here again. Oh, I saw someone talk about Oscar. What's that doing? So this is a name that we did buy. Again, we bought Marvell before earnings. That didn't work. We bought Oscar. Yes, sir. There it is. Yes, sir. Let's go Oscar right now. I don't know if there's news on this one, but really happy that at least we discussed some Oscar here live on the show. We're long
it's
at
making the shorts grouchy.
Yeah, exactly. Oscar the Grouch there, the Cookie Monster. Where's the Cookie Monster here? Nice move upside.
Ask Joe.
Yeah, Joe, where's
yeah, there's actually some news on Oscar. So they just reiterated their guidance. They're guiding $12 billion to $12.2 billion here versus $11.32 billion expected. They were at the Wells Fargo conference, apparently. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, apparently.
Is Hims at that conference too? Because
yeah, Hims was going in the
same chart.
Yeah.
Well, it's not the same chart, but I mean, it's up and to the right.
Yeah.
That's not up and to the left. What am I? It's to the right, but when you think about in that direction, whatever. Hims up 8%, Oscar going, I have no idea what's going on with Hims, but this is also squeezing rather strongly. Let's just call a spade, as I know Sharif likes to say. So right back into VWAP here. Well, I mean, it's true. It's
yeah. I mean, it's a big saying.
I'm skeptical to believe that there isn't a story on Hims. That's all. You just went 43 to 45 at the open, and you're up 8 points here. Look, it bounced off the 200-period moving average, so technically it could just be a bounce, and it's nothing more to it. But yeah, congratulations if you happen to have caught the bid on Hims. I don't know if I love this one up here at these prices fundamentally, but this is a bit of a squeeze name as well. We've seen it actually rally without catalyst before. Just kind of curious. Rivian Millionaire, what do you think of GEV around this price if you have time? I've been looking for the spot to get back. I sold some GE Vernova recently. I've been looking for a spot to get back into it. But it's underneath the 50-period moving average, and it's so far disconnected from the 200 that that's not even a thing for me. I was looking for closer to 540, where it ramped in July. And unfortunately, it's just kind of holding and not doing much. So I'm in a wait mode. If it can regain the 50 period, then I'll probably just, gut it, buy back in there, only 10% off the highs. If it breaks lower, I'm looking for that 20%. Like if it pulls back 20%, I know I'm buying it. If it never gets there, then I guess I'll just end up buying it when it reclaims the 50 period moving average. But it's a long-term holding. So I'm I'm not terribly concerned about missing it because I plan to get in and then just hold forever. So.
All right, let's throw it over to Trade the Pool right now because Trade the Pool is changing the way prop firms are looked at. You don't need a large deposit. Trade the Pool is built for any trader who wants to grow without putting everything on the line, just small skin in the game, and you're trading with real capital. This is how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at just $47. That's your total risk. From there, you trade real shares, not CFDs, using the company capital. Go to tradethepool.com and please scan that QR code that you see on your screen now and join Trade the Pool and go figure out if they have a system that will work for you. And as long as you have winners, most systems will work for you. Thank you for cheering on Oscar. This is another play, a little small cap name sort of cap. I mean, hold on a second. Before, I remember when Open Door was a $2.1 billion company and Sharif yelled at me and said it's not a small cap name because small cap is $2 billion. So
it's always a moving target though because it goes up as the market goes bigger
over there. Yeah, exactly. All right, so this name is also not a small cap name because we're at $4 billion, but when we bought it, it was close enough to that. And so right there goes Oscar. We've made some plays obviously on Oscar as a lower cap name. And we don't just, talk about, and again, we bought Pan W, we bought Eli Lilly, we bought obviously our great friend Google, and Apple's been a recent buy of ours, but also we've given some great calls with Big Bear, and we just bought Marvell as well. We've given some great calls with Big Bear AI. We bought some Big Bear AI average price at 4 out at 650, 750, 850, and still hold about half. I'll have to double check how much, but around half of this trade still in the old account. But today, despite all of this trading, and I'll just speak for myself, we're green right now on the day. And I didn't think after we had lost pretty decently there on Tesla, wow, what in the, okay, Tesla. Whoo, there it is, man. All right, and that's what we say, like, follow your own style, that is for sure. Follow it to the grave, follow it to the bank, follow it to wherever it takes you. But there it goes, man. Right back up there in today's high for Tesla. $7 now in the money on Tesla. And yeah, Randy, it's possible, my guy, right there. And there it goes, man. Nice little trade there on Tesla. But it's 7 on Tesla. It was 5 or 6 on Google. But like we said, that's actually pulling back decently. We still have about 3 to 5% on Google, and now we have about 5% left on Tesla. So we're getting lighter everywhere. That's for sure. So the only thing that we still have half of our trade on is AMD. So that's starting to make new highs. I'm going to actually get some more out up here and just watch this one continue to climb up. And it's funny because Neil was talking about the chip name there and potentially getting back. Meanwhile, we were building that position. So good move there, upside on advanced micro devices. So nice move higher there for AMD.
Yeah, indeed. AMD definitely getting back in there for sure. And the NASDAQ did finally break out the high of the day. I can tell you Palantir just cleared 160. It's continuing to go higher. SMR is trying to go as well. Before it breaks the high, this is holding on to a steep trend since it held VWAP right at the open. I'm just plotting it from the breakout price. So there, or you could actually, technically, it should be here. Really, it doesn't really matter. If we break this trend line, I don't want to be long in a SMR. You just put in a topping tail on the NASDAQ. You got to be a bit careful here at these highs because we've broken now on the 15-minute a couple of times here of the overnight highs on the NASDAQ and then pulled back. If you close again underneath that overnight high, then I would have some concern that, maybe this is as far as we get at the open and then we start pulling back going into lunch. So any trend break long, I don't want to necessarily be holding through to the volume weighted average price. It's one thing, if you really like long, sure, you could long back in all the way to VWAP, but not myself. I'm going to try to get in above trend, get out if it breaks the trend, and then wait for the volume weighted average price. I'm back into Lucid. It's at 18. I'm short at 18 as well. Do still like that. And then Open Door, still that bit of that squeeze play. It just bounced VWAP again. I want this to continue to hold this trend up, but we need to break out the high at some point. If you don't break out the top on, I know we just went over the whole small cap thing, but whatever, it's close enough to a small cap to call it that. If you don't break out the top on these gappers, then you've got to be careful because opening range not taking out the pre-market high, you lose VWAP, and then you can turn into a trend down for the rest of the day potentially. I've seen that way too many times, for sure. And yeah, OPC, someone is absolutely pumping HIMS. Whatever the story is or isn't on HIMS, it continues to go higher, and 8.5%. I know it's a decent sized short float, and that could be part of it. It could also be technical, but Adara hasn't heard a story. I haven't heard a story. We'll let you guys know. I said I was shorting Pops and Lucid every single day until it takes out its highs, but that doesn't mean hold 18 to the top, but I'm shorting the 18 level from yesterday. So just a continuation play after a reverse split here for Lucid. It's right back underneath VWAP. My next bid is pretty much at the low of the day at 17.8. If we break that, I look toward yesterday's low. So it's a short but unsuccessful run so far for the
just quickly there on HIMS. Yeah, there's about a 34.6% short float. Lots and lots of social media attention. I have been checking. Some people are in the social media attention saying specific stories. I've looked and there is no news that I can find that is new on HIMS and hers. I just want to clarify that.
Yeah, and that's all that matters. And look, this could be a situation where we find out the news. It could be like look, it could be like SMR really, where you just have a parabolic move and then we find out tomorrow. You know, that's entirely possible. Just trust the price action. Right now it's squeezing to the upside on HIMS. And if we end up with a story, just be wary, because the story could hit later and then it's like a sell the event because it's already run 8.5%. But we just want to make sure that you're not just sitting here without the juice. We'll always try to give you anything, any information that we have, and Adara does a fantastic job with it. I look up and I see, like, if we're talking about all the names, like Open, Palantir, HIMS, Tesla, but not SOUN. And SoundHound, it was on the list yesterday as well, and a lot of people were interested in this. This is somewhat of what I was concerned about with Open on the way back. You gap up, you don't break out the high, and then you're making lower highs, losing VWAP. We've seen this pattern so many times on a stock. If it doesn't break out that high in the opening rush, you got to watch out for the backside of the trade here. So SoundHound under VWAP already. Open Doors at least still bouncing off of it. But the one short is still going to be Lucid. It just needs to get back down into that low of the day and can go. Rivian Millionaire, Alibaba.
People are still loving Oscar. Yes. Is that still going? By the way, Palantir, like I was saying to Sharif, because he was like,
161.
Did I look up the personal account because of what Google's been doing? Because Google, about probably all last year and for the majority of my life, has been the largest position that I've held. So it's nice to be at all-time highs. But I actually told Sharif that right now, because of the epic rise in a few names, you could probably guess which ones they are, both Palantir and Nvidia. These are now my two largest holdings, and I did divest some Google a while ago at a crazy price of 160, between 160 and 165. I'm not even sure the price. But yeah, Palantir's epic rise has created some discrepancies in my top holdings. And then obviously Nvidia, which has been fantastic. And I'm actually deciding right now if I want to buy some more Nvidia right here, right now. I think this is generational wealth opportunity for Nvidia. But you know, now Sharif, as you just sat back down, $8 in the money on Tesla. As that continues to go upside there, we'll take a little bit more. Wow, it is. What is Tesla even on right now? A good positive day for us here. Could always be bigger. Yeah, Trim. Sorry, what's up to? I don't sell. So I get upset even if I get out of 10% of something. That's pretty much like what I do in the long-term account. I get out of like 10 or 15% pretty much. Like that's what we did on JP Morgan. And again, it is kind of silly. Like I take the money out and I think like, oh, this will be good vacation money or something. And then we don't go on vacation. But JPM, yeah, yesterday right around this price. So another piece out of JP Morgan. And, you know, like I wanted to diversify a little bit. When I thought that there was some downside push there in Google, due to their earnings report was not great. We know that they actually fell down a little bit there on not their most recent one, the one before that, as we had talked about search revenue and everything changing, and everyone was so scared. And Gemini's not that great, or how are they going to monetize this, or what about those blue links, and you know where's search engines going, and all this kind of stuff. So I was able to rotate in out of some Google into some Lily, which has been okay. not great. We're lucky enough to have bought some dip there in Eli Lilly. But again, just to try to stick to the plan, like we say here, you could see Neil and I trade with drastically different styles. But for my personal account, when Google was underneath and really starting to look like it was fading off of some of these areas back in right here, this is the area we took down the 200 period moving average, and basically I want to say probably got out. I'm not going to say this move, it was probably the second move, so almost right before capitulation time, straight there to the upside. Just thought that we were in risk of breaking, and we did have a lot of skin in the game there, so we were able to get some out and put the money to work in other spots, but there's no way that the other spots were as profitable as this spot was, so that's for sure. But anyways, that's just what's been going on right now. Tesla, never, ever, ever selling Tesla. As there it goes straight up to the upside now as well. So 337.50, nice upside play there for Tesla as that's continuously going. I like the robotics play. And again, what we had on our mind today was Google, Tesla, Apple, Open Door, and the futures. So yeah, we're pretty happy. Let's just sit in these trades, man, and make a good day of it. AMD, still not even $1 yet, trying to get to the highs. I think we could take those out, man. $9 on Tesla, Neil. $4 on Google. 9 and 4 is 13. Plus AMD right now, another $1. So we're doing pretty good right now. Took too many hits on Tesla early though, right here. So nice little move. You know, you never know. Again, I wish we had.
Well, where you can find some levels, though, you might not have a crystal ball, but you can always find levels, indicators, strategies out there on a platform like eSignal. And you can do it for free for 1 month, everybody. Well, how long are they going to keep giving you a month for free? I don't know. But they are, so take advantage of it. You have a professional platform with reliable quotes, reliable data, where you can hook up to 50 plus brokers, trade directly through the platform if you wish. You can see level 1, level 2 as well, so you can look directly at the book. You can automate your trades. Like I said, you can back test, no questions asked. Pretty much any single strategy out there, an indicator is going to be available there for you. It's an entitlement-based platform, so you can add and subtract the things that you want and that you don't want, and it's 1 month free. So scan the QR code, try it out. If you like it, great. If you don't, hey, then at least you've probably learned something and developed a little bit more in your trading strategy. Shout out to eSignal and scan that QR code, link in the description as well. Shopify, which we had up when talking to Raheem, looks like it's not doing a heck of a lot, but it was still a good look for Raheem this morning. I do like that setup on Shopify. Palantir trying to pull back for the first time in here as it continues to rally. But one name that we have not discussed, Zscaler, in all of his euphoria, it's caught the bottom, it's held the bottom, and now it's just stuck in its tracks at 266. Remember, these guys beat, their guidance was solid, but much like all of the other, not all of the other, a bunch of the other cybersecurity names, what was exuberance in the aftermarket turned into selling and then more selling the next day. Down 3%, but catching a bid. This will be an important close above the 266 area. If it can close above these prices, and you'll have a nice reversal candle for sure on this bad boy. So good look so far for Zscaler. If you've been looking for a place to catch the bid, I think you still give it the 2 or 3 day rule. Again, just because you beat on the top and bottom line, sometimes it has to come down to where the stock has come from, and the valuation's still a little bit pricey when you talk about some of these. And if you're looking for sympathy, CrowdStrike, also in a strong market, down 1% in sympathy. This is another good example of what can happen after you catch a bit of a dip and a rip. If this loses 404 on CrowdStrike, though, don't forget about that earnings low at 390, because that came really close to breaking this bottom and filling in the gap. And I like CrowdStrike more than I like Zscaler. This is a personal preference. I own CrowdStrike and Palo Alto. Prefer those two to buy on dips as opposed to Zscaler. But if Zscaler loses the bottom, it could give you an opportunity elsewhere, maybe one of the names that you do like.
Okay, just real quickly here. I am, you're gonna have Obi with you on Friday, so congratulations to everybody over there to have Obi here on Friday as we're at another hockey tournament. So we're trying to make as much money as we can right now, and it's done pretty good. Let's just check out here what names you guys want to talk about here today. So open door. Okay, so I was waiting for $5. Neil's been sitting in that for a minute. He's got Lucid on board as well. We've already looked at HIMS. We've tried to get some information there from Adara on HIMS, and there hasn't been anything. So ABTC, almost like ABC. ABCD. Right there, we can have a quick look at that one. What is ABTC? Okay, hold on a second. Let's just have a quick look to see what's going on ABTC, because you asked for it. And wow, I mean, Tesla, for example, whatever, man. Let's just let that go. We have a very, very small piece there. Yeah, $16 right now in 3 positions. AMD is now at close enough to that dollar, but we're going to try to let this one go as the market just keeps on pushing higher. ABTC right there. American Bitcoin. Good symbol there for sure.
Uh-oh.
So here we go, Adara. What's the news on ABTC? Because
it's a doozy. So basically, this is a new company that just started listing today. They are apparently a subsidiary, a majority-owned subsidiary of Hut 8, HUT, and their chief strategy officer is a man by the name of Eric Trump. So that is American Bitcoin. It is another one of those Trump crypto pumps.
It's halting down right now.
Never heard of them. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it looks like if you can get some 28s right now, it looks like it is trying to halt down. It's already halted once, twice, thrice, quad right now.
Well, you have to pay for those.
Excuse me. There goes ABTC. So thank you for that. American Bitcoin. It's up to DJ TJ there on that name as well. I don't know. Now we have, this is a double-digit winner now. $10 on Tesla right here. Let's just offer out. There we go. We're going to get another piece out around 340. So, boom, shakalaka. You guys ever play NBA Jam? He's on fire. And so is Tesla. We do get, that's funny that our day on AMD did not start us so well as it took out the top there. And we were like, let's go. But then it was like, let's go nowhere except for down. And then it went, whoops. And then we were like, no problemo, whoops, all the way back there to the upside. So let's take something out as we round trip this name there. VWAP to high a day. That has to be a spot where we get out. Oklo with a nice runner today, as well as, we talked about SMR getting that deal yesterday. Looks like Oklo today feeling it. Nice upside play there through 75 and looking to get higher and higher. But yeah, wow, good out there on Tesla. We now just have a real small piece left, so that's what we're going to have to wait for. Google, Tesla, AMD leading the way here today for me. Just 3 names, Randy, unfortunately. We had a thing yesterday, Ford F-150, Lightning, or the R1S.
It was overwhelmingly.
Prices.
It was overwhelmingly.
Yeah, so Rivian, so what won on our thing was the F-150 won easily. 75% of the
That's what we
viewers
call him, Rivian Randy.
chose that one. Randy chose the R1S just now. But here's Ford. R1T is the truck, right? Right, so yeah, the R1S. But there it is right here. Ford on the daily chart. Looks like it could possibly be breaking out. Neil and I talked about this yesterday. Ford's bottom in April, Randy, was 8. We're at 12 now. We'll take 50% in 4 months, right, on that name right there. And then just because Randy just picks Rivian, let's go see what's going on with Rivian right now. I see a lot of VinFast. And to Sharif's point, VinFast is much more affordable than Rivian. You can't walk off the lot under 140 Canadian, at least. VinFast, 78,000, I think, there. So, yeah, but Rivian today. Oh, wow, Randy. Rivian up 7% today.
7%.
What has gotten under Rivian today right there? I guess it was that poll that we gave yesterday, putting out some nice Rivian love there yesterday. There goes Rivian. Yeah, man, holy schmoly is right there, Randy. Nice move up, breaking out, man. We like Rivian. Shout out to my good friend Nelson, who's on this train.
We had a viewer last week asking for a swing idea. And Rivian was right at that 50 and 200 period. And I was like, well,
there it is.
It's not at Randy's price, but it got pretty close. It hit $11. Did you get in?
10.
Oh, 10.
No, he's down here.
Oh, the last one.
No, yeah, you're not in, but right
it's the
there,
same area that Keith.
Yeah, I'm still in. I think I'll probably think about getting some out. I do got to do a little portfolio adjustment right here.
17 every time.
We're now $16 in. Yeah, great trade, Randy. We're now $16 in the money on prop side of things. and just really enjoying ourselves. It's 10:43 right now, and I want to thank everybody for watching again. I mean, there goes AMD. Wow. Now through the high of the day, and we'll take that out. So there it is, man. Sort of some action names over here. Lucid and Open Door over there. I don't know if they're moving, but they're not going to go $14 or $15 a course, but hopefully they'll go dime pieces.
I would hope not.
Yeah, I would hope so for your case, but I hope not for the rest of people. But there it goes right now. Tesla breaking through 340. That's $11 and not stopping, but we're almost out of that. Yeah, Algo's running wild right now. HIMS is a good trade today as well, as is Rivian. So yeah, not much happening right there. We're back to our day goal, so that was really good. Took a minute to get there. We want to thank AMD for helping that play out, because this has really taken us back to the highs. So we're where we need to be here, and it's all good. So yeah, Palantir 161. I don't want to get out any of that until we get back into 180. That's sort of my plan there for PLTR.
Yeah, it's like Palantir just, sometimes you see program buying in different ways. You know, we saw it with Google and SMR yesterday in the most obvious of fashions, but with Palantir, it's really just been the behavior of what is going on at the stock when it loses the 50 period at about $155. It's just, it keeps on, like somebody keeps on dip buying in here for sure. And at some point, the continuation is going to happen. You can't just have this kind of a dip buy and hold forever and it doesn't rally, not in a stock like Palantir. So it is in the midst of a breakout. 162 seems like it has room. It just hasn't pulled back. There's been nothing. Like on a 15-minute chart, there's a bottoming tail candle. It got back into that 156.5, and it is just a straight shot to the upside. When it does revert at some point this afternoon, that's going to give you an opportunity to get back in the prior high, I think around 159 for sure. But yeah, that American, the Trump stock, it's hilarious that it literally halted down as we were finding out what the deal was.
Well, let's see when that opens.
I'm very skeptical. Some of these like high flying, crypto related names that go for a day or two, they're just not the place to be. There was a stat that I was telling it might have been Adair or Sharif this morning, that the day that strategy had its peak in terms of premium relative to Bitcoin was one day after IBIT got options. Because people realized there's a better way, or well, better or worse, there's another way that they could play leverage on Bitcoin moves. And when that happened, MicroStrategy ceased to be a bit of a thing. And so if that's true of the biggest and most important treasury play in crypto, what does that mean for all these other new ones that are coming out of the woodworks? I've always been skeptical of them. Not a huge fan, but congratulations. Just know that you got to take profit on all those names. And do so, I would say aggressively when you get these monster moves.
So right here, if you go over, we do have 43 likes, a couple comments on this. Go over to Instagram right here. It explains moving averages. Neil has one out, Sharif has one out, I have one out. And there it is. So go over there, try to find it. We talk about some of the trades that we've been putting on. I'll put this link in the chat, and you guys can go find it out there. Also today in the chat, all the ideas. We want to talk about the top names. There's Google, there's Apple, there's Open Door, there's Tesla, there's the futures. So they're all in here as well. If you're not on X, go find this out right here. This was hilarious. Oh, here's all of us. What's up, Obi? There's Obi and Adair. Neil was off this day. My guy Joseph there, Miami Joe, chilling out on the patio where we had some beers there. That was a lot of fun. Here's my brother, by the way. Right here, we were golfing a little bit. And when I take time off, it's only to spend with family, pretty much. Oh, here's the Minecraft experience. I want to thank Minecraft for hooking this up. But there it goes right there. It's through my wife, not through me. But here we go, just pushing these things. This was pretty fun, throwing these things there at Minecraft. And there's my, of course, gorgeous kids. And yeah, so that's what it is. Oh, here's Belle. We talk about my dog all the time. There's Belle. What's up, Belle? Coming in. Yeah, here she is right here, Sharif. There it is right there, the cockapoo. Yeah, so she comes to our baseball games. And emotional support dog, I guess, here, Randy. So there it is, Belle. As I'm telling all the girls, you know, Google's about to break all-time highs here, girls. Like, let's get long on that name. Shout out to Hyde Park and all the girls that we trade over there as well. There's a few. Oh, here's me and my cousin going to the Jays game. Randy, I was looking for me and you the last time we went and got that porchetta. Oh, here's Neil and I at a Bills playoff game. You could see a team player there supporting the Bills, of course, when none of our punk friends were. And here I am.
Lawyer Malloy jersey.
Here I am in the Green Bay. Yeah, Lawyer Malloy jersey. That's what I have on here. Here's my niece. Okay, back to trading.
By the way,
right now.
ABTC halted down again. It opened up and just tanked another $2. It's now, well, I mean, it's still up 40% because whatever. But this is the whole point. We were literally just talking about this, not this kind of thing, nonsense, whatever. If anyone interested, I hope nobody's caught in this. 970 is the current theoretical auction price here on ABTC. It is already 1050. Hey, people have been concerned about the US dollar.
Yeah.
Let's see how it's doing. I think.
Actually, both. We're just going to do both here because one's at 1040, one's at 1050. We're just going to marry them both here. Electronic technology actually having a lot of green, but not a lot of sectors have this type of strength. Apple and Google, of course, between electronic technology and tech services, are really leading the way in these tech sectors. We know there was that Google ruling. We were expecting potentially worst case scenario that Google might have to divest its Chrome. That didn't end up happening. And Google is allowed to continue its payments there to Apple for their search function. So good look there for both companies. Retail trade has some strength here. Home Depot, I just saw actually apparently making some comments at a Goldman Sachs conference. Energy Minerals, though, is really red. For those who are wondering why oil's weak, there is a reason. Apparently, OPEC Plus is considering more output hikes. This has oil as a group sharply to the downside. Health technology, consumer services, and consumer non-durables also weak. Same with communications. Now, to move on to the money talk side of things, the U.S. dollar is in the daily chart, and we're still in this range in the daily that we've been in for going on a month now. Nothing super exciting to look at here from a chart perspective, but we have to talk about Fed's Waller because he is one of about 11 contenders here that is seen as a pretty decent shot at having the Fed chair position. Fed's Waller, you can see him right there in the corner. Again, he is a current Fed governor, and he actually made some comments on CNBC during an interview this morning where he said not only is he in favor of potentially a cut in September at that meeting we have in about 2 weeks, actually going to be 2 weeks from today. So he's in favor of a September cut, but he's also in favor apparently of more cuts over the next few months. So Fed's Waller coming in very dovish. This could help his case for that Fed chair position. It is worth noting, though, that he clarified his reasoning for his stance had to do with the labor market, which you know quite a few Feds are concerned about. Furthermore, he did not comment on the ouster of Fed's cook during this interview. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara, for all of that. I have to call out, I got called out basically by Adam DeLuz in the chat there. He's like, bro, what about when you and I hooked up in London? Well, here it is right here, my guy. Here's Adam and myself. There's the eye right there in the background. What a great time the wife and I had there. And thanks, Adam, for reaching out and connecting on that day. It was on top of the Opera House. We had a nice drink, and right down here is a great market and absolutely fantastic there. So as I said, great to meet up with a fellow trader there. Yo, what's up, Kevin? Kevin O'Leary. This is when I was playing baseball, before my knee and everything. Well, my knee happened in high school, but here it is right here before I got the operation. Here's Barron, who's now 13 years old. I was number 6, he was 6.5. Right there. So anyways, but there it is right there. So, all right. Just loving life and trying to live the best, healthiest life possible. So shout out to everybody doing stuff like that. All right. So there goes AMD. There goes everything pulling back just a little bit again. And we only have a few minutes left, which reminds me, let's just go figure out what's for lunch because Joe, it's part of Joe's contract, actually. Joe cannot go on until he finds out what's for lunch.
It's true.
So we have to do this. So today, Joe.
You know.
All right. This is of the variety that is not a land creature.
Oh, thank gosh.
So, nor flying, nor nothing like that. This is lemon and dill, but today we get salmon.
Oh, that's fine.
So that's okay. So we'll see. So that's a little bit of a good.
Yeah, likes the salmon.
So there we go. Yeah. So Joe approving there, and we get the golf claps there from Sharif. Lemon and dill salmon. So that's not bad. I think there's a lot of people happy for that. So that's good. With roasted baby potatoes, seasoned veggies, and Chef Joe's choice salad. So there it is right there. That's another one, and that's, of course, what's for lunch. So thank you there. You're welcome, and you're welcome for Google, guys. You guys are welcome for Tesla and all of that. I mean, it's just about, honestly, this is $4 now. It's just about making your own trades. And we say it all the time. Sharif's going to have a different style than Joe, than myself, than Neil. We're all going to have completely different styles. It's up to you to determine which style you like, or all of them. Mix and match them. Figure it all out. We're basically here just to show you trading, talk about the markets, obviously have a good time. That's why I'm doing that on Instagram, sharing basically my life with everybody there, trying to make those connections. So I hope you guys are good to go and enjoy the show, and that's would be happy enough for me. So yeah, and we'll talk about our long-term trades as well. You guys know Oscar, we've talked about that, and Google holdings and everything. So again, thanks for watching, and we're trying to become and are the best trading show on YouTube.
Only. But also, I see a lot of people. ABTC is open again, and we'll continue to look at it. We don't endorse stocks one way or the other, so we're harping on it. I was just sort of harping on it for the reason. There's a difference between. No, I don't endorse stocks. I'll tell you if I own a stock, or if I'm buying a stock. That's not the same thing as endorsing a stock.
No, for you, I'm saying I endorse stocks. You don't. I say I endorse stocks. I'm not speaking for you. Like when Palantir, remember we did the bear case?
But that's just a stock that you own and like.
No, endorsing it means like you're supporting it. You're giving it a.
Yeah, but if that's the definition, then I've endorsed Webull at $10. But I don't. I don't use endorse that way. Like to me, that's a different definition. No, but I'm not trying to. No, I'm telling you a stock that
Let me see what Webster says.
I'm buying. There's a difference between I am buying and I own than endorsing. To me, endorsing something just means you're giving it a heads up whether you own it or not. Like, to me, those are two different things. I think specifically, I own and am buying this stock is very different from I happen to like this stock. And to each their own. If you think they're the same thing, fair enough.
No, I'm saying that you do endorse stocks by saying that you own stocks. That's endorsing stocks you own.
Fair enough. I like to make the distinction if I'm buying it or not.
Yeah.
Not just saying I like it.
Right.
And so when I say I don't necessarily like these, and that's talking about these like recent high-flying crypto pump plays, it just comes down to the fact that I could never find myself buying one of them. And it's nothing personal against anybody or the space, but it is open back up. It's making some fresh lows in here. It's just we've seen this all too often, and there's been some success stories. I know lots of people that have mentioned in the chat how good BMNR had done for them, or like SBET. Like, we've seen these things go absolutely ham, but then it's just the other side of the equation tends to come back and like, look at SBET now. And then BMNR, like Bitmine, whoops, that's Blue Ocean. You can trade this. Apparently you can trade this on Blue Ocean. I didn't know that.
BMNR, okay.
That seems like it wouldn't have a lot of liquidity in the aftermarket, in that market, but whatever. That's kind of crazy. I'm a little surprised. Why BMNR? On the Amex. And now this is freezing on me, so I can't even get to it.
My wife's in Costco and says it's dead in there right now, so I might have to.
Why would it be? Yeah, but everyone's back. It's back to school, back to work. Like everyone's in the office.
Yeah.
Is this even going to load BMNR? Is the chart that bad? There you go. This is my whole point. All I was getting at with these names is when they catch the other side of the V, they just trend slowly to the downside. So when you take your profits when they're going parabolic on all of them, because that's just been the pattern as far as I'm concerned. Market's still looking incredibly strong. We only have about 3 minutes to go, everybody. Let's see what Palantir is doing here. I don't know if Palantir wants to give us that pullback that we're looking for just yet, but it's still holding above 160. Feels like it's made a bit of a top. Pullback into prior high is going to give you the volume weighted average price as well. Ooh, nice little super chat here. I like this comment, Yala. And I think everybody, to this point, everybody comes from a different stage in their journey. You've been watching for 2 years now. You came in knowing nothing about trading. Now you watch every day. You're the best out there. Thank you for all the knowledge and hard work. There's people that have never traded before. We've got viewers in here. Adam would be a good example. Rivian Millionaire. Some of our others that have been trading for a while. We have people in here that only invest and don't even actively trade, or only swing trade, or only play options, or only do crypto, or whatever. Once or twice we've seen like currency traders that are more interested in Forex every now and then. It's really just about a great community where we can all pick things up together and figure out what's going on in this market, so that we can all, make a bit of coin, regardless of what your time frame might be. And hopefully everyone here can do that. I saw someone just say, "Sell Costco now." Why? Why? As I randomly read the chat, we were just talking about never selling good companies.
Oscar is still going up. Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Nah, I don't know. I haven't even looked at Costco today or Walmart, but I liked Walmart.
Yeah, it's up a little bit.
Oh, is it? Well, I would imagine so. Walmart's not doing anything, so Costco's probably not doing much today either.
No, Costco's just up small. And the reason, look at Oscar right now. I endorsed this pre-earnings right there. So we are in this one right now. And I believe there's other traders you're going to find out in Oscar right there as well, as that's going up. So I know the reason why I brought that Costco, my wife's like, "Oh, what should we get for it?" She's buying one of the big pre-made chicken Caesar salads, or I think it's just a Caesar salad when you add the chicken afterwards. But there's Costco right now. And I was only talking about it because this is a name that I've owned pretty much my whole life, but it's dipping back in. And I'm, like I said, to try to get some names other than tech names. But I don't know if I like names that are underneath the 200 period moving average like this, but Costco's a really, really strong name, man. It's kind of like they get that revenue from the ongoing memberships there, and you're not going to find the pricing at Costco. It's too good. But anyways, there it is, Costco making some moves down. Again, grab the Walmart as a play as well, and we do like Target. But I know we're going to go to Sharif and Joe, but right now, like $12 on Tesla, like this is just an absolute monster there. 12 on Tesla, 5 on Google, 1 on AMD. Today's is going to be a special day for trading, not only with Neil and I, but now with the Midday show as well. So that's what Marissa's. That's why she went today. She went to go. What's up to JBXO there? Yeah, going on a Wednesday morning. Great time to go to Costco. So for sure. I'm not worried about the stock. I just like to do some channel checks, and see what's going on there. But shout out to that. So, all right, man, I'm leaving you at the highest spot I've been at all day, and it's 11 o'clock right now. So it should be fun going through there. Fisker, all right. Good day trading.
Worksport halted to the upside just now, out of nowhere.
Worksport, WKSP in Cincinnati.
Have not heard anything about them in quite some time.
Let's look here. $4, $3.50. Wow, we were talking about Worksport on the show, sub 50 cents.
It was 20
They must have reverse split. Right there, be my call.
Right.
So they went from 20 cents up to $4. Maybe that was what it was there. Had to have been.
Has to be.
And then now Worksport trying to go as well. We'll see if there's any news over here on the Midday show with Worksport. But all right, thank you.
The tap is 30% higher right now. Now.
450, but it just closed.
It just closed just now. That could be anything.
We'll wait.
We'll be back. I know you're going to be going swimming, gym, weights.
No, staying here because we have that meeting.
Oh, shoot, that's right.
Yeah.
We got a meeting.
Yeah. We have to see if we're going to keep Neil around.
If I can get the walk in today.
Yeah, I might go for a walk as well there and make these decisions.
True. I forgot about
okay, so thank you so much. Yeah, we got this meeting, so that should be fun. We've got Sharif, we've got Joe over here, we've got Adara on the desk, we've got Randy and Rob and Mark walking around behind us and getting Studio 8 ready to go. So that should be a lot of fun for that one. And we're excited. Whenever that starts to drop. We'll have some more information on a timeline for you guys. But thanks for watching. It's 11:02. Over to the Midday show.
Boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And yes, there's a whole bunch running. It wasn't just a one-off day for me yesterday. Joseph, there's a whole bunch of small cap gappers, but first things first, shout out to the OG Darwin. We're pointing out Worksport with the boys. Shout out to Other Zinc and Bavin. We got For Profit, Mr. Leahy, Fake Stock. Shout out to Jacques and Acho, Bob the Builder. Papa Bear is Big Bear. Sure. Tis Small One. Shout out to Austin McVetti. Ronaldo. We got Billy Bezos, baby. Steve is Steve. Family Home Video. Shout out to No Mo. BX9EC. Mouthful. J-Hoss X. We got Glaze 94 and Ebb Flow Portfolio. Shout out to Safe. Shout out to Rock That Casbah.
Ooh,
A proper gang paradox. There's my man back. That's what I want to see. Joseph's favorite name in the chat, a.k.a. Beef Strogie. We got Buffalo Soldier and Blackhawk. Shout out to Kirk D. Let's go. Wick Slap. We got Damien Tarsa, Parabolic FOMO, and the Tranquile. And if you're looking for Tranquile, it's definitely not between 11 to 2. I promise you that. Pretty much no Tranquile on the show all day. G-Talk. We got Stro, we got Greg D, and we got one more, Joseph.
Mike P.
Kelvin.
Oh, I didn't see him. I thought you were going with Mike P. But I haven't seen him in the chat. Yeah, I haven't seen Mike P. Dirt Rider in the chat today. It doesn't look like he's here. Yo, what's up, Kalua? Good seeing you in the chat as always. But yeah. Fantastic morning, some solid news coming out in the tech space, and that's kind of what we want to see here. I only took 2 trades today, and that's going to be on AAPL. No, I did not take Google. We took Apple, and we go 1 for 2 on it, but nice trade here throughout the session. So we go long off of this print. We get stopped out. We hop right back in, even though I usually like to wait a couple of minutes. Got to be patient on that. But again, the signals were telling me, felt like it was going to be a liquidity grab. The rest of the market was climbing higher, and I'm like, all right. We took a nice loss on this one here. We got to double it up, Sharif. And then sure enough, boom, 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 boom. We take it all the way into the volume-weighted average price. Primary target. Left for some for a runner, because I just had a feeling, just keeping an eye on the volume profile, I'm like, oh, okay. As we're starting to pull back, you're getting that divergence within the profile, and I'm like, oh, okay, let me see if I can hold on. No, it stops me out break even, and then I just never took it again. So yeah, it sucks to suck sometimes, but at the end of the day, we're still nicely green, and a nice move right there. Now, whoa. Okay, so now, essentially what I'm looking at here is, are we going to start to cool down in Tesla? The other said in the chat, he's like, yeah, Tesla sells more cars, stock goes up. Makes a lot of sense, right? Or sorry, it sells less cars, stock goes up. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense there, considering that we have some positive news in Apple and Google, and Tesla's the strongest of the names. So we're going to be patient. I like this indecision print at the highs. Maybe we take a short, or maybe we just avoid it at all costs, Sharif.
All right, guys, I'm involved in a name, KLRS. This was halted momentarily to the upside, and then it dropped all the way down. That's where I picked it up at 54s. We've wet the beak 3 times. The next area I'm waiting right here. Boom. There it is, Joseph. 75s printed. We're going to Adara. She's got breaking news.
Dude, ConocoPhillips on watch here. It's down with the rest of these oil names. In case you guys missed it, I mentioned it earlier, but oil is pretty weak here after OPEC is apparently considering increasing its output. So oil's down, but ConocoPhillips specifically in watch after announcing a 20 to 25% workforce reduction. That's reported by Reuters. Also, Donald Trump set to have a bilateral meeting with the leader of Poland. That stream is starting. They usually do the meet and greet outside the White House. Then the meeting actually begins on the calendar. This is set to start in about 15 minutes, so around 11:20 a.m. When I have more details and when the meeting begins and they're in the room, I'll let you guys know. Back to you.
Joseph, I woke up this morning, I walk over to the subway, there's a gas station on the corner. What's the gas price, Joey? 140.9.
Nice.
What the helly?
You take it.
What the
Good
other
thing you
word?
don't have a tank top.
I know. At a V8, mind you. 80 liters and that, you know what?
That's crazy. You know
But
we're putting in.
You know, yesterday was a month to the day that the car's been gone?
Really?
A month to the day.
Does it feel like it or no?
It doesn't. That was a quick month, my guy.
Yeah, there you go. Good. Time flies when
All
you're
right,
having
Joey, I just
fun.
got to
Go
cover
ahead.
this. All right, here we go, guys. KLRS. We got in at 50s, scalped all the way up there into 88s, but alas, it is still going. It's a couple of shekels below the day high. It's a 619 high here on KLRS. Correction, 634 high. Watch this one. This one is awfully parabolic, okay? It just started showing up with volume. I want to say right when the show started, right at 11 o'clock. It was doing action. This over here, this is a bull flag, and I think we're getting a bull flag continuation. But this first bull flag was on Bubkiss volume. We've done, in the last 10 minutes, we've done almost 1.7 million shares. This thing's only done 2.6. So in the last 5 minutes, we've done almost the majority of the shares. And here we go, 643 high now on KLRS. There's a lot other ones that I want to go into, Worksport, one of them, as well as LPTH. But this is the one right now. I was trying to punch in at 6 and it wouldn't let me in. Sometimes it's got a wider spread. Right now it's not bad. It's about 2 or 3 pennies, but I've seen it open as wide as 5 to 7. So be on the lookout for that, both for your entry and your exit, right? So make sure you know what the cost to do business is, even if you're going to be flat on the trade, and that's the spread. So I'm continuing to watch this right now. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to get in. I think we're forming the second bull flag right now on KLRS, up 60%. You know, this one could easily squeeze into another 100% winner on the day. Just keeping an eye out on that, and we'll see exactly what we get. Chill, bro. It's a 135 a liter in the UK. That's brutal, Adam. Oh, yeah, I remember those days,
that's
dude.
brutal, bro.
Oh, it's horrible. Eh? Yeah, it's premium's $1.50. Can I say something to you, Randy? So I went up to take my old man to the cardiologist a couple of weeks ago, remember? And there's a Costco gas station up there. Tell me why I put 20 pennies lower. 20 pennies lower than the gas station like 200 yards south.
That's why there's always a lineup at the freaking
They never
thing.
sell diesel. I didn't know that, actually.
Now that I've gas, I can go there.
I like it. Yeah, I didn't know that it actually
Costco?
didn't sell diesel.
Give me
there.
that
Did you know
93, man. I remember in the peak of it, I was paying $2 a liter, a good $2 a liter. That's crazy.
Yeah, I remember that in the pandemic. Remember when your boy Poutine started this whole thing?
Yeah.
Boy.
The oil prices, not good. All right, guys, we're making choices here. We're making decisions. You got to live with them. Unfortunately, well, it's not unfortunately. I have conviction within the setup. I do like these indecision prints at the highs. Start relatively small, and where I'm sitting at risk profile is relatively tight as well, too. So we'll pull up to TSLL. Maybe we can get somewhat of a pullback, but again, it's definitely one of the stronger names. So a couple attempts on the trade, and that's it. We're not going to give away too much of the day, but again, I have plenty of room to give this. We'll go up to 12.90s, so about 14 cents or so of risk. So I'm not going to complain about that whatsoever. You got to put on the trades, as Katina Man likes to say. Traders got to trade,
bro.
And if the market wants to climb, then it is. Then may not be a good idea. One thing that is starting to climb a little bit higher today, and I love it, yes sir, that is going to be Ethereum finally putting in a half-decent session here. So hopefully we're starting to turn things around. Let's pull up the actual underlying asset to see what we got going on. And we're going to go to a daily so we can see if we started to curl over. All right, beautiful stuff. But I think we'll get a better, I actually wanted to pull up the actual, not ETHA. So there it is. So we had buying pressure within all of these bottom wick candles. I like that. And then now we have a nice engulfing print that is kind of engulfing this whole range. It makes a lot of sense now, doesn't it? Now let's take a look at Bitcoin as well to see what this cryptocurrency is. All right, so you get the dip through the neckline, and then you slowly start to see the buying pressure step in on some of these candles. Positive sign. Let's see if we can take an additional leg higher. Now, with that rate cut coming in September, if it does come in, then I think that's going to add some fuel to this crypto space, and who knows what can happen. Bitcoin new all-time high, Ethereum new all-time high. That's what I'm looking for, and if it doesn't, it is what it is, folks.
All right, 682, we're halted. KLRS, SSE, I just got to let them know. We're up 70% now, 70.5%. KLRS halted, 682, the time. 11:10:26. So the earliest we will be open is 11:15:26. Be on the lookout for that. We're sending it to Adair.
Yeah, just keep an eye here. And AMD, apparently an executive is saying at this Citi Global conference that the company has more than 40 active engagements with different nations for their sovereign AI. So I guess some different countries talking to AMD for their sovereign AI, according to an executive at a conference. Good look here for AMD Advanced Micro Devices. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Adara. Still keeping an eye on Worksport, guys. It looks like it's going to be a 15-minute halt, if not more. Just looking up on my blotter. Adara, if you have anything on Worksport, love to hear about it because I don't see anything on my blotter. But this is what we're seeing right now on WKSP. Excuse me. There it is. We're up 12. What's happening here, bro? Sure. Okay. It doesn't want to maximize. There we go. WKSP, sorry guys, halted at $3.44. I don't know what the top is. I'll check in a second, but this, actually you should probably check now because I'd like to see the exact time of the halt on this one. So let's go ahead and put it over here. WKSP on the NASDAQ, 440, okay? That's with the theoretical auction price, so almost $1 higher, the halt level, 344. What time was that halt at, Joseph Options? 10:58:01. So it looks like we will be 15 minutes deep. Tell us.
Yeah, there's no news on it. There's a bit of social media attention, but worth noting, no news, and even the social media attention is not huge.
Any speculation on social media?
Nothing, just people getting excited about it. If there's
Thank you,
speculation.
Derek. All right, guys, so nothing there. We'll keep you updated if anything does come in on our blotter for Worksport. We can definitely check the NQ, the NASDAQ halt page. So let's go NASDAQ halts. Let's go over here, current halts. Let's find WKSP. Just do a quick WKSP. Show yourself. It is, what's the code there for this one? Where is it? Where is it? Reason, LUDP. So what's LUDP again? Volatility halt. So this is still volatility. This is still not news pending. This is a volatility halt. So we're still usually when you get that kind of move, on no news like that, typically it is a news pending, but there's exceptions to every rule. It's still a volatility halt by the exchange, so we'll keep you apprised of that. But this is the one that I really need to focus on now. This is the best looking one in the market, KLRS. We still have a couple of more minutes until we open up. So the current time on my atomic clock, 11:14 on the dot. So now we've got another minute and 26 seconds before this one can possibly open up. But while we wait on that one, I want to tell you about this one as well before we send you back to Joey Options. LPTH, very respectful of the trend, higher highs, higher lows. It has breached VWAP, so I don't want to basically base anything on VWAP. But I want to see, does it respect the 10 EMA? It has at times, and it has not at other times. Here it is right there, right now, at that 6 1/4. I'm talking about LPTH. It's up 28 1/3%, and possibly looking to do more over here. So those are the ones I'm looking at, guys. Bovin telling me about BAOS. I haven't had a look at that one. We'll have a look at it when we get back from Joey.
Hey, yes, we will. We'll take a look at it. Yes, at Fave SP, loss I am. Again, if it doesn't work, then that's fine. I'm not going to complain about it. This was a really nice trade, so I'm willing to risk a little bit of the realized here. To see if we can get it. I mean, it is the strongest name, and I have no issues with taking this attempt. The issue comes when you're just trying to consistently milk something that may not work. Considering it is the strongest name, I don't expect the pullback to be overly deep, relatively shallow, especially if there's going to be a continuation within the market. If not, then we'll start piecing some out and take the majority of it off as you head into some of the prior resistance zones. But if it decides to squeeze, then we'll take the one attempt at it and then just completely forget about it, because we don't want to be going against the grain on the strongest stock in the market. I just believe there's an opportunity. It could just be an additional ABCD pattern before it takes another leg higher, but you can see on the 5 minute there's selling pressure really starting to kick in here. So that's something positive. If it wants to do another liquidity grab, do so. Starting relatively small, and I only, what am I mentioned that I'm only risking about 14 cents or so. So small potatoes. I always do the revenge trading, milking something. It's horrible. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think it comes with experience too. I have no idea how long you've been trading, but you just learn that the fact that it's either it's going to work. I think with good trade setups, they work up relatively quick, and if they don't, then you just have to look at the price action and listen to what it's telling you. I mean, it's way easier said than done. As I'm explaining it, obviously you have those days as a trader where you just have so much conviction behind a setup, and you end up kind of losing the train of thought, and you start seeing red essentially, and you're like, no, it has to work. No, it essentially doesn't have to do anything. All right, so just keep that in mind. Yeah, it doesn't have to do anything along those lines. So we're going to go to Adara momentarily, and as I mentioned, I'll say it one more time, we're going to expect a little bit of a pullback here because it is one of the stronger names. It's either we get it or we don't, and we take a small loss. Nothing to cry home about, nor cry over spilt milk. Adara, what do you got for us?
We have more commentary coming from AMD at this Citi event. Apparently, this executive is saying that if the company can get a license for their next gen chip, they will definitely think about putting work into the investment side. So NVIDIA potentially looking to the investment side if they're able to get a license for their next gen chip. Back to you.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, Fave, how many calls do you have? I think at the end of the year, I'm just gonna show you guys what I've just been doing from a swing trading standpoint and see what we got going on. But if you have multiple contracts, Los Pollos, then by all means, just there's nothing wrong with locking one or two of them in. If you have 3 of them, lock one in. If you have 2 of them, lock one in and leave one for a runner. 3 weeks until expiration. I mean, within a couple of weeks, you're going to really start to see theta excel. And if you're not heavily in the money, then you will lose the time value in it. It does have intrinsic value, which is positive for you as well too. So just keep that in mind. And want to be trader and appreciate the info anytime. That's what we're here for. Yep, market always shows you what's up at the exactly. It's always right. It doesn't matter. You're just lucky to be in the right direction that the market is moving. You got 5 Google calls, my friend. Oh. Hey, that's you. It's your position to manage, but at the end of the day, you hear Sean say it, you hear Sharif say it, you hear Neil say it. We're going to lock in some of those gains, and we're going to leave a little bit of a runner to the individual who is talking about 100% returns and then looking to leave some more for a runner. It's the exact same answer that I'm going to give my guy Los Pollos, is that, hey, lock in some of those profits and leave what you're comfortable with as a runner, whether it be 20%, 50%, whatever it is. But take money from the market when you can, and let's go Tesla.
All right, guys, couple of positions. They're doing okay. Here we go. BAOS. Shout out to Bovin, man. I don't know how many times a week, on a daily basis, I have to shout out this guy, but I'm going to continue doing it because he keeps putting stocks like this in front of me. Freaking boom. Here we go. BAOS breaking out into the day's high. What are we at right now, Joey? Options 4.25, my favorite number. Let's set up at 4 1/3. We already wet the beak. So looking to do more here on BAOS. We're also involved in LPTH. I'll get to that one in a second, but we got 08s right now on BAOS, and we're at the high of the day. It's a 28 penny high. Now that I've wet the beak a few times, anything below 4, it's all over. We're moving to stop up to 398, and that's it. So we're going to throw that on there and see what comes of that. Let's go to the other one, LPTH, much slower of a mover. I've got a tight stop on this bad boy because, well, I kind of don't trust it. Prior bar low was what we're doing on this one. So, wow, Joseph, bro. I have to digress because this one is on fire. BAOS. Look, Joseph,
yes, sir.
The small cap degens like myself, they need something to trade. Okay, and if KLRS is halted, their hands start shaking.
You guys start
I got to punch in a position, right? So then you got BAOS going. You got to start scratching like Tyrone Bigham. Shout out to my man. No, Neil's not here. He won't know. So we're going to keep an eye here on BAOS into that high of the day. It's 444s, which is a little bit of an ominous number, but that's okay. We'll keep an eye here on BAOS for more. And if it sets up in the better way, we'll add into this one. Let's see what it does at 4. If it pulls back into 4, I could be an interested buyer over here. But RS continues to be halted. This will likely be a 10 or 15 minute halt. What time is it? So if it's going to be a 10-minute halt, we're going to open up in about 5 seconds. Let's see this. So it is 3, 4. It should open up on 26. There it is. Right on time. Great look there by the NASDAQ. So let's see what it does now. It had a top of 720. Forget about that, baby. It is now a 726 high a day on KLRS. The halt level, the previous halt level, 683. It already got tested, man. We already dropped down into 90. So if you're looking at a gap fill there for the... Here we go, and this could be it. Let's see. Oh, wow, bro, you got to be a lot quicker than that, man. Old man hands can't hang, baby. On this, let's see, should we get into this, Joey? I don't know. I'm waiting for the halt level. Let's see what this one does. So KLRS, what I'm trying to decide right now is if I want to punch in or wait for that halt level to get filled. It looks like it's going to go without me because there it is, a lot closer to the high of the day, 726. So keep your eye out on this one, guys. I'm not involved in it at the moment, and I just got stopped out of LPTH, so we'll give back a little bit on that one. That'll be for the first L of the day as it breaks down below the 10 EMA on the 5. And there goes KLRS all the way down. Oh no.
Oh no.
Here we go. We're going to give this one the old college try. Doesn't let us in, Joey. We tried to punch in there, but the price action a little bit too quick, and we're a little bit too slow. So we'll have to take that one off. What I was trying to pick up there on KLRS was a retracement into the volume weighted average price, which is about 630, 625. This current candle has a low of 636. So basically got tested, tried to punch in, couldn't get it. So we'll look to do a little bit better next time.
Yeah, trader, who said this one? White banking. Okay, and we'll just call you White. I don't know the other part of it. Yeah, obviously, but I mean, I'm just calling the man by his name.
I couldn't care any less.
Yeah, 1.4 billion on the Powerball. Grab me one of those, please, and thank you. I'll e-transfer you.
Okay, we got to digress for a second. You taking that 500 milli up front, or are you waiting for 30 years to get all 1.3 or billion or whatever? Because you
how
get
much
one
do they pay? Do they pay you
500 something? Hold on.
Yeah.
There's tax on that bad boy.
On
In
the
Canada,
500.
there's no tax.
On 500.
Yeah.
I know there's no.
The only thing we don't get rich on,
the lottery.
ticket.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Unreal.
Over 30 years, I'm taking the 1.4
You're taking
bill.
the 1.4?
Yeah, because that's still a heck, dude. I couldn't even do the math on that.
You got to do a time value of money calculation to see if 500 now, based on investment returns, would be worth more. I don't know if it is or it isn't. I'm just saying.
I don't know, dude. Think about it. 1.4 billion. That's crazy.
In 30 years, though. Compound,
they pay you out over time, right? Over the all day you're taking that. Yeah.
How much chunks do you get?
Oh, brother, if they're paying you like monthly or weekly, whatever it is, it's hundreds of millions of dollars. I'd say at least
Joseph,
20,
I got to interrupt.
Million, yeah.
Worksport's open and it is absolutely rocketing up. What the hell is going on over here? Worksport was halted at 341. It popped up to 428. It actually opened at 428. Now all hell is breaking loose to the downside. It's trying to defend 4 right now. The spread is way too wide for me to get involved. It's about 12 pennies right now. That's crazy talk here for a $4 name. So I'm not getting involved in that. Joey, sorry to interrupt, but there's just a whole bunch. BAOS is absolutely going buck wild. Here we go. Here comes $5 on BAOS, 71.25%. I don't know what the hell to cover. You got KLRS halted down. Worksport awoke for whatever reason. BAOS is flying high, baby. So there's a whole lot going on here on the midday, baby. Keep your eye on these small cap gappers. And there goes BAOS into the high of the day, 508, now up 75%. This one looks like it's destined for that triple-digit win.
Yeah, hold on. I got to talk to this somebody. I got to say something. Alexander, don't disrespect me like that, man. Come on, man. He's like, in 30 years, I'll be 80. What kind of nonsense is that?
That's crazy.
That's crazy talk, brother. Yeah, and tens of millions. I'm taking that all day. Would you take the millions over the penny a day, doubled? Over how many years? I would take the penny a day, doubled. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I definitely would. A penny a day.
I've heard this before.
Yeah. A penny, I'm pretty sure it doesn't take that long to hit a million. And then once I'm taking that double every day. So yeah, that would be a great time. And then I would just put it on black at one point at the roulette table and see what we can cook up there. No, I would definitely not do that. But yeah, 8% annual. That's okay. 500 is 30 years over 3 billion. All right, thanks, Adam DeLuce. The quick maths. I know you guys call it maths over there. So good stuff over there. Good stuff. All right, guys. We're still holding on to this Tesla. I'm having an issue with this because we're starting to bull flag, and you can see the defense every time we're trying to break through this support level. Just gets bought back up. The market's pulling back. Tesla not participating. So if it does decide that it wants to crack higher, then we'll just get out and we'll have to avoid that and see if we can find something else to trade. Because if you look across the board, you have Apple now back below the volume weighted average price. Google's starting to pull back in. NVDA south of VWAP as well too. And then we have Ethereum starting to come in with the NASDAQ and the SPY almost touching the volume weighted average price. Then what is Tesla doing? Holding up relatively strong. So we find some relative strength in there. And I'm not going to add to this position. This isn't going to be one because I am counter trending. Regardless if we kind of get that capitulation type price action, I'm not looking to add because I believe that is strong. And you can see the defense consistently step in as you punch through some key support levels. And that's something to keep in mind here. Now let's get our quote highlights on just so we can see what's cooking over here. And we don't even have anything of that size. So we have to put it a little bit. What are you doing? What are you doing?
What are you doing, bro?
There we go. There it is. Okay, yeah, so we have to filter this a little bit more so we can see an imbalance on the tape. I'm going to have to go to 10,000 shares on this one, and it's still quite a bit considering it's only a $12 stock, $13. But there we go. We're slowly starting to get the breakdown. I would love, if the market sentiment was slightly different today, I would love to add into this for that move back into VWAP, but I just don't think we get that. So with that being said, as soon as we hit a 10 cent, so about a 2-to-1 or 20 cents, a 2-to-1 risk to reward, then we're going to start piecing it out, Sharif.
All right, guys, a whole bunch is going on. I had a bunch of trades here on BAOS on the dip. Initially got in, stopped out, got back in, scalped up back at 80. So BAOS is still in play. It's defending generally, I want to say the 2/3 of a dollar, even though the wick goes down to the $0.50. Here we go. We're testing that $0.50 again. We're still at 2/3, so we're still holding the general area, but I'm expecting a bit of a deeper retracement, possibly back into the $0.25. It doesn't look like it wants to head there, though. And right up to 80s it goes. Mid-80s, seller at 85, now at 86. So we're zigging and zagging here. Can we get continuity? This is a candle of indecision. This current 5-minute candle is a doji candle, which has an equidistant upper body and lower body with a very wick, upper wick and lower wick, sorry. I'm getting confused, and a very small body. So let's see if this one ends up holding up at the $0.50. Here's that buyer at 54, 53. It just lost it. Okay, so it's a bit of a deeper retracement now down into the mid-40s here on BAOS. So it probably behooves me to use my 5-second chart on this, right? If we're going to use the 5-second chart to spot areas of support and resistance, why are we not using it now? We're losing everything right now, Joey. Here comes $4. There goes $4. There's the volume weighted average price. Do we get a bounce up off this level? This is crazy price action right now on BAOS. From 70% to 40% in a matter of seconds, baby. Keep your eye on this one. It's still defending generally for above the volume weighted average price. Does it bounce back up as quick as it made its way back down? We'll have to see. I'm just trying to pack my patience on this one, but I think maybe I missed the trade there on the reload for the entry. So let's keep an eye out on that, Joey. What are you looking at, my man?
Yeah, we're still in this Tesla short here. My guy Daniel B says, look at every 5-minute candle, the volume's declining. You're not wrong. So this is what I'm looking at, both sides of the coin. I'm glad that you mentioned this to me. So what I'm thinking in my head is that you can see that the Qs and the SPY are starting to really sell off. Tesla's not necessarily participating in the drastic sell-off. So one thing can happen, multiple things can happen, all right? It plays catch-up and decides to sell a little bit more aggressively, or once the market steps back in and you can see those asks and the market pulls back in the opposite direction, starts climbing higher, then Tesla's gonna climb higher. So those are the two theses running in the back of my head. It's either playing catch-up and goes down towards the volume-weighted average price, or once the market starts to pull back in the other direction, it starts to participate and puts an additional leg higher. So that's just kind of what me thinking aloud. So NVDA really weak here, piece of garb, man. What are the Tesla options doing? Yeah, let's take a look to see what we got cooking up here. As the market is it's selling pretty aggressive, and the volume is really starting to kick up here as well too, guys. So we'll keep that in mind. Options chain, and we're gonna take a look at T. You can do it. Yes, yay.
Embarrassing.
So embarrassing. So Tesla, 345, what was the high of the day here? Let's pull up the actual underlying and not have me looking. Assassino, don't dun me, brother. I'm only playing.
Don't do it, Assassino.
Don't do it, Assassino.
Everything's fine, baby.
Don't do it, brother. There you go, he did it again. So at 345, we have 20,400 contracts. What was the high of the day? 342. At 342.50, we have 13,000. Nothing substantial. Maybe those 345s coming slightly into play, but it looks like the market's starting to slow down. Adara, what do you got for us?
Oh, yeah, we have our crypto segment. Sorry, I forgot to announce that. We're going to talk about crypto, and I do have to talk about one ticker in particular, American Bitcoin. ABTC, American Bitcoin. So this company does have a bit of a connection both to the Trump family and to Hut 8. Let's talk about why. So their co-founder and chief strategy officer is Eric Trump, of course, one of Donald Trump's sons, and the company is a majority-owned subsidiary of Hut 8. So those are the two major connections to know here with ABTC. It is by no means replacing Hut 8. Hut 8 is still a publicly traded company, but that's the details here with how ABTC fits into this ecosystem. They went public here via a special purpose acquisition company. The ticker for that was GRYP. So they merged with that Griffin Digital Mining, and now ABTC is here as a publicly traded company. That's the background on that. Bitcoin actually having a really nice attempt to push back to the upside for the first time since our new all-time high going back to August 14th. We are trying to make a notably higher high on the daily chart. So let's see if Bitcoin's able to get a nice hold or close on the daily level above that 113,500 level. Let's take a look at Ethereum. Ethereum also looking really good on the daily. Bit of a bull flag pattern here. 5,000 is, as of so far, resistance for Ethereum. Can it make a new all-time high above that level? Time will tell. Back to the Bush brothers.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
Let's show them Assassino, baby. Let's show them, baby. B-A-O freaking S. In at 16s, scalped all the way up to 75s. We're still holding a couple of pieces. There's the $0.50. It's the BAOS show. It's another Bovin call. Shout out to the OG Bovin. But, now let's calm down and mention that the $0.50 is acting as an area of resistance. In fact, the sellers are moving down. Look at that size. That posted at 48. You got a couple hundred lots there that weren't there prior. Now we're kind of rejecting at lower and lower levels. And when you juxtapose that to the 5-second chart, it's jiving. So you got that move up. You got that lower high. So that trend is still intact. I think we could definitely get another leg down here. Now, the question is, do the higher lows outdo the lower highs, right? Because you're getting a compression pattern with higher lows, but you're also getting lower highs. So be on the lookout now for the downturn on BAOS. I'm not going to allow this to go against me. So here's the deal. We're moving up the stop. We're going to allow it to go against us by 2 pennies. We're moving up to 14. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So BAOS continues to give on the day here, baby. We're still holding a piece, and I'm definitely interested in some more, but I'm wise to the lower highs on whatever time frame you're looking at. It doesn't matter if it's 5 to 10. There are lower highs right now on the name, so I am kind of concerned that this one will drop down. But we did take a bit of a bigger position for myself, not for the show, into this drop down here to the volume weighted average price. That's where we picked up 16s, and that's why we're able to scalp out more on that move up. So BAOS doing its thing, 25. I also want to point out Worksport still holding above barely the volume weighted average price. It's below $4 now, and it's losing VWAP as we speak. It's still up 27%, and I still don't have news on it. I'm looking, I see Bupkiss on my news blotter there with respect to Worksport. I'd love to be able to tell you exactly what's going on with this one. I know Adara's looking. As soon as she finds out, she'll let us know. But for the moment right now, I know, Adara, it's fine. It's not your fault. There's nothing doing right now on this name. So we'll keep our focus on BAOS. One quick thing before we send it back to Joseph Options. KLRS. As good as they are, for very brief moments, Katina, man, as quickly as they will gesture you that same gesture that Ram gives me every day. Ooh. This one will give to traders as well. I don't know. Maybe she can give us a sneak peek right now.
What is it?
There it is. Oh. There it is. There it is. Excellent. Right on cue, Ram. Look, there she is. There's Raheem and Adara. Or that's not Raheem. That's that dude that Stephen Cayley? What was that guy's name, Adara? Stephen Cayley or from CIBC? No.
Oh, yeah, CIBC.
Stephen Cayley.
Cayley, thank you, Adara. Yeah.
I knew it.
Joseph Options, guess what's back?
What's that?
Guess what's back? Oh, no, it's back, Joey. We just took another print. BAOS is taking out highs again, guys. We just wet the beak there at 69. You know where I'm waiting. Now we're going to wait in front of 5. There's 75s, local area high. The high of the day is 508. So keep your eye on BAOS. I think this one's got the goods, baby.
All right, yeah. This is what I'm talking about here, right? So you can see that it didn't participate and have that deep pullback, and then now we have a 5-minute indecision print. So as soon as it comes to my break even, I'm gonna get out of this trade, and it's about to here momentarily because the market's bouncing, and then Tesla didn't participate in this sell-off, and this is just what I'm talking about. I'm glad that we took a little bit off, but nothing substantial. I still have 80% of the position remaining, and we're gonna get this break even stop out here in any second. So as the markets experience this bounce, and there it is, right? So, and I'm not going to get back into it because I'm not going to waste my mental capital trying to short the strongest name on the day. And then see, boom, look, you get another little pop, and this is what I'm talking about here. So you can see in the SPY and the Qs, selling. Tesla, you do get that move below some key support levels, but But as soon as buyers step back into the game, look what happens to this, right? It just shoots right back up. So that's showing relative strength, positive, positive, positive. And then also Apple putting in another indecision print right here. Do we take another stab at this one? I think so, to be honest with you, just because, right? So not too bad. Nice indecision print right at the lows, below the volume weighted average price. So we're out of Tesla. Not going to give that one too many more tries. And then also NVIDIA starting to show some indecision as well, something that I like to see right below the volume weighted average price. But the volume not necessarily supporting it, but what are we selling off here for, all right? So you can see 172, and then what is that number? 172.40 roughly, we'll call it. Let's take a look at the chain, but I don't believe there's anything substantial there. What's the 1 minute telling me on Tesla? Oh, okay, yeah, I'm gonna take another stab because I do like this 1 minute print on Tesla, and if it breaks it, then so what? We'll just give back a little bit of what we made in there and then some. So get involved in this here, risk profile. How many cents do I got to risk before? I gotta give it about 10, 15 cents there, brother. So yeah, let's see if we can, canceled, great stuff. Try this one more time.
Take over?
No.
Okay.
There we go. Okay, so we're in it. This is going to be another second attempt. I do like that print, but it could go the other way. So Oppo, we don't necessarily want that. Now, getting back to what I was referring to earlier, that is going to be NVDA's options chain and see what we got going on in that 143 level. I don't think there's anything specific. Sorry, 180, or what was I talking about? 173, I think, roughly. So 172.5, 27,100, but above that strike, you have that 175 with 90,500 contracts right there. So a nice little call wall that we're experiencing. But I think that NVDA can test that multiple times before breaking through. Now, our risk profile here on Tesla, extremely, extremely tight. We have zero tolerance for anything against us going in that direction. As soon as it cracks the high of this candle, for me, thesis invalid. Obviously, you want to give it a little bit of room. Not too much, but again, tight stop, room above the candle. See if you can go and test this low once again.
Joseph, we're getting the same type of selling on BAOS, and I think it's well demonstrated here on the 5-second chart. We keep getting selling in and around the mid to low 80s. It happened before. I'm talking before 1127. It happened over here, 1136, and it's happening right now, and there it goes. So there's the buyer into the 90s. I'm waiting at 525, okay? That's my birthday, and that's where I'm waiting. Here comes 508. That's the high. 508 the high. Here we go. Looks like we're going to take out highs. 10s. That's the high now. 9s, excuse me, the high. Can we keep going? I'm waiting at the $0.25. I'm just going to leave it there, okay? So keep going. Let's go, Mr. BAOS. Nope, not taking out the highs quite yet. The 9 seller is a staunchy little bugger. Can we get 10s? We still don't have 10s as a high. So there's somebody selling up a storm. 15s now the high, Joseph. Can we get a little bit more, baby? I'm waiting at 25s. All right, Joseph, you know what? We're going to take it out here. Nah, I'm not going to let that one go against me. I'm not going to let that one. I know it's going to hit 25. I know for a fact it's going to hit 25 because I got out.
Yeah.
Shout out to Assassino, man. All right, we're having a good time, guys. That was a good trade. And you know what else it is, Joey?
What is it? Oh, yeah, right. Wow. We like the club.
In the club, baby.
Going up.
All right, so it's a 522 high. We took it out at 18s. That's not bad. It's going to take it out 22 highs right now, guys. Keep your eye on BAOS. It looks like it's going to blow off the top. There's a seller at 22s. Now, you never really want to threaten anybody, but I don't know. I think he might be in some trouble there. I don't know. Maybe you'll get lucky and it'll tank off 22s. But, it's still hanging out here in the mid-teens, so it's not really dropping off too much. Anyway, 522 high, BAOS, trade it carefully. They're around for a good time, not a long time. Work sport, Joseph, Bovin was telling me this one was breaking out. Yeah, Bovin, it's below $4. It's like holding on to VWAP for dear life. I don't know what's going on with Work Sport. We still don't have a headline on it. Maybe somebody of note is positioning into this company and just decided to do it at a random time. I have no idea. It's at 398 right now. What I'm looking at is the side chart, guys. 398. It's got a spread on it here. 7 pennies, 90 actually, 8 pennies. 90 on the bid, 98 on the ask, and that's undesirable if you're looking for, these quick in, quick outs, because that one, it'll be a little bit tougher to get in and get out. It's up 29%, not bad look. Bovin saying 390 looks good to go long. Shout out to Bovin. So Bovin's clearly identified here a key area of support. It only breached it one time, Bovin, and it was on a wick basis. I'm talking about the candle on the 5-minute at 11:30. That's the only one that breached it. It went down to 77s, but it ended up closing at around 85. So I see your point there, Bovin, on Worksport. It is now, Joseph, guess what?
What, a $2?
A 525 high of day, and I wouldn't have got printed because it didn't cross 25.
It didn't hit the bid?
No, usually I don't use that gateway where you can get printed on the midpoint. I know a lot of traders use that. I should probably employ that.
I don't know what the priority is like on that, though.
The priority, yeah, it's actually a good point, right? But the priority is per gateway, right? So it's like you can't be priority on all the gateways. You're priority on a certain gateway.
Maybe I don't want to talk out the wazoo. And
Joseph, you know what's not talking up the wazoo? The price action here. It's a 539 high, guys. So BAOS is on its way, looking like to 100% gainer. It's a beautiful name on the day. It's very directional. It hasn't bamboozled you too many times, saving except for that one 5-minute candle at 11:25. It's been pretty much all gas, no brakes. Shout out to Chuck of All Trades. Hope you're printing up multiple storms on that, brother. And Lauren Gilligan talking about KLRS. Every time I say the stock, I think of KRS-One.
Yeah,
right? KLRS.
What dang? No, it's what dang. What dang. That's the best one.
There's so many good ones from that. I'm surprised you know about KRS-One, bro.
KRS-One.
From like my generation, you're like 10 years younger.
Dang. Because it was, you know why I know about KRS-One? It's because from the 50 Cent movie, Get Rich or Die Trying. Yeah, he's like a young 50 Cent. He's like standing in the mirror. He's like, what dang. Okay, so yeah, guys, anyways, Tesla's not going to break down, I don't think, here. We're going to be a little bit more patient, but again, we got to stick to the stop here because we don't want to be sticking into a name that's going to be continuously strong as the market's starting to rebound, and it didn't want to participate to the downside. I would rather be taking my chances on a long on Apple than trying to short the strongest name in the market. Just it's not overly logical in my opinion. So we'll give this a little bit more space and then we'll hop out of it. If it goes on a little pump right there, just like that, so see AC Slater to that. Frustrating, I didn't take out more, but there it is. Tesla officially going off the charts, and we're not going to pay any more attention to this because I want to short it. I'm tempted to short it, and with that being said, when temptation arises, you got to try to take a step away, and that's going to lead me towards the Apple of the day and of my eye and of the session. But that's a little dramatic. Apple of my eye.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Yo, depending on how much money you made out of it, it could be absolutely the apple of your eye. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was back in the day.
Still 10 bagger on that. It's definitely the
apple of your eye for sure. So see you later to Tesla. We'll just gladly watch that one appreciate. Give it a little bit back, but nothing substantial. I like what Apple's doing here, so maybe we'll get involved in this at VWAP. Nice indecision print. This is exactly what I'm referring to. On the 5-minute, looks like it wants to start climbing. Adara.
Yeah, this meeting here between Trump and the president of Poland has just begun. I'm going to cover this. If there's anything market moving, I'll let you know. But just to let you guys know, Trump is speaking back to you.
See his bitter tweet yesterday, or well, not tweet.
His ex? No, his truth? No.
So CNBC in Canada, I don't know if in the States, but CNBC in Canada at night after 7 o'clock, it switches to CNBC World. We start getting the Asia feed. So the Asia feed was covering Xi's military parade yesterday. You know Donald was watching. He's like truthing, right? He's like, what did he say? He's like, I hope my friend Vladimir and Xi say hi to, I don't know, Kim Jong-un as they conspire against the United States. It was so jokes. Where's this truth at, man? So anyway, he was watching. You could tell. It's interesting, though, because he talks like they're his enemies.
Yeah.
But at other times, they're his friends. He likes President Xi. He likes President Putin. He called him his friend. Here's what he said. I'm not going to read the entire thing, but here's the last part. Please give my warmest regards to Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un as you conspire against the United States of America, in all caps, President Donald J. Trump. Get him, Donald.
Get him.
You're his friend one day, you're not his friend the other day. It really depends on what you're doing on that particular day, baby.
Yeah, exactly. So
shout out to the
if
OG.
you have a military parade, not your friend. No military parade, friend.
There he is. Sorry, Assassino.
There you go. Sorry.
I want to Donald to dance there.
So there it is, right? That's why you get out of these trades. Nice 5-minute indecision print at those lows, holding up relatively well. I think at this pace, it's going to crack through the high of the day. I'm not ready to get involved into some Apple yet, so we'll pack our patience there. And then also Bitcoin hovering around. It's kind of a grindy one on IBIT and ETHA this morning. So patience, and I want to get a much better price here. I don't want to be buying the top of the range on AAPL just due to the volatility stepping in from the overnight session and what happened there. See, and if I were to get in right at VWAP, it's just like, boom, instantly 20 cents out of the money, and that's not a good time in my opinion. I like to get in lower, and then it will potentially bounce off of the lows, and then maybe we can climb higher. As long as this candle holds, I think we'll be sitting pretty. We'll get a better look at it here on the 1 minute. The one issue for me is that it's not bad. It's not bad. Volume slightly supporting the thesis, but it's not anything substantial, right? It's not isolated or anything along those lines, so keep that in mind. But some nice volume prints, and then you get that 1 minute hammer candle. That might be the move that you're going to experience in this pullback, so yeah, not too bad. And I'm keeping my eyes on Tesla, but for me, it's just like, you know what, avoid it at all costs, and I'm going to do my best here not to try to short it again. It's just not logical, in my opinion, to kind of try to short the strongest name, and it's not participating what the overall market is doing. Let's take a look at Google's options chain, actually, to see what's cooking up over there. Anything good are worth seeing, or something that kind of pops out and says, hey, we need to get involved in this name, not necessarily right now, considering the 9% jump that we just experienced in the stock, but eventually sometime. So again, not the most liquid. Obviously, there's no liquidity issues, but as from an open interest standpoint, nothing substantial there. I think this can all get blown past. What did we close around yesterday? Around 211. So there were those contracts. You do have this congestion within a 10-point zone between $212 and then 222.5s. But now we're and I think there's a lot of blue sky territories, so watch out for this name to continue to grind higher, and I like what we got going on with Google right now.
All right, I've found another one here, guys, but I'm going to have to really caution you against this one because of the volume. It's got a good-looking chart pattern, but the volume is not, participating with how good the chart pattern looks. I mean, we only have 390,000 shares on an almost $3 name. It's printing 290. The ticker, as you can see there, VIVS, up 23.5%. The spread is tightening up. It was like as wide as 7-8 pennies. It's now down to 2. And oh my goodness, look at this thing go. Okay, so people are watching this. I'm not the only one. Oh my God. Here we go. We just took out 3. It's a 304 high, and the volume is coming in. It's now 435,000. We were talking about less than. Now it's picking up, 450,000. So VIVS now participating, and there's the breakout. 309, 310 now. Keep your eye on this one, but watch out for the reversion because this one is a little light on volume, and it has a tendency to open up the spread. It's not wide right now. It's 3 pennies, but it does, open up at times. And I see BAOS is losing VWAP, so all the degens like myself could start looking at this one as this one is going here. Long-only traders I'm talking about. Obviously, the shorts are going to be piling into BAOS. So what I'm keeping an eye on right now is the tightening of the spread. The volume's picking up in spades, baby. We were talking about this one at 300 and change. It's now 530, 550,000. So the volume coming in right now on VIVS, trade it carefully, up 30%. I'm just trying to decide whether I want to get into this or not, man. Here comes 3. We could give it a tight stop. I can't give it to prior bar low because that takes me all the way down to 280. So I either have to wait for this candle to close or just have to punch here and close my eyes.
Pray.
I have no idea what the hell this one's going to do, Joey.
Do it, punch and pray. We'll get it live.
I don't want to do that, man. That's the wrong signal to send to everybody.
Don't do it, man. You're a veteran.
And good thing I did, and it just dropped a little bit there. But now the spread opening up as wide as 10 pennies. Tightening up again now, so it has that tendency. Oh, wow, Joseph, look at that dump it just took.
Oh, yeah. Good thing
from 305 down to 270. That's why, bro, you worry about these ones. Alas, believe it or not, it's still holding above the 10 and VWAP, even with that big drop. VIVS just lost a whole bunch of volume as the shorts piled in or somebody took profits, but it's still above key technical areas. Those technical areas, the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, as well as the volume weighted average price. So here's the deal, Joey Options. We're going to get in really small share. Oh, man, it's going without me over here. Say that again, Randy? Get it. Get it. Randy's telling me to get it. Randy, it's like pop 20 pennies off the bottom here. I think I missed it, but
Pop smoke.
you never really know, Joseph. That sell-off could have been, just the lack of liquidity. And now, as we get closer to 1 million shares, now 676,000 shares, the volatility could subside a little bit. Who knows? So VIVS, I'll keep looking at that. 2 New York cents. Take a look at AIHS. Do I have that up there? I got it up, baby. Could be a good area to get in. So I've got AIHS. It's below VWAP right now, to New York. So you know how I feel about that whole thing, right? We're going to have to insist that this get back into the volume weighted average, above the volume weighted average price. I'm talking about 575. I was actually watching this, brother. I was watching it as it dropped because it basically started dropping right as we started to show. I debated taking a long at VWAP, but that hasn't been the trade for me as of late. I like to base a lot of my entries and exits off the volume weighted average price, but when you get big boy retracements into VWAP like this, my inclination lately has been that they don't necessarily give you the bounce you're looking for, at least not every time. So I decided against taking this trade, and there were better ones, BAOS, case in point, and KLRS at one point as well. So
KRS, what?
Yeah. Yeah, so that's it, Joey. I'm going to keep my eye on VIVS. Definitely a IHS to New York will remain on the side chart, just given how close it is in proximity. Shout out to my man, Nick. $4.99, super chat. Sharif, mind lending me your eyes on FCX on the weekly? Looks like a great swing. Long say less, my man. We're going to do it for you right now. We're going to do it live. Let me just move this over. Live. What's the ticker again there, Joey?
FCX.
FCX. Oh, man. All right. And he wants the weekly.
FTX. FTX.
No. Stop that. Stop that. Yo, man, he's sharing cells. He was sharing a cell with Diddy. And he's like, Diddy's a nice guy and stuff like that. Did I tell you about this?
No,
you gotta watch this.
Yeah.
This is a good looking chart, Nick. It's a very prolonged bull flag. There's obviously a range to be had here, and there has been for the better part of 4 years. I want to say since the COVID bottom that we put in, we were in a gnarly uptrend. Seems to be 50 generally is the top, and about 35. Yeah, 35-ish to 30-ish is the bottom. With most of the prints coming off that 32.5 for whatever reason. I mean, all these ones over here, as well as these ones. You have the tariff tantrum over here, so I wouldn't put too much stock into that. I would basically look at this as a $35 hold. So I think it's about a $50 to $35 range that you haven't been able to decisively break above or decisively break below. There have been times, as you see, where you've lost that. But for the most part, you revert right above that. What is this company? Freeport McMoran. Okay, so yeah, it's a bigger company, definitely. International Metals Company focused on copper. I like it. Company operates geographically diverse assets, significant proven and probable mineral reserves of copper, gold, and molybdenum. How do you say that, Randy? Molybdenum. What the hell? They use it in everything, eh? It goes in motor oils. All right, good to know, man. I love having this guy around.
Yeah.
So look, I don't know too much about the company, full disclosure. Don't know anything about their fundamentals, but it seems as if about $32.5 to $50 range, Joey.
Ooh, okay. I'm thinking about doing the old punch and pray here as well, too, for you. I'm not. Obviously, there's obviously some, when we say that, we're obviously being sarcastic and stuff. Don't do that because you'll have a bad time. That's when you just break stuff, is when you just do the old punch and pray. Or the old punch and go to the washroom. That one's not a good time either. So, yeah, but this is what I'm talking about, right, guys? This is what I'm like, okay, it's frustrating because you want to continue. For me personally, I'm just speaking for myself. It's like, oh, I want to short this. But at the end of the day, I have to listen to what the market is telling me, and there's going to be better opportunities if you are looking to short something than what there is in Tesla. Can it break down? Absolutely. And that's another thing to note. You just have to sit with the fact that, yeah, it could sell off aggressively and catch up with the overall market, or it can just continue to grind higher. Either way, You have to be accepting of what it is. Glad we haven't got into AAPL just yet, so you can see that that indecision print isn't holding up relatively well. But one thing to note is that we're slowly grinding higher in Ethereum, so let's go on Ether. I would love for this thing. I don't know if we let's pull up the actual underlying here. So Sharif, what are you thinking? When do we see that previous all-time high in Ether, timeline-wise?
Bro,
I know you don't care. Yeah. In a
you know exactly what I'm going to say.
Yeah. You don't care.
These are
about
ones
that.
that
you don't care.
Yeah.
I
care.
Well, no,
but
essentially you're not monitoring
I'm
it.
not
You're not. Yeah, you're not in any rush for it to.
You got a higher low there, Joey, which I do like on that last little
right
area.
here.
So you put in that higher low. You also have higher highs on that last attempt as well. So I like the stair step up.
Yeah.
Now you're going to get chop, and that's what we've been getting. Obviously. So as long as we hold pattern, I sit comfortable.
Yeah. I'm cool with that. I mean, if we do break this downtrend, then maybe we run back into this 38 level roughly or something along those lines.
Fair.
But sure enough, this bull flag, this consolidation, there's a base that's holding up relatively well there as well. So I like it.
Oh, that's fantastic! Look at that.
Yeah.
It's
up there. It's up there.
Yeah. There's a bad boy over here.
Yeah. There. Yeah. So that's another level there.
Hold.
So you get that wick out. Oh yeah. So bang right off of that point. So it's the exact same line essentially. So yeah, I mean it's holding up good. Trend line still intact here from those June lows, and then boom, sure enough, that's when you climb a ridiculous amount, over 100%. And who knows? I think once this top is blown off, you head in. I mentioned this yesterday. You head into the 55, 6,000 level. And I'm curious what you guys think. How long till Ethereum touches a new all-time high? I'm gonna say probably not until late September, maybe mid-October. Right? Maybe even later October, maybe even heading into the Christmas rally. It all depends on what we get in September. I think the larger the rate cut, obviously that's going to drive more of this. If we get 25 bips, then maybe you get a little bit of pop, a test around that previous all-time high. If you get the 50 bips, then sure enough, bang, it's new all-time high in my opinion, or it could just completely sell, right? Because the market is definitely irrational at times, and you would think something that's going to bid up probably sells off, right? Because that's just how it works, complete logic. And if that's what you're looking for in the market, then you're in the wrong place, because I just think that's how it is. It's a mind of its own. The market is just, as some would like to call it, all right?
Joey, can I just cover something real quick?
Go ahead.
I want to bring to your attention two new small cappers that have made their way onto the scene. The first ticker is VEEE. V. It's really breaking out, up 30%, and it's a trade de novo, meaning it barely did any action at all in the pre-market or earlier in the day. The first real volume candle there coming in at 1140, 304 high, showing me 295s, well above VWAP, well above the 10 EMA. Trade it carefully. I'm talking about top left of your screen. There's another one, VIVS. I don't have the updated information on that. I have to add it to the watch list. Otherwise, the charts don't update, Joey. You're going to need to talk to your boys there at IB because they need to fix that.
I thought you were on that. I thought you were on that one.
Yeah, I got pulled with them, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm playing. VIVS popping into 310. Very similar prices between VEEE and VIVS, but very different areas relative to these areas of support and resistance. So VIVS all the way down into the volume weighted average price, barely holding it. That VWAP area, 279, 280, price action showing me 77s. So we're a couple of pennies below it. This one doesn't have as much volume. Be careful here with VIVS as this current volume bar below 50,000 shares. But this is the one that I really want to focus on, VEEE, 304 high. It doesn't look good with this topping tail candle. What I'll insist on is that it hold above 255. So 255 is for a reason. Even though VWAP is showing me 275, take a gander at the actual price action resistance level. 55s yesterday going into 8 p.m. 55s or 50 this morning at around 8 a.m. And then look where the 10 EMA is at 59. So even though it zigs and zags, possibly a little bit below, a little bit above VWAP, what I'll be looking for is a 55 hold, and we may get it sooner than we thought. 65 showing up now as it loses the bid a little bit. 304, let's see if this one can hold up, and we will execute on it if it will. For the moment, though, we're going to take a bit of a pause, send you to Adara. She's going to go through what's happening now. Ooh. Then Neil is going to drop Neilage on his lesson of the day.
Okay. Just like that, Jack.
Yeah, keep an eye here on this market. We still do have Donald Trump talking, currently answering questions during this meeting with the president of Poland. We had some Fed comments this morning, Fed's Musala, basically saying that the baseline idea is that the tariff inflation impact will fade, but there is a risk that it will be persistent. So this is going to be pretty interesting to watch here with regards to the September meeting. Earlier today, Fed's Waller indicated that he'd be interested in a potential cut in September and then more cuts going forward over the next few months. We also had JOLTS job openings coming out lower than expected today. A bit of a forecast here ahead of the NFP prints, which are going to be coming out on Friday. Lots of these job numbers we know have been really on watch for the Fed, and as such on watch for the market. Keep an eye here on Google, of course, one of the biggest movers to the upside today in the Meg 7 space, Tesla, the other notable mover. But Google here, of course, on watch after Judge Amit Mehta ruled that the company is not going to have to divest its Android operating system. And yeah, this is just in general a better ruling than we were expecting for GeoOGL. Salesforce reporting earnings after the bell tonight. You can check out this infographic on Exit TTV Research. Other post-market earnings reports include AEO, AI, and Figma. So, obviously you can get a look at what's reporting on Exit TTV Research. And in the meantime, we have Neil, and he's got a lesson of the day. So, Neil, give us that lesson of the day. Over to you.
Thank you, Adara. Don't get rugged. Avoid the rug pull. It's easy enough to say, and something we were talking about this earlier, kind of ranted about this ABTC and taking profits. But the thing about it is everyone wants to hold for the dream for some types of moves. And I get it. Like if we were to look at it, and the comparison I made was your BMNRs and your SBETs, and when people see charts like this, they want the monster continuation. Even if it's on like the 1 day, they want that 5x or the 2x that hold it all day and you just keep on breaking highs. But that's not always the way that things are going to play out. And I think having a plan of action that might allow you to hold for that crazy move, but also give yourself a bit of an out so that you do not get completely rugged, should be part of it. Now, first things first, I don't ever endorse really chasing these types of things that halt up multiple times. But I know sometimes people get involved in it early, and you want to hold on for the dream and not necessarily get caught giving up the entire move. There's a couple of things to look for with these types of runners. One of them, when you're in a halt-to-halt state like this is on the way up, you're not getting a ton of information. So you need to be laser focused because it's not, you could have the prior halt level as your out and say if it breaks down underneath, I'm going to get out. But that might trick you. It might not be clean. What I want to look for is a typical rejection pattern. Go at a lower time frame. I usually use a 3 minute, so I would go down to a 1 minute chart. And then what I want to see is the next time it tries to push. Like each time you're gapping higher. Well, it opens up without gapping higher. So now you're on alert with this stock. Everything looks okay, but here's the thing. It doesn't break this low. However, I would be out, despite the fact it doesn't break the low. And that's simply what happens when it tries to break the high. You get this rejection candle trying to break the high on a 1 minute and comes right back in to retest the bottom. There's then a second salvo in here. Once this happens, stop goes out underneath that green candle and say, forget about getting caught in a halt. I'm getting out if it breaks this. It tried to bounce. You pulled a rejection candle. It tried to bounce. It did not hold. If that new low is gone, then I'm trailing out for sure. And this gives you the chance that, hey, if it holds after that bounce play, consolidate here above VWAP, you can be in it all day, you can be in it all afternoon, whatever it might be. But that's the halt to halt to halt state where you just go absolutely nuts. And it also there was another example here on WorkSport where, okay, you had one halt and then you were consolidating higher. Yeah, fine, another situation where you want to give it a chance. But what happens after it holds consolidation? Your false break of the high of the day. Now you're on alert. What happens? There's your false break. It holds the low just underneath $4 a couple times and tries to bounce. But once it breaks that 395, 396, you're not waiting for the low of the day necessarily. To me, that gives you the trail out after that failed break. It gives you a chance that if you're involved here, if you were involved for whatever reason early, but if you took that whole price, it gives you a chance to be able to hold on for the dream. But once it fails to top, after that halt up, or the final halt up, or the most recent halt up, when it shows you that failing pattern on a stock that is prone to be halting, that's a good time to try to get out of it. Because specifically on gappers, small cap gappers that are prone to halt and had been showing you halt, you know liquidity is at a premium. Now, Worksport has glided down in an orderly fashion, but that doesn't have to be the case. It could have done a move like that ABTC, and it would have. And that's the thing. You've been given a hint at how nasty it can be if it loses the bid completely. So allow that false break of a high to give you a trail if you've gotten into this early. There's nothing worse than having 50% or a double up or a triple up in the bag and then getting that rug pull because you weren't paying enough attention when it was deep in the money for you and looking for a potential exit. So it's all well and good to have that big winner, get into one of these small cappers early, but look for that sign of a false break of the high on these names that are halting. The other thing about having a stop or a trailing stop in is if you can get those exits before it's completely broken down, you're not at risk of, oh, my stop got triggered between gaps. Like you could have a stop, it halts down, your stop is here, it just gaps underneath it. That's what you don't want to get caught with. And I'm perfectly willing to get trailed out on something that's a big winner so that I don't give it all back getting caught in a down halt or holding through a down halt. So just be careful with these types of names. Everyone likes to get these big 2, 3x types of wins, but you got to be able to play it in both ways and understand that you can lose the entire thing in a matter of minutes, and avoiding those absolute rug pulls can be an advantage. So watch out for those topping tail wicks post-halt. They can give you an exit before it breaks the low. Good luck to everybody. There's your lesson of the day. Let's see if these markets can hold on to VWAP here.
Well said, Neil. I just want to bring to your attention, thank you very much, Neil, again, for that lesson of the day. Make sure to join us around that noon hour. You get Happening Now with Adara, giving you a quick look at the markets, and then Neil drops his lesson of the day. Call it Neilage around here. But this one, shout out to my man ADL. Not really known for small cap gapper trading, but he's been giving me dimes these last couple of days. And here's another one, UGRO. Alas, it is sub $1. So you know how I feel about these sub $1 names. But this one had a big move in the aftermarket right at 5 o'clock. So I want to just take a quick look to see what the reason for that was. So that was the 2nd of September. Just looking there to see what was going on at around 5 p.m. into definitive agreement. Okay, so some sort of agreement here. Urban Grow Incorporated filed a Form 8K entry into a definitive agreement with U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. So I can read this whole thing later, just so we understand. There was a headline that came in at around 5 o'clock yesterday, 5:01 on my blotter, which explains this price action. We gave back almost everything. We went from all the way to 78 pennies there yesterday in the aftermarket, down to about 42 pennies at around, I want to say 9:45, but that was as low as it was going to go, and it has been higher highs and higher lows since that time. 74 pennies or thereabouts is the high of the day, 73. So we are still below that aftermarket high. And if you watch me trade these small caps before, I consider yesterday's aftermarket high to be akin, if not the same, as the pre-market high in the morning. If there are bag holders from the times where there are no volatility halts in the morning, it doesn't make a difference if it was in the afternoon yesterday. The reason that there's similarities between the pre-market and the aftermarket is as a result of the lack of volatility halt. So if you move very aggressively in the aftermarket or the pre-market, you're not going to halt due to volatility. You can still halt pending news, but not for volatility. And so that's why I don't consider them the same, but very similar. In any event, it's well above the 10 EMA, well above VWAP. It's got an area here of previous price action resistance. I'm talking about that 60 penny area. You got that rejection at 6:30 a.m. this morning. The institutional prints rejected there. You also rejected there at around 11:30. But that was the last time we were going to look at that level. In fact, after we cleared it, we used 60 pennies, as you can see here at that 11:55 candle. We used it as support. So here we go. We're dropping back down after making that 74 penny area high. I'm going to be going long at them. I don't know how you feel, at around 63 to 64 pennies off that 10 EMA on the 5. That's going to be my move on UGRO, Joseph.
Good look there. All right, yeah, so I'm just sitting on my hands right now. I see nothing other than the temptation to short Tesla, but I'd rather, just as I mentioned umpteen times throughout the day, is just I would rather not give myself that headache of trying to short one of the stronger names. All right, let's take a look at the top performing sectors of the day. At the top of the list, we have the communications sector. Yesterday was a whole lot of red. Today, not so much, but I mean, more red than green. So we're up about 1 1/4 there on the comms. And then consumer discretionary up about 7/10. And then we have the tech sector. Up only 4/10. Come on, guys, get it together. And then the bottom three, we have the industrials down 6/10. Then we have healthcare down 7/10. And then we have energy sector down 1.8%. Now, on the week, have we started to climb? No, all the major averages are negative. Yes, you guessed it. So there it is. Bang. Winner, winner. Exactly. And that's what your boy has for lunch there, is the chicken.
He's so bitter.
No, but that's what I got, man.
No. I'm not going to go into the story, but
One day you guys will find it. One day. No.
Your six sport about stuff, though, bro. I'll give you credit.
Yeah, it's hard to.
Pretty good, yeah.
The only thing, I'll be honest, so I was thinking about the other day, like, you can make fun of me all you want, right? Sticks and stones. But then when people start chirping my trading, that's the only time I really get frustrated.
Well, it's a tough endeavor, bro.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, it is. And it's
you're already
like, yeah,
stressed as
you
it
think,
is.
Do you not think that I want it to work out? But no, other than that, you can make fun of me all you want. It doesn't really bother me. But you just got to be able to take it back at the end of the day, right? And I could be a little arrogant at times, maybe, if I come down to it. Probably not. But anyways, all right, yeah. Ooh, what does this look like to you, Sharif?
Let me have a look. Oh, no.
What does this 5 minute look like to you?
The 5 minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could be a head and shoulders.
Yeah, you think so? There you go.
The thing is, I'm a stickler for patterns. And so we need an uptrend for that head and shoulders. We were kind of consolidated before. Look at that earlier price action.
Yeah, fair enough.
But you did get that bump there. What time was that big bump there? Was that the
this one?
No.
Oh, this one here?
Yeah.
That's right at the open, 4 a.m.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the 4 a.m. talk right there. Yeah. G-Talk. All right, we like that G-Talk. Right. Sure, $10 super chat. You didn't put anything behind it, so just maybe reply to your own super chat there, and maybe we can get that. But yeah, that's exactly G-Talk. All day, Bosses Talk. Or was that song by the Migos? Bosses Never Speak. So shout out to that. But anyways, at the end of the day, guys, I don't see anything that I like. And I mentioned just as for the short in Tesla, I don't think it's there. NVIDIA did double bottom on this occasion. I'm putting in an indecision print, so that was nice for potential long in the continuation. You just want to stick to the strong names, and then hopefully you can get a little bit of a program stepping in and it works in your favor. Apple climbing back towards the volume-weighted average price. I was thinking about longing the Qs, but again, I want to follow something that has the path of least resistance, and I think that's going to be the likes of Google and Apple, considering their news. I know for a fact that we're going to be touching on it throughout the day, and a lot to talk about with that, so that's going to be a good time and good talks, considering what we have down the pipeline. So yeah, NVDA not looking too bad. Are we going to go and retest this high of the day? I don't know, maybe possibly. But just going back to volume price analysis, it's just like keep an eye out for these indecision at extreme highs through specific levels, and then you can base trades off of them. Sure enough, there's another print right there. So not horrible, not horrible. And then Apple grabbing off these lows, so continuous higher low there, Sharif.
Adara, is there anything on marijuana? Because there is a whole bunch of negativity. Like, not there needs to be news on marijuana, but you got MSOX is down almost 10%. It's SSR, MSOS. And then you got Tilray's also SSR, CGC's SSR. So I'm just wondering if there's anything in marijuana world. Nothing, okay, all right, Adara. Nothing immediate, Adara saying. Thank you for that, Adara. So, yeah, not like there definitely needs to be weed news for wheat to sell off. It's just weak in general. What do you got there, Katina, man? How was the walk, brother?
Good, not too bad. Oh, I gotta stop.
Crazy weather, eh? That's the last day of good weather. You don't need a jacket out there, yeah. It's okay. 2 kilometers, okay. That's still good. You know, I've changed my walk, eh? I'm walking around like random place. I want to see what's good.
Yorkville,
yeah, nice.
Yorkville, what'd you buy? Yeah, I was gonna say, didn't you go in the Gucci?
I'm never gonna say that again.
Yeah. I thought you'd be going into the Gucci store after that. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I figured that. So
Saw Drake at the Gucci store. They shot the breeze.
Yeah.
Everything's good there. Katina Man gave him a couple of tips on some of these stocks. Said, don't buy Open Door, Drake.
Said, don't buy.
No, actually, he told him to buy Open Door. You're a long Open Door. He's long Open Door.
Said buy Palantir, though.
Trump ends press conference with Polish president. Thank you, Adair, for putting that on there. As we know, Donald Trump was meeting with the Polish president today. We'll get you more on that a little bit later. But I want to bring this to your attention. UGRO. You guys have been talking about this one. Adam pointed this one out. Bovin pointed this one out. Yannick pointed this one out. They're all pointing out UGRO south of $1. But, it's definitely got some selling over here. It's still above the 10 EMA. I was biased for my entry on this one into the 10 EMA. It's still putting in lower highs, not necessarily lower lows quite yet. I'm going to pack my patience on this one and see what we get. Chuck of all trades saying LCFY. I've got my eye on that one as well, brother. We got them all here. My issue with LCFY is, well, 2. Can you guess what 2? Can you guess, Joey?
What's that?
What's my beef with this stock? You've been trading, watching me trade these small cap gappers.
It's below VWAP.
And? Yes, that's right. The pre-market high. The pre-market high. Joseph Options here, bang on with that VWAP. So below VWAP at 570. In fact, regular trading hours price high of the day is 570. Pre-market high is 769. So basically $2 below the pre-market high. That just doesn't cut it for me. And you work up to VWAP and you're already selling off a little bit. So I see LCFY. It displeases me until it gets up to about 7 3/4. Whether it gets there or not, we'll have to wait and see. VIVS, though, this is a bit of an interesting one. We got a huge volume spike there a little bit before noon, about a quarter to noon. 310 high. We dropped down, but what's ironic is when you get a drop in volume like that, usually it's an upside down V retracement, a Christmas tree retracement we call on the floor. But that's not what you're getting here. You're, in fact, above the 10 EMA, you're above VWAP, but you're not really doing any discernible price action. So is this one sort of basing out and then maybe start stair-step up again through 3? So VIVS, a bit of an unusual chart pattern right now for these small cap gappers. I mean, I'm not going to punch into it at the moment. It's not setting up the right way, but one that I want to keep my eye on. What the hell did this just do? So popped up from mid-70s to 85s there. Okay, so broke pattern. All right, maybe we need to look at the tape on this one a little bit better. So there it is, VIVS. Yeah, it's a bit of a wide spread. 6 pennies at the moment, 84 on the bid, 78 on the ask. It's up 20.5%. It's done less than 1 million shares of volume still, though. And that was my beef with this one initially, that it was like 300,000. Now it's almost at 1 million, but still not 1 million. So I'm not going to execute on this either. I'm going to wait and see if it sets up in a bit of a better way. So nothing for me at the moment, guys. I'm looking at all the ones on the side chart. The only one that I'm really considering taking a trade on right now is UGRO, and that's because it pulled into volume to the 10 EMA. So let's load that UGRO, and I really don't want to punch into this. It's sub $1 stocks are like pulling teeth, bro. We're going to give this one a try, Joey, because we don't have any positions right now, and I don't like that look. So we're going to get in here. We're going to get in. And do I give it to VWAP or do I give it to 60? Oh, goodness. All right, we're getting in. Let's see what we get over here. We're going to give it to 60 pennies, so we're going to risk 4 pennies. Right. So let's go ahead and put 5.9, and then we'll go all the way down to 5.5 for that. What do we got on? We got 65s. We're already out of the money. So that's not, yeah, I mean, I didn't expect anything different with these sub $1. Yeah, straight to jail.
Right away.
All these sub $1 names should be illegal.
Right away.
No,
ooh, we don't want that.
I'm playing, bro. I'm just angry that I'm out of the money.
Ooh, that's
so that's what we're keeping an eye on, Joey. UGRO, not much to report on there. But LCFY is breaking through VWAP, guys, and it might be breaking through 6. Sorry, I wasn't plugged in. Go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, all right, let's rock and roll here. Exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P, TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equities indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca, 3x daily leverage to learn more. Okay, let's just, speaking of management fees, I always like bringing up this GBTC.
Get it?
Yeah.
Why are you laughing?
It sucks to suck. It sucks sometimes, man.
There's no liquidity on that.
Yeah,
thing,
it
bro.
sucks.
Like,
At the end of the day, Sharif, this was supposed to be the
That
one.
was the one.
This was the one, right? This was the one, right? And it turns out when you're greedy and you want to charge everyone 1% management fees or whatever it is, then they're just going to our good friend. Guess who that is there, Sharif?
BlackRock. Well, and also, would you want to compete with BlackRock? Like, if you're Grayscale, do you want to be in competition with BlackRock, like the biggest asset manager? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's a tough competitor.
Absolutely, but I mean, you want to be in the space, but you want to do it correctly. Like we know Kathy's in it as well too. She has her ARC BTC or whatever it's called there. But you just don't want to be greedy and charge people management fees because essentially what happened there with the IBIT one is they take probably the methodology from the Chinese. Undercut everyone, take the share, and then sure enough start charging the fees later. But that's obviously not the case what happened here, but I'm obviously being somewhat sarcastic. But that's what happens, guys. You have no liquidity in your asset, and that sucks. And I'm pretty sure they fired that guy. So there it is. Tesla, boom, gone off, new high of the day, and I'm so happy that we're not trying to short this. I was looking to get long here on the TQs. Did we take advantage of that? No. So yeah, a lot of missed ops right now. But again, nice consolidation. We thought this was going to be, I thought this was personally going to be a head and shoulders. Doesn't seem to be the case as the market's starting to climb higher and higher. What's NVDA up to? I'm assuming that it's going to start to climb higher as well, so that's looking not too bad. Some of these big names starting to rebound even more off of those lows there, Sharif.
See your friend Gold?
Yeah, GLD
Another
is crazy,
1%
man. I'm so...
Where are we at here, man? Let's find out what GC December contracts at. We'll put the continuous on there so we can kind of... Let me just throw on the continuous because we're not going to be able to see the full picture unless I put the continuous. Gold, COMEX. Should I go E-micro? Not the E-micro, the regular futures, right? We'll go continuous contract. There we go. Okay, well, we're at all-time highs.
GLD.
GLD? Oh, we can do that. There's probably not the same, but there you go. All-time highs, baby. That's obviously wrong there back in 2011, or is it, Joey? Because I know we spiked during the GFC times. No, I think this is it. These are all-time highs, guys, on gold. Obviously, the market worried about, the Fed independence, this, that, and the other, as well as, let's just, we'll get to it more on the rundown, but if the U.S. has to pay back some of these tariffs, what's being speculated on right now is that Treasury, the U.S. Department of Treasury, will have to issue new government treasuries to offset some of the costs that they'll have to pay back because they don't have the cash on hand. And as a result, that means more fiscal spending. More fiscal spending means worse budget deficits, and that makes the long end of the curve go up, and gold goes up as a result. As people look to hedge against devaluation of the currency, you print more money, you devalue the currency. It's really that simple. So, yeah, gold, man. Gold is that trade. It is that trade. And it keeps going. It's not sexy, but it's good. I have nothing. I've never ever had gold. My old man owns gold. Alfred, my friend, used to own a lot of gold.
Oh, really?
He inherited it from his old man, and then he sold all of it and bought a ton of Tesla.
Is that your boy who
That's my buddy.
just bang?
He did. He made big money.
What's up, Alfred? One thing before we go there to Adara, Daniel, that's just part of the game, right? Like, it's just recognizing what's super strong and what's not and why it's not participating. I've had countless of those, so it's honestly, it's nothing, man. Get used to it. It's going to happen more than once. And just try to avoid it. But Adara, what do you got for us?
Excuse me, keep an eye here on Coca-Cola, KO. The company's at a Barclays conference, and apparently executive warned that they had a little bit of a decline here in their Q2 volumes, calling them, quote, slightly negative. Apparently there was slow momentum in important markets like India and Mexico. So KO warning here, apparently slightly negative Q2 volume. If I get anything else, I'll let you know. But as you guys can see, there was a volume increase as we have this Barclays conference happening for Coca-Cola. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adair. There goes the market starting to come back in a little bit here. You can see that I'm long some Bitcoin. I don't know if this is going to work. Obviously, if I knew it, then we'd just go insane. But here it is, downtrend intact. I'm long this name. I do have a feeling that we can break this, considering that we're just forming this channel here. Hopefully it doesn't go too crazy as the market is coming back in. And it looks like there's a potential short signal here starting to be displayed on Tesla, right? So it did that additional, like higher. I know Katina Man's been long this thing. He's been crushing it there. But here it is, right? So you can see we put that leg in, and then we have that nice volume print with that inverted hammer candle. So not too bad of a look, but just understand that the market is relative. Oh, okay, I love the Qs right here. I love the Qs short. I'm going to get involved in this, even though I know I'm in this IBIT long. But take it away, Sharif.
Exciting news for Canadian. Oh, my mistake. Every trader knows that if you want to grow, you have to risk more. At least that's kind of how it used to be. But Trade the Pool is changing that. It's the new revolution in stock trading. You don't need a large deposit. Trade the Pool is built for any trader who wants to grow without putting everything on the line, just like, you know, small skin in the game, and you're trading with real capital. And here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at around $47. That's your total risk. From there, you trade real shares, not CFDs, using the company's capital. So if you're interested in that, head on over to tradethepool.com or scan that QR code on the screen. And everybody, I just want to let you know that RAM is moving behind us again. And so there's going to be a lot more RAM interactions. But I think we're also a little bit of a disadvantage this time, Joseph, because we've got our back to her, so she can launch projectiles towards us without us seeing her. Prior to that, she had been in front of us.
How'd she get that desk over there? So
she got, you know, she's been carrying it on her own. I seen her schlepping with those monitors.
Was that what it? Yeah, I know. I'm like, I thought it had wheels or something.
Crazy! I can't believe RamRam's carrying stuff.
Yeah,
like that's the most work I've ever seen her do.
That's crazy.
You know what I mean? I love RAM. I'm just joking. All right.
No, let me cover. Joey. Yeah, let me cover this here. So I got all out of this IBIT trade there, just digging away into my profits, and I decided to go short the overall market. Why did I go short the overall market? Here, look at this hammer right above the volume weighted average price. So if it cracks that, then we're out. And probably if I hold it that long, we'll be slightly red on the day. So I mean, giving away all of the gains, but that's how it be if you want to put on some trades. Adair, what do you got for us?
But I hear on Corning, GLW taking a big move to the downside after Bloomberg reported that China apparently announced anti-dumping duties on optical fiber from the U.S. We know that Corning is in that glass and related materials and technology space, so this is a story that could impact it. GLW falling again pretty sharply here from intraday highs. Again, on this story from Bloomberg, suggesting that China has announced anti-dumping duties on U.S. optical fiber. GLW, back to you.
The company that Apple's making the iPhones
Yep.
at? It is, right? Yeah, and like they have like a whole thing. It's like, how about you make some of the processors here, Apple?
Yeah, Apple.
And not the glass. No, it's a nice start, Joey.
It's all liquid anyways these days, Sharif.
This guy hates the iPhone.
I don't
hate it. The iPhone.
I don't.
You're crapping on the iPhone constantly.
Yeah, I am crapping on it because it's just like, man,
love it.
They took away so much of the glass effect. Like, what kind of BS is that? It's supposed to be
you're
liquid
still in
glass.
beta, though. We still haven't even seen the full version. That comes after.
This is the final version of beta, apparently.
Is it? Oh, the final version of beta.
Yeah.
So technically, okay. All right.
So
Well, we'll have to wait and see what they got to offer us.
There you go.
All right, guys, I'm still with this URGO. We're a penny in the money, nothing to write home about, but there it is. China announces anti-dumping duties on optical fiber from the U.S., reporting Bloomberg. Thank you for bringing that to us, Adira. We'll keep an eye on that, and if you're invested in Corning, if you're trading it, keep an eye out on that. So I'm holding UGRO over here. Let's see what we get. We're a penny in the money, nothing home to write about. It's holding VWAP, but it's not exactly rocketing up. It's also holding 60 pennies, which I've earmarked as an area of support. It had pre-market resistance there. Also, we used it as support at around 12 o'clock, a little bit before that. So that's what I'm looking at right now, guys, as we get into that 12:30 session. We'll start the news in about 15 minutes or so.
Ooh.
There is a whole lot to talk about, as I'm sure you already know. Lots of Google news, lots of Apple news and the implications from such. So we'll be doing deep dives into that. So make sure to hang out with us from around 12:45 till about 2. We cover the news.
Ooh,
we
nude.
don't do it
Ooh,
nude. I promise you that. We will not do it nude.
Not yet.
Not yet. Aw,
Anyways.
man, we'll get dinged. YouTube right away. Right away.
I mean,
Straight to jail.
You didn't make it provocative. There it is. Shout out Britney Spears.
But there is the nude news, isn't there?
Is there?
You haven't seen this?
No.
There is something called nude news, and
Oh yeah, they do it.
as you might imagine,
Man, I know a couple
They
of
are
those.
naked.
I know a couple of those South American reporters are
The naked
they're doing it pretty good. They're doing the news right
oh
over
wow,
there. Is all I can
you're
say.
going down that road, eh?
The South American
Yeah.
reporters doing
They're
the
going
news.
down that road?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, Joey. All right, Joey.
I like.
You're not showing dislike. You're just going down that road.
Yeah,
All right.
I think it's good.
Here we go, guys. UGRO's breaking out here. Now we've made a first 5-minute candle to make a new high. We've got 62s on. It's showing me 65 and a half. We still haven't gotten that 66 print yet. It's up 61%. You know, let's see if this one's got the goods to kind of make its way back into the high of the day. That high of days, you guessed it, 74 pennies or 73.99. That should express to you my dislike for trading these sub $1 stocks. I hate 4 decimal places. It makes it a thicker trade, and a lot more places at which you can post sell orders. So let's see if this one's got the juice to get back to the high side. I'm packing my patience, Joey.
All right, cool. So yeah, there it is, starting to work out here a little bit. Just off of that hammer candle, right? So if we can snap this downtrend, then I think we'll be all right. If not, if we continuously bounce on it, then we'll just have to assess the situation and see what's going on. Okay. But this is what I'm going off of, right? So I got to give it a little bit more room. And with that being said, you have to be willing to take the loss as well. So if the market wants to come back in, then we'll be okay. NVDA forming the same prints, which I like. That could give me some more conviction. And this is what I was talking about earlier on Tesla as well, is that, okay, you take that additional leg higher, and then you kind of get that indecision print at the high with that inverted hammer candle, and then sure enough, you're heading into some key support levels. Now let's take a look at what NVDA is up to. We're gonna go to Adara momentarily, and as soon as I get the go ahead, then we shall do so. And there it is, NVDA, same thing. Let's see if we can get that breakdown. Adara, what do you got for us?
Got it, Adara.
Keep an eye here on CIEN as well. This is the other stock that seems to be moving on this story from Bloomberg again. In case you missed it, Bloomberg reporting that apparently China is going to be imposing duties here on this fiberglass. That'll be the anti-dumping duties on optical fiber from the U.S. Apparently, the duty for cording specifically is 37.9%. Not seeing what it's going to be for CIEN. But this is interesting, too, because Sienna actually reports earnings tomorrow morning. So right before its earnings report, a negative note here for CIEN. Again, Bloomberg reporting that China's going to be imposing anti-dumping duties on fiber from the U.S. that is hurting Sienna, and it's also hurting GLW Corning here. Also, I just saw this. Keep an eye on Newsmax and Fox, FOX, and NMAX. Apparently, according to CNBC, Newsmax is suing Fox for antitrust reasons. So keep an eye on those two.
You are fake news.
Wow. No, not you, Adara. Yeah, it's okay.
That has to be the best use of that button, bar none.
Bro, it's like the two competitors, right? Isn't Newsmax a more conservative outlet? We don't have it in Canada. Adara says yes. I mean, I rarely watch it. I only see clips on YouTube and stuff because we don't still have that around here. But obviously we have Fox. So it's like the two competitors like, no, that's my audience. No, it's my audience. I have to see, how is Newsmax doing post-IPO anyway? Let's pull that bad boy up.
About that thing,
Take a look at that bad boy there, Joey. NMAX. NMAX. No. What is it again? Adara, what's the ticker for Newsmax?
NMAX. That is NMAX.
My bad. Thank you. Yeah, that's a great looking chart there, eh, Joey?
Where is it?
It's right there.
Man.
Yeah, that's yeah. Well, it is what it is. That's the weekly. Let's flip to the daily. This looks,
man.
yeah, that's a tough look right there. It's getting a buyer here at around, looks like 11.5, 11 1/3, but still rejecting off the 50. It's obviously using the 50 EMA on the daily as resistance. We'll have to keep an eye out on that, yeah. So Newsmax, but it's a print factory over here on UGRO. We've taken all the prints, 69, my best out. Now we're gonna wait at 70. So let's go ahead and post at 70. So nice look here on UGRO. Shout out to Yannick. Shout out to Adam DeLuce, all class Adam. Shout out to Bovin, obviously. Goes without saying. And here we go. Again, we just got back into 69er. I'm posted at 70 now. It's up 69%, 70%, and looking to take out the high. The high, 73.99 on the dot. Essentially 74 pennies, but you got to assume it's really that $0.75. That is a level of resistance. These are not my favorite stocks, the ones sub $1, but there isn't a whole lot breaking out right now. Your Huckleberry TV, it's forming a boot, LOL. Yeah, it doesn't look good at all, brother. But yeah, I see your point with that. Nonsense, Y6N. Fig, the IPO from not long ago, has earnings tomorrow. Thoughts? Let's have a look at Figma. Everything okay back there, Ram? Okay, just making sure. Oh. Geez, another one, Joey. These, yeah, not everybody's going to be CoreWeave.
No, or
Circle, right,
Circle,
and that's the thing.
That's
yeah, there's a lot of exuberance initially there. Look, brother, I don't know too much about the business model about Figma. Only what I reported about their earnings when they were private. We still don't have obviously any post-IPO earnings, as you mentioned. Though earnings coming tomorrow, so the chart pattern doesn't look good. Okay, that's the only thing that I can really give you an opinion on. I can go back to my notes to see what their earnings were, the last reported earnings, of course, that they had to disclose with the IPO. But that's just, that's a historical look. So we can see what they were guiding. I don't know if they gave any guides. I'll look through my notes when Joey takes over because I don't remember what day it was. So I'll have to do a quick search there. But other than just to tell you that the daily does not look good at all, Assassino, all I see here is lower lows and lower highs. So I hate to be so cut and dry and negative about it, but that's kind of what I see.
Call it how you see it, brother. You don't want to sugarcoat anything. Yeah. Speaking of sugarcoating, I don't think that's necessarily the case, obviously. Okay. But yeah, let's see if we get that breakdown. I think there's a couple scenarios, obviously. As obvious as the ones that I'm going to kind of explain may seem, then that's kind of the case. We either break this trend line or you get buyers stepping in and you punch right through. And if Apple wants to continue to climb higher, then you stand zero chance. So you may as well just, it's so frustrating. But okay, that's all right. We'll hold on to this. But yeah, there it goes there. AAPL continuing to grind. It's so hard to go against. It's so hard to short the market when this thing. I swear, and I said this in the chat, I'm like, I swear literally every time that I'm going to short the Qs, Apple is just moving oppo of everything and then decides to climb higher. So it's running into some key resistance there. We have that downtrend and then we have that steady uptrend, but it looks like it wants to breach it to the top side. NVDA still hovering around the volume weighted average price. And with that being said, I have to keep an eye on some of the other mag names, what Microsoft is up to. We're south of VWAP. And then we have Meta that's north, but it's been an ugly, ugly session for Meta here today. That is not intraday trading. If you ask me, that's so tough to sit through. And then let's take a look at Amazon to see what it's been cooking up. All right, so heading towards the lows, but it's just the percentage moves that you need. Like whatever one's moving on a greater percentage basis is going to have more influence on the market. So if you see that Amazon's tanking, but the Qs are holding up relatively well, and then Apple's grinding higher, it's because probably a percentage basis, it's just grinding higher. So yeah, there it is. We'll sit in this, and thanks for pointing that out. I know we've been grinding since 11:30 essentially. So a breakdown. I want 50s. 88.50 is going to be my primary target, but I don't even know if I'm going to get that. I'm willing to add a little bit more and just risk the rest of the day because why not? I'm kind of in that mood right now considering. So yeah, we'll be patient and see what we got cooking up. As for Bitcoin, we got stopped out of that trade, climbed right back up to roughly around our entry price. You get that liquidity grab, bounce off of VWAP, and then now heading into some key resistance zones. So if that downtrend snaps, I think you'll be able to climb higher there, Shreve.
All right, Joey. I just want to go into the Figma information there for my man, Nonsense Y6N. So here's how they did. Let me zoom that in. So their June quarter revenue, this is again pre-IPO, guys. June quarter revenue was expected, I don't know why. Yeah, okay, I guess that's what they're reporting. Between 247 to 250 million, that would be up 40% year over year from 172 million. There we go, Assassino. I think we're good there. 172 million. So not a bad look. Operating results expected between minus 500,000 and $2.5 million plus, a sharp recovery from almost $1 billion operating loss in 2023, mostly stock-based compensation, according to the company. So it wasn't anything that they were doing wrong with operations, but it was stock-based comp. Their March quarter revenue grew at 46% year over year, up to $228.2 million, and their net income tripled to $44.5 million. Now, I don't know if there's going to be one-off costs associated with the IPO that they'll realize on their next earnings report tomorrow that could, put a hurting on the report. I have no idea, so I don't want to speak with regard to that. But that's all I've got. I hope that helps, brother, with respect to some of the financials, because there's not a whole lot to base my analysis on the chart. The chart doesn't look good, but that doesn't mean it's the end-all and be-all, right? So seen that before where charts were mispriced and the company's fundamentals were a lot better. UGRO, the only trade I've got on at the moment, guys, and we've wet the beak all the way up to 69. I did de-risk over here at 65s. I'm holding a couple of pieces, 2 pieces that is, exactly. So I'm waiting at 70, and then we're going to, if 70 gets printed, I'm going to hold a piece for the dream, maybe into that dollar area. Who knows how this one does? I'm talking about UGRO up 58 some odd %, but certainly off the highs. And last attempt there, it couldn't clear 70. So seller at 70, and on top of that, it's a lower high.
Bang, let's go.
Attaboy,
sorry.
Joey.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about here. Look at that volume kick in on the TQs, man. Okay, nice look. I said 50s. We'll take a little bit off here. I don't want to, though. I'd rather just hold it and just be Deontay today, but that's not going to be the case because that's how I'm feeling. We could have added a little bit there as well, too.
Joe.
So, yeah, not too bad of a look there. In the short, why was I short? I showed you guys already. It's just a simple VPA signal. It's not simple, obviously, but just what I'm looking at, essentially, just pattern recognition, to each their own at the end of the day. So a nice little bounce. Hopefully we don't get stopped out break even now on this one, on this pullback here. So do I take a little bit more off? What do you think there, Sharif? I'll leave it in your hands.
That's a flat bottom break, and it's a lower high. And you broke through a very key level that was defended multiple times with a lower high.
Okay.
I if you're asking me from a chart pattern perspective, I hold, but I don't trade this stuff. So think of that what you will.
Okay. I was going to say you're held accountable for all your words.
You're not. You're not holding me accountable there, bro.
There's no way. And then this is why I say I should take more off, because I knew it was going to bid right back up. So hopefully we don't get that.
Make a lower high, though.
Yeah, that's going to be really important. As long as this volume stays relatively cool, we might be okay. And if Apple decides that it wants to start to participate to the downside, then sure enough, oh my God, this is going to be the worst case scenario. If you close as this, if this hammer if it closes as that,
but it's
then
still a lower high, Joey.
It is. Yeah. We cracked that downtrend. But again, at the end of the day, if it closes as that specific candle, it's like I might even flip and go in the opposite direction, because Apple's just grinding, and there, sure enough, why didn't I take more off? See, that's the thing about trading, is that it's like, okay, I have these opportunities, and it's like, I want to leave a little bit more for a runner, I want to leave as much of the bulk of it, and then you get these pullbacks that essentially just wipe out all the, but it's so frustrating, but it's a part of the game. And so for me personally, on my other trade from Apple this morning, it's like, okay, my first partial was 50%. So maybe I just got to go along those lines, especially in this kind of choppy type price action, and with Apple continuing to grind higher there.
All right, guys, I'm still holding a piece here on UGRO, but if you have any new small cap gappers that are specifically, guys, above the volume weighted average price and above the pre-market high, I'd love to know about them. I don't see too many on my own scanner there. Let me just see, what is this YDES? Okay, what the hell is this? Why is it pausing up like that? Okay, this thing's flying, but it's barely doing any volume. YDES is the ticker. It's up 66%. 56. This thing's moving dollars at a time. Yeah, I'm not even going to look at this. Edible as well. Bovin was telling me about EDBL. Had one of those in a while, Joey, but
Ooh.
Well, it's okay. You don't really have to have a lot of those.
They're not that good anymore.
I don't really like them. I can go through a dissertation on this later, but
you can break them down.
EDBL.
The off market are better, obviously.
They much are.
Yeah.
And what he's talking about is we're restricted in the amount that can be put in the legal
exactly.
But it's just, they increase your tolerance, bro.
Does it?
I'm not about that.
Yeah,
life.
I was never.
I'm not about that life.
And I have a candy issue too, so I don't.
Do you actually?
Yeah, big time, bro. I told you what I ate over the weekend.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I got a sugar tooth too, bro.
So it's just like, yeah.
No, but here's the deal, guys. EDBL, it's up 37%. It's not far off the highs. The volume weighted average price is 240. The 10 EMA on the 5 is 228, 227. It's 4 or 5 penny spread. It's not too bad. It doesn't have a higher high. So this current candle on the 5 is a lower high than the prior candle, and it's also a lower low. It, in fact, breached it down to 221 or 220-ish. So it's not exactly a glowing endorsement for the longs. I'm keeping an eye on the blotter, the scanner. If you see any other ones, though, I'd really love to hear from you guys.
Oh man, Bitcoin a dog's breakfast right now, man.
Really?
Yeah, it's getting.
Is it below 110?
It's probably heading in that direction there. Yeah.
All right, I'm hearing about Opera from, who's this person over here? I just saw it. Rupesh Bhatta. Sorry, I probably butchered your name. This is not technically a small cap gapper because it's a $1.6 billion market cap, but it's got a good looking trend, very obviously respectful of that green line you see there on your chart, which is the 10 EMA on the 5. So good look, but just definitely for me. Anyway, before we go to the news, I want to let you know that anything below 60 pennies, I stop out on UGRO. We're obviously profitable on it, taking the majority of the position. I've only got 2 beak wetters left, and one of those beak wetters is reserved for a 70 print. If we get it, we get it. We don't, we don't. I'll stop out below 60 pennies. And I just, it looks like it's going to flat bottom break through 60 because it's got a few lower highs, and we know 60 pennies is an area of support intraday. Once, twice, OB, he is the one thrice. Let's see if it breaks through that area. Joey, you ready to start the news?
I'm ready to rock and roll, man.
All right,
let's get into this Apple Google.
Adair, you good to go? Yeah. All right, sounds good. So we're going to start that. Let's start with the first story. As everybody knows, obviously, Alphabet. Surges. Where are they at now, Joseph Options? 8.86%, looking to go 9. So Alphabet up bigly after your boy, Judge Amit Mehta, ruled against the Department of Justice harshest remedies in the antitrust case that Google's been facing basically for 5 years. Started in Trump 1.0 in 2020. The Department of Justice had actually sought to break up Google, including divesting Chrome as well as Android. The court rejected this outright. We're going to get more details on the Google story in the Apple story, so the next 2 stories overlap. So sorry about that, but they obviously have a lot to do with one another. Google can still pay companies to preload their products, but they cannot enforce exclusivity clauses, even if they currently exist in the agreements that they have. Case in point, Apple. So in theory, Apple could go and get another search engine to be, partially the default. For example, iOS could have Google, where OS could have DuckDuckGo. I'm just giving you any random thing. But then obviously that will be reflected. That will be reflected in the negotiating price. So when that term comes up, Joey, next year, Google's not going to give them $50 billion if Apple's got another person.
Exactly, and I was just going to add to that point.
Go.
With the likes of Perplexity valuations now through the roof and ChatGPT, what if they were to knock on Apple's door and say, "Hey, we want to be one of your primary search engines as well too"?
You're bang on. So that's what we're saying.
Yeah,
but that you have to assume. We'll get to it when we discuss. But you have to assume that will be reflected in the contract price between the two companies.
Absolutely.
Crucially, Google can continue to pay Apple billions to be the default iPhone search engine, as we finished saying. Again, there's going to be a lot of overlap with the next 2 stories. So again, what Google keeps intact: no divestiture of the Chrome browser. Android OS remains under Google, protecting, its ability to leverage mobile dominance. And Android's 70% global smartphone share is key, obviously, to scaling their AI products like Gemini, as they use a lot of that data, right? The analyst reaction, obviously, ever the bull, Dan Ives of Wedbush, saying the ruling is a home run for Google that removes a major overhang for the company. And in fact, he liked it so much, he boosted the price target there up to $245, citing the long-term confidence that he has in search's durability, Joey. So again, we're going to talk about this probably a couple of times as we go into the next story, but your immediate reaction to this news? Obviously, I'm assuming you think it's good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's absolutely fantastic. And you and I were talking about this earlier, Shreve. I think just considering where we are from a geopolitical standpoint, and in this AI arms race, as we like to call it, this is what you want. You want your best players to be your best. And sure enough, with Google and the amount of dominance that they have in the search engine across the globe, with the exception of China, you want to be able to maintain that, and you don't want to hurt these companies, especially when you're in a battle against China, and they're continuously growing their AI game as well too. So again, I'm just gonna leave it at that, is that you want your best players to remain your best players and grab as much share as you would like, as they can possibly grab, right? Obviously, you want somewhat of a playing field at home, but when you cross the pond and you're in other countries, you just want to absorb as much of it as you
It's a bit of a catch-22. You're bang on with that, because you want to get control in your company so that the consumer doesn't get hurt, but you also don't want to hurt your own companies for the benefit of a foreign competitor. So I couldn't agree more with that analysis. Dara, I just want to hear your take on this whole thing. And so try to keep it to Google, obviously, because we're going to have to do Apple again the next story. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, honestly, I don't have too much to say on this. Like, I think obviously it was better than we were expecting, but I think as long as any decision that didn't involve, the divestiture of Google probably would have pleased the market. Now, the thing here is the timing. I know some people were asking me in the chat, and it's also been remarked upon that we had this move up into the close yesterday, throughout the day yesterday. We knew we were going to get this decision sometime over this week or the previous week, but as far as I know, we didn't have the exact timing. I know, after Labor Day was the general conclusion. So, yeah, I mean, with regards to that move that we had and whether or not anybody knew, the answer I have is it's unclear. I just want to address that because I've seen a lot of people mention that. But with regards to the story, yeah, I mean, I think, honestly, this seems pretty fair as far as the decisions go. It has to, disclose information to its competitors. That seems fair if you're going to rule it a monopoly in the search space. And they get to keep Chrome. Yeah, like I said, this is kind of a ruling to me.
You know what I was saying to Brendo, and I was saying to Sean this morning? I feel like I missed a major price cap on Google. I miscalculated how much the lawsuit was being factored into the price. Do you know what I mean? I personally didn't sit here every morning and say Google is, resisting all-time highs because it has that legal overhang. I didn't price it in like that. I mean, what's your look? Were you thinking about that, as possibly a cap on Google's share price?
I mean, one thing that I try to do, and I've said this a lot, is I try to let the market tell me what it wants to tell me. So I guess, retroactively, you could argue that that's what it was doing by having that resistance. I mean, again, though, that's going to be retroactive, right? Hindsight's 20/20. I do know there were quite a few analyst notes with regards to, ahead of the meeting about this being a bit of a monkey on Google's back, but that's going back to April. That's not anything recent. So I don't know. I think certainly an analyst note related to the other company implicated that I'm not going to mention here right now, that certainly, they gave it that little price target bump after the ruling. So I think it was on analysts' minds maybe more than it was on traders' minds.
Yeah. You know what? Thank you, Dara. So what I really wanted to kind of take from this experience is a learning experience. When there is a legal antitrust overhang on a company, not to dismiss it, or not dismiss it. That's probably the wrong word. But to factor it more into the price. I didn't know what the dollar value of that was. You could make calculations based on what Chrome was bringing them or costs and what it's possibly, if they were to spin it off, how much it would cost, all that stuff, right? I just didn't give it enough of an analysis on my part. I'm just speaking for myself.
No, that's totally fair, Shreve. And to add to that point, I believe it was somewhere around this the antitrust started in 2020, I believe. I forget the date I was reading, so it started in 2020. But there was times throughout the price action of Google where it was being held back by just consistent news coming out, possibly having to divest out of Chrome and then not being able to be Apple's primary search engine. And it affected the price. When you had some of the other tech names that were continuously grinding higher, you had Google lagging its peers. And sure enough, it's hard to factor those things in. But I always lead back to one thing, and I found that it's been working, and it's not in the same case. It's okay, people are and we talk bad about it, Apple, iPhone suck, blah, blah, they need to come out with some new software, etc. But it's the free cash flow. These guys have so much money on the table that it's almost irrelevant what happens beside it, because they can just pay any fine that they want and then just continue to do what they want to do, is obviously with the judge allowing them to keep Chrome and not having to divest out of it, so they can still pay the likes of Apple as well too.
I'm trying to focus, Joe.
Yeah, I know you're trying, but Randy's here, man.
How's everything? What were you looking at there? Because you were looking deep into the.
He's looking at Apple's
monitor.
chart right here.
He's checking out the
hair,
fresh
right?
buzz, baby.
Got a fresh cut, eh?
Shout out to my man. The little fluff.
You shave it? Do you razor it?
Not in years.
Oh,
I used
yeah?
to do the chrome, but
Yeah.
it's
The chrome, eh? So what, do you just go with the 1 or something on there?
There you go.
A zero?
Zero, yeah.
All right, I'm just getting
It's clean,
tips.
and you see
tips,
it.
yeah.
got better fuel economy.
You got great hair too, bro. This guy's seen this guy's. He's
So
got,
wait,
he got
it's a
pictures on his
choice?
desk there. when
That's
his
a
hair was
choice?
longer.
That's
yeah,
a
bro.
choice,
He's got a
Randy?
full head of hair, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, there's pictures on his desk.
I mean, you don't got the up top. You're up good
He
up
doesn't
there.
have the cul-de-sac.
Yeah, the cul-de-sac.
You called it the cul-de-sac.
Yeah, well, it was what Sean tried to say. He had a widow's peak. I'm like, brother, you're past that, man. You're at the cul-de-sac now.
All right, let's go on to the next story. So it's Apple here. A lot of overlap again. So Apple shares up about 3%, 3 1/5 right now. Following a favorable ruling with Google's antitrust case, a judge ruled Google can continue paying Apple billions annually to remain the default search engine on Safari, which includes iPhones, Macs, iPads. The payments represent a major profit driver for Apple's service segment, which investors prize because of the high margins, 80-some-odd% gross margins there. You got to assume that the $50 billion that they get from Google, probably something 90% gross margins on that. Here are the court ruling details. As we mentioned, Judge Amit Mehta, Google can pay for preloading and placement of search, Chrome, or Gen AI products if they so choose. However, they will be barred from exclusive contracts that tie the payment of said money to exclusivity of any kind. Revenue sharing details are limited to 1 year, leaving room for that Apple-Google renegotiation, as Joseph and I were just talking about. Google also must share search data with rivals, raising obviously privacy concerns and competition concerns. I'm assuming Google does plan to appeal that. They weren't very happy with that part of the decision. The impact of the deal, though, Joey, Google spent $26 billion back in 21 on default search engine agreements with partners like Apple, Samsung, Mozilla, etc. Apple's share is significant given that there's 1 billion plus active iPhone users, making the deal Google's most important out of the bunch. Revenue appears under Apple's services business, as we've mentioned, supporting growth alongside iCloud, Apple Care, App Store, Apple Music, and obviously Apple Plus TV. But let's talk a little bit about the background of the case. As Joseph mentioned, the Department of Justice sued Google almost 5 years ago now, back in 2020, under Trump 1.0. Oh, that was the don't be rude one. Google was found guilty in 23 of violating the Sherman Act Section 2. This ruling, specifically the one we got yesterday, outlined the remedies, not whether they were guilty or not. Apple's Eddie Q testified during that Google trial as Google as the best search engine, but Apple also explored apparently other AI search alternatives. We got word about that. And here's Apple's strategic options, since we're doing Apple now. If restricted in the future, Apple could do one of the following: explore building its own AI-powered search tools, which they chose not to do with search. They may do that with AI, or add AI search engines as optional defaults in Safari. You throw in Perplexity, you throw in Claude, ChatGPT. The judge also noted, Joey, that Google's payments deterred Apple from capturing ad revenue directly. So Apple, to its detriment, relied on this Google deal, and we saw that he didn't want to hurt Apple in his decision. He said that that was a huge source of revenue for Apple and kind of refused or was kind of hesitant about interfering with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And to add to that point, I mentioned this earlier, is that GPT and Perplexity are going to be on Safari, I think, come next year. So that's going to be absolutely positive. Tell me what you got.
Joseph, options, we're breaking out right now on UGRO. We got the 70 fill, and we're going to do it live right now. We're going to flatten out here at 77. It's up 90%. Jeez. It's going. UGRO is what we all thought it was. Shout out to ADL initially for telling me about this one. Sorry to interrupt you, Joseph.
No. Just as to what I was saying before. But as for market share as well, too, and I mentioned this to you earlier in the morning, Sharif, is that Motorola Chicago-based cell phone manufacturer says that if you own over 30% of the market share, you should not be able to pay Apple all this money for you to be the primary search engine. And sure enough, the judge had ruled against that. So they were the only ones not in favor of what was going on for Apple, right? So yeah, so very interesting stuff. But as for this, I think that's what it's going to lead to, right? So Sharif, you mentioned that, hey, Apple can have more than one primary search engine. Yeah. Like you can have top lists, and I think it's going to be in the likes of Google Chrome, ChatGPT, and Perplexity. That's what the sounds of it's going to be. And with that being said, does Apple need to come out with their own AI after that? Or can they just do a decent update to Siri and then allow that these other search engines to kind of, they can monetize those other search engines, right?
It's going to be really interesting to see how this all comes out. I hope we find out sooner rather than later. Adara, I'd love to hear your take here on Apple. Good, bad, middle ground?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm going to quote High School Musical here, stick to the status quo, because that's really what this judge did. We already, going to keep doing what they used to do, business as usual. And I mean, I don't want to dismiss the fact that a headwind over the stock has been lifted with regards to, is this Google deal, like what's going to happen there? Yeah, I mean, just to kind of echo what I said with Google previously, I think that Judge Amit Mehta did a solid job. I think he clearly considered all the issues. The ruling seems fair. But I think one reason that this is not necessarily, A, moving the way Google is and was, and B, the reason it didn't maintain the move is because this is just not as exciting as what we had with Google. Google, obviously these are both headwinds for the stocks, but Google was consolidating near all-time highs, and it had that, this headwind basically lifted. With Apple, I mean, it's just not as big of a catalyst, and again, it's not the primary stock involved in the catalyst, right? So I think with regards to the move, I'll say that for AAPL. Clearly, though, as I mentioned earlier, analysts are liking this. We know. Again, it was probably more of a concern for Google, but this was also a concern for AAPL. So that's something less for it to worry about. Not too exciting.
Sounds good. Let's go on to Zscaler. Next topic, AI as a core growth driver, reports the company. So CEO Jay Chaudhry emphasized Zscaler's transition to an AI-driven cybersecurity firm, calling it the area of omnipresent AI. Oh boy, big words. The company's internal data shows, Joey, that AI and machine learning transactions on its cloud platform surged 3,500% year over year, reflecting obviously the rapid adoption of such by the company. They believe AI Guard, one of their products, and its expanded Agent IQ suite targeting threats like prompt injection, jailbreaks, agent-to-agent communication, all things I have no idea about, are becoming critical tools, apparently, for next-gen cybersecurity. That's kind of the macro look for the company. How did they do on earnings? They did quite well. Revenue, they're still substantially below $1 billion in revenue, $719 million versus the 706. That's a 21% year-over-year increase, and an easy beat there. Beat on the bottom line as well, 89 penny EPS, easily beating the 80. The annual recurring revenue, aka ARR, surpassed $1 billion across key platforms, and their guidance, Joey, Q1 revenue expected to be 772 to 774 versus the 750. So whatever way you look at it, they're guiding ahead.
Good look there. All right, guys. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Oragenics Ogen is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. As for this...
Oh, I'm not done.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so their market positioning, so they see that they're actually going to be able to see about $100 billion cybersecurity market opportunity with AI integration, giving them the competitive edge. They also, management that is, highlighted their agent-to-agent communication security as the natural extensions of what it's currently using, which is Zero Trust platform. They've had that for a while. And Joey, their growing annual recurring revenue, the ARR, and the customer adoption show the firm's ability to monetize this AI-driven security solution is quite effective. So
yeah, that's what you want to see, right? Monetization is everything, right? How can we make money from this, essentially? Right? That's what you want to break it down to. But from a technical standpoint, Sharif, I remember a while ago you were telling me that PanW and CrowdStrike use two different methodologies of cybersecurity. I forget what it was exactly.
Well, it's not different. It's their business method. PanW has platformization, so they want you, like, for all the different type of cybersecurity to go through them.
Oh, okay.
I think Crowd's doing it as well.
Doing that, okay. So I thought Zscaler fell in that realm as well too. So that's essentially what I was going to get at here. But from a technical standpoint, not too bad, right? So you have this nice volume candle right here, and then now you have this hammer candle. So watch out for this name to open up above this specific level, and you can climb higher. I know someone specifically who's in Zscaler. I'm not going to mention their name.
I will.
But hey, I like this. Cybersecurity is definitely one of the good plays, and we'll take a look at its peers as well to see what CrowdStrike. Sorry, I know we're going off, but you want to see how it's comparing to other cybersecurity names, and look at CrowdStrike. That's a hefty pullback, but I mean, it was outpacing the market drastically. You're down 21%, so that's bear territory. And I know someone else who's in this name here, I'm not gonna mention it, but there it is, 8.5%. So Zscaler not looking bad from a technical standpoint compared to some of the other ones.
All right, Adara, let's hear your opinion on this one. We know how these cybersecurity names can be a little fickle, especially after earnings. Zscaler's down 0.5%. Do we find a nice little bump up in the upcoming days? Because this was a pretty good report.
Yeah, I mean, it was a solid report. I think part of the reason that it might have actually given up some of the gap up, and I talked about this in the market recap with Sean, but there were two guidance numbers reported. Now, to be clear, they for their fiscal 2026 revenue guidance. So I initially saw the number that, of course, was accurate. The market went with that just above 3.2 bill-ish guidance. And again, that was well above estimates. But Benzinga and I think some other sources were at one point circulating a 3.6 bill guidance. So again, that is much more above estimate. So I think once that guidance correction came in, probably about 5 to 10 minutes after it was initially published, we did get a little bit of a pullback there. Now, that's unfortunate, but it does actually happen more than you'd probably expect with earnings, where there are typos with regards to releases. And I think it was disseminated incorrectly by a couple sources. Again, I did see the correct number initially. So I just want to say that with regards to potentially the reason for the pullback. But I mean, I have this infographic here, X at TTV Research. This is the revenue here 2018 to 2024. And as you can tell, the annual revenue for this company is basically a straight line, more or less, and it's gotten more exponential over the next 4 years. I think they're probably going to be in good shape going forward, and I think this report certainly reflects it. Also, the thing, too, I think, with regards to why it's not performing as well today, in addition to the guidance, what I've noticed, at least this season, if you've got a name that gaps up and then kind of gives it up into the open, it seems to be a little bit less willing to hold it or to continue to go higher later. That being said, we did have that nice push off the lows. We're rejecting earnings AVWAP right now. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, I think on an intraday basis anyway, I think longer term it probably looks good.
Sounds good. Let's go on to Amazon. A couple of Amazon stories today. We'll start with the ending of the Prime invitee program. So Amazon will end its Prime invitee program on October 1st of this year, which allowed Prime members to share the shipping with non-household members. Notices have been sent out to account holders, with invitees set to be notified by the 5th, so in 2 days. Starting next month, if you're invited and you live outside the household, you must purchase your own Prime membership now. There will be a family focus. So here's what they're doing. So Amazon shifting to Amazon family kind of thing, which allows sharing benefits with one other adult, or up to 4 children, or up to 4 teens. Okay? To qualify, all users must share the same primary residential address, defined as the home where they spend most of their time. Be interesting to see how they enforce this. And a lot of people are like, why are they doing that? Well, we reported to you guys yesterday that the Prime numbers were a little sluggish, not the Prime days themselves, but the memberships, Amazon Prime memberships leading up to Prime were markedly down year over year. So the change comes after Reuters reported U.S. Prime signups fell short of both last year's figures and Amazon's own internal targets during the Prime Day run-up. Despite expanding Prime Day to 4 days, which was July 8th to 11th, U.S. subscriptions underperformed expectations. So they're thinking this could be more of like a Netflix password sharing things, Joey, kind of thing. So Amazon emphasized as well, Joseph, that Prime engagement remains strong worldwide with record-breaking signups during the Prime Day and the 3 weeks leading up to it. So they kind of want you to see what they want you to see. Don't focus on the United States sign up. Look at how we're doing internationally.
That's exactly what I was going to say there, Sharif. It sounds a lot like what Netflix did with the password sharing. You have to be within that same household. But I mentioned this before. I think, I'm not going to say that they're putting the e-commerce faction of the company on the back burner or anything along those lines. Obviously brings in a lot of revenue, etc. But I think the focus here, they want to increase the margins with that. So that's going to help as well, too, I think, as making more people sign up. So you're not just allowing, it's like, oh, hey, Sharif, can I use your Amazon Prime or something along those lines, right? So I can get
you saw it with Netflix. They had more signups after
exactly, right? So there you go. So you're going to get the more signups on the Prime. But again, just to lead into what's going on with the e-commerce, I think that I'm not going to say the major focus is AWS, but I think there's going to be more growth potential within AWS than the e-commerce factor.
That's fair. How'd you take this, Adara? You and I went back and forth yesterday about the Prime memberships. Do you think this is a response to that, or are they just looking, as Joseph was saying, to increase margins?
Yeah, I don't have too much to say on this. I think it's probably just, they're kind of late to the game. We know that Netflix did it. We know Disney did it. Now, the other thing with Amazon Prime you have to remember as well, with that in mind, is they also have streaming. So I wonder if this is actually more of a response on the streaming side of things to copy Netflix and Disney. Now, honestly, that's really all I have to say to this. I don't have too much to add, other than I think that the fact that they're kind of late to the game, at least by a couple of years, is worth noting.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. Amazon.
Do we know? Because what did AWS grow year-over-year growth coming at, like 12-13% or something around
AWS? Well, I can find out.
So what is the e-commerce sector growing at? That's my big question.
Their margins are way less.
They're way less considering the tariffs coming in from China. A lot of the products are coming from China as well too. So I think the more growth potential is in AWS than what they have.
Growth. Yeah. Especially in profit too, man. It's like 80 some odd.
The margins there. So the margins are.
Let's talk about this. Amazon again here facing they're going to have to face a class action lawsuit because it was certified by a judge. So U.S. District Judge John Chun, I think I'm saying that right, Chun in Seattle approved a class action certification on the 6th of August, covering about 300 million U.S. consumers who purchased goods from Amazon using third-party sellers after May 26, 2017. The ruling alleges here that Amazon violated Section 1 and 2 of the Sherman Act, acting as a platform most favored nation by restricting competitive pricing. Amazon did not respond to requests for comment about the certification of said class action lawsuit. The lawsuit also claims that Amazon used policies preventing third-party sellers from offering lower prices on competing platforms. The policy, I'll get to this in a second, the policies cited include pricing parity clauses, which they removed, to be fair to them, back in 2019. Also, select competitor featured offer disqualification program, that's a mouthful, as well as marketplace fair pricing provision. So here's what happened. So the lawyer for the plaintiffs, or the expert that was brought by the plaintiffs, testified that Amazon monitors 200 plus competitors' websites and removes sellers from its critical buy box if they listed items cheaper elsewhere. Very interesting. That's why they're having to face the lawsuit. So the court found Amazon controls, in effect, 72% of the online retail marketplace market, with about 2.3 million third-party sellers on their platform. That's 45 times larger than Walmart's third-party seller platform, which you and I talked about yesterday, as starting to compete with Amazon, which obviously underscoring Amazon's dominance. Internal documents showed as well that 80% compliance rates amongst third-party sellers for its anti-discounting enforcement. That was between the years of 2018 and 2023. And the lawsuit here is pretty simple, Joseph. It targets Amazon's referral fees, which is about 15% transactional value, arguing that they act as hidden price floors. So This is interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. Didn't they temporarily want to implement the cost of the tariffs in their pricing on the website
did, remember?
as well too? Yeah,
and then they took that off quick when your boy
like,
Donald.
What do you call it? Treason?
Remember that?
Essentially, that is insane. That is insane. But yeah, as for Amazon, they're gonna have to figure those things out. From a technical standpoint, it was selling off throughout the intraday session, AMZM. But look at the market go here now, getting a nice little bounce. So that's where we're experiencing. We're gonna touch on the market here momentarily and on the Qs trade. But as for catch up, watch out. AWS is going to climb this thing to a new all-time high, I believe, probably before the next quarter, in my opinion. There goes Bitcoin climbing higher. I'd love to see that. But as for the Qs, I'm happy that I took more out. I got stopped at a 5%. That I can live with, opposed to 50% where I would have been more frustrated. So a nice look there. But as for Google and Apple, sorry, Shrey, before we go on, I just want to touch on some of these names that are moving, considering we're talking about them. And that's Google and Apple just doing what they do best, especially after the judge rules in their favor. Boom. Boom. And then look at the overall market as well, too. So almost a new all-time high on the day. Only a couple pennies away on Google. We mentioned that blue sky setup. Nothing from a call wall standpoint in the options market saying, hey, we're going to cool off there. And then you have Apple starting to climb back as well, too. Snap's downtrend and continuing its northeast trajectory.
Adara, they removed the price parity clause in 2019 to kind of avoid this whole thing that they're involved in right now. Yet, they still monitored more than 200 websites to see if their third-party sellers were actually selling anything for cheaper. So did they actually effectively remove it? Give me your take on the whole thing.
I don't know. I mean, I think I have to understand the mechanism that they violated it a lot better. But I think that looking at competitors, I guess, to get a sense of pricing is, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't seem too wild to me. Again, I need to look a lot more into this story, though, I think, to understand, like, I guess, the bigger specifics. The fact that they have, like, so many policies that are kind of, related to this, it may be of interest. But I also want to add as well, this was initially, I guess, revealed or unveiled on Friday. And then it got reported last night. So this is not, again, just because it's revealed now doesn't mean this was, like, happened yesterday. I just want to add that too.
That's fair.
And then also, just a quick reminder to everyone that I did make this infographic and it exists. This is what Joe was talking about there with the situation with Amazon. And this is all in one daily chart. We did have, of course, Caroline Levitt calling the Amazon reported decision hostile and political to display tariff costs and featuring a photo for some reason of Jeff Bezos holding a phone. And then apparently Trump actually called Bezos, who again was not the CEO of Amazon at the time and is not, to complain about the tariff label plan. So yeah, I mean, I just think this is a fun moment in recent history. I think it's hard to, like, with any kind of monopoly related talk with something like Amazon, you're going to have a larger piece of the pie, right? It's like Google.
Yep.
So I mean, I don't know how they're going to end up deciding, but I think the implication of the decision, whatever we get it, and again, this could be years, could be of interest.
Fair enough. Thank you, Adara. I happen to agree with that. A shout out to Coroni 7355 for the $10 super chat.
I'm really rich.
I'm really rich. I appreciate all of you. Looking for a trade the pool discount code. You all motivate me so much to trade. Joe, Sharif, Adara, Katina Man, Neil, everyone working in production. It is right there, my friend. Scan that QR code on your screen. You get 10% off. Shout out to Assassino, making it super easy. And the video description as well. It's both. So you can click the description in the YouTube video, or if you want to make it. Joe, show.
Let's do it
show
live.
Me with your
Let's do it live
there.
here. Let's do it live here. Don't remove that there, Assassino. Let's see what we got.
See your friend
here.
AEO?
Was it doing? Yeah. It's our friend. It's our friend.
It's our friend. This guy, unbelievable, this guy.
All right, well, that failed, unfortunately.
But there it is, my friend. Let's just go on to the next story, Joey. But there it is. Scan that QR code, my friend. You get 10% off. Shout out to the great folks at Trade the Pool. Let's go on to Dollar Tree Assassino. They reported earnings, and let's see where they are. They were down, then they were up, then they were down. Where are they at now? They're down 7 2/3. So let's talk about the report. Their adjusted EPS came in at 77 pennies, destroying the 42 pennies expected by the street. So an easy beat on the bottom line there, and a beat on the top line as well. 4.57 billion, easily passing the 4.48 billion expected by the street. And net sales grew 6.5% year over year, supported by a 3% traffic increase and a 3.4% rise in the average ticket size. Must be nice, Joey. More people coming in, and they're spending more money every time they come in. I mean, what else could you want? Let's talk about the guide. I don't really know why this thing is down. It must be the call. Dollar Tree now guides fiscal year net sales between 19.3 billion and 19.5 billion. That's up from the earlier guide of 18.5 to 19.1. So good look there. Comparable store net sales expected to rise about 4 to 6%, again ahead of the 3 to 5% that they guided previously. And their adjusted EPS outlook, their profit, they lifted that from 532 to 572, again up from the prior 515 to 565, supported by what the company is saying is operating strength and $1 billion in stock buybacks. How's that Q3 forecast doing? So we just talked about full year guidance. Let's talk about Q3. Management warned, there we go. Management warned that Q3 adjusted EPS would roughly be flat year over year, around $1.12 a share, below the analyst estimate of $1.33. Now it all falls into place. Guidance reflects the reversal, Joey, of about a 20 penny tailwind from continuing operations that benefited prior results. So we'll see how this cautious outlook, if it overshadows the bigger picture.
Absolutely. I mean, here we know that Dollarama is doing pretty good, right? But in times of uncertainty, that's when you see these dollar stores really start to ramp up and they report good earnings. Are we in that realm? I'm not sure, but has the tariffs led individuals to be more conservative on their spending? Maybe possibly the consumer slowly starting to cool off, but also we have a big unemployment report this week as well too, which I think is going to be extremely important for this. The more unemployed individuals, well, guess what? They're going to be looking for cheaper alternatives, and that's where you're going to see the names like Dollarama, obviously Canadian-based, and Dollar Tree really start to benefit.
Let's just pause for a second before we go to Adara. Are you noticing in your area as well the insane amount of Dollaramas opening up everywhere?
Dude, there's 3 literally. So back when I lived on Lakeshore, there's literally 3 within a kilometer.
It's crazy. There's 2 on Yonge Street where I live, like maybe a few hundred meters of each other.
Oh, bro, you can walk to every single one of them if you wanted to.
It's fantastic. I personally love going there. There's a bunch of items that I will never pick up from anywhere else other than
Why
there.
would you ever?
I have no idea. You want to pay more?
No, but in all seriousness, you get like Dove soap, just the unscented, cheaper. You go to the likes of Loblaws or something, $6, $7.
$1 too higher.
Easily significant. They have raised prices a little bit, but nothing substantially that you still go there. I'll still go get my my shampoos, toothbrushes, toothpaste, etc. All those little accessories that you need, I get from the dollar store because it's the exact same brand at half the price. Well, I don't know if that's the case in the States, but here you can get your Colgate toothbrushes, toothpaste, and everything, and etc. So yeah, all your toiletries are there for literally a fraction of the price.
I got nothing bad to say about that. Adara, this report, I mean, mostly good, but there was that one Q3 issue there with the guide.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think... Yeah, I guess I don't know. I don't have too much on this that you guys haven't already covered. I'm going to be really honest. Like, the stock has, other than, obviously the drop here on the actual report hasn't been too reactive. And, we talk about this a lot. Guidance matters, right? So the fact that their quarterly guidance is going to be flat. I mean, it could be worse. It could be guiding a decrease year over year. But when you contextualize like that, it kind of makes sense, the move that it had. And it's only day one. And it didn't hold support right at 100, but it held support just below 100. So all in all, not a bad look.
Are you as big of a fan of Dollarama as Joseph and I are?
I mean, I don't know, like, I don't really care either way, truthfully. I don't, like, whatever. The one in my neighborhood isn't that close to me. It's not close enough for me to justify me going.
You're like the only person where there's not like 20 around.
Well, no, yeah, I live like in the heart of downtown, right? So there's...
That's fair.
And the thing is, too, like, if I want to go to the Dollarama, I have to cross, like, a crazy intersection, and there's no immediate light. And I will jaywalk, but, like, you can't really there, so it's just not honestly worth it to me. Unless I'm out and about and it's on the way, but I'm not going to go out of my way to go.
That's okay.
Cheaper energy drinks there, Adara.
Yeah, but I do natural now, so I don't care. They don't really have natural there. I'm not.
Joe.
Also, they don't have most of the stuff they have there is not sugar-free, and it's certainly not natural. And yeah, no dollar for energy drinks for me.
It's not the same. Fair enough.
Get it, Adara.
But I mean, like, just touch on this subject. I told you I ate a Score bar this weekend. Guess at 98 cents at Dollarama. Guess how much at Circle K?
How much?
$3.
That's crazy.
Crazy, man.
I don't even want to hear it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right, let's go on to the next story. Another retail name, Joey, Macy's, destroying earnings, and the price reflected that. Where are we up? Well,
wow.
We were up more on Macy's. We're still up 17.5%, very respectable move. Let's talk about how the earnings did. Adjusted EPS came in at 41 pennies, more than double the consensus, baby. 18 pennies expected by the street, destroying that profitability on revenue of $4.81 billion, which beat the $4.76 expected, but down $4.94 billion from the previous print. Not down, actually, 4.9. That's what they printed last year, so 4.81, a drop year over year. Their net income was $87 million, again, dropping year over year from that $150 million they took home. We're going to pause for a second. Adara has news.
Just be aware here, Wall Street Journal reporting that Amazon is apparently halting its fleet redeployment. I guess there were some complaints from delivery providers. They're pushing back against the surprise repair bills that apparently Amazon was putting out there. So just keep an eye here. AMZN reportedly halting its redeployment of its vans. Again, Wall Street Journal reporting this. Back to you.
Company highlighted that this was their best comparable sales growth in more than 12 months. So if you're looking for positive momentum, maybe some there. Let's talk about the full year guide. They raised that guidance as well, Joey. Macy's raising the full year EPS outlook to $1.70 to $2.05 a share, up from the prior guide of $1.60 to $2. Good look. Revenue guidance lifted as well, $21.15 billion to $21.45 billion in revenue. Again, ahead of that 21 to 21.4 they previously guided. The guidance does exclude, however, guys, expected tariff impact. It includes the expected tariff impact, but underline that word expected. It's based on current levels, which Macy's says are now baked into the forecast. So we needn't worry about tariffs kiboshing some of these guides. Let's talk about their business trends and their strategies going forward. CEO Tony Spring said the revamped stores and refreshed assortment are driving customer engagement. Growth categories for the company include denim, women's temporary apparel, as well as watches. And Spring, he emphasized that a leaner inventory as well as reduced redundancy within the company and a healthier product mix are helping the company, especially going into the fall. And they're leaning on the customer experience and diversified assortment to offset tariff headwinds. I saw somebody there in the chat. They're like, I'm really surprised. Ichiro A says, wow, so many Macy's closed around here. That's probably why, Ichiro, that they were able to reduce costs. Sadly to say, when people lose their jobs and they close down stores, they're able to shore up costs, which obviously is good for shareholders, not good for people, obviously, who rely on these jobs. Last but not least, we'll dive a little bit more into tariff impacts and mitigation. Last quarter, Macy's raised prices on select items to offset higher tariff costs. The tariffs remain a real headwind, according to the company, but they're trying to balance them with a stronger product category and operational efficiency. Joseph.
Yeah, so when I look at some of these retail names, I want to take a look at some of the inventories and how the turnover rate is, et cetera. So what I'm seeing here, so days of sale inventory, I think this is complete. It's 150 days for the quarter of April 2025, up from 140 days, so taking 3 days or 9 days longer to turn that over. And then also the quarterly, so 0.61 days turn in just over half the time during the quarter. So that's positive. And then it also decreased by 0.5% year over year. So that's not too bad, right? So getting things off the shelf relatively quick.
Exactly.
I think that's what you want. And we know that Nike ran into those issues and it completely destroyed the stock for quite some time. Obviously, they had other big time problems, but you're still down 30%. From those previous highs, Sharif. Yep. And that is from March of 2024. And that's when I talked about some of these retail names. It's hard to be in this space.
Bro, let's just get to it. On this side of the border, it's even harder.
Yeah.
Nordstrom closed down here. Target. We had a company, I don't know if you guys heard about it down south, called the Hudson's Bay Company. Basically been around since the 1600s, man, and they closed down. Their intellectual property now owned by Canadian Tire, another kind of big box store, but there are not too many. Eaton's is gone. Bay is gone.
Yeah.
I don't even know if you're old enough to remember Simpsons. They're gone.
No, I have no
Woolco,
idea.
gone.
No,
Kmart, gone. So
Very
there's that
few
trend.
giant. I guess Giant Tiger wasn't really that deep, but more was
Not
more
as
or
big
less.
as
There's
them,
no,
but yeah.
no, but there's not as many, right? There used to be a lot of Giant Tigers, and it's a tough space to be.
Sears.
in.
I forgot about Sears, man. Come on.
Was,
Well, Zellers, thank
I was
you,
gonna say
Adira.
Zellers, yeah,
They're
Zellers.
all gone. dude.
Byway. Did you say Byway?
I didn't say Byway, but I definitely remember Byway. I love Byway,
yeah,
man.
Byway as well too.
So these are all like kind of, Walmart killed them all, says
Yeah.
Maximus 1138.
Seriously.
You're not wrong, man. Definitely Walmart is known to be a pricing bugger. Adira, I'd love your take on this Macy's look here. The price, the stock reaction up 18%.
Yeah, apparently this is its best intraday performance since April, so go Macy's, I guess. I don't know. I think the one thing I want to remember, too, is this company did have some take-private offers and talks going back about a year and a half ago to April 2024. Arkhouse was trying to take them private. They couldn't make a deal. Like, I think it was unsolicited, if I remember correctly. Macy's wasn't interested. They were playing hard to get. But I think that's like, other than them going out of business, being taken private is another potential way to look at this as well. And we know with the antitrust culture being what it is lately, notably a lot less Lena Khan-ish, that we could have, a potential either acquisition or take private there too. I think that's a possibility for Macy's.
Good point.
One more thing here, while we're talking about these other big box stores, RIP to the Zellers at the Kildonan Place Mall in Winnipeg that had the restaurant. You were near and dear to my heart as a child.
When did it close, Adira?
Oh, it was years ago. It would have been, okay, I do know. So they put in the Target when I was in grade 8. So the Zellers probably left around 2011, a little bit before.
And how long did the Target last, if you don't mind my asking?
The Target was, I think, gone by the time I was in grade 10. So we got maybe 2 years out of the Target. I didn't really shop there. They had a Starbucks, and that mall had never had a Starbucks before or since. So that was the only time that mall had a Starbucks. So that's why I went to Target.
Interesting story. Yeah, a little crossover there, a little Starbucks, a little
restaurant. Did you ever eat at the Zellers restaurant?
I probably did. I just don't remember.
Yeah, I don't think I ever did.
So I grew up in Scarborough until '95, and when we moved to Markham, there's a little mall called Woodside Square at Brimley and McCown.
Yeah.
No, Brimley and McNichol.
Okay.
And that had a Zellers. And I remember, that was the only Zellers we would frequent. It had everything. It was good times, bro. But anyway.
I heard they had the poutine, though. They had the good, I think that's what they were known for.
Poutine, eh?
Yeah,
Say more.
Keep it Canadian, I guess.
All right, let's go on to NewScale, SMR, baby. Where's this one at right now? Let's have a look, see if it's still up or down on the day. SMR, show yourself, buddy. Sorry, you guys. SMR is up bigly, almost 13% here. It was up only 7.5% in the pre-market. After announcing a landmark nuclear agreement, the deal marks the largest U.S. SMR, small modular reactors. Get ready for a lot more, to hear a lot more about these. The largest SMR deployment program announced to date. Ontario, the province that we live in, going full force on these SMRs. So let's talk about it. It's called this Entra One Energy Partnership. So Tennessee Valley Authority, the TVA, signed an agreement with Entra One Energy, NewScale strategic partner. The plan is to develop about 6 gigawatts of new nuclear capacity across TVA sites in the region. It represents a massive expansion of the next-gen nuclear power in the U.S. We know Donald's all about that nuclear power push. Entra One will deploy NewScale's SMRs inside that TVA or inside TVA's plants. I should say the expected output should be enough to power about 4.5 million homes or about 60 new data centers. That's the important play here because the data centers are usurping and increasing the price of power on residential clients. So that has to be an offset. All output will be sold, Joey, to TVA under a long-term purchase agreement, and the timeline for operational launch remains unspecified, so we don't know exactly when this will be ready. We'll continue to report on this, obviously, but you got to like the growing nuclear push at least with some of these companies.
Absolutely. Well, I was going to say the exact same thing that you mentioned there, Sharif, is that that Donald, he's not about that solar or that wind. So he's essentially throwing all of those grants out the window and says, you know what, we're going with these SMRs and the nuclear energy at the end of the day. And once to add to his point is, how do you think you're going to power all of these data centers?
Bang.
Think about it. You got Stargate and you're looking to continuously build your AI infrastructure. It needs to be powered in some way. And that's exactly why NewScale Energy is up 276% from those April lows.
So that's good, even more at the peak of $55 roughly there.
You see a bit of a head and shoulders pattern there?
Absolutely, absolutely.
If that doesn't make a new high above, what is that, 55, Joey?
I mean, this is strong stuff if you ask me, right? Like you're punching through, you can see the genuity within these prints, pretty bullish prints there. I wouldn't be surprised. This is what you want to break, I think, is what you're aiming at there.
That,
yeah, if you break that, then you're off to the races and probably putting in a new all-time high on this name.
All right, Adair, let's hear your take on SMR. Not a bad report, not a bad, deal here.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, I think what you guys said kind of sums it up here. I think it's a good look here for SMR. I think with these nuclear names, the deals are generally, as far as we can see, like the best kind of catalyst that these will get, right? They get their deal. They have the nice intraday catalyst. It's a good reminder that they, are there and ready to push higher. So yeah, I mean, I guess a good look for the space, and I think also given the decent short float in this, it's definitely above 20%. I think 32, if I remember correctly, 32%. This is just off the top though. So decent short float. I think you, in addition to this story, you do have, of course, retail investors involved too.
Yeah.
So that can always propel something higher too.
Do you think these generally in the sector will benefit from a political tailwind, Adair? Because as we've heard many times, Donald Trump, big proponent of building out nuclear energy, not so big of solar and wind.
I actually don't think it will, and the reason I say that is because every time he mentions nuclear, I look at the stocks and they do not move or care. I think the bigger tailwind is going to be just them continuing to get deals. Of course, these continued deals are, maybe a byproduct of the fact that Trump is a supporter of nuclear, but I think the government's direct support of nuclear is not something that these stocks seem to care about. I think it's more when they get their own deals.
I guess maybe he'll have to take an ownership interest for people to notice. I'm playing.
Oh yeah, to quote Cyril, maybe I should have brought a plane. So I didn't bring a plane because all jokes aside, though, that maybe
don't come empty-handed to the White House. I think that's what we've all learned so far. Bring a gold disc.
What do you mean? Invest more in America. You get the subsidies. You get a couple billion here and there, and you just build a couple more.
Yeah, but that's not what she was saying. She was saying, you gotta please Don. Go ahead.
Also, Fed's Kashkari just started speaking, guys.
Thank you for that.
No, that's what I'm saying. You show up. You don't show up empty-handed. You say, "Hey, I'm going to pledge a couple billion," and sure enough, you get a couple billion.
I think you want something nice and shiny there, Chuck.
You want gold, eh?
You got to bring a plane or something, or Tim Apple. No, well, Tim Apple didn't bring an apple. He brought a little gold.
Gold.
Let's talk about Campbell's. Campbell's Soup, yes, that company. They were hit by steel tariffs, yes, because they make the aluminum cans. I'm assuming that's what that has to do with. And they warn of a sharp 2026 earnings decline. Oh, baby. Okay, let's talk about this. Q4 organic sales fell 3%, slightly worse than the expected 2.7% decline the market was already pricing in. The company's forecasting full year 2026 adjusted EPS, oh my God, to fall between 18 and 12%, with 2/3 of the drop tied, yes, to the tariff impact. So we're seeing a marked impact here on Campbell's as a result of tariffs. Every other company is either passing it on or we're not hearing too much about it. The new U.S. steel tariffs of 50% imposed in June by President Trump have sharply raised what the company is calling their packaging costs. Let's go more into that. Campbell's uses steel for soup cans. Tariffs are expected to raise the cost of products by about 9 to 15%. So you are going to pass that on to the consumer here. The company projects gross tariffs at 4% of cost of goods sold in the year of 2026. And the CEO here said Campbell's is mitigating about 60%, give or take, of the tariff impact through productivity initiatives and cost savings. So as much as they don't want to pass it on to the consumer, they're going to have to, but they're mitigating, according to the company, about 60% of the added cost. How did their quarterly results look for or do? Q4 profit came in at about $145 million, about 48 cents per share, versus the $3 million loss that they actually printed last year on the quarter, about -1 penny per share. Adjusted EPS, about 62 pennies per share, slightly down from 63 last year, but again, ahead of the analyst expectations of 56 pennies. And revenue, Joey, $2.32 billion, up from the $2.29 last year on the quarter, but just shy of Wall Street's forecast of 2.33. So they were able to grow revenue, but not good enough. They have risks here in their outlook, Joey. They warn their tariff-driven inflation will weigh heavily on their 2026 earnings, with store prices likely rising further, and their cost-saving and efficiency programs remain central, Joey, to mitigating the tariff costs. See how that goes.
I don't know. Okay, new traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. As for best trades now, this would not be one of them, considering that you are down 36% from September of 2024.
Okay.
So a little bit over a year now to where we're currently trading at. So for me personally, this is a tough look. And as for the tariffs, I'm not too sure. Aside from the aluminum and the metal, isn't it a lot of the soup, shouldn't it be homemade, made in America, onshored?
I think it's just because they were bringing probably, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
It's an assumption.
Yeah.
They were bringing the steel.
Yeah,
from China or from somewhere else,
right,
Joey.
Aside from that, though, it's like, come on, all the ingredients, I'm pretty sure you
I'm
can
assuming, yeah, but that's,
construct it.
that's what they're complaining
right,
about. What's your take on this, Adara? Campbell's Soup, missing a little bit there, but year-over-year increases on most of these line items?
Yeah, I think honestly with a lot of these companies in this space, as long as you're like, hey, I have some kind of plan for the tariffs, the market seems to be happy with that. I think if you have no plan for the tariffs, if you admit after the fact that you're flailing a bit, that seems to be more of the issue. So yeah, I think with that in mind, good look for Campbell's. And honestly, like, good look for the stock today too. This is a great intraday look for CPB. I do want to mention as well, Fed's Kashkari speaking as well, and like a lot of Feds recently, a little bit more mixed. He's saying the Fed is getting into a, quote, tricky situation with mandates because inflation is still too high, but the labor market is actually showing some signs of cooling. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. But yeah, I think the Feds have gotten really, I don't know what the mix between a hawk and a dove is, but there's been a lot of whatever that weird hybrid creature is lately coming from the Feds. Yeah, I mean, back to Campbell's, I just wanted to mention that, back to Campbell's. Yeah, I think, like, again, the fact that they guided cautiously is not in and of itself a bad sign. What we don't want is negative guidance. What we don't want is, like, pessimistic guidance. They have a plan to get these tariffs under control. And yeah, I think it's hard too because you can't avoid tariffs entirely when you are making cans out of steel. So they're in kind of a tricky spot. I think they've navigated it pretty well, and I think the market, at least today, seems to agree.
Yeah, it's interesting there, yeah, because I don't think they, go ahead.
So yeah, so in Canada, Campbell's Soup steel cans are recyclable and incorporate up to 35% recycled steel. So more broadly in the U.S., so essentially it's all coming from Canada, which...
Well, the steel imports are, the steel tariffs are on Canadian steel as well.
Yeah, okay, so there you go.
Aluminum, copper.
So fair enough. They were in-house before, so they were internal can-making operations in 1998. They acquired can manufacturing operations from Kraft's Tarrant aluminum plate processing and facilities from Alcoa.
Yeah. All right, let's go on to the next story here, Joey. U.S. revokes. This one was not really reported that much, but I want to do a nice look, a deeper dive into this. So the U.S. was revoking Taiwan Semiconductors waivers and tightening that China chip control. So let's go on to this. Let's see what they're talking about here. So the U.S. revoked Taiwan Semiconductors validated end user status, and that's going to be effective New Year's Eve of this year, December 31st, removing its fast-track ability to ship U.S. origin chip-making tools to its China plant. So chip-making tools built in the United States are going to have a harder time weaseling their way over to their production facilities in China. So SK Hynix and Samsung also lost their VEU privileges, impacting their China-based memory chip fabs. Really, the U.S. government's really coming down on these chips, eh? The Department of Commerce described the move as closing a Biden-era loophole and reaffirmed Trump's agenda to tighten export controls on semiconductor tools, not just exports on chips, finished products, but on the tools, the inputs themselves. Existing operations may receive licenses to continue, but expansion or technology upgrades in China will be blocked. Pretty decisive there. So how's this going to impact Taiwan Semi's operations? TSM said it's evaluating the situation and in talks with the U.S. government, but remains committed to keeping the Nanjing operations running. That's their plant in China. Nanjing fabs contribute less than 3% of Taiwan Semi's total revenue, limiting the financial exposure that they have as a result of these rule changes. The facilities rely heavily on U.S. suppliers like Applied Materials and KLA Corp, keeping them under U.S. leverage. That's interesting. inputs for Chinese factories relying on U.S. made and shipped products. That's a nice change from what we typically see here, Joey. The move underscores, though, Washington's intent to prevent China from building advanced local chip capacity and growing their own domestic talent pool. Analysts see this as a broader push, Joey, to constrain semiconductor supply chains in China, while simultaneously drawing that same investment, I should say, into U.S. manufacturing through tariff threats and subsidies. This is an interesting take. Doesn't feel like it's going to affect Taiwan Semi as much. Only 3% of their revenue comes out of that one fab in China, but it could hurt Samsung or SK Hynix more.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm curious to think is like, okay, with these new rules that they're going to implement, what is that going to do for TSM's thoughts on investing more into America? Do you think they would ever reduce what they've pledged to the States because of this?
Can you say that again?
So do you think, so what TSM has pledged to the States in building here, do you think they would ever reduce that considering some of these new rule changes?
Oh, then you'd be really antagonizing Donald. Of course, they have the option to do that.
You got the option to. Would it be smart or would it be wise to do so? At the end of the day, I don't think so either. So it's good to see that obviously more onshoring within America. That's positive for the chip space. And we're only down about 7.33% from those highs, so holding up relatively well, I think.
That's fair, man. I love Taiwan Semi, obviously. Adira, is this a nothing burger because about only 3% of Taiwan Semi comes from this Nanjing fab?
Yeah, I'll tell you the other reason it's nothing burger, because this initially was reported yesterday, and the market did not care, clearly. So I want to mention that too. When I say yesterday, I mean yesterday morning. So I was watching Taiwan Semi too yesterday, like, oh, maybe there's some kind of move on this. So yeah, I think with that in mind, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Also, though, to go with the part of your note here mentioning mixed policy messaging, because TSM has invested heavily in the U.S., right? We all know that. So it's odd that, I don't know, I think you would maybe expect a bit more support from the U.S. government, because we know that Donald Trump, president of the U.S., does want, of course, this U.S. investment, but also this company's already invested in the U.S. Don't hurt it entirely. Do you know what I mean? So I think it's a tough situation for TSM to be in. I don't know what the right answer is, but I don't really think the market seems to worry right now anyway.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I definitely didn't see a price reaction, so I definitely agree with you there. But you don't really know how these things are going to manifest over the next months and years. But yeah, good point there. This was reported yesterday, guys. All right, go on to the next one here. Trump pushes for Supreme Court to save the tariff program. What am I talking about here? Well, we all know. I think on Friday, the appeals court ruling came up against him, or not in his favor. So a 7-4 ruling in the U.S. Court of Appeals, Federal Court of Appeals, Federal Circuit found that most of Trump's tariffs are illegal, according to the ruling, stating that only Congress holds the constitutional authority to impose the tariffs. The ruling invalidated tariffs imposed under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, that AAPL, including duties of up to 50% on countries like China, Canada, and Mexico. The court emphasized that the tariffs are a core congressional power, that's in quotes, and cannot be unilaterally imposed by the executive branch, aka the president. Implementation of the ruling will be delayed until the 14th of October, giving the administration time to appeal to the Supreme Court. And that's what we're talking about here. So Trump said he will seek an expedited ruling from the Supreme Court, aiming for early admittance and a fast-track consideration. I guess he's arguing here, given the nature and the importance of these tariffs. He argued that without tariffs, the U.S. would become a third world country, those are quotes, framing tariffs as essential to the financial fabric of the nation. He tied the recent stock market declines to the appeals court ruling, which I wouldn't really disagree with, claiming that the stock market needs the tariffs, those are quotes, and that investors support his protectionist trade agenda, whether that's accurate or not. Reasonable people can disagree. Let's talk about the scope of the impact of this. So the tariff program, introduced obviously earlier this year, affected nearly 70% of U.S. imports, targeting not only rivals like China, but also allies like Canada and Mexico. Tariffs were justified by Trump as a response to countries failing to curb, as we've talked about with this country, the fentanyl trafficking into the United States. If the ruling is upheld, the share of U.S. imports subject to tariffs would drop sharply from 70% to down to just 16%, dramatically reducing, obviously, the trade restrictions. What's your look on this, Adira? Let's just take it from two perspectives here. One, does he get the expedited ruling? And 2, let's just put an over-under. Does he win or lose at the Supreme Court?
I think he loses. I don't know about the expedited ruling, but I do think that he might lose. Like we talked about yesterday, the Supreme Court is maybe not as united as you might think. And we already know that they said they're not even sure he can fire the Fed. Now, this is obviously a different issue, but it shows that they are willing to consider other sides of the issue, right? Which I think is pretty key here. So, yeah, I think if they do lose the Supreme Court ruling, I'm not sure how the administration will react. That could be a whole other issue because I'm sure Donald Trump will try to find another avenue for this. But yeah, it was pretty wild yesterday and also today during his talk with the leader of Poland. He brought this up again, how, we need the tariffs. Maybe we'll make tariffs in place of income tax. That was a real thing that Trump said today as well. And yeah, just talks about
He's been saying that for a long time.
Will be so poor without tariffs. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I think that the rhetoric on it is very strong. I think whether or not we'll see the tariffs continue is a whole other story. But as I discussed yesterday, I think the biggest issue he's going to have is with these high tariffs on countries like Brazil, where they actually have a surplus. And I think, like I said, people have made the point in the chat, which I think is completely fair. And I've seen this online as well. Administration, non-tariff barriers, that's fine. But I also think, like, when you have a notable surplus, and you're charging a really high tariff, I don't know if you can justify it in those scenarios. So I wonder if they get a conditional ruling in their favor. But I think it's going to have a really hard time justifying overruling the congressional hierarchy, I guess.
So I'll put the question to you. Do you feel that he gets possibly an expedited sitting? Or what's going on, Assassino? Does he get an expedited hearing? That's what I was trying to say. In the Supreme Court, given so much is riding on the line. He's striking deals with countries. Countries are, fundamentally changing how they're operating with the United States, thinking that these tariffs will stick. Does the Supreme Court have to give us a quick answer on this, or is this too big of an issue, Joey, that they have to be more deliberative about it?
As in returning some of the cash that they've received
not just
from,
that,
but
not just
everything
that,
in general.
But everything.
Yeah, you know what, Shreve? I'm going to look at it like this. I think that we're in the latter half of the innings, per se, with all this tariff talk. I like how he's restructuring the deals. What is he going to get from that? I don't know, but is it in America's best case to reverse course in what you've already done? I'm going to have to say no, because if you're restructuring deals, Adair mentioned that, okay, yeah, Brazil, they're running a surplus, but what about all the other countries that they're running deficits within, and they're striking deals that benefit America? So I think that he's going to get the pass on this one, and it's going to stick.
All right, we're going to pause for a second. Adair's got news.
From Kashkar, I'm not sure if this is why the market's dropping, because nothing he's really said recently is fundamentally different from anything he said earlier. I have been, mentioning and putting on the screen some of his comments. So definitely check the position board, because I will put comments and news there from time to time, and I have with his Kashkari speech a couple times. But he's basically saying that inflation is still too high and the Fed's work is not done. Again, nothing really materially different from what he said earlier, but just being worded here a slightly different way. He did also say that the Fed does rely heavily on government-produced economic data. We know that the veracity of said data has been questioned, to put it mildly, recently. So interesting comment there coming from Fed's Kashkari.
Touch on this for a second. Kashkari is talking about inflation. Do you think that the Fed is going to have to modify its mandate from 2% to something slightly higher to kind of correlate for what we have in the current economy, more spending?
That's been the talk, I think, for 5 years. The Bank of Canada does that. So it's 2% plus or minus 1. So they're good with
but
one,
it's not,
good with 3.
That's not the mandate
from
the Fed.
I don't want to speak for Jerome Powell, but his own words have that they will not do that. They do not want to do that. So whether or not he changes, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. But it's funny that he's still focusing on inflation, but when you have a big anticipated unemployment print coming up soon, which I think is going to sway the Fed in whatever decision that they're going to decide to go with.
Speaking of the Fed,
bang.
Look what we got coming up
this
here.
One, yeah.
Oh, baby. Fed Governor Lisa Cook fighting Trump's firing. So let's go on to some of the defense that she's launched. So her lawyer, Lisa Cook's lawyer, Abe Lowell, filed a court motion arguing that she never committed mortgage fraud and that President Trump lacks the legal grounds to fire her. Lowell said Cook's mortgage details were already disclosed to multiple federal agencies, the White House, and the Senate before her 2022 Fed confirmation. Any alleged inconsistencies in her financial disclosures were visible during her vetting and confirmation process, meaning they cannot serve as a valid firing basis, according to him. Trump cited alleged misrepresentations. Sorry about that. Let me move that down. Trump cited alleged misrepresentations on mortgage applications, including properties in Michigan, Georgia, Massachusetts, as justification for the removal. Lowell, her lawyer, countered that Cook properly disclosed designations such as primary residence, second home, and rental property in government questionnaires and disclosure filings. Not the mortgage applications, but on the government questionnaires and the disclosure filings. Interesting that you made it on one. Maybe she forgot. Lowell called Trump's fraud claims a pretext, alleging his true motives is to pressure the Fed into cutting interest rates more aggressively. Can't disagree with that. Trump has repeatedly threatened Fed officials, warning they must lower rates or face consequences. The case raises fears of political interference, obviously, in monetary policy, which could destabilize investor confidence in U.S. financial institutions. So the economists rally in support of Cook. Nearly 600 economists, including Nobel laureates, have signed a public letter defending Cook. They stressed that the central bank's independence is absolutely critical for monetary policy and long-term U.S. strength. The letter that the 600 economists wrote warned that undermining Fed independence could increase monetary policy uncertainty, Joey, forcing markets to price in political risk, raising borrowing costs. I'm going to put you on the spot.
Do it.
Is the Fed a political body?
I wouldn't. Technically, no.
I'm not talking about technical. In reality.
As right now, oh man, that's such a tough question. I'm going to go with no. I'm going to say no.
So they're not politically motivated. They're more economically motivated.
Yeah, I'm going to say, you know what? I'm going to give Jerome Powell the benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
All right. How long has Donald Trump been pressing him about rate cuts? For quite some time now, literally since he stepped in office. Cuts, and he's been holding his foot relatively strong on that factor. Now, you can go to the opposite side of that and say, well, he's doing it to get at Donald Trump, and therefore he's making it somewhat of a political entity. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think Jerome Powell, other than being a little bit late, allowing inflation to get a little bit under control, has done a relatively decent job, in my opinion. Whether you agree with me or not, that's fine. And again, he stuck to his mandate, price stability and maximum employment. And then coming up with this jobs report, I think that's going to, as I mentioned before, going to have a major influence on the next FOMC meeting. Oh, yeah. So I'm going to say no. The answer is no. Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah.
I'll put the same question to you, Adira, and whatever you want to add on to this. I'm sure you've been doing deep dives. A lot of new information came out about this questionnaire and stuff like that, things that I hadn't personally read. What's your take on this whole thing?
I have to look more to the questionnaire. Specifically, what question did you ask, though, sorry?
Is the Fed a political body, not in du jour, but in de facto?
No, I don't think it has been acting in a way, and I say that because even the two individuals that we know Trump appointed that are being maybe considered for the Fed chair position, that would be Fed's Bowman and Fed's Waller, they've actually given reasons that are economic, related to the economy, for their, I guess, decision to fight for that 25 basis point rate cut back in July, specifically with regards to labor, which we also know that other Feds have been a little bit worried about as well. Fed's Kashkari mentioned it too. He said that he is, concerned about labor, though he thinks inflation is still too high. Fed's Daily also, in comments following the July meeting, said that she can understand why the Fed has waited for so long, but, maybe the time to wait is almost over. So I think, given that there isn't a consensus at the Fed, I don't think this is an example of a body holding up for politics. I think this is an example of a Fed that is facing a key conflict with their dual mandate, and they're trying to figure out how to navigate it. That is my interpretation. Now, to the Lisa Cook thing, which of course I've looked into, I watched that video evidence that Bill Pulte posted yesterday, and it was gotcha journalism of a guy going to a house. I don't know how he knows this is Cook's house, or one of the ones that he knocks on the door and he says, "Oh, I see, a man eating TV in the house." And then he has an off-camera conversation with this man. You don't ever see the other man. And then he's
Who is this man?
Just some journalist. I think Charlie LaDuff was his name, if I remember correctly. which I think I do. But Charlie LaDuff, yeah, he was just like, going to the house to knock on the door. We have no proof it wasn't staged. I'm not saying that it was, but we don't really have enough context to.
What is the accusation? Because I never saw it. So the accusation is what in the video?
Well, I guess they're just saying that, here's a house that she's renting out. That was the accusation. But again, the video doesn't really prove anything because it's really decontextualized, which has been my biggest issue with Pulte's evidence all along. It is very decontextualized. He'll produce signatures without context, listing without context. If I have context, that's fine, but we really don't have any context here. And I'm even okay with redacted documents as long as we have enough context to be like, okay, that is what is being, what is happening here, right? I think the other thing, too, is we know Trump over the weekend a couple times called for Judge Giacob in Lisa Cook's case to recuse herself. But again, his biggest reason for the recusal had to do with a previous ruling against his administration and the fact that she and Lisa Cook were in the same sorority, which, as I mentioned earlier, is not really the smoking gun that a lot of people have kind of made it out to be because they went to different schools in different states, and this sorority has alumni, including Serena Williams, so it's massive.
Great. All right. Shout out to Serena. Great tennis player. Love tennis. Let's talk about the appeals court reinstating FTC Commissioner Rebecca Slaughter after she was dismissed. So a divided U.S. appeals court ruled 2-1, allowing Democratic FTC Commissioner Rebecca Slaughter to resume her role after President Trump attempted to remove her. The court said FTC commissioners cannot be fired without cause, citing nearly a century of clear U.S. Supreme Court precedent. The judge ruled that the Trump administration is unlikely to succeed on appeal since overturning would defy binding precedent, which is why they didn't want to give them that temporary stay. The dissent came from Judge Naomi Rao, who was a Trump appointee, who argued federal courts may lack authority to reinstate an officer removed by the president. So she came this a different way. Rebecca Slaughter's response and rule, she celebrated the ruling, saying Trump is not above the law and pledged to return to her duties immediately. The FTC enforces consumer protection and antitrust laws, making the case critical for regulatory independence. Trump had first appointed Slaughter to the FTC back in 2018. Biden later elevated her to acting chair in 21 and then appointed her to a second term in 23, running until 2029. Just to give you a background here, well, we already know the background of removing the commissioners. Joey, what do you think about this FTC thing? Is it a nothing burger?
I think it's a nothing burger, brother. I didn't read much up on this at all, to be honest with you. What was the other lady who was fired most recently as well, the CDC individual? But if she's implementing, if she's implementing that Trump doesn't have the rights to fire her, it's the exact same thing with Lisa Cook, right? You want to keep the independence of some of these commissions. So in the same thing of the Fed and the FTC, I don't think he has the right to fire her. You want to keep them separate from political entities.
Yeah, you want
that separated. You don't want it to be correlated whatsoever.
All right,
and
that's why people don't. On over here. Are these guys coming back? Any word on these guys, Assassino? Did you hear anything from these guys?
Yeah, hey? we know they're in the meeting.
They're in the meeting.
Yeah.
What, do they not know they have a show at 2? Let's find out. Let's see what these guys are doing.
Ask them.
Yeah, I got to go into the midday. You want to take over for a sec?
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Let's get right into this market and see what we got going on. Tesla is curling over, so that short is. But think about it. The market's been trading lower for how long? And then right around 130, you start to get that sell-off. So maybe you get that move back into towards the volume-weighted average price. And the exact same thing with the SPY and the Qs, right? So we're south of those levels, which I think is really important to note. I think the mag that might be dragging them down is going to be the likes of these chip space, and that's Nvidia heading into some key support levels. But one thing to note, this isn't absolutely horrible. You're trading within a $2-3 range on the session, so as long as you don't continuously bleed and get more aggressive to the downside, I think you'll be all right. There is some indecision prints, so we want to look for 167 to hold up, 165, and who knows, right? Because when you go on such a monster run from the April lows down over 100% or whatever it may be, now you're sitting on the backside of this trend. Watch out for this pullback
And all that we can hope for is that some of the analysts and what they've been saying is that they think they're going to be relatively shallow. But if they start to deepen and people start to panic, considering some of the lows, the run that we've been on from the April lows, watch out. You might run into about a 15 to 20% pullback, and that'll put you right back into bear territory. But you can't complain considering the NASDAQ been on a 30% run, NVIDIA's doubled in price, and a lot of these other tech names have reached new all-time highs.
Absolutely, Joseph. All right, not really looking at small cap gappers this time of the day, but let's do it. I see a CARV. So this one a little light on volume to $3-ish name, only 1.68 million shares traded on the day. And we're talking about 2 o'clock now, right? So that's a 5-minute look, topping till into 385. All hell breaking loose as people take profits. We're short down into 310. It does seem like it is holding, though, above the 10 EMA on the 5. Let's throw in that ticker. CARV is the ticker. I don't necessarily like the price action at the moment, but based upon where it is, you could give it to current bar low. Current bar low also being that 10 EMA on the 5. That's a green line there. So if it loses the 10 EMA, I'm unlikely to want to hold this. Also, in addition to that being a good area of technical support, it's also overlapping with VWAP. So it's one of those anomalous situations where the 10 EMA and VWAP are basically one and the same, not typically the case. CARV up 39%, not a bad look. Let's load this one up on a trading screen to get an idea of what the spread is on it. CARV on the NASDAQ. No, not too bad. No worries, guys. The boys are back. The boys of summer, Blue Jays. So here we go, 324, 328. It's between a 4 to 8 penny spread at the moment. So you're going to have to basically make sure you know what the cost of doing business is with this one. Just getting in and getting out at the same time can cost you, 8 pennies per share. So we'll keep an eye out on CARV. All the other small cap gappers that we were watching during the midday have all lost VWAP or are not trending in the right way. So yeah, and there are no new ones, at least from what I see on my blotter. If there are any new ones, guys, just tag myself or Joseph in the chat. I'd love to see which ones are actually moving at the moment. Worksport's still basically holding VWAP. So it hasn't done a whole lot, but it also hasn't given back a lot of the move. Do we even know what the hell? We still don't even know what's going on with Worksport. So it's up 26% on the day, and we've got no news on this one, but it's a nice looking bull flag there, but below the volume weighted average price at 393, 28% as I mentioned. Keep your eye on this one. If it really starts getting going, it's got a 430 high there, Joey option. So we'll keep tabs on that. Give the boys a couple of minutes just to get settled in, put the mics on and whatever, and then we'll throw over to them. Wow, what else are you looking at, Joey? Anything you're looking at going into the afternoon?
No, I'm done trading on the day. I had that TQ short. I had the long on Apple, so there's no other trades that I'm going to be just putting on. I'm happy with what we got going on. Obviously, it can be a little bit more, but at the end of the day, I'm accepting of my profits, and we bank those, and then we come back tomorrow to see if we can do the exact same thing again, maybe even a little bit better, hopefully even a little bit better. So, yeah.
I love hearing it, man. Yeah. All right. For Joseph, myself, and Adara, thank you for joining us on the midday. I hope you had a nice time with us. We traded a whole bunch of small caps. Your boy Joey was in and out of the future. What else did you trade?
And Apple.
And Apple, baby.
Yeah, Apple. So TQ's here, guys. Assassino chart quick before we go off. So that was the short there on the TQs. Obviously, it takes that additional leg lower, but that's okay. We get that break-even stop out. And then as for Apple, same thing. Just those two trades on AAPL, and that worked out really well for us. So,
all right, guys.
Here we go.
See you guys tomorrow. I'll see everybody at the big desk. Big boys, that away.
Yo, what's up?
Christmas. Welcome back, everybody. Ooh, the Fed Beige Book is out. Does anyone ever really care about the Fed Beige Book?
What
in
Fed
20-something?
What
in
Fed Beige Book?
20-something years, I don't remember it ever being a big deal. And but when you go to all the websites, so like investing.com or all these the economic calendars, and they have like 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, or like 4 or 5. It's never a 1. It's always like a 2 or a 3. Yet somehow,
I don't know what those
I
guys
feel
are
as
doing.
if it should always be a 1 because it ends up a little bit of a nothing burger. That being said, thanks to the guys in the midday. Obviously, we had a meeting, so we just got out of it now, and we're coming back, sitting down at the desk. I have no positions on because anything I was in seems like it ran. Oh, that's fun. It ran the tops and then came right back in. Like, I was in Intel, the short side, and left the stop. I probably would have been back into this one, but it doesn't even matter. It's break and retest the short of the day. You mean the low of the day.
Yeah.
Because that's where we're at. The NASDAQ is threatening to go red. And remember, we started today with like a rising tide lifting all ships, and that rising tide being Alphabet and Apple. And what was bringing up the market is now all the way dead. Palantir's all the way back at the low of the day.
Come on, dog.
Wow. This Palantir was going absolute buck wild, like buck nasty. At 161. What a turn. What an absolute turn.
I have the same kind of situation here where I thought I was coming back to a good winner. This is the future short.
I was short.
Future short. Future short. Taken out at the top. Taken out at the top. Whoops. I just set the stop.
Oh, shit.
I just set the stop rates basically at the 200 period moving average, and I should have given it to the top. And this is the thing that I'm dealing with, and it's like when you start to use more shares, I feel like for myself, sometimes get a little aggressive with the stops when you should give it just a little bit more room, and I was just like, ugh. So I thought we were going to have a nice one coming back in here, so we were thinking short. I heard Joe talk that he had the short, so that's awesome, so that's great.
Reddit.
Yeah, the market came right back in. Like the minute, and by the way, like we got out of our Tesla trade as well. We're going to do the rundown. Welcome everybody back there. You know, we had this trade here, and I got out. So I put stops in, right, on all these trades. So the minute we broke the 200 there, we got out on the way back down. So that saved a couple bucks. So sometimes, you know, it works in your benefit as well. And then Google, we are topping out here. That's kind of still top heavy. This is going to be the trade that we had from the jump right into there, 225, and we got out 230.50, so $5 or whatever, and now it's coming back down in. We have a very small percent left on this trade, but yeah, you got to have stop orders, and it's just that sucks because this should have been, you know, anyways. It would have been a decent winner if we didn't get stopped out there, but we did, and that's what happens when you get stopped out, right? Ifs and buts. We actually had a meeting. We said most trading we talked about is like it's hindsight when you sit here and you talk about what's been happening. Sometimes the best part is to talk about, you know, what.
Well, I can tell you this much: if we close like this, Reddit's going to look like the biggest short opportunity tomorrow. This candle is the daily candle. I'm sure a lot of other stocks might have a candle that looks like this today, but this morning we were talking about reversal candles when Raheem was here, and he mentioned, and it was Shopify reversal the other way. That's going to be, if we close down here, a nasty reversal candle, going from breaking out to absolutely giving everything up and potentially turning red. The streak could end on Palantir if it doesn't get back to 156 and a half or so, or wherever that 50 period is on the daily. This has had an unbelievable streak. It doesn't seem like it's doing anything, but what it's been doing is closing every day above a big support line. If today's the day that you don't close above that, then you come in looking short tomorrow on Palantir instead of the long. No questions asked. Like this is nuts. If we close underneath that 50 period, I'm just thinking short for sure tomorrow on Palantir. That being said, it seems to be at the support level of 155, and the streak isn't over just yet. Yeah, wow, what a huge reversgoing in the market, and you know that's just how it goes sometimes. I looked over.
We could still stay green today.
Like Lucid is, yeah, that's going to be more frustrating because I was trying to get reloaded back into this. These reverse splits are nasty, and they just get nastier. You know, WorkSport we were just talking about this one, like WorkSport reverse split and then tried to go on absolutely no news. This seems like it's also potentially on the other side of the V, although the volume really dried up on this. Like almost nothing. Is there anything that was strong this morning that's still strong? I haven't found a single thing. Google. Not even a small cap. Well, Alphabet.
Yeah, Alphabet. I mean, other than staying up there. I mean, we can have a quick look. We're going to get ready for this rundown in just a couple seconds. These are the hot symbols right now. Tesla still holding 338, but to Neil's point, down from the open. Nvidia there, Q, SPY, Google there, Palantir now down 1%. Apple, it looks like Apple, I guess, actually, is still holding out. Yeah, so Apple is one of the top names right now holding out some kind of support, right? I mean, there's the move down.
SMR is holding,
It's still above the two. Actually, this is looking. I don't know, man. This is the problem with this after show. It's just the PM show. It's tough to find because the big moves have happened, and it's just kind of like waiting around, trying to figure out what the market kind of wants to do in the afternoon, then finding names that you can agree with, right? Which is why I'm in the futures right now to see if we can, maybe continue with a move to the downside here. And this is why I'm looking at the NASDAQ right now, starting to tick lower. This is why, quite frankly, I like the short, coming into this level right here. You saw where I got stopped out. It's just right into there, like top, and unfortunately, that's gonna haunt me a little bit because that is a day turner rounder right there if we just sort of kept that trade back on. But welcome everybody. I'm going to actually reset right now the trade visualizer because again, we realize that this is part of what you want. So if you get into the chat right here, right now, we'll fresh start. Oops, when I do that, I guess I lose the chat. We'll fresh start that. Thanks, Fabian, for building this up. So what you got to do is you got to do $Neil like that, $Tesla, Marvell, whatever names that you call up. Ooh, AB. So remember we looked at this in the morning. It was $14. ABTC, and I went to Adara, and that's where it was DJ TJ style, and she had brought that to us, noticing that it was Donald Trump there, all-American Bitcoin, as that's back in after a bunch of different halts there. So, give us the goods on here. Let us know which names, and there we go. The chat is now picking up, so we want to thank you for that. Marvell and all of that, PDD, CoreWeave again, Neil, so that's a good stock. We'll look at Neil in a second. And then Hertz down 5% right there at 4 by here. I can stop this. And just to give you guys a quick idea of what we're talking about, as soon as you vote, all of these will populate, and then it'll give Neil and myself. Oh, Marvell's back. I didn't see it. I didn't even realize I was down another 4% today, so we'll have to look. Good day 2 battle back for Marvell. Not a good day 3, it looks like right here, down 4%. So that's what's coming through there, MSTR. So all these names we will spend our time on during this after show, and we'll talk about some trade ideas and things like that as well, and then get you set up for what should be, again, a decent earnings night, right? I mean, and we talked about part of the best parts of the earnings, the market recap show, and we talked about this with Brendo and Adara and all that, is the fact that showing the numbers, right? Yeah. And like getting the numbers as fast as possible to you. Adara reads them, then we look
or
at the
lack
chart.
of numbers when it comes to C3 AI.
Oh gosh, yeah. Any profitable or not?
They don't make money, do they?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, now what's going to happen is C3 AI is going to have like record profits or something, and then we'll come back.
Yeah, I don't know. Did they make money? They probably didn't last time.
I seriously doubt it.
Right there.
But I object. But look. But that's the most. What's interesting about earnings season is anything can happen. Surprises happen all the time, and it's exactly the kind of name. We'll start the rundown. But C3AI is exactly the kind of name that if they were to surprise, oh my, it could be a gangbusters. That said, the stock has not been very good since bouncing in August. But let's see what you guys wanted to talk about with our little rundown. Sharif is locked and loaded, ready to go. Nice shirt, Sharif. I feel like we have the same shirt, different colors.
I didn't realize it was.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, everyone. The show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. You saw the boys; they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join us on the whenever you want. Get into the chat actually from 8:30 onward and vote for your favorite tickers every day. Just make sure you're throwing in that $ before whatever ticker your heart so desires. So let's get to the first one on the day open, guys. We're not going to look at the markets today because it's malfunctioning. But OPEN, nice, always number one on the rundown, but it is down again today, down 1/3%. Didn't start out that way in the pre-market. We were trying to test that 5 1/3, 5.5. We're trying to hold on to 5 right now, guys. Open again on the top of the rundown. No catalyst though.
We just want to remind you, use like the ETFs up there if there's a problem, because we know that there is a problem with some of the entitlements on that account.
Anything on NASDAQ.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
So just look at QQs or SPY or something. Okay, so what is it? Open Door. What's up, everybody? So this is the rundown here. Open Door is getting a lot of credit there on the rundown, and for good reason, right? Today, Open Door again just flying to the high side early and giving some back late. So, you know, we came in with it up a couple percentage points, but look at that 540, we couldn't really get through there, and now it's downside. When you're creating, obviously there's the high, lower high, lower high, lower high as we continue to move downside, and now you get sloping, everything coming to the downside 50 period, downside 200. Looks like we're getting lower there for Open Door. So just quickly, these stocks are meme stocks, and they go up and down based on people holding signs outside. I actually, when I was growing up during the GameStop age, I remember my son and we stood outside of a GameStop store, and we're doing the rockets and all that kind of stuff.
Nice.
And I remember walking by the, it was at the time just an overpass of a road, and there was GME and AMC rockets on there, and there was the Reddit guy or the, you know, all that kind of
that's what this
fun stuff going on there, right? And I think that's sort of what's been happening with Open Door, and it's really worked. I mean, this was from 40 cents and just kind of mooned to the upside there. We continue to talk about this name and look for reasons for this. Technically, their quarter was actually pretty bad, and I think that's what this pullback was. We could probably go back and look at it August 19th. It was not great, but that didn't seem to matter, and it's just an upside push here. So all I caution is this $6 mark, and I don't think the risk to reward right now, and again, you guys are the ones trading this, but going long here at $5, that's like losing back down into 4 is more than gaining from 5 to 6. So I just think trading in here in the middle is a little risky for a day trade. We always want to try to buy 5s or buy even dollars. So I think that's worked out okay. But other than that, I don't think it's worth the risk to reward right now to take a new position anyways in Open Door, because where's your stop going to be? 4? So that's losing $1 on, so that's losing 20-25%. I mean, if you're right, you're going to go upside, and then it's not 25% upside. But anyways, at the end of the day, that's Open Door, and for me, it's just in a risk-off position right now. I would rather it either be breaking that 6, where I think they're justified to go long there, or taking out that 4, in which I don't know if you want to swing short or not, but
well, that's the other thing.
That's the other option.
Like it's on the precipice of another fail to hold $5, so it looked like it was going to hold. I was playing into the long of holding the $5 level today, but it never broke out the high, which really should have signaled a reverse, but wasn't, you know, you're not sitting here. It's almost, if it loses 5 today, I'd be thinking short this afternoon. It's a bit of a gap fill here, and just every single day, it tries to hold $5, and all these rejections usually have followed through. So, you know, every time it's rejected $5, it's been pretty good to the south side. I don't see any difference here if we lose $5 on open, but it's still an upward trend. So, like to Sean's point, you know, you're putting in some higher lows. It's not like it loses $5 and that's necessarily game over, but if it loses trend, it's at least short-term game over on Open Door, and that's how you have to treat and respect these things. Make sure you get your profit, because if it's meme stock and it's momentum, well, you don't want to be left with when the music stops without a chair. And as long as you've taken some profit on the way up, then you should be fine. But I'm going to look, I might just take a 5 break and give it 5 pennies and see how it goes.
What's the
down?
The chair game.
Musical chairs.
Musical chairs.
My daughter,
I was thinking like Ring Around the Rosie. I'm like, that's.
Did I tell the story? So we went on one of those the pirate cruise things when we were in spring training. Whatever. Okay. It's just like you go on a ship. It's not like a booze cruise, but like the adults get to have some beverages. The kids play games and shoot. You know, they do the treasure hunt on the ship, and there's music and dancing. They did a musical chair.
Yeah, those are fun. Yeah.
With the kids, and there was like, I have to give full credit to this one older kid who essentially, well, it came to my daughter, a kid that was maybe a 12 or 13, let's just say, and another kid who was like younger, maybe like 6 years old. And like Aaron got out in like 3rd place or whatever it was. But this other bigger kid
not bad.
Easily had the win against this little kid.
And he gave it up.
He completely gave it up. Like the little kid couldn't tell, but everybody around was like, Oh yeah, you threw that 100% so the little guy could win, and it was just like people were going up to the parents, just like, man, that was
raised.
You raised yourself a good one right there. So anyways, musical chairs. It didn't get very physical, thankfully, because sometimes that game does.
Hopefully with kids it does.
You'd hope it does.
I think it would, like if it was. Yeah. Was there any adults involved? No, it was all kids.
It was all kids, thankfully, because booze, adults, musical chairs probably wouldn't have gone so well.
Yeah, they'd just be falling over like off deck.
Yeah, let's not get started about falling over off deck. My brother and one of those booze cruises in Antigua.
Oh, yeah.
Thankfully, that's not actually what happened, and for his sake, I won't tell what did. Let's go talk about Palantir.
All right, guys, down about 1%, a little bit more than that. Palantir, no specific catalyst on it today, but Mark Benioff was chiming about Palantir yesterday in the same way that he was chiming about Tesla and Optimus. So coming back into that 155 area, guys, that we defended earlier on, still down though 1.03%.
Right there. Yeah, so, okay. Yeah, I'll just say it. And basically, Neil thought his brother went over and didn't. So thank God.
He was safely on board the ship.
Right. So, okay. Yeah, a lot better than what it could have been. I don't know. Someone in the chat said, good call on the Palantir breakdown. Yeah, I mean, we're short the market here and fine. But I think this goes back to the same talk that we've been having for a while. And that is like, there are names that have been getting hit, right? That have weak tendencies, right? And I think that right now, unfortunately, Palantir is just one of those names where when the times are good, it goes, right? But then do you really trust the long? But then when the times are bad, it definitely can fall down and lead the market, or what seems to be leading the market, be more aggressive than the market anyways. How did I not get filled on that recent move down on the TQs right there? That's crazy. But anyways, that little move there, is it rocket science that we bounced off the low of the day? Probably not. But you see, this is what I'm talking about with that capitulation move there. So I don't know if we are talking about trading or the story of the stock here, but for me, for trading, if we can ever see something like that, where the real level seems to be 155, and then all of a sudden, this is a 1 minute chart, it went to 153.40. What's that even doing at 941? Like, that's a crazy flash crash there. And then it led, and again, the market obviously moving around, but that was a huge move back up. So I think if you're long right now, anything on Palantir, you want to get out if it breaks this 154.80, because you don't need to be part of something like this. If liquidity all of a sudden dries up there, then you're going to have a much bigger loss than you thought. Look at the 50-period moving average here on Palantir. It's broken until it's fixed. I don't know how else to say this. It's downside pressure on PLTR. I wish it wasn't true, but right now the daily, it looks to me more like a short than a long. We've made their tops. It's come from such a far way. All these wick tops keep coinciding with where we were before this huge move. So there's the breakout on earnings. Here's the move back down on valuation. And if anything ever slips up with the NASDAQ, this name is in trouble. So I'm not dip buying anything here in the long term. I do really like Palantir, but unfortunately right now, I think better to buy the NASDAQ if you like tech names than to catch what unfortunately is a falling knife whenever the market decides to go down. So as Palantir is sinking like a ship. It's like it's got its own defense systems focusing on it right now. But there goes the downside.
It's breaking it's breaking a good pattern in a bad way today. And that's, again, it would have to climb a dollar change to not look very, very bad on the daily chart for a reversal. Because there's clearly been buyers on this stock, like very, very clearly been people buying in this range and keeping it afloat above 155, 156 every single day. Like it dips underneath, it recovers. It dips underneath, it recovers. It holds the fort. It breaks sometimes, but it's been holding the fort. Today looks like the day where after the dip, it then comes back to close at the low. Bad. I think we're looking, we're not done yet, obviously, but if we open up underneath 155 tomorrow, you got to be thinking short on Palantir in the short term, unfortunately.
I mean, Palantir right here, its current PE is 525.
Is that all?
So there it is right there. Their forward P is 181, even if you take in consideration. Like if everything goes according to plan, you got 181. That's ridiculous. You see Google's had a huge move, right? Google's PE 22. Like you're not even close to the same business here, right? Apple's 34.28, right? There's different names here. When we're talking about what the market is versus everything else, look at what SMR, I mean, some of these names that don't even have earnings are flying around as well, right? So I don't want to like...
Yeah, they don't even make money.
Yeah, I don't even want to point the finger at some of these other names. What is UNH, 3? No, 17. I have no idea. I thought some of these healthcare names, XOM.
You know, I actually thought UNH would be better than that.
Well, that's XOMP. Hold on a second. I just want to see what energy names are, just to give you guys an example of low Ps. 16 and 14, right? They're generally this low. But for tech names, like if you think about the ultimate growth name, like what about a Meta coming through here? I'm going to say it's probably 50 and change. No, even Meta. Okay, even Meta is a lot better because it's pulled back as well, 26, 24. So when we're talking about Palantir, unfortunately, that's what always gets discussed is the valuations, but it doesn't mean that it has to only go down.
Perfect timing on this super chat.
Ooh.
Because
shit, we got a lot of super chats.
I'm short Tesla, says W.J. Larson. I'm just going to say William J. Larson. It just seems like it's a William J.
Yes.
William J. Larson. I have no idea.
Why do I have 5 super chats?
I can't help but notice how controlled the selling is going. Is this done bless you, programmatically so that institutions can unload?
Shut up, Mark.
Yeah, well, you know what? Let's go to the desk. We're going to talk about Tesla right now, anyways. But perfect timing on that. I'm assuming this other super chat is the same thing. So thank you for the super chat, WJ, and let's talk Tesla.
Tesla up 2 1/3, guys, but certainly well off the highs. It got to about 343, trading at about 337 right now. No real catalyst on this, but as I mentioned, Mark Benioff posting on X the following: Elon's Tesla Optimus is here. Dawn of the physical agent force revolution, tackling human work for $200,000 to $500,000. Productivity game changer. Congrats, Elon, and thank you for always being so kind to me. Obviously not market moving, guys, but really no catalyst today for Tesla other than this.
So you mean algorithmically, but yeah, programmatically is another way to say it. I just never heard that term before in a trading context, programmatically, but algorithmically,
I like it.
100%. A lot of times you will see that kind of a stair step in and we saw this to the upside yesterday with Google, and you'll sort of see this when we get these gentle linear trends that don't have much of a pullback. Like there's not much consolidation on the way back in. But then a part of that is there's longs unwinding in multiple places here on Tesla because it was up so strongly. So it essentially broke its upward trend. And since then, it's been in a bit of a fall. And anyone that bought the dip in the morning is likely trailing out. The other thing to keep in mind is this stock has been, it's almost like an algorithm heartbeat for the last couple of months now. Okay, so we got bad news every few weeks when it comes to whether it's China, whether it's Europe, or whether it was their earnings. We're dogging on the EV sales. But this entire time, that's just led to a very gentle upward trend for Tesla. So overall, this looks not that bad. That's the first thing on the daily chart. I think you're getting some profit taking relative to the market. This seems a little bit better than everything else. It's holding the 200, the 50, and that gentle upward trend is still very much intact. Like if I just look at something like that on Tesla, my fear is when all of a sudden we're breaking this little higher high, higher low, let's gently move up story. That stops happening, we don't get any good news, then I'm worried about you, Tesla. But for now, it's great intraday trading, but the overall theme has been boring. Meanwhile, other Mag 7 names are moving around, giving you moves back into the 52-week highs, or new 52-week highs like Google here today, or Apple eventually getting there. All the rest have pretty much gotten there. Tesla's been boring on the daily.
Yeah, it's kind of looking like Palantir there, where just kind of barcoding for a bit, but there does have a decent range, at least, with Tesla. But yeah, not as exciting as other names, but just a programmatic selling happening here. I always use the 200-period moving average as like, is it going to hold or not? And if not, then probably use it as support or resistance, whatever going the other way. So that's where we tapped out. Now we, took some shots on Tesla today, and we talk about this all the time. It can move like this, and when Tesla gets an idea behind it, it'll just go, right? Traders will bail on this. And I think that's because there's a lot of aggression in Tesla early, especially every morning, where traders are trying to catch, like I was trying to catch. And we have a $14 winner on, but it's like, how many times does it take to find that, right? And I think that Tesla for me is like one of the stocks where you should have the most patience. Because if you'd have told me here when I was going long at 331 that eventually I'd get them out at 340, I wouldn't be sitting here anymore. We'd be chilling out somewhere in the Maldives or something. But like right now, I don't know how long does it take how long does it take to fly from here to like somewhere exotic?
The Maldives, that's kind of random, no?
Yeah. I'm just a random guy. But at the end of the day, no, I don't know. I'll just go wherever my wife wants to go. But right there, I was just going to say, like, that's hard to predict, you know? So just like the buying is in there, you just try to look at the volumes, and like right now, pretty red coming through. So I would just say, man, you're underneath VWAP. Just play the trends right now, and it seems to be lower. You're still waiting for robotics. You're still waiting for that end story, right? And I think that until we get a big release one way or the other from Elon, I just don't think it's time. And Neil nailed it there, that it's just doing this. So to waste thoughts and everything on it right now, I think is you wait for 360 to break, or you wait for, unfortunately, dip by opportunity. I think they're buying opportunities in and around 280, 290 down into here, right? I think I'll be buying if and when that does happen. Our futures trade is finally starting to go back down to the downside, but we'll go to Neil and then we'll talk about, Bitcoin.
Oh, we got to talk about this because each year there are 3.8 million concussions reported in the U.S., yet still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Orgenex OGEN is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Orgenex is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Scan the QR code you see in front of you. That's OGEN. And yeah, we'll talk a little bit about ABTC, which it was almost prophetic the way that this one played out there, Sharif. I feel like this probably didn't surprise too many people with the price action that we saw when it reversed. $13.
Well said, Neil. Yeah, this is what we call as a Christmas tree retracement. All the way up, green on one side, all the way down, red on the other. So American Bitcoin debuts today on the NASDAQ as ABTC after completing its stock-for-stock merger with Gryphon Digital Mining. The company describes itself as a Bitcoin accumulation platform focused on building America's Bitcoin infrastructure backbone, guys. It is up, I believe, 2.5% on the day.
Yeah. Finally, the market's coming back in.
Buy Bitcoin.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, we looked at that was halting like crazy.
It was funny because we talked about it and was like, ooh, don't chase these things. Then it halted to the downside twice in a row. And really, it never looked back. Obviously, the story is going to end up being it's up 37%, a fantastic debut. But unless you bought it in that opening 10 minutes or so, or maybe caught it at 11 o'clock or right here at 12:30, almost all of the buying would be out of the money at this point on ABTC. And that's sort of the nitty-gritty of it, isn't it? Ultimately. So, yeah, I don't want to say that it's been an unsuccessful debut, because to a lot of people, I'm sure this absolutely is one. But just always be careful. As quickly as these go up, that's how fast they can come back in. And unfortunately, in this particular case, your first 10 minutes of trading, at least to the extent that it was able to not be halted, were your best moments. And that's a theme that we've been seeing recently for anything that comes to market. Oftentimes, that opening rush is as good as it gets. We're not seeing the type of follow-through before. And someone mentioned in the chat, it could be indicative of a bit of a market correction, which is in itself a bit of a change in sentiment. And sometimes it gets displayed like this, where you don't want to chase the shiny new thing when it's gone parabolic. Very dangerous thing to do. It's great when the euphoria is running high, but when the market is not looking that euphoric, you can get yourself absolutely rinsed and burned. This is up 37%, but if you bought it anytime between like 10 and 10:50 or so, like that hour of trading, you're out at least 10%, if not more.
Yeah, I'd say give this a day or two, right, to at least settle down, and then you can find some levels. I mean, that to me is all that matters. I mean, there's the halt, there's the halt, there's the halt. Would have been, I probably would have gone long. I didn't even realize this was happening today, because if you go long 820, it looks like, it falls down to 770. Yeah, you'd probably be a losing trade if you take that.
You got to have whole hell.
Then you had to have waited for that first halt. And I think we've seen a couple times here, not to give everybody the playbook again because we do it all the time for IPOs, but that first halt generally will get you going higher. It's not like it will halt and then come lower. So, but there it is.
The DWAC thing.
Yeah, he's at, did DWAC halt and go lower?
No,
but DWAC was a SPAC.
I know, but it was during the time when they were all working, and the DWAC initial halt up was like everybody was just, well, whatever, everyone's going to be in this trade, so just take it, and then if you couldn't get that, you literally just took Funware.
Yeah. Oh yeah, PHUN. Yeah, because that was a proxy to it, basically. Yeah. So I just think that boom, that continued to work. So we'll keep an eye on it, and I just think that we need to do a better job, obviously, of all of us here of trading IPOs, especially we do a great job trading the bigger ones, but this was one that, with crypto and Trump and all that, probably could have made some decent coin on here. So now that's over with, and now we're looking to actually trade it. I don't think you do anything until you get a couple days of data. So that's going to be my look there. But we'll go back to ABTC. Especially with it being Trump related and Bitcoin related, there's going to be headlines that are coming through on this name. So we'll just look to trade this as that happens. And now the good thing about it is now we've drawn attention to the name. So when Neil and I see it in the chat, or we hear it from Adair or Sharif or anybody, we know, okay, this might be more serious. We should look over there because there's so many runners every day. I think this one could be one for the next little while.
Fell under the radar a bit.
Let's remember September, although that has nothing to do with potentially ABTC, but September is the worst month historically for the markets. So Bitcoin and all that, it might be a good opportunity if there is a dramatic move one way or the other to look to pick something up maybe on dramatic moves down, because October, November, December generally seem to be bullish months heading into the year end for most companies. So, all right, let's go back over to the desk and figure out what's going on with HIMS.
It's up 7.5%, Sean, on no news. Another one with no catalyst today, but it has a substantial short float and continues to have one. 35.25%, guys, is the short float on HIMS and hers. A little bit on the way down now, trying to hold 44.5.
Yeah, it was no particular catalyst in here, but yet such a strong move. What you can say, though, is HIMS has done a very good job of bouncing off $40 recently. So it could just be that. You could just be bouncing off 40, and whatever excuse you have to be relatively strong and running as Jinx. What I was about to say next is, as the market's breaking the low, HIMS is holding above VWAP and relatively strong. It's literally breaking that support as we speak, and this one might be turning into the other end of the equation. So, yeah, if there had been a story to sink the teeth into, I might feel better about it potentially breaking out on this on the chart on the daily and looking like a multi-day play, but without a specific catalyst. Looks like it's just a little technical bounce off of a nice support level, which is already held 3 times, that was unable to really punch through. And if anything, this afternoon, it's looking like it wants to lose VWAP. It could always, it could always break this trend. I like that setup. I like this setup. You're trending clean into the volume weighted average price. You break that trend, kind of enter as it's breaking higher, but that requires that it breaks a downtrend, and it's not showing any signs of doing that at this moment. So it's going to have to do that for me to look at this to the long side and get some continuation on HIMS. I know it's a popular squeeze type name, but you can't squeeze if you don't blow out the top, and that 46 was a big level.
Squeeze. Yeah, so right now, just let everybody know, we are, an idea we have is to get out right now of some of these TQQs. Again, this is that level yesterday where we made it up to on that Google and Apple news. And then we started to bounce around and then only extending it higher through today. So let's see what happens in and around here. We're just trying to take some out. We've been short, like these are 4 shorts, multiple outs. So I'm still upset a little bit that got stopped out, because even if it's 500 shares, it's down in the $1.50 in the money, it would have been nice, but it doesn't matter. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. These are new positions that I started while on air, right? And so I'm going to cover just a little bit more here at 62, and then we'll get out 15% of this last bit that we have. We have half left of what we have, so we'll get out 15% of what we have now, so which is only like maybe 10% of the original spot, or a little bit, what am I doing, like 7% of the original spot? Hopefully we'll get some more out, and then if we can dip down, we'll let it ride for the rest of the night. Okay, we'll take some more trades as well, but I have a fun kind of question here, because I was thinking about, what we're talking about here tonight. So I was going to say, I'm going to send this over to, who's over there? It's Andre. So I was thinking that out of all these names reporting tonight, CRM, Credo, there's a whole bunch, AEO. I was going to pick CRM, AEO, ChargePoint, CHPT right there, and then I was going to pick AI, C3 AI. So I was going to say.
What about Figma though?
Figma, we can use Figma. I think you can only do 4 choices, right? Is that right?
Yeah, you only do 4 in a poll.
So I was going to say, if you had $5,000, or let's just say 10 grand, Andre, I'll send it to you. Neil and I can discuss. Okay, what do you want to use? Let's do CRM. Let's do American Eagle because there's news there. Let's do.
No one's going to want Figma, so maybe don't do
AI, C3 AI. Maybe is PD, that's not Pinduoduo, that's PagerDuty. No one cares.
No one cares about PagerDuty.
HPE then? I don't know. Let's do HPE, forget it. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. You're going to pick, and the question is going to be, if you had 10K to invest, which one of these 4 names would you invest in? And we're going to give you 4. So I'm going to send them right now to Andre, and they're going to get populated right now. So you guys get ready. I'm going to try to do this every night.
Salesforce.
Right now. Oh, Bob the dog. You know Bob the dog?
Bob wants Figma.
I consider this spamming right now, Bob the dog.
That is spamming.
Banhammer?
Don't.
Put user. Nah, we're not going to do it. Not for you, Bob, that dog.
You're all good, Bob.
You're all good,
just don't
Bob.
do it.
No, I'm just playing around. Yeah, what's up? We want as much engagement as possible in the chat. So we'll do those 4 names, and we won't do, we could do, I mean, hold on a second. Why not? Why didn't you want to use Figma? You said maybe no Figma. What?
No. It's just because you have to pick 4. So, it's ultimately somebody, you can't pick all the names. You can only do 4 of them.
Yeah.
I was just like, who's going to actually pick Figma?
Okay, all right, okay.
Yeah.
I was just trying to do is like people that stocks might be interested in. So I think
AES 100%, CRM of course.
CRM for sure, AEO.
C3 AI makes sense.
I thought ChargePoint and C3 AI.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What does ChargePoint look
Figma's
like?
not popular
CHPT.
enough, I don't think.
I don't know, you guys, am I way off base here? I don't know. There's only a $10 name. It's only done 400,000. It's not ChargePoint. We're not using ChargePoint. There's not enough. Oh, Asana, actually.
Asana.
Yeah, I like a Steam Room or Asana. I mean, you can go in either one of these. But here it is, yeah. So Asana has, implied move of 16%. This is the largest one. Okay, Asana is going in there, not ChargePoint. Okay? All right, so I'm going to get that. So Neil, start talking about something, and I'm going to send this over right now to my guy over there, and he's going to put it up, Andre.
Shoot, I just heard
Andre
something
3000.
about Pfizer.
You heard something? Oh no, my thing must not be working.
Shoot, it was something about takeover truck, but I was listening to what you were saying. And
I missed it. I didn't hear anything about it.
Yeah, it's one of the sad things about paying attention to what's around you is it's very difficult to listen out of the left ear, even for myself, to Sean, and pay close attention to what's going on in the right ear, which is
some Olema. OLMA.
OLMA.
I heard
it. Whatever that was.
Okay, Andre.
Olema Pharmaceuticals. It's something about them and Pfizer, I think. But I don't know, Pfizer is the kind of company that people have been speculating would make some acquisitions, so you're probably looking at a small cap biopharma here
on them,
as Olema, and maybe Pfizer's interested. They're making a bit of a spike. Pfizer is doing a heck of a lot of nothing.
I'm still in. I don't either.
Because that's what they do. Absolutely.
I don't even know how much it is now.
Absolutely nothing. Boring. I was in open on the first 5 break, broke back about 505, and then I just got back in on the second break. It still can't get through the low of the day yet, but I'm in it the second time through. I'll give it the same stop as well. Palantir, someone said the short trade's over in Palantir. That's a bottoming tail candle, but look at that, right back in retesting potentially these lows. Like it's holding, right? I like this pullback. It could signal low. If you're able to hold, not break this prior candle, then Palantir could have found a little bit of a temporary, let's just call it a temporary bottom here in Palantir. But the other name I was looking at for along with HIMS, whoops. Why do I always come up with it's Blue Ocean is just always there, but it's HIMS.
You're loving Blue Ocean, I guess.
Nah, it's just no matter what, it's at the top, but I typed the HMZ anyways. And now I have to wait for that to unload and go to HIMS. That lost VWAP looks like that long is not really setting up very well. As I hear we're going to be going to Adair in a quick little second, but I still like this trend break long on HIMS, which could happen any second.
All right, so we're going to get that up and going, of course, when possible. And we just talked about getting out of some of the TQQs, and I mean, there it comes right back up again as the futures. We've seen it kind of go for a little bit of a jaunt into the after show. I keep on confusing what I should be calling this show, but into the closing show, I guess here. But we'll just be careful of that. Yesterday, this is what happened. throwing the TQQs. The day before the NASDAQ, this is what happened. That's the same day, so we had to go one more day here. Kind of didn't do too much the day before that. What was Friday saying? Yeah, I mean, a nice little dump that happened. That's at 350. I'm not going to wait for that. But look at this. The trend was higher into the afternoon again for basically the last 3 days. So yeah, this position's a little bit at risk right now. I'm going to use it against 89.50. So we're not going to average in, sorry, 89.50. Hello, 88.50. Upside here, right into here. So I'm going to try to see if this wants to go. I want to watch the 200 period. Just the fact that we're taking out the 50 period on a 1 minute chart, obviously it's a nice downside push here. Maybe we should be getting out right here. So there's some discussion in my lonely head about what to do at these current levels, because for the first period here, for the first time since 1:30, so it's been an hour and a bit, we're now breaking the trend and looking like we want to go higher. So yeah, it's got me thinking a little bit, but we did empty out the clip. Like I said, we have less than half of our position on. So I think putting on something else right here and then seeing if we fade into the close might be something. And then here it is right now. So let me just make sure, if you had to put 10K into one stock, remember what we're talking about before earnings right here. And the reason why, the reason why I chose before earnings is obviously after earnings, we're going to know the results. So that doesn't make any sense, but they all have similar expected moves. So you're going for Salesforce, which is customer relations management, CRM. We sort of know that. That's sort of the AI, Agent 1, can they get going there? Agent Force. AEO, the retail side of things, Asana Big Data. And then C3 AI, I mean, a pure play that none of us really knows anything about. I'm going to say CRM. Actually, no, I'm going to go.
What do you mean we know nothing about
what
C3
did Gap
AI?
I'm going to figure this out. I'm not going to vote quite yet. I'm going to wait before I vote. I'm going to think about what I want to do right there. But get your votes in, and let's go over to Adara and find out what she's talking about.
I just wanted to mention that Olema, I'm not seeing anything like breaking news about this stock, but I did look into it, and yesterday they had an announcement with Pfizer. So I want to clarify, I think this news actually might be from yesterday morning. This was pre-market yesterday, so well over 24 hours ago now, but the company did announce a trial agreement with Pfizer for evaluating the safety of a specific drug combination. Again, with OLMA, I want to mention I'm not quite sure what that move was right here or what you guys might have heard in your ear. I checked on social media. The last mention was 40 minutes ago. And that was as of when I pulled this up, which was maybe 4 to 5 minutes ago. So it's been a while. Back to you.
Thanks for that update there. You know what? I got to mention, I completely resent the notion that nobody around here knows what C3AI does. I mean, it's very clear that some people who've done their research can know specifically that C3.ai Inc. is an enterprise artificial intelligence company, and the company provides software as a service applications that enable customers to rapidly develop, deploy, and operate large-scale enterprise AI applications across any infrastructure.
Right, so my bad.
And it provides solutions under 3 divisions, namely the C3AI platform, yada, yada, yada. And as a matter of fact, I clearly was not reading that like some kind of a bot. It's something that I've known, for a long time as a non-C3AI shareholder.
I was going to say they see C3s with AI. That was going to be my joke there because I also did not know what they did.
No, but like, does anyone have a good idea of that, of what they do after I just read that?
Yeah, Joe did for sure. Joe's actually writing a book on what C3AI does as we speak right now. He's clarifying and everything. And then we're going to do some infographics. We're moments away from switching back over to these desks, by the way. Switching not back over.
I don't know about moments.
Yeah, we are moments away. Moments away.
5 minutes from now.
Yeah, not today. Not today.
No,
maybe I over-promised that one. I would say.
I don't think it's today.
Mark, is it unbelievable that these desks may be functional next week? Yeah, that is not unbelievable. Okay.
Oh, you should have done the Jordy LaForge or the Scotty.
But we're excited. Make sure you guys just keep on joining us because
under promise, over deliver.
It's going to be. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. When I said momentarily, I realized that you thought maybe I thought like 5 minutes, but that doesn't look. It's not quite ready. Well, I mean, we would need power and internet.
Well, there's like one monitor on that desk.
Beta Pro by Global X has just launched 6 new triple levered ETFs offering 3x bull, 3x bear exposure to the S&P TSX S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. And even better, man, I mean, I heard Joe talking about this. He's excited. They're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st. These ETFs employ currency hedging as well to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure. Actually, myself and Fabian had a discussion about this last night that more accurately reflects what you're trying to trade, right, and capture. So if you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out Beta Pro 3X Daily and scan that QR code there and sign up right now for Trader TV Live research as well. This goes straight to your inbox. I thought I was doing a good job there. I know it was a mistake hit there by accident, but okay, so what I was thinking about when I'm using Asana and all those kind of things, right? This is very, very similar. It's workflow management, collaboration, all that kind of stuff, right? So they're very similar to Monday right here, right? So Monday.com, something very, very similar. This is what happened on Monday's earnings. Whoops. Another company that's very, very similar to them, Team Atlassian. We can see what's happened to their earnings call as well. Whoops, downside there for Team coming through. ServiceNow and Salesforce, they're all
None of these charts look all that great, though.
I know, that's why I'm trying, come on, I'm trying to figure this out. A downside move as well right now. So right into here, if I had to put 10K in any name, it would not be Asana. I have made up my mind, and I am making the call right now. I am going with, if you're ever shopping at malls, if you are walking around, if you have teens, if you have dollars to spend, you potentially are not spending them here, but I am. It's American Eagle Outfitter. 8%.
That's
oh
what
no!
I voted for.
Oh no! All of that, and it gets slapped up right now. And the thing is that we've been looking at Guess, Gap, different names like that. I think there's a good opportunity there, and AEO does have a short float. So if I put 10K,
well, that's the thing.
Although for me 10K is a lot, honestly, to put into something for pre-earnings. I only do that on stocks like Marvell.
25% short float, bro.
Exactly.
That's all you need.
This is what I'm trying to say.
That's all you need.
So bearing the lead a little bit here, but yeah, 25%. So you also picked AEO?
Yeah.
Oh man.
No, because like here's the thing. I liked CRM a couple weeks ago.
They have great genes.
At $230, but I don't know that that's the one I picked going into earnings when it's already made the 10% bounce off the low. Like that's not the cup of tea. But 25% show float's all I need, and then they could always just announce more stuff with Sydney Sweeney. Like there's a few paths to some non-fundamental upside. Is the way I want to think about it for AEO. Non-fundamental upside, and then throw on top of that, this is breaking out. So the continuation could be absolutely gorgeous here. It's upward trending above both major moving averages. It's upward trending. And it's already done the nice little rounded bottom pattern or whatever we're calling that technically. You can see what it is. It's made a low and it's on the other side of things there. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Overall C3, and the best thing about it is you get to watch it all live with us in the aftermarket, see what the numbers are, and then how it reacts regardless of what the data or the numbers tell us. Let's go back to the desk. Adara has something for us.
Yeah, I have a couple things I want to share here with you guys. Hims and Hers Health, thank you to someone in the chat for mentioning this with me. I looked into a story for this all day, couldn't find one. Now, though, about an hour ago, we finally get the catalyst coming out, and it looks like I'm unclear when this happened. I tried to find more details. All I found was one article from investing.com that came out about an hour ago. But apparently, a federal judge dismissed Eli Lilly's lawsuit against Willow Health. Now, Willow Health obviously is not Hims and Hers, but they are a telehealth provider similar to Hims and Hers. So the implication of this catalyst is that, obviously a good sign that the judge ruled in favor of these telehealth companies. I guess it's seen as a good catalyst there for HIMS. Now, I also want to mention here LCFY, Locify popping pretty intensely right now. I'm not seeing any new, breaking news on this, but before the open, they did announce here that their AI sales team pilot campaign generated a whole, apparently 130, quote, warm leads and 18 meetings. So I guess positive response to their AI sales team pilot campaign for LCFY. Last but not least, AEO. If you guys like content related to AEO and the non-fundamental catalyst, as Neil mentioned there, I do have a whole, thread, for lack of a better term, on X covering Trump, U.S. President Donald Trump's post about certain public companies, including the AEO saga. So you can check this out on X at TTV Research. I have another AEO-related post as well that I just shared yesterday involving its previous campaigns with celebrities like Sydney Sweeney. Back to you.
So someone asked in the chat, did Sydney Sweeney get any stock? I checked, and at least according to what I found, she didn't get any stock.
Ain't want shit.
You gotta get. You want to
Ain't want no stocks.
No, you gotta just get a little bit in stock. You never really know.
I mean, I take all deals in stocks,
Well,
honestly. I mean, I was talking with Raheem about that. It's like sometimes if you get these little warrants,
yeah,
you know, like I don't know what they could offer her.
Well, the advantage, of course, being, let's be real, she's got a day job that makes a bunch of money for her, so it's different to take that upside in some shares. Obviously,
it's like Ask Joe. Like if you were to win, I heard this conversation on the Midday show. If you were won the Powerball and you could win, say $1 billion, right? But that, whatever it is in the States, I don't know. Maybe we'll use something more realistic. Let's just say it was like $500 million, okay? But that gets paid out over 30 years or whatever it is, so equaling X amount per year. Right. So you could take that. So let's just say, I don't know what that number is. It's a $3 million a year or whatever,
make it up.
In perpetuity. Or instead of that $500 billion vesting, you could take right now. You could take the lump sum of like, let's just say 250. Is that reasonable? The lump sum is generally half of what.
I don't know what I'm not sure exactly, but here's the point. The reason. So you always take the lump sum. But that being said, the reason why
Joe went oppo of that.
The reason why people say you shouldn't take the lump sum is not that, statistically speaking, it should make sense to take the lump sum, which it does. However, it's what actually happens to most people that take the lump sum because of the spending, right? It's like you're not smart with that lump sum, and then end up just not really investing and spending too much of it, and therefore controlling yourself by taking the incremental payments, kind of like what Allen Iverson's money people did.
Yeah, Bobby Bonilla.
Lots of them where they just like, this is what you're going to do because we know you're going to spend too much. But I take the lump sum, but I understand why it makes sense for most people. You probably end up in a better spot if you didn't, because ultimately, it's easy. Everyone wants a little piece of this and that. Next thing you know, you're buying this house and that island and this island.
I was going to say to live, like, I'll take the lump sum right now because I'm just going to live basically like a boss starting immediately.
Yeah.
It's like if someone drops $250 in my account right now,
crazy.
Things are changing at that point, and I'm going to start living my life now. Someone drops $3 million in there, well, things would still change. But at the end of the day, it's not the same. I don't lose my mind.
You're not just immediately.
It's literally bawling out like crazy time in the Katina household.
Take a helicopter down to watch the Bills play.
Yeah, man. Taking a helicopter, I mean, yeah. Literally, yeah.
Well, okay, first of all,
we'll buy a place in Buffalo.
I don't want to get a helicopter. I don't like helicopters. You know what?
I never actually.
I don't like helicopters.
I don't think I've been in a helicopter.
They spook me. I would never.
How come I don't know that answer? Anyways.
They spook
me. You have your mic on?
We need a mic for Joe.
Irrelevant.
Mic
then.
on. Come on. We can't hear you, Joe.
Here we go. Here comes Joe.
There we go.
Here comes Joe. Oh, wait. He's going to get his mic on. But yeah, anyway. Okay, let's go.
So if you win the $1.3 billion on the Powerball over 30 years, that's still $43 million a year. So I'm gonna ride
but
that 30
they don't divide
year
it. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works there, Mr. Matt.
It's not how? What do you mean? Over 30 years, they're gonna divide the $1.3 billion.
They don't. No, they see. This is what I'm saying. This is.
It doesn't work like that.
Cut the mic. Cut the mic.
Otherwise, if they did do it that way,
we have someone vet our guest.
Everybody would take it.
No, we're just playing around with you, Joe. No, what they give you, so they discount it. They just don't divide it up and give it to you per year.
Exactly.
Yeah, so they would say like you get 1.4 billion now over time, or 300 million now. See what I'm saying?
But how much am I getting over time per year?
Well, then you have to use whatever you do with the 300 million. You don't get a choice. You get one or the other, as far as I know.
But the 1.3 billion I get over 30
years. No.
No, you get one of the. You either get a.
I don't know what interest rate they use. There, the guy just said 65. Someone said 65% they give out. I don't know if that's right.
Don Sharifo. First of all, Open just got above 5 again. I'm slapped the. Where's my fail key? There he goes. It keeps going above 5. Doesn't want to close underneath the 5 level.
I think the main idea with that discussion is basically, do you want the money now or later? And I just think like, if you were younger or something like that, you would choose.
Age matters.
Maybe to get the lump sum divided up.
Oh, this is uncalled for.
What?
Nick Clemenzi. Sean should definitely not take the full 250 mil, as his decision making to buy a place in Buffalo is very suspect. Well, I'm
thinking about I could buy a place in Buffalo for probably 50 G's. Oh, hold on a second.
I mean, we're going to crap on Buffalo now?
Yeah.
We got issues with Buffalo now. Because I want to.
That is mine, by the way.
I know. I'm not wearing a jersey. I didn't bring my jersey or anything like that. I would, if I was in my house right now, I would throw on one of my like 5 or 6 Buffalo Bills jerseys and then just have it on for the rest of the show. Maybe I'd throw on the Lee Evans just to keep it real.
I don't know, but what would most people do?
No, I mean, like, what would most people do? I don't know. I think taking the lump sum makes a ton of sense. It is life changing, but you got to be smart with it, right? Like invest.
I mean, I see what Joe is saying. Do they just say, okay, you won 1.5 billion, we'll just divide that by? But I don't know. What do they use the 30 years?
My understanding for lump sums and lotteries, they don't give you that benefit. It's always discounted. But anyways,
at some point,
paint over those jerseys. Hey, to each own.
I already own the Green Bay Packers. I'm already an owner of an NFL franchise.
Yeah, because they're one of the few that you can actually.
The only, not one of.
Well, pro sports there's a couple of others, but in football that's the only one.
Power Hour.
Which is, I'm actually really surprised that they didn't phone me about Micah Parsons, but I would assume that it was such an obvious play.
I think you're happy with it.
Yeah, that they were just like, you know what, this guy's going to like the decision of us grabbing Micah here.
I don't think anyone was objecting to that except Cowboys fans.
Right there, or Vikings fans, or Bears fans, or Lions fans. For that extent, if you thought you were in Detroit and could actually beat Green Bay at some point, not this year. Okay, actually, that's week 1.
People are cold-blooded, man.
You know what? Detroit might win week 1 because Mike is not ready, but I think he's going to play.
Okay, first of all, before we go to it,
I do share a birthday with Patrick Mahomes, by the way.
You do, which is not cool because he's a Kansas City Chief.
Letting you know.
Cool C, there's no need to bring up old stuff. We don't need to bring up old stuff, all right?
What is he
That's
bringing
fine.
up? What's
the Cowboys beat the Bills, but, you know, this is the
At least they only beat them once, right?
No, they beat us twice. This is the year 2025. And what are the Dallas Cowboys going to do? They're going to miss the playoffs.
Yeah, Neil and I are realistic, man. We're dealing with currents.
Right now. They're going to miss the playoffs.
That's a bold call,
Thomas,
Cotton.
The Lions, I don't think the Lions will win the division this year. That's just, I don't think it's going to happen. But I'm invested in Jamo in both of my fantasy leagues, so I hope he has a big year, and they're chasing some leads in the second half. But, you know, the Dallas Cowboys, shout out to them, but they're not winning.
I am taking this opportunity to not write the Detroit Lions obituary, but just to tell you that I'm going to get out, and there we go. I just got out some at 15 of Google. So Google's coming back up into the 200 period moving average right there. So yeah, like it's ramping again, maybe. As the futures are just chilling out here, Google right now is starting to think about getting on one again, so watch out. I'm going to take advantage of it because it's coming right into here, and we talked about the 200 period being something that we want to watch out for. So I'm going to take a shot right there by getting some more out on Google as we have now entered the hour of power. I'm going to check in on this poll just real quick time right here just to see what's going on here. Now, 700 votes, not that many, first of all. Look, the only name that I actually own out of all of these is Salesforce. So, you know, I think Salesforce does have a great opportunity to get to the long side, but if you have not voted yet, please do so and get into the chat right now. And also, if you're part of this group, be part of it. I haven't, unfortunately, I have to refresh it. I'll just do it right now. How many people are watching? 4,500. So let's just give this a quick little look here and see what we're doing right now. Oh, now I got to push like this. Yo, Google wins. Yo, chill. Right there. Okay, so we'll see. We have 330. We need to get a couple more likes. See if we get up to 500. That would be very kind. Thank you so much for doing that. The futures could just start to go up to the upside right now. There goes Google. Oh, there, we're out. Oh no, I had another offer. Okay, we got out of Google there. Maybe I should ramp back in and get back in. So, see? I didn't check my blotter, and you want to talk sometimes about pending orders. Well, I already had that idea getting out in front of the 200 period moving average, and we did. So we got out once, and then we have another order there, and unfortunately that order was for the remainder of it because I was only going to get out of half. So half plus half equals 1. So we are now out of that trade. Okay, too bad. But anyways, Google, you know, my number one P&L today. Obviously, we don't have any errors on this name. Just straight to the upside there. Google just got out at the 200 period moving average. Meant to hold a runner, but you know, we did not. We're too obsessed with AEO and CRM and Asana and Monday and no bids on. See, so this is what are we going to Adara?
I think so.
Okay, in a minute. Just no bids on Palantir right now, somebody just said. And, we identified that. And it was only down 1% when we talked about this at 2 o'clock. And just said that, hey, if the market wants to fall down, which it's, by the way, not doing, Palantir probably continues, right? And it's going by itself. And we said that if it breaks this level, remember? I said if it breaks 154.80, whatever that level was, which is 154.80, you'd be in trouble. Well, it broke 154.80, went down to 153.80. That's $1 right there. Should have been on it myself and wasn't. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, here, guys, take a look at our daily calendar for Thursday, September 4th, 2025. We have tons of earnings after the bell tomorrow, including Broadcom, Lululemon, and DocuSign. But we also have some economic data and a lot of company and industry events. This is something that I'll have on the calendar when it's a bit of a slower earnings season and when we actually have notable company events. And as we've seen even today with Coca-Cola, for example, moving during an industry event, and AMD making some announcements during an event here with Citigroup, these events can matter, guys. So with that in mind, tons of companies are going to be on watch at various industry events tomorrow, including Palo Alto Networks, SMCI, T-Mobile, Disney, Walmart. We have AT&T and Zscaler both at 2 events each. So lots to watch out for. If there are any market-moving news from any of these things, I'll certainly let you guys know. But it is worth noting all of these events are going to be happening, and definitely stay tuned and check this out on X at TTV Research. I also want to preview, Sean and I mentioned this on the market recap show, potential of an infographic covering how Apple stock tends to react during the week of its iPhone reveals. That is in the works, and it will be released ahead of that iPhone event on September 9th, next Tuesday. Back to you.
Yeah, like so you get, it's like every once a week we get something pretty big, and obviously I would make the argument that Broadcom is the biggest event this week, but I could be wrong about that. Everyone has their own opinions. But Broadcom on Thursday, and then Apple next week, and then the Fed after.
Yeah, I think Fed by far. Yeah, I don't think there's no more important thing than the Fed. And I don't even.
91.
No, the percentage doesn't really matter. We know. I'm pretty sure.
Probably higher.
Oh, I could say whatever.
Up to 95.
Yeah, I was going to refresh it here for you as well, but I don't. For me, this 95 here, it's fine. What we're looking for is actually to see, what the talk is about future cuts, right? And I think right now you're at 44% for 3 cuts by the time December happens. So one here, right, which brings us right to there. So it's 53% chance that we get a cut in October as well, and then would give us that last 44% that we get yet another one. So we're going to go from where we are right now, 425 to 5, all the way down to 350 to 475. So that's what we're trying to get right now. So, the chances that we stay the same between, this is the overnight lending rate, so 425 to 450, that's virtually nothing. So we are going to get that one cut. The reason why I think it's important too is that you get Trump pounding the pavement right now and literally pounding the walls of the new Fed building, saying we need to cut more. So if the jobs number, which is what, Friday? Is that what was on the board there? When that comes through, or then Friday after, that's going to be important because that will try to guide the way for reasons. All we're hearing is proper from the Fed, right? Is that data is going to determine their decisions. So was today JOLTS or whatever? I don't think that
today was JOLTS. But
numbers have come out relatively as expected, and if there's no shocks, good word. If there's no shocks to the system, then that 95% will play, right? And we won't get a cut there. But for me, it's the talk afterwards. It's the question and answer period. We've literally seen the number come out at 2 o'clock and stagnant. Pretty much do nothing. It can go up, 50 handles, right back down 50 handles and back. And at the end of the day, you wait for that 2:30 moment where he steps on the podium and Steve Leisman or Sharif or Adara asks him questions. And then, at that point, you get the answers that you're looking for, right? So that's
where he has a chance to surprise everybody, right? Like you're not.
Well, you hear their opinions.
Yeah, we're at the point now where the Fed is, for the lack of a better term, it's boring around rate decisions, and maybe that changes. Certainly, people are going to be watching the bond market to see how yields are doing at that moment.
Right? And unless you get when's the last time we had a surprise cut? There's been back in the day when Neil and I were trading, and all of a sudden it's like, what the hell just happened? And then the market's going insane, and you just hear, interest rate just cut 50 basis points out of nowhere. I don't remember the last time that ever happened.
I remember one time, and this is not, it wasn't the U.S., but I was trading a dual-listed U.S.-Canadian stock, right? And Canada just added, I knew there was a rate decision in Canada that day, But I was like, yeah, whatever. Nothing gonna happen. And then it was years ago, and then all of a sudden I'm in the stock, and just because anything that's clearly like the USD CAD went nuts, and like my stock was doing like this, and all of a sudden like it was just crazy. I was like insta stopped out. I'm like, oh, 10 o'clock. You Bank of Canada did move,
financial
didn't they?
crisis.
And then you're just like, you've got to be kidding me. But yeah, 2008, COVID.
It says the last surprise unscheduled Fed interest rate decisions was COVID.
Had to be COVID. Had to be COVID.
2020, March 3rd. Wow, they did it twice in 2 weeks. So they did March 3rd, they did 50 basis points, and then they did it overnight, Sunday night. They cut it by a hunch. They cut 100 basis points to put it to 0. And that's when they announced QE. March, 700 billion of QE. So that was crazy. And then it goes back to March again, March 15th for the financial crisis. Again, oh no, sorry, that was January 22nd for the, it was in Q1, January 22nd of 2008. So the most recent time, 5 years ago, and they did 150 basis points. They did 50 first, then 100 overnight on Sunday. Wow. Anyways, mounting concerns over global uncertainties. We already knew about that. And then, so March 15th, 2020.
It's been a minute. And
look that date up.
Sorry, everybody, it's not going to be 50. They're not going to do anything dirty like that.
Really? Eh? That's what you're calling, eh?
No, I don't think it'll be 50.
Okay.
He doesn't have he's not doing that. Like, here's, at the end of the day, they shouldn't be this way, but they're human beings. And there's absolutely no chance with all of that pressure that they would, because Trump wants 50, not 25. Clearly, when everyone's saying they're going to get to 25 and then the pressure is still mounting on it, it's because they want more and more and more. So I just can't see them leaning in and capitulating on the first, on this move.
Okay, so here's
I just cannot see it happening. But
here's the e-signal
calendar. I
just can't see it. From March 15th. So we had just tanked hard. So this is COVID right here. February 19th, we're at 237. We went all the way down to 171. And this is right here. So this is the day they announced it over the weekend. Then we come in the very next day and we're up quite nicely. Then we did fall back into the 20th there where we made those lows just before that surprise rate cut and then the bounce. So, if you do zoom in here, you'll see that you do get a nice bounce on that day. So we went from the lows there of Friday night of 170 all the way to closing of 182. So the NASDAQ there gained about 7 or 8% that day, the day after that announcement, and then wound up falling back. And again, I think that the falling back was due to the fact that we got so much bad data there. Like every single day there seemed like hundreds of thousands of more people suffering from COVID. And then it was like that whole vaccine thing. Anyways, we don't need to relook at that, but that was the last time that they surprised us.
Yeah, and that's sort of, there's a reason it's a surprise because something unexpected. I hate using the term black swan, but like for lack of a better term, you get kind of a black swan type of event that causes that to happen. And
I wish the futures were doing more here.
We're not going to see anything like that.
And if anyone wants to know what ties Jerome was wearing during any of those meetings, you can always let me know because I do have the data somewhere. Shout out to the tie infographic.
Which color tie? I can tell you what color tie I'll be wearing on the Fed rate decision. Well, we don't wear ties here. No. If you wear a tie in this office, and Mark can even shake his head to this, as long as I've been around.
Mark probably got one cut off at one point.
Like the whole story was they would get cut off on the trading floor. And I was told that story when I came in. I never actually witnessed it happen to anybody. But when somebody shows up around, even in a suit, when we had our floor.
What about Raheem?
Someone showed up in a suit, we're like, oh no, because your first thought was wedding, funeral, court date. So
that's what I saw when I first saw Joe. I was like, this guy's in the wrong spot.
It's like, Joe dressed to the nines.
Yeah, he dressed to the nines.
We wear collared shirts now because we're on air, but I mean.
Wow.
I don't. A few less jerseys.
Some people do.
Yeah.
We wore some jerseys. That's right. I went to look on. I still got to get that Micah Parsons jersey. But I'm glad I didn't get it because he went from 11 to 1. And Matthew Golden was wearing 22 all preseason. He went to 0. So you got to watch out some of the rookies and newly traded guys changing it. I don't know why they're all doing stuff like that these days. Okay, so remember it used to be where wide receivers had to wear 80 something, right? And then all of a sudden
I have to admit I don't like that.
All the linemen and everything.
It's just a pain in the butt.
What, you'd rather just have them all
I'm an old head. I liked it.
Yeah, me too.
I knew what position just by looking at a guy.
All right.
All of a sudden, wide receivers wearing running back numbers, and it's just kind of.
I'm trying to figure out. What's going on here with some names. So I don't. Today's
Apple's doing nothing.
I think we're having some great conversations here, and hit the like, hit the subscribe, and all that. But what are we supposed to do here? Maybe in hindsight, maybe shorting that move, but come on, that's not good enough. I still like Apple. I don't want to short Apple anyways. So I think the real play here is off the 200 period. So if it can come back into 236.90 or so, which you're not too far away, that could be a play there. Obviously, I'm on the NASDAQ. You can see that Neil's on Intel. So is there any sort of names? Oh, today we got an upgrade from Chipotle. So thank you so much, you in the chat there, NCB Trader. Thank you so much for asking that right there. We just said, looking for some ideas. Curly Lambeau, yeah, Curly Lambeau's number. Yeah, that was number 1. He was the last person. Good call there, Hertz Scrambler there. Jalen Hurts tomorrow night. All right, so... yeah, Chipotle today caught an upgrade, and I was just looking at this stock, and okay, let's go futures. I do have a bid here to get out a couple of cents lower to get out of another 10% of this trade. Whoa, Chipotle. There it is. Oh, no, that's right. I can't do it on this chart because we had the split. So I just want to check out CMG just real quick for everybody. And it's because it's at a level where if we go into a monthly chart or so, this has been a really super strong stock. You're going to see how much Chipotle's really excelled, right? And this was a name that came to market. Again, this is why IPOs, man. I mean, if you catch them right, you catch the good stocks, look at Palantir, Coinbase, there's lots of different names. Now, a lot of the names like a Coinbase came out with crazy valuations, so you got to watch out for those prices. But this is coming back into the 50-period moving average. It's coming right back into levels that we saw in 2023. And like I said, as more and more, hopefully, well, I'm hearing it around here, there's some parents on the hockey team there that they all work for major banks and they're getting asked to come back to work. I know there's a lot of people now that are getting asked to come back to work, and I think Chipotle benefits from that, right? Less people at home, less able to cook meals or whatever for your family during the day if you're not home. And I have not worked one day from home, so I don't know how that's like.
One.
Not really. That was like a half day that we. It was a half day in the market.
Yeah, well, I guess.
Yeah,
so the closest we came was.
And the reason why is because wasn't because we were doing a whole bunch of stuff around here. I think it was a big. It was recently, anyways. It was Dara was here.
I don't remember why we weren't in the office.
I think it was because we were taking this all apart.
That was the day.
If I remember correctly, what happened was that we're talking about that day on the half day for Black Friday. So what happened was I think they had to do some kind of renovation for the office. They needed us out of the office, so they used the opportunity for the complete day off on Thursday and the half day on Friday to get us out for those days. I remember we also had to leave right after the close. We could not do a recap on that Wednesday. And I remember Obi was very upset because he had to leave his screenshots or whatever. It was a whole thing, but that's what happened there.
I don't think I was there that day. That's the other thing.
Yeah, no.
Neil, you were not there. You were not there that day, and that's how I remember Obi being there trying to do a screen.
Gotcha.
Okay, so as I was saying, we had the only day we had done that is when we couldn't be here, right? So, anyways, what I was going to say about Chipotle was more people working from home now having to go back. So I was just thinking, like, when I look around Toronto, where some of the Chipotles are, they're obviously near major businesses, and when you're filling up literally 100-floor buildings full of people. It should benefit. So that's why I also like Starbucks better for that reason. So I like Starbucks better than Chipotle. And I think that, Brian Nickel over there. Oh, and by the way, Adara, there is a global matcha shortage. There's a global matcha crisis.
Really?
Look this, yeah. I mean, really, if I'm saying something, it's real,
right?
Well,
I have to look into this.
Yeah, look into it. Global matcha crisis right now. And what's happened is there's a lot of shitty matcha coming from China and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's some gross matcha out there.
Yeah, exacy. So right now you got to look into that. Anyways,
thankfully I'm not into it.
Maybe infographic.
I don't have to worry.
But I was my wife was talking about that because the kids like matcha. I don't mind matcha now. So, anyways, global matcha crisis there. Invest in I don't know which company.
I wouldn't know.
It'll be matcha.
No clue.
You like
No
matcha,
clue.
Fabian? Probably not.
Just
all right,
invest,
all
just
right.
invest in
Ooh, the matcha ice cream.
I still can't believe it's like it is overwhelmingly CRM. We're all very boring, apparently. If you had to pick 10 grand into one stock before earnings tonight, which are you picking? CRM has to be, and don't get me wrong, it's the only one of these stocks, the 4 stocks that I actually own, personally. So it feels like the lazy answer because everyone knows CRM and has a good, maybe a better feel for it. But C3.
Matcha do about nothing. That's hilarious. See, this is the thing why you guys got to get into the chat, man. This
Matcha do about nothing.
This is the quote of the day. I do not text matcha do about nothing. That's hilarious. So much ado about nothing. All right, yeah, good riddance to matcha, says S-Boy. Get out of here, matcha.
Get it, AEO.
How dare you give people a tea that you may or may not like? Matcha. All right, Dave's. Okay, here we go, Dave. This is a new segment, man. I mean, I feel like this is always
Dumb
my
trade of the
segment.
day.
Sean's dumb trade of the day, but here it is. Dave's dumb trade of the day. Asana. I like Asana. We talked about that. I mean, Steam Room versus Asana. Swing to 17. Thanks for the hippie tea. There it is. Yeah, you're welcome, man. The more you know. There it is. Rainbow emoji. So you're welcome. I mean, that's what we're here for, to give you useless stats. And that was just another one there about matcha. But okay, swing to 17. So you want to have a quick look at what Asana looks like there, swinging to 17. So remember, if you're taking a trade, the implied move here, Dave's crazy trade of the day,
Because he's asking, that's asking 21%.
I think this is his idea, yeah. So 16%, that's what I was doing. So you did the math already?
20-something, I don't know. I did math.
All right,
math.
go for it. I mean, the thing is that,
$20 on.
what was the names, what were the names that we had seen go crazy? We saw
22%, let's call it. Something like
get it exact, Neil. We saw MDB go nuts.
Mongo's done it.
We saw Snowflake go crazy. Both up 30+% day after.
Affirm, well, it didn't hold the earning, but it doesn't matter. If you're swing trading, it doesn't have to hold it. It just has to get there.
Yeah, but what I was sort of assuming is that it has to extend through its implied move, right? Because you said it's 22%.
Yeah, so
if you're going to buy 17s, what does that look like on the daily chart? Oh boy, yeah, you are looking for quite the move here, but I think that's the right area. That's where I have the two. I mean, why did you pick that, Dave? Is that the 200 period moving average? I mean, I think that's
that is
good,
the 200 period, yeah.
Yeah, I just, is that why he chose it? But anyways, that would be a great call. So I think you're probably in the right space. So what Dave, what options are you taking for that? Like, because you just said, did you say 10K? No, he's not putting in 10K, of course. But I'm just wondering, would that be weekly options? Are you expecting that to happen in 2 days? I think that's probably the best way to play it. But again, I don't know. Just trying to give people an idea for options there today. You know what broke out today? Actually, shout out to my pink trading friends there. I was trying to look at this thing at $12, just going back and forth a little bit there, but Fannie Mae right now, yeah. Is there news today?
No, there was, yeah, like 5%.
Yeah, well, it's up 6%, and it's breaking out. So I was just going to give that idea to everybody. This is, again, one of Donald Trump's ideas to bring Fannie Mae back and Freddie Mac, so FMCC, FNMA right there. This was probably one of the easier. We have a couple guys around here that are on this trade. Donald Trump has been talking about, bringing some money back for the Treasury via mortgages and releasing Fannie Mae back into the free market. So that breaking through $2 right there, this is when Trump came through, and you could see it just really started to go, and right there. So congratulations. I had a couple people sending me notes today telling me that it was breaking through 12. So there it goes, and that's what sort of got me looking at it. But Fannie Mae today up 7%. Did you find a new specific story, or?
No, it's just that they're looking into selling 5% of it. But that's not necessarily new news. But that's been ongoing. Like they want to take it private, but now they might sell a 5% stake there for sure. And BTW asked about CRM. And look, the CRM's reporting tonight, it hasn't been going very well for them. Let's be real. But what you do have going for you on, what you do have going for you on Salesforce, I can just zoom out here, is it's been triple bottom. And the good news is it already bounced 10% into the 50 period, which has been big resistance recently. So I'm holding. I mean, I bought 230s here into earnings, and the plan was always to hold, but I'm 100%. I have an offer out in front of 270. I want to take some profit, and I'll have a prayer offer in front of, prayer offer is not the right way to say it, but call it like a stink offer in front of the 200 period moving average that I think is much less likely to get filled in an upward move, but they're out there just in case, because you learn your lesson when you see what happened with 8%. Viking. Viking Therapeutics was at like $40, dropped the release on their oral drug with earnings and went 40 to 60 to 30 and closed at like 25. And the 260 was if you didn't have an order out in that 5 minutes that it happened, then you just lost all your profits as the stock basically gave you a 50% return. Now, that's not going to happen with CRM because it doesn't move like that. Right. The implied move on this one was 8.
8, that's right.
Yeah, you just said 8.
7.8.
So really, like that's almost perfectly priced to give you a push into that 70 range. If it does the expected move, then you get some out in front of 70. If it exceeds it, I think you get into the next resistance at 290. Just have a plan of action. Like all these stocks look the same. Like the reason I picked AEO, which I'm assuming everybody else that voted for AEO is just like, okay, well, Sydney Swinney and short float. So I think it has the best chance to go meme crazy out of all of these names that are reporting here tonight. And that's sometimes all that you really look for. Like what's that thing that can be better than maybe the fundamental story? And I think the hype that could get around this, if it gets going, makes a lot of sense to me, especially with that big short float.
I thought it was interesting just to do the question because I think what it does is it just shows, again, who our audience is, and they're just conservative.
I think that's a very conservative.
Put 10K into one stock before earnings. So if you're a gambler, then you do not choose CRM. You would choose probably Asana or AEO, right? Or even C3AO.
Yeah.
I think it just shows that right now there's a lot of uncertainty in the whole market.
If you framed that poll in another way and said, of these four names, which one is the least likely to lose double digits tomorrow, the answer would have been CRM.
Right,
so that's I think that's everyone just basically ended up picking the one that's not going to lose. They think we'll not lose the most instead of, I kind of approached it the other way. What's the one that could win the most? And flat out, that's it. I think it's AEO, no questions asked. And then look, Figma reports tonight as well, but that's been a dumpster fire since earnings. If this earnings season has really signaled, these most recent IPOs, I should say, have signaled the top in the market. Like what the difference between CoreWeave and Circle to now bullish and Figma, like BLS, there's bullish. I'll just show you, like you get 5 minutes of fame and then you're just trending back lower and the 5 minutes are at the open on a lot of these, and Figma gets to report tonight. We'll see if they can reverse the trend, but it was great for a day and maybe a little bit of the second day. Ever since then, it's been trying to find its way. And sometimes this will happen, and you might need a good report out of this. Just it's all price discovery at this point on Figma. No one really knows how to value some of the recent IPOs, and this has signaled a bit of a market top. We are going to get Klarna in this environment, and good luck to them, because they're supposed to come out next week into a somewhat cooling IPO market. Let's just put it that way.
I'd say so.
We got another super chat.
I'd be a little
we missed Yella.
I just
we missed
go ahead.
Yeah, it was Yalla Studio, and we got another one from Longness. Any idea when the bottom might possibly happen in RKL, Rocket Lab, and Webull? I can tell you off the top of my head, at this point, Webull just feels like it's headed back down to that 10-11 range because we lost the 50 period. I know because I own it and we've looked at it. We talked about it this morning. Rocket Lab, I'd have to take a look. I have not looked at Rocket Lab. Long this, are you both asking about RKLB? Well, interesting coincidence. My cost basis is Rocket Lab, RKLB at 650-ish. Is today's pullback a buy? I have not looked at them. Like the reason I could answer off the top of my head on Webull, because we've looked at the chart, I own the stock, it's just a little bit easier. Rocket Lab, well, it's at the 50 period. I just feel like a lot of these names were all, I'm talking about the, let's just call it the space group. They were all very frothy and memey for a bit, like meme-ish. And you just got a bounce, a constructive bounce. And in one day, you're pulling back into what has been the support at the 50 period. The first time it tests, and I like the uptrend, yeah, for sure. The second time, not so much for me on this type of a name. I get a little bit more skittish the second time through because it's just, and it's the way that this is selling off today, down 11%, the first time I'm seeing it. Now, I put you have an 11% down day, and that's wait and see how it reacts in a couple of days here, especially when it already gave you the bounce. You already got the bounce off this level. And now you're retesting the 50 in a single day pullback. Like, what's this? Yeah, I'd give it a couple of days on Rocket Lab. But with Webull, at least I know, where were the buyers before on Webull? Came to market, ran, absolutely tanked. It was just meme for a day or two, and then came in and based out. And this is why I say 10, because it told you 10. The stock told you 10. Whoever was buying down here told you $10. And now that it's on the other side of the coin, I think waiting for it to at least retest 10, 11 makes sense to me. Maybe it's a higher low. Maybe it ends up bouncing at $11 instead of 10. But when I see any kind of consolidation close, that's where I'm buying Webull again. After taking some profit in front of 17 instead of, wish I could tell you 18, but I got some in front of 17.
Some profits. All right, so I just want to quickly go over this trade because I've changed up my idea because it's getting a little long in the tooth here today. So I am not going to let this thing float up to the 200 period moving average anymore. If it was to have any sort of an aggressive move right now, I don't want to risk sort of what we've been doing here. So my stop, and it's a new one. If you can't find my stop, then you probably haven't been watching the show too much. But I put it in right here, 88.15. So I was just trying to break through right into this area. If we come up to here, I mean, I could maybe stop it out at, let's go 88.20. Again, now that I've sort of zoomed in there. So 88.21. And look, man, if someone's watching this and we used to have things like, oh, I don't want to show some of my stuff. It's going to run my stuff. Go ahead, try. You know, you can run this up on the NASDAQ. I mean, if that winds up happening, then fine. But that's what we're going to do, and I'm going to take one more average in, 10 cents away from that price. So I'm going to go back into this name and just take an average, double up, not even double up the position, because right now I have 1 unit on, about 1.5 units. So I'll try to get to 2 units by the time that happens. So I'll average out here like 12s, 88.12, something like that, where we've topped out right there. We'll try to take, oops, it's that one right there. We'll take a spot right here and see if we can get that short and then play it off of there. Real tight stops, because in 30 minutes, the market's closed, but in 20 minutes, we have these imbalances coming through. And these can definitely change what's been happening in the market, right? And so I'm not hearing any news or anything, and Dara's not like, hasn't said anything and is obviously not hearing anything either.
I wanted to clarify something.
Yeah, go.
We were just talking about Webull, and sometimes we talk about the levels and all this stuff without talking about the fundamentals, because I just mentioned in the chat and someone was like, oh, thank you for mentioning that. Don't forget the market is going 24/5 at some point next year. Like, you're going to get 24-hour trading in markets, and the way I see it, the companies that stand to benefit directly from that, I don't know that you want to wait till next year to buy some dips in them. I think you want to get out in front of that. So that's the reason why, you know, I'll like a Webull in front of $10, $11. That's, you know, it's a reason to hope that, you know, I don't hope for Robinhood to pull back, because I hope it prints for everybody out there. I don't own Robinhood, but if Robinhood does a drastic move down in the back half of this year, I'm going to find a place to buy it going into 24/5 next year. Because I think that's the kind of bounce that it's almost like it's too obvious. So don't wait for the markets to go 24/5 to try to get into these. I want to be buying dips in front of good levels. I'm not sure that now is the time in Robinhood, though, as that is looking a little bit weak. And no, there is, and you're right about this. Never always ever. Never always ever. Bit of a mouthful. There's already 24-hour trading on most major stocks. Only options at market hours. That is true to an extent, but that is going to be vastly different from what is going to happen is the markets. Like right now, if you trade in the after hours, there's less liquidity, there's limited gateways. It's not the same market. It is going to effectively be the same market. Volumes will be different at different times of the day, but it is going to be the same market for all intents and purposes. Maybe not exactly 24. I think it's going to work out to more like 23.5 effectively, as opposed to 24, but it will be the same. It'll be the same market. And what that will do is, especially in the US market, it's going to open up far more activity from overseas, I think. At least that's the theory. And I think that can be good for volumes. I think it's a reason why, like, you know, when the Miami Exchange, like, what's the IPO that nobody cared about? Anybody care about the Miami Exchange IPO? Probably not. But it's doing a heck of a lot better than the bullish IPO. It's doing a heck of a lot better than the Figma IPO. No one cared about it. It's just a boring exchange that makes money every single time someone executes on their gateway. You know, they're in the NASDAQ and the NYSE and the NYC ARCA as well. And that's another business that will stand to benefit from market changes next year. Boring, yet clearly profitable. Adara?
I just want to let you guys know we now have our implied moves infographics here for these earnings names. You can get this on X at TTV Research with about half an hour of trading left to go. CRM, CRDO, American Outfitters, GitLab, Asana, Hewlett Packard, PagerDuty, ChargePoint, C3AI, and the aforementioned Figma all reporting. There are some big expected moves here. Check this out on X at TTV Research. Right now, I do this before every major earnings report, so tomorrow we'll get one as well with Broadcom and Lululemon on watch. Again, definitely follow the account if you enjoy, I guess, timely calendar-related infographics and also just fun market analysis. Back to you.
Right, well, we're analyzing our TQQ position and noticing that it is doing that drift again, and we just have to be fine. It's not going to kill us one way or the other, but you know, we talked about that sort of drift happening, and it didn't really drift higher into the close today, but it looks like it's going to do it now. So we do take our last fill there, so we're short at 88, so it'll be a 20-cent hit. We do have that 2 units now, so it kind of does suck to take a 2-unit hit on 20 cents, but not the end of the world on this trade, but it is trying to get back up, and I'm just going to use that. It'll most likely fail. I don't want to say most likely, but I just don't want to hold it all the way. I don't want to give it 10 more cents. If that's a move that you guys are looking to do, then fine, but there it is. See, sometimes it's like you get stopped out there. Now I automatically think like now it's going to tank, right? But we can't really think about that. You can't get back on the same train. Sometimes if your trade breaks, then it breaks, right? I mean, so right there we'll slap it out and it goes upside 20 cents worth of a hit. I mean, the most we were getting here was 95s. That was a good one. But again, we only getting out 5-10% on the way down, so it's not like it matters. 87.60 there or so. A look. You know, we could. I don't know, there's not enough time. I was gonna say, if it does come back up here, just looking at this chart, we talked about some of these, like this was really, when we started the trade earlier, and see, there we go. That's why you get out. Like we just saved ourselves that 15 cents because we would have got blasted there as well. But this area, I think, is where we sort of lost it, tried to regain it and lost it again. So this is a much better look for a short in and around 88.50 than it probably was right there. But again, we just played off the afternoon range and the range broke higher. So we say c'est la vie to that trade and get stopped out of that one. So yuck on that, but that's okay. All right, just a quick little look at some of the other movements here today into the close. So Tesla looks like that was the one that, you know, there's me getting out of the short. And look, sometimes you just pick the wrong thing, right? I mean, we could have shorted that play there. Instead, we covered and just let it drip down. And you can see now Tesla's trying to get back going despite what this market is doing, which the TQs are still going a little bit higher. Did Nvidia get back anywhere to Greensville today? No, still down that 0.65. I had mentioned earlier that I think this is a decent area to look at buying some Nvidia, but when the market's up and this is down, I just think about what happens tomorrow if the market's down, right? Maybe down more. So you may want to wait to see for Nvidia to sort of go oppo what the market's doing before you think about buying it. Make sure there are buyers in this name, but boom, that goes down. I do know that there's buyers in AMD now. I don't know if
it was stronger earlier.
Yeah, it was my number one trade, but yeah, it's still down.
That changed.
Yeah, so we lost it right there and should have gone short there, but instead just got out of the long and then it fell back in. So, the name that was strong, I guess, earlier was Palantir, but then we talked about that it was weaker than the market. Has that continued? It still finds a bottom where maybe it should have. So sometimes trading, like I know I just lost on the TQs, but a lot of it is looking at key levels. And Palantir, they're bouncing off 154. So we can see if there's a level on that tomorrow.
Just for master, it's like a Mastery 8102. If you keep it clean in the chat, then your message doesn't get blocked, but you are Lucid is crap. That's the term that we're but that's not the term that you use, so it kind of got blocked. And I want to bring this up because someone just asked in the chat how many times is ChargePoint split. I believe they've only done one reverse split. Lucid did its first and did the predictable thing. That's now 2 days in a row to the downside. Maybe it's 3 tomorrow. Certainly at some point maybe catch a bid. Remember, this was a $2 stock, so in theory, like the dollar level would be $10, and sometimes these things just fall until they get to an obvious spot, gets cut in half, maybe you take a shot at it. But yeah, 2 days in a row now for Lucid after their reverse split. And it's not to say that all stocks go down after they reverse split, but it's the overwhelming pattern because you're not reverse splitting if things are going well. And if there's an example of that, I'm sure there is somewhere. I can't remember one of that happening. Intel just broke above VWAP, so I was in VWAP. I'm getting out of it. With only 20 minutes to go, I thought there would be something There's a couple of names over 1 million shares on the early look imbalances. Key, BAC, Ford in there as well, but nothing too big. Walmart, 900,000 to sell on the early look. And the only reason that's spicy, I guess they have that event tomorrow, as Adair was mentioning, but Walmart at the high of the day. And it's been very, very quietly gaining. And every single day, just a little bit more than the last until it gets to 100. Feels like Walmart, once again, doesn't want to give you the 200 period moving average. But as we've seen some selling in tech, in some tech, it just feels like this name has been getting some strength going into it. So yeah, Walmart should be on our radars, I think, a little bit more. As Dara mentioned, there is an event tomorrow they will be at tomorrow, and it has been a beast. I know, Scott, in the chat, a bunch of you have been mentioning it all day long. But here's the thing. I know a lot of people have been mentioning Walmart, but I question, and it's not to call you out, but you're fantastic. I feel like this is one of those symbols no one puts $sign on in front. They just type WMT. So it never seems to show up when we do the stock visualizer. And then Sean and I go and we look at this and it's like, well, what's being put in the chat the most? And Walmart doesn't make the list because no one's putting $sign in front of the name. And I get it. You're typing quickly if you're in the chat or whatever it might be, but if you can, just always, and not just when we ask you to, at all times, if you're ever putting a symbol into the chat, like even here, Jay Dizzle, $sign Rocket Lab, because it gives us real-time information, which is valuable to the whole community, because then we can show you visually, so easy to see, hey, the entirety of our community, this is what's exciting, and this is the name that's getting talked about. And we can do it in real time and we can refresh it, but we need your cooperation in that. Jump in the chat if you're not in it. Hit that subscribe right now. It's a subs only chat. Hit the like too while you're at it. Enjoy the show. It'll be a fun aftermarket show as well. Hey, I'm wearing the opposite shirt. That's my teal one, then I'm wearing the red one today. Oh, and then make sure you type $sign. So just get in the habit. I know we can all get in that habit for sure. And there you go, hymns. Robin Hood socks.
Yeah, Robin Hood. We haven't looked at Robin Hood in a while.
I got a shoe delivery today.
Is RNDY actually a stock, or is someone doing that for Randy?
On shoes.
Oh, you got a pair?
Yeah.
Nice.
Got the Cloud Monster 2s.
Nice. They've been okay. It's
$300.
It's on.
Stocks.
Never
stops. On, yeah.
Is that New York?
Yeah, they're expensive, those.
Oh, it is New York.
ONON, yeah. I don't know.
That was NASDAQ.
Probably not worth what I paid, but whatever. I'm going to get some comfort in there, so we'll see how those feel. You guys like the On shoes? Oh, no, it's a flat bottom break? Okay, well, good thing I'm supporting the stock.
It has nothing to do with the shoes. The stock just could be a flat bottom break at 44 this week.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
But
we had that
who wears On shoes?
I don't know if people.
I'm wearing Allbirds. I find the comfort level on those. I had to get a whole range of like more comfortable shoes after the Achilles thing. I just found like I was doing so much more walking, and even now, especially sometimes in the weather, like the soreness. Like you're getting older as well. But I need more
shoes are expensive, man. Crazy expensive.
Yeah, but all shoes. I think all shoes have been expensive recently. That's the name of the game.
Everything's expensive nowadays.
Pay for quality, man.
Yeah, no, I have the. Right now, I'm wearing New Balance 550s. Here, they're just these ones for today.
New Balance is
pretty good.
They're winners.
I don't mind them. So
all my runners are in New Balance.
Okay.
For years now.
On is the Hoka killer. Yeah, I didn't go with the Hokas. I didn't really like the way those looked. We had that question this morning about SMCI, and someone said that they were putting in, I think it was 120 grand or something into SMCI. And the thing is that I explained my side of it. I was like, I don't mind that. I don't mind the play because technically you're at these levels, right? The thing is I was saying like, put some of it maybe and sprinkle it either in Dell or Nvidia or something. And I know it's all chip-related stuff, but SMCI is a little more volatile than the rest of them. And you just want to make sure, you hate pushing that button, especially if you're having to push it for an L, right? And I think that that coming into play right there, if it does break, I can't recall who it was, and I apologize, but if you break 39 right there, it's just, that's this gap being filled. So you filled that gap now, so, then you're looking at something a little lower. So I would just be very, very careful there with SMCI.
in that trade right there. All right, so are we still here? Yeah, still 55, so 25 there on AI. So with earnings coming tonight, I mean, it's going to be a big earnings show. Neil's going to be there with Adara. It's, what day is it today? Wednesday. I don't think there's a guest, so that's probably good. All right, C3 AI, 1670. We'll see what's coming in on that play again. I mean, this is another name that if they can somehow beat, you know, and surprise everybody, this has quite the runway. That gap fill to 22 would be pretty sweet. Now, I'm not going to make a call and say I think they're going to beat. I have no idea. I just, looking at this stock, does not look like it's worth taking a shot in there on AI. So that would be it to me. We talked about Asana. AEO, they've had big run-ups. You know, the short float is involved in this as well. And to me, it's just when you're taking a stock, and I chose AEO, on that because again it's above the 200 period moving average. You got a little base right there of potentially something in and around that 12. I was going to take I'm going to potentially cancel this order on the TQs because we came all the way up. I was going to take a little bit around here just to see where we are on that, but AEO I think is just set up potentially for the best of the trade. So you know, watch out for that, taking out those highs there. It looks good to me. CRM is a falling knife, and you're gambling on all of these plays. But for me, like AEO. So I didn't take it, but I said 88.50. So I was thinking about doing that with a quick stop up here. But I don't know, man. It looks like, oh, the numbers. What just happened? It just flashed around there pretty quick.
But
I don't know.
45. It's not in balance.
No, it's not in balance. Is that?
I saw the
something
same
hitting
thing.
the market right there? I don't know what that was.
I saw a 4-5 level twos charts up, and they all had the same like flash of volume.
What was up with that?
But it was at my first thought was, oh, is this 350 already? No, it's 345. Still nothing, but slightly growing imbalance on BAC. It was 1.7, now we're 2.1 million to the buy side. Key's still there for a million. Forwards imbalance is getting slightly larger at 1 million to the sell side. But as the market goes, yeah, trading traveling technician. I love that name.
Good one.
That's a good one. Broadcom picking up in volume you just mentioned. And it sort of is going into the close. And Broadcom reports on Thursday, and maybe not an individual name that a lot of people own it, but you own it anyways. Right? Because if you own the index and you own a bunch of Broadcom and you don't have to own an individual stock, this is one that's going to be a good barometer for the market. We don't need this to go bad for us on Thursday. That would not be good. That's my one concern is I want to see, and it's not necessarily, I'm at the point now where I don't care what the first 5 minutes are on earnings. I care more about like what does it look like at 4:30 and then overnight. It's mattered so much more. The initial move this earnings season has been like, who cares? Unless it gave you a dip buy that you were interested in buying, it's not telling us much of anything. Certainly seeing what happens like after the fact, especially so when we're going over some of these moves in the aftermarket tonight, don't get too caught up in the initial reaction. Once you get the guide and a little bit more information and we get 10, 20, 30 minutes in and maybe some levels pick up or buyers step in there and then watch again in the pre-market tomorrow, then you get a better sense of how the money is going as opposed to that first algo move, which has been all but useless in predicting anything for the stock. So that's why you want to pay attention to all the information, including fundamentals and then where the stock decides to trade after the fact. And for Broadcom, come Friday morning, if this thing is under $280, I think we're in some trouble. But only if it does it in the aftermarket Thursday, it doesn't matter. But if we're down under 280 Friday morning, I think we're in trouble.
All right, yeah, nervous about Broadcom there as it's going to lead the whole market. Right now, we don't have too many imbalances that are going to be important to us. These are all from the morning still, so we'll wait for 350 to get the updated information. We had NEO, we had Verizon, we had AEG. So some of these names will be obviously different here. There was HIMS with a buy early on, so we're just not moments away, but we're waiting for it now into the close. I was just double checking like my Tesla trade because, I was just thinking like, how can we make a trade tomorrow that makes any sense, right? And so Tesla right here just bounced pretty nicely again off of this sort of pre-market level. Now we didn't hold it earlier, it's fine, but this 335, 337, let's just wait to see. Like I want to make another play like this, but I want to go hard. And we tried to go into here, trying to hold this level, but that didn't work, and we wound up losing. And eventually we caught the bottom, just kind of off some of these bottom wicks, and just trying to find a little bit of size down here where we could find some support. Now, when you're looking at a level 2, it's very hard to see size. No one's going to post it up. So you got to try to find out where there could have been some support and resistance previously. Well, the whole last hour there yesterday for Tesla held this area. So definitely a spot that we must be concerned with. So I was just looking here the whole last hour here today, and now we're starting to go up. So a little different, although we did have a move up there into the close for Tesla. But this area here, 335. That to me is looking like, you know, not a horrible spot that we need to be too concerned with here on Tesla for tomorrow. So if there is a drop down on Tesla, that'll be something that we'll look at again one more time. I'm, you know, with only a minute left, never a great idea to be in the TQs or anything at this time because we have no idea where these imbalances are coming out, but yet I'm in it. So I'm just trying against that level, and it looks like we're going to get busted out very, very soon. That's 88.66. So if it breaks that view up, which right now, you know, it's looking more and more like it wants to do that. So 88, it might just break it immediately off the open, so or off the interest imbalance information. So 88.67, if that comes in, we're going to get out of there. We're out of the money 5 cents. If I didn't like the trade, I would just get out. Let's just see where these imbalances are coming through. The Nasdaq's had a nice little recovery. I could see someone selling it off of VWAP, but this is just a trade technically right now. So with 15 seconds left, we'll see if it works or not. Hopefully, when we get blasted out to the upside, we get a decent fill because right now there's not too much wiggle room. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 now. And there it goes. So, okay, looks like we got 65.
Nvidia.
All right, not a bad price.
Nvidia, 3.5 million to the buy side.
Yeah,
TLT, so that's the 20-year, 2.3 to the sell side. BAC came out. We expected a big number, 2 million. Ford, 2 million to the buy side. XP, 1.5 sell. Key, AMC, 1 million to sell. You don't see that very often. Microsoft, 900 million to the buy side. Intel, 900 million to the buy side. Lam, 800,000 to the buy side. So overall, it looks like 2.7 billion. Would have thought maybe a little bigger than that. And then the Nasdaq, 1.5 billion to the buy side. Mag 7, 800 million of imbalances. So it is a strong. Well, it's a strong close for now, but we got some earnings aftermarket that could certainly change things. Hopefully, I don't know that CRM, C3AI, Asana, these aren't, outside of CRM, these aren't names that are going to move the market in a general sense. I think that's what Thursday is for with Broadcom, but certainly it'll give us an idea about sentiment at least. It's just weird to see AMC. Like, when was the last time we had AMC?
They don't report.
I mean, a million to sell isn't that much, but when was the last time we even talked about this stock? Where is this thing? I'm just out of morbid curiosity. I'm curious as to what the price is. $2.70. It's not even that good.
Yeah, we don't even know the price.
Oh, this stock. Yeah. So setting an alert for like 250 is going to make some sense on this. AMC loses 250. That's a short you want to be around for, it looks like. But 1 million sell imbalance when it's done 7 million would be interesting, but it's not moving, so forget all about that. Nvidia was the bigger mover. 3.5 million is pretty good for Nvidia, but it gave you 50, 60 cents and then pulled right back in. Remember, with imbalances, you do usually see a flip or a pair off at 355. So anything buy side likely to shrink going into 355 or simply pair off altogether. And you're already seeing a little bit of 10% paired off as TLT just got bigger. Went from 2 million to 3 million to the sell side.
Treasury, huh? Okay.
Yeah,
I did want to look.
Didn't even move 1 cent.
Over a little bit low. All right. So, you know, we had this discussion here about the market being open 24 hours. Well, I got something for you. There already are lots of markets open 24 hours. That's the crypto market, of course. And it doesn't really affect anything charting wise or anything like that. You know, the fact that it's open 24 hours, I'm not super excited about it, but at the end of the day, it's going to give you more opportunity to trade some of the global news, which I think is what a lot of traders are looking to do, right? And it's like those global impacts when you get an announcement, you get, unfortunately, if there is ever kind of a wartime feel or whatever like that, you know, trading 24 hours gives a big advantage to traders at that point as well, to be able to execute against your own portfolio or, you know, make decisions intraday that now includes overnight. So I think that's definitely something to look forward to. Just as far as that is concerned, I think it hurts
think it hurts day trading a little bit, but we'll talk about that because right now you have a quite clear open and close, and I think there's liquidity events around there that there's a lot of traders make a lot of money on, so those will be gone. 273 right here. I've already talked about this, so shout out to the army that's out there on Ripple, but I like those levels right there to buy some Ripple. We did have Solana coming in right there. I just want to look at this one on Coinbase. So yeah, okay, good. This looks like it's breaking out. Now we were able to buy some at 200. It's not like it's a huge trade or anything, but this could get going back there to the upside, looking pretty healthy. Nowhere near its all-time highs. We've seen Bitcoin touch it and fade. We saw Ethereum touch it and fade. I don't know what Ripple's is. I think it's a little bit higher, maybe 360, 370 on that one. So we still have a little bit of ways to go on that. But Solana could be one of the next ones. And then my boy over here, Cardano, against the US dollar, nowhere near. It's been, if we go into here, into, I don't know, monthly chart. Yeah, there it is right there. So you're not even nowhere close. I mean, this started in April of 21. Obviously, this Cardano's been around for much longer than that, but $2.80, $3 the high. Yeah, you're only at 84 cents. So on a monthly chart, I mean, who knows what this looks like on a monthly? I don't chart.
Maybe not Coinbase.
But yeah, this against the US dollar. Yeah, to go back into time, yeah. But anyways, I like this. I like a lot of these names, but that's just another example there, as some of us are freaking out a little bit about 24-hour trading, but it's still something that happens right here in many different spots.
100%, but something that's possibly changing a little bit for everybody because over Trade the Pool, they got something for you. They're changing the nature of the game because if you thought you were going to grow or wanted to grow as a trader, you thought you had to risk more. Logical sense. That's how it used to be. Trade the Pool's changing that, everybody. It's a new revolution in stock trading. You don't need a large deposit. Trade the Pool is built for any trader who wants to grow without putting everything on the line. Just a small skin in the game and you're trading with real capital. So here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47, and that's your total risk. Boom. From there, you trade real shares, no CFDs, using company capital. Head to tradethepool.com or scan the QR code you see on the screen, and we are going to welcome them in October.
The 14th.
We're going to have, is it 13th or 14th? It doesn't really matter.
It is the 14th is what I recall.
So Canadian Thanksgiving.
Yes, we'll see.
We separated different. We celebrated different Thanksgiving than our friends in the U.S. Although for us, we of course observe. On the show here, we observe the U.S. Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Because the U.S. markets are the more important ones. With 4 minutes to go, just very quickly.
That'd be hilarious if they came here and we weren't open.
That'd be jokes.
Would not be hilarious.
But a lot of
them,
different bunch of lunch places and stuff won't be open because it'll be a holiday.
Yeah, I think we'd be okay.
We'll find somewhere to be able to go.
We'll see if Mitch wants to take us out to lunch.
CRM did make a new high of the day.
Shout out, Mitch.
Going into the close. So CRM reports, C3AI, Asana reports. We've talked AEO, of course, and a few other names as well. Figma is going to be another one that we'll get into after the bell. But a little bit of a reversal at 55 for this name in particular, up 2 points today. Better than the overall market for Salesforce, but that has not been true at more or less any point this year. Call a spade a spade. It's not been a good year at all for CRM. The AI revolution has left them waning, despite the fact that they continue to talk about how much of a game changer it is for them.
Yes, that's why I was waiting for that Agent Force.
Agent Force. They have yet to execute on that. I believe in it. It's managed to hold a 230 bottom, so I bought some shares at 230 for the first time in, I don't remember the last time I bought CRM outside of a couple of weeks ago. It was a while. It was a long enough time ago that I don't remember. Let's put it that way. So 3 minutes to go in here till we get the close. And Roadrunner, any news on Alphabet? Yeah, they got a good antitrust ruling overnight. Or yesterday. It was actually yesterday at the close. As far as anything in the last 5 minutes, not that I'm aware of. Alphabet's news absolutely is that they're not going to have to divest Chrome or Android. That was positive news for them. That's why they're the strongest Mag 7 name today. And yeah, there's nothing outside of that news that I'm aware of. Something else happened on Alphabet, then I don't know about it. Let's go to Adara because she just said there is breaking news.
She's got something.
So maybe
I have news actually. Google is slightly implicated, but I'm going to start with Apple because I think they're the bigger piece of this. Bloomberg reporting that apparently Apple is planning on rolling out an AI search feature in Siri next year to challenge OpenAI. Apparently, though, Apple and Google also struck a deal to test a Gemini model for the new Siri. So again, Apple's going to be apparently launching this AI search feature in Siri next year. And reportedly, again, according to Bloomberg, Apple and Google have struck a deal to test the Gemini model to be used in the new Siri. So unclear if that was the Google news that was being discussed in the Super Chat. This just came out, though. I was just seeing it circulate actually after the Super Chat came out. Back to you.
That's what they asked because
231 Google just went to. I mean, buy the best names, man. Google's going to go out at the high of the day, and that has to be great news for Apple. I haven't even looked at it yet. Let's just go see. Yeah, so I again, like, I'm a big fan of Apple, and not just their products. Obviously, I think most of us are fans of their products, but of what to expect for this earnings report. I really do think that there could be something special, announcements or something. I don't know. Apple, I know, can disappoint. That's for sure. We've talked about that many times here on the show, but I like it, and I think that this is an opportunity for them to finally, they're releasing a search tool to rival. I'm hearing it in my ear. Thanks, Adara. You're going to hear more about this from Neil and Adara as this market is closing right now, and we should be able to get a good countdown on for you. It's just a couple minutes left. I did take the TQQs long side right there, so this is going to be a good trade. Let's just end it right here at 99. So we did spend a little bit of time there on the TQQs, and we reversed our trade short into the long and busted out higher there on a market on close imbalance. So far, so good. Again, thank you everybody for joining us one more time today. It's the Apple show. It's the Google show. Yesterday after hours, we got that judgment from decision from the judge that affected Apple and Google. And right now, you're getting more news right now as Apple. I'm getting excited about it. I like the stock there on Apple. So here goes the countdown. Thanks again for everybody joining us. This is also brought to you by VinFast. Click that or scan that QR code there, ticker VFS on the NASDAQ. Thanks, VinFast. 2 and 1. Lots of earnings coming again, guys. Thank you so much for your participation there in the chat. Thank you so much, Google and Apple, for doing what you have done today as well. Thanks to Dara for all the news. Neil, Joe, Sharif, everything. Andre, thank you so much for the great job over there on the board. Ramin and Fabian, killing it as usual. We see them in the background. Thanks to Rob and Mark and everybody as well. CoreWeave is going to acquire Open Pipe, not Fat Pipe, of course. Fat Pipe was that recent IPO as well. CoreWeave trying to go back up to the upside right here as well. Okay, we're out of here. It's earning times. I'm Sean. That's Neil. That's Adair. And you're about to see them right now. Ciao for now.
Thank you very much. It is your market recap show brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex. And right off the bat, we're going to have Salesforce coming out, CRDO as well, but American Eagle at 405, GitLab, HPE, Asana. So we have a heck of a lot going on. And you already have breaking. Okay, we already have news. Let's go right over to Adara.
Apparently, CoreWeave is going to be requiring that open pipe. Yeah, I think that might have been mentioned already, but I just saw this come through. CRM just reported. Apparently, it's record Q2 numbers. I have to go read through these quickly, though, Neil, if you don't mind. These numbers here for Salesforce, because I just have the actual report, which I will have to go through. But apparently, I think Sean just said tanking. Oh, yeah, it's tanking. So apparently the revenue is up 10% year over year, $10.2 billion. Second quarter subscription and support revenue up 11% year over year. Current remaining performance obligation up 11% year over year. Yeah, I need to see how this all compares to estimates, because sometimes the estimates I have are not always accurate. But Neil, one estimate that could, or I guess one metric that could be big here, a 120% year over year increase in their data cloud and AI recurring revenue. So that is significant, 120% year over year increase. Does the market like it? Safe to say, no. No, not yet, but okay, I have a little bit more here. So it does look like they beat revenue, $10.2 billion versus $10.14 billion expected. Their outlook here for Q3, $10.24 to $10.29 billion, not seeing how that compares to estimates. Their Q3 EPS outlook, 1.6 to 1.62 per share there. Their adjusted EPS outlook for Q3, 2.84 to 2.86. Yeah, so it does look like they had a double beat. I finally got the Benzinga numbers there. So yeah, if I can pull this up, there we go. $2.91 here versus $2.78 expected beat for EPS. Sales, $10.236 bill to $10.135 bill. How you doing?
It looks pretty good, but I don't like to leave it on that chart for a second, but we don't like that reaction. One thing I would say is this has been an earnings season where it has not necessarily mattered as much about that initial move. Like, what we care about is what happens after the fact. So I kind of want to lean into that, and let's see how we react in the next couple of minutes here on CRM, because it's not doom and gloom. Again, I own the stock at $230, so I want it to go up, but it doesn't matter if and butts and candy and nuts and all that kind of good stuff. So I see Baggy Capital saying rest in peace, Salesforce, but unfortunately not looking too good. 230 is going to be a big and key level to see if it can hold on to that. But it could be in a little bit of trouble here for Salesforce. Just the first of many names that we have reporting here tonight.
Yeah, I'm not seeing this Credo. Okay, so Credo, the reason I put this on here is because this one can move like mad, and I've seen it do that in the past. That's the reason I include it on my earnings list. I'm not seeing the numbers yet, though. 405 are looking for AEO, GitLab, HPE, Asana, PagerDuty, and charge points 410. So we're looking for PD, Asana, HPE, GTLB, and AEO coming up here. Again, so Salesforce, I'm not seeing anything that I haven't read for you guys yet. Again, I think that 120% year-over-year increase in data, AI, and data cloud revenue, I think is super significant. We're going to have to wait and see how the market likes it. And I have their guidance now as compares to estimates. This might be where the issue is, Neil. So they're guiding Q3 adjusted earnings between $2.84 to $2.86 per share. That's the adjusted EPS guide. That is right exactly in line with estimates of $2.85. Now their sales, Neil, they mostly missed, and their midpoint is a miss for their sales guide. $10.24 bill versus $10.29 bill. Estimates were 10.29 bill, so that is not the most ideal of looks here for Salesforce. Again, they did beat on EPS and sales for the quarter they just reported, Q2.
Yeah, you have to keep in mind, we're expecting an 8% move, and we did not
their GAAP EPS guide
we did not get to the downside. It's a big miss on the guide, but we just bounced on that.
Yeah, because they just got their
we
GAAP
just bounced
EPS
almost
guide
a flat, almost a flat here. The buyers came in at 45, then again at 50, and then we just tagged 56 as the GAAP EPS came in. If we slow it down for a quick little second and go into where this is trying to get from, off those numbers, heck, I'm just happy it didn't bust through the lows at this point.
That's fair.
Right? So it's still way off of the 225, 230 support. We got barely even a smidge to the downside here. But we did bounce when you mentioned those the gap numbers. But what's the other explanation?
That wasn't why they bounced, Neil, because those GAAP EPS numbers were not pretty. They did announce a $20 billion increase to their share repurchase program. That's likely why we bounced.
Sprinkle a buyback on it.
We got even worse guidance, though, in between all that. So we'll talk about that. The GAAP EPS guidance I am going to discuss, but that's not the worst thing we got here. They're guiding Q3 GAAP earnings between 160 and 162 per share. I mentioned this earlier, but what I didn't see was that the estimate was $1.80. So big miss. Again, they were in line with their adjusted EPS guidance for the quarter, but GAAP EPS, notable miss there. They lowered their guidance here for fiscal 2026 GAAP EPS, so that gap is going to be a problem here for Salesforce, might lead to a gap down. They guided, they're now guiding here EPS for the fiscal year between $6.99 and $7.03. Estimates, $7.22. Oof, but they did raise their adjusted EPS guidance for the year. So this is kind of bizarre, these metrics they're using. They raised their adjusted EPS guidance for the year. It is going to beat estimates. They also raised their sales guidance for the year. The midpoint is going to be exactly in line with estimates. This is a very mixed report, to put it mildly, Neil.
It is very mixed, but the market's not, they're not punishing them as bad as I guess they could. But at least American Eagle is flying like Eagle-y. Get it, American Eagle. It's only up 5%, but hey, up is up. Expected move in this particular case. This is a shade of what we were expecting. We're expecting 12.5%. At absolute best, this was 6 or 7 points here for American Eagle. They beat. That's a decent beat, man. 45 cents per share versus 20. Sales beat by 1.28 billion to 1.237. So top and bottom so far for AEO. Haven't really seen any comp sales or anything like that. But now again higher, 1490, almost double digits now in AEO. 12.5% is the move that we are looking for. Now 10% to the upside there. Figma, my guess is not good.
Yeah, that's bad. They didn't even report earnings. $0.00 per share versus 18 cents expected. Sales, 249.64 million. Did nicely beat estimates of 228.2 million. But their revenue guide here, Neil, for the fiscal year, they're guiding 1.02 to 1.03 billion in revenue. That's a beat compared to 1.01 billion expected. But for Q3, they're guiding revenue between 263 and 265 million. It's also going to beat estimates of 256.8 million dollars. So yeah, they actually did beat here on guidance across the board. It's just this quarter they missed on revenue. We have so many earnings to go through. We went over American Eagle, so I'm going to leave those alone.
Asana.
Let's take a look here. Yeah, HPE and Asana. I'll just do HPE because I typed them first. HPE's down here. It's hard to find an earnings winner tonight. looks like they beat here on revenue. Q3 revenue 9.14. Oh, that's actually a solid report. 9.136 billion here versus estimates of 8.497 billion. That's a hefty beat. They narrowly beat EPS estimates as well, 44 cents versus 43 expected. Now, they guided the lower end of their guidance exactly in line here for EPS. 56 cents to 60 cents here versus 56 expected. They're guiding sales well above estimates, though, for Q4. 9.7 bill to 10.1 bill versus 9.4 bill expected. And they raised their guidance here for EPS for fiscal 2025. That is also going to beat estimates. We'll talk about Asana now quickly. I do apologize, guys, for the speed, because there's just a lot happening here. And we got to talk fast because these markets move even faster than I can talk somehow. So Asana, good look here. Adjusted earnings narrowly beating estimates, 6 cents versus 5 cents expected. Sales, $196.94 million versus $193.01 million expected. That's a double beat for Asana. But Neil, that's not it, because they actually raised their guidance, although even this guidance raise is like notably below estimates, 23 to 25 cents here they're seeing for EPS for 26 versus 34 expected. That is still notably a miss. They also raised their sales guidance for the fiscal year. Also, again, a miss, and they didn't even beat by that much, but I guess it's just not as bad as it was or could have been, and so nice look there.
19% short float. 19% short float with Asana. That's part of the story as well. That's how you get 17% up when you're kind of a ho-humming when you see those numbers, but it's about that short float. So who's winning all? Who's winning the aftermarket today? Asana, American Eagle, both of them with more than double-digit short floats here. So that's the story. I think when we were talking about it too, this is what we're sort of saying. If you had to put 10 grand into something, everyone wanted CRM because I guess you think it's safe. But the names that are running, 18% now on American Eagle, 18%. This is blowing away the expected move. And Asana, it's the same thing. GitLab is also reported. All I remember about this stock is I remember like a couple of times after earnings, it was like the easiest short when it tried to pop. But that was a different market than we're in right now. GitLab, another name reporting in here. But yeah, so far, if you don't start with an A, you're not winning.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty funny way of putting it. Let's take a look here at GitLab, though, because they actually beat estimates and they are dropping, and their guidance doesn't even, okay, good, their guidance might be the issue. We'll talk about the numbers here first, though. Q2 adjusted earnings, 24 cents versus 16 cents expected. That's a nice beat. Sales, 235.96 mil versus 227.25 mil expected. That is a double beat for GitLab. They're guiding EPS here 19 and 20, between 19 cents and 20 cents per share. 19 cents was the estimate, so they're in line. Sales, 238 million to 239 million. That's going to miss estimates of 241.548 million. That is going to be not as good of expected here for guidance. They did nicely raise their EPS guidance, though, for fiscal 2026 to 82 to 83 cents per share. That is nicely going to surpass estimates of 75 cents per share. Now, what else are we waiting for here? CHPT, I saw some people mentioning in the chat. I do have ChargePoint earnings, so let's get charged up over there. Neil, I think we're actually going to get everything by 410, which is pretty crazy. Let's take a look here at ChargePoint. Larger than expected loss per share for CHPT. $1.42 loss versus $1.21 expected. Sales were a beat, 98.59 million versus 96.643 million expected. And let's see if I have AI yet. Oh, I have AI. And apparently they just appointed a new CEO as well named Stephen Ehikan. I'll look into this man. But their numbers there were a double miss. So if you are in AI, you might not want to see.
You would have thought it would go up on that.
Pardon?
You'd think at least it would go up replacing the CEO for a stock that's been getting destroyed. But remember C3AI, and there was no intention to make fun of C3AI at all. But sometimes when you get a change in leadership on a stock that's failing, the market can react by buying the dip and saying, hey, this is a reversal of fortune. That's not happening. It just made a 52-week low. Low.
This Stephen Ehikian guy, I have to look more into him, but he left the Trump administration to take on this role as CEO. So that is wild. I just looked into this man, and the first thing I got was this guy who was in the administration. I was like, that's kind of weird. So I looked up. Apparently, he left the administration on September 2nd. Today is September 3rd. So it's definitely this guy. I have to get a lot more info on our friend Steven, and I want to find out who the previous CEO was as well. But you guys know this is the type of stuff that I find fascinating and I think deserves a very big deep dive. So C3AI did withdraw its previous guidance for fiscal 2026. They reported a larger than expected loss per share. They had a massive sales miss, and they guided Q2 sales between $72 million and $80 million. Neil, that is well below estimates of $100.708 million. And I want to say too, Neil, one more thing. Having someone who is your CEO who is on the side of this administration isn't maybe as bullish as you might think, because Big Bear has a CEO who was actually like an acting cabinet member in Trump 1.0. And you would think, especially with them being on the defense side, that could be of note, but it doesn't really seem to have helped the stock.
No, it hasn't helped. Both have been
deep dive done.
I'm only sort of thinking you're looking for excuses for this to be a bit of a dip. If it can now hold, it just made a fresh 52-week low, and for a couple of minutes here was at least trying to hold the bid underneath. But unfortunately, I did say if you begin with A, the only stocks that were winning is if you begin with an A, and then C3AI said, well, forget about that. It's only going to be Asana and AEO. And what they also had in common, as I said before, it's going to be that short float. You're now looking at double the expected move here. Almost double the expected move. 12.5% is what we expected from American Eagle. Them and Asana, the clear winners here. And I believe it was Asana to 17, I believe was the call. It's AEO that gets to $17. For sure, but to all of our viewers here, I think someone was saying they were swinging looking for the play into 17 on Asana. That got very close. $16.5 before pulling back. So really, these are the two big winners. You've already had a deep pullback here on Asana. I suspect AEO just has a little bit more of the hype game to it. I think that's a lot of the reason for the popularity and why we're talking about that one in particular as a chance to go in here today. But if we go back to brass tacks here, the largest earnings name, CRM, down a couple of percentage points. And in some ways, it could actually be worse. It could be worse. I feel like the reaction here so far you're getting from CRM to be able to hold the lows, the guide was relatively weak in my opinion. And if you can at least hold on to the bottom when you get bad news, that's a good sign. I mean, tell that to C3AI. That couldn't hold on to the bottom at all. CRM at least has a decent chance to be within spitting distance of flat, which is remarkable considering the
pager duty. Yeah, we just got pager duty here around 4:07. I apologize we didn't go over this one, guys, but there was a lot to talk about, and I'm still looking into this Stephen Ahikian thing. But yeah, pager duty, 30 cents per share here for EPS versus 21 expected. Sales, $123.411 million, narrowly missing estimate of $123.639 million expected. They did raise their fiscal 2026 EPS guidance from or all the way to $1. Between $1 and $1.04 per share, that's going to beat estimates of 99 cents. But they narrowed their sales guidance, actually making the higher end of their sales guidance a little bit lower. So they're now expecting between $493 million and $497 million. That is going to basically miss estimates here of $496.97 million. And their EPS guidance here for next quarter is going to be a bit of a miss. They're guiding between 24 and 25 cents per share versus 26 expected. Sales guidance also going to be a miss as well, with the midpoint 124 mil to 126 mil versus 125.4 mil expected. The pager duty also here with a C-suite level announcement. They've appointed Todd McNabb as their chief revenue officer. I looked more into our friend Stephen Ahikian. If you guys don't mind, I have some really interesting stuff that I need to share.
What do you have?
So people were saying that Doge was popping. I don't know if this is why Doge is popping, but I looked briefly into Stephen Ahikian's government role. I really love saying his name. And did you know, Neil, that he was involved with the Department of Government Efficiency?
I did not know
So that could maybe be part of why we get the Doge move. I don't want to make assumptions, but I think it is maybe worth considering. I don't think it should, but I'm saying it could, is what I'm saying.
It might. You never
and then the other thing here, too, is that he has Palantir connections as well. He was the COO, or Chief Operating Officer, for a startup run by Palantir alumni back in 2011. So this man is very fascinating. I'm probably going to spend a lot of time Googling him in the coming days. Probably not going to be an infographic, but who knows? So either way, I think this is a really interesting direction for AI. I think their numbers and guidance were rough enough, especially with their withdrawing of the 2026 fiscal guidance, that it kind of, the stock reaction makes sense regardless, but this could be an interesting move, Neil.
Yeah, it could be, but right now, the first sign of resistance, or maybe the second sign of resistance on American Eagle just happened, and it is at that aforementioned $17 range. So unfortunately, it was only able to go up more than 25% on earnings, and some of it's the numbers, some of it is people caught off guard short, and the hype that gets around this. Everyone by now, you know the Sydney Sweeney connection. You understand that the amount of press that they were able to get out of this is positive for them, and any beat is now magnified because I promise you, when we get short float data, that's delayed and that's old. And when you get a breakout like this, and it's already been going, well, if shorts tend to be stubborn too, just like anybody that buys a dip. Yeah, they tend to sell rips, and if they sold going into earnings, well, by my estimation, then as you can see, they're out 25%. Anything that was going to be new, because we've been consolidating higher for a while here on AEO. Now, it's not the only name that actually managed to run here on a positive print. Asana, obviously, is just a recap with Asana. It's now given back even more of the move, still double digits for Asana. But this had a hefty pullback. I mean, it gave it all up and then caught a bid. So Asana went 14.20, went up over 15%, came all the way back, and is now back to up 12%. This is what I meant by I don't necessarily care about the initial move. Show me how things settle down. You're seeing it, C3, that's C3i is going down. You've seen it with American Eagle settling down and holding highs. You've seen CRM on a bad print not make new lows, and you've seen Asana have no idea where it wants to be. Yes. So that's the stock that I'm the least interested in because it can't seem to make up its mind, the reaction at least to the earnings. And my take on CRM is not that they had a good quarter, it's just that based on the quarter that they had, I'm surprised it didn't break a 52-week low.
Yeah, honestly. That's a good point. I think the buyback, though, is distracting people from some of those numbers because we heard I almost gave the grotesque gap EPS, and before I could do that, it popped on the $20 billion buyback edition. We just got Credo as well. I remember I was waiting for Credo, so we'll get into Credo, and then I'll talk about the other thing with C3AI, and I apologize for beating a dead horse here, but there is actually, I think, a lot of elements with that C3AI CEO story that are worth touching on, and I will stand by that. So we'll talk about Credo first. Credo, actually, another one that is up the upside, so I think they got some cred behind their name here. Nice. Q1 adjusted EPS 52 cents versus 36 cents expected. That's a nice beat. Sales also a great beat, $223.074 million versus $190.77 mil expected. They guided Q2 sales here between $230 million and $240 million, nicely above estimates of $202.162 million. I remember I traded this one a couple earnings reports ago, and this thing, if it gaps up, it kind of tends to not give it up. But again, things can always change. Either way, that's why I put CRDO in here, because I've noticed it tends to have pretty massive earnings reactions. Now, let's talk about AI again, because I looked into their previous CEO in case you guys missed it. They did announce they're going to have a new CEO. So, Neil, do you remember when C3AI gapped down like a couple weeks ago or maybe a month ago? Yeah. And they said that they were going to have some guidance issues. And the CEO at the time, Thomas Siebel, who was also the one of the founders here of C3AI, he's actually the founder of C3AI. So he had said at the time that his health issues were unfortunately leading him to have issues running the company. That was actually attributed in part to their guidance, and he was looking to find someone to replace him. So it looks like this could be maybe longer term a better catalyst. It is really unfortunate, obviously, to say, but he had acknowledged that his health issues, he was having vision problems too, so he couldn't run the business to the best of his abilities. He also does have some Trump campaign connections too as well, so that makes his choice of a Hikian a bit interesting too. And I don't want to, I'm just saying I'm trying to, point out connections where they're there.
Connect the dots where you can. Yeah, that's all that really matters. So, just information, everybody.
All I'm trying to do is provide information, and I will always provide information when I find it, and that's just what I'm trying to say here. But I think, I don't know if the applause is necessary. I'm just trying to do my job, but thank you very much there.
Get it there.
But yeah, so C3AI, I think, with the context that they already were guiding a worse quarter with Thomas Siebel's health issues, being known about, I don't know if this quarter is maybe, it's still obviously very bad, and the guidance going forward is very bad. The withdrawing of the fiscal 2026 guidance, though, might not be as bad as we think it is, because it could be they just need to recalibrate.
Well, they're telling you they want to recalibrate when you replace their CEO.
Right, yeah, I actually think that's going to be a pretty interesting point. Obviously, I wish the best to Thomas Siebel, but man, this guy is a trooper. Did you know, Neil, apparently he was, trampled by an elephant in 2010? And survived.
I have serious questions about that, because here's my first take, and it's very impressive that I'm glad he survived.
Yeah, this guy's amazing.
But to me, to get trampled by an elephant would suggest to some extent that you need to be in a situation in which you could be trampled by an elephant, which are situations that I tend to stay out of.
So he was in Tanzania. Apparently, it's 2009, guys, sorry, not 2010. He was in Tanzania, and he was with a guide group, and then the guide apparently got charged at by the elephant, and then he turned to the other guy. The CEO.
Okay.
Sorry, guys, this was completely went off topic. I apologize. But yeah.
I'm just, you got jokes in the chat, Jay Dizzle. That is cold as blood. That is cold-blooded. Come on, man. Even elephants hate C3AI. It's entirely possible that is true. This guy is an exit strategy guy. Man under an elephant can't be trusted. Figma stock can't be trusted either. So Figma actually beat estimates on sales. The miss was on EPS, right? They were expected to make a profit of 18 cents a share, and it was exactly zero. They're down only 7 points. I say only 7 points because there has been a bounce in Figma. It did make a new all-time low because obviously this just recently came to market. So every single print, underneath yesterday's close is an all-time low. A little bit of a bounce back here for Figma, but it was the EPS miss. The guidance didn't even look all that bad. They saw Q3 sales as a pretty hefty beat. The midpoint 264 versus 248.78. So their guidance was good, and they still beat this stock up. If you can't even guide with a big beat for the next quarter, and you're still making a fresh low, part of that comes down to if a stock with better price history had been, and we always talk about price discovery for recent IPOs, they're still in the discovery phase. So unfortunately, maybe it hasn't matriculated down to a price that makes enough sense that they could get the benefit of the doubt here. So still finding a bottom here, unfortunately, for Figma. Upwork as well, Adara?
Yeah, UP, sorry to cut you off there, Neil. UPWK, I put it in the chat too, guys, but they announced a additional $100 million share buyback program. So in addition to CRM, we have Upwork-related buyback program announcement. Guys, if there's any other earnings you want us to go over or to recap, please let us know, because we have about 5 minutes left here. Someone else here, thank you, Hypercube, in the chat for mentioning that, I guess the extent to which the unit that the new CEO of C3AI worked with Doge. Yeah, he was, I guess, not necessarily a part of Doge, but I was seeing work together to an extent, so that was why I thought it potentially could have been a move of interest, but it's always hard, a lot of times you make these connections retroactively, right? So I just wanted to address that either way, because I saw people mentioning the Doge move, and then I found out that fact about Stephen Ahikian. So interesting stuff there. Yeah, thank you, Hypercube. I appreciate that. A former government appointee, that is indeed what Stephen Ahikian was, and now he is the appointee of CEO at C3AI. So interesting stuff there. Yeah, guys, let me know what earnings.
He's getting in at the right time, right? I mean, because they can't get any. I shouldn't say it can't get any worse, but they're at the absolute bottom. So a shakeup can certainly help them for sure. The chat is undefeated, by the way. Others think it's the chat is tripping. No, our trading community and chat is entirely undefeated. They've got jokes. They definitely have jokes, but ultimately, Miami Dragon. I don't know if C3AI will get sold next year. I don't know about that, but it's certainly possible. And a lot of times you see depressed names, and they might be targets. I don't know. Usually, you get a little bit more of a mature company that would get picked up on some of those. I'm not sure they're at that point just yet, but again, that's just my opinion. Mass 99.99. Beanie needs a new CEO. No, the former Mullen needs to stop scamming people. What they need to do. We only have a couple minutes to go, but I'll just call it like it is. If someone's going to bring up formerly Mullen, I was put to the task for someone actually found a worse stock than this, BINI.
Did they?
Yeah, certainly there's been some names that have done some reverse splits and more, I guess, over the years than Mullen, but this is just the latest example of its reverse split. Yeah, reverse split to 740. It is already down at 18 cents again. And if they get away with another reverse split, then of course I think that's ridiculous. And I will point out every single time because I think it's unfair to shareholders and everyone that they sucker in each time. But I don't want to look at something which is poor. If we're going to end on something, whoops, that's a New York stock. If we're going to end on something before we get into roll call, because it's already 426, it's got to be American Eagle. It's now back to that 17 level. American Eagle is the big winner, and like it, love it, understand some of the push as to why what might normally be a 12 or 13% move ends up being a 25, 26% move. You've got to understand momentum, float, short float, and the type of story that's going on here. You probably got some shorts that are in here just because of the controversy. And if they were new, then they have to get blown out. And that's the stock going higher. That's just how it is. Like it or don't like it, this is going to make it a trading vehicle tomorrow, and that's why we got to cover it. And it is your big winner, no questions asked. But you know what time it is? It's roll call time. And first off, I want to give a big shout out to the chat. Great participation all day today. We asked you guys if you could put $10K into one stock before earnings tonight, which are you picking? And the two, CRM was 54%. Fail. C3AI, 25%. AEO and Asana, AEO obviously 14%. I don't know why we didn't close this. It was under 10% when we originally asked. I know on the desk we both liked AEO just for this short float, same reason, but not a good look for CRM overall. But you know what time it is. It's roll call time. What we do around here is ask everybody to jump into the chat. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. It's a subs only chat. Give a big shout out to the Midday boys. Give a big shout out to Sharif, to Joe, to my man Sean on the desk, to Brendan, to Fabian, Ramin, Andre on our team, to the entire team helping with the build of Studio 8, whether that's Mark, Rob, Randy, you see them around there, Russell in the back doing his thing, to Adara for having the memory of a robot, the enthusiasm of, I can't even like a hype man at the best rap show ever. I had to make a hip hop reference because you were into hip hop. Of course. And also finds time to trade during the day, which I'm not sure if she managed to do that at all. But give a big shout out to anyone that actually might have bought shares in Asana or AEO, and congratulations to them. So jump in the chat. Let's get this roll call going.
I guess Trump was right when he said jeans were flying off the shelves, which is a real thing he said. You can find that post on X at TTV Research. Thank you so much to Neil. Thank you to Sean. Thank you to Sharif. Thank you to Joe. Thank you to Brendan. We have Ramin. We have Fabian. We have Andre. We have Rahim Alani, who was killing it in a very fantastic suit this morning. Thank you to Randy, Rob, Mark, everybody. You see everybody you don't see, and everybody in this awesome chat here. T-Hyde, Grav. We've got Others Inc. We have Joe Schmo, Verneskis, Nakul, H. Howe, Damian Tarza, Chris over here, Christmas, Becky Capital, Notorious Dinkelberg, Danil, Ace High 124, Chuck of All Trades, John Fitz, Mike DeRider there, Michelle Lulu, T-Hyde again here, Nakul again, Meeg Raj, Michelle Meir, John Fitz, Chuck of All Trades, Albatross, I love that one. Big Joel 360, and thanks again, Neil, for the kind words. I'm so happy to be here with you guys and be able to do something that I'm really enjoying in front of all of you. And again, guys, stay tuned for these Apple iPhone release-related infographics. It is becoming a much larger project than I anticipated, which means there will be a lot more data for you all to look at. So those should be coming up probably next Monday. Again, stay tuned.
There's so much that we have going on. The week isn't over yet. Heck, it's only hump day. And of course, tomorrow, I kept saying Thursday, like Thursday wasn't tomorrow with regards to Broadcom. So, yeah.
And Lulu.
And Lululemon. We've got a lot more action. You know what to do. Make sure you rest up, stay hydrated, have a lot of fun. But tomorrow we do it all over again. We're Trader TV Live, Market Recap Show brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex, and we'll see you at 8:30 in the morning to trade all these earnings names and give you the juice on the markets every single day, because that's what we're all about. Bye, guys. Have a good one.
Bye, guys.